everyone, and welcome to beautiful, sunshiny Florida at Gatorback Cycle Park for the 51st running of the Thor Mini O's, presented by Pro Circuit, as we come to you from Newberry, Florida at Gatorback Cycle Park. And a little bit of a joke at being beautiful, sunshiny Florida this morning, as we are under some very cloudy and dense fog conditions this morning, I should say. And with that, we are looking for the warmest temperatures of all week at near 80 degrees as we welcome you aboard on our live broadcast here on RacerTV.com. Of course, the Thor Mini O's presented by Pro Circuit. A special thanks to our good friends at Thor Apparel. We're going to be bringing Santa Claus out later today. We had the big Thor Thanksgiving feast last night, plus they've got all the 2023 apparel on display, and they've introduced that new Sentinel knee guard that folks certainly want to stop down and check out. Built for this, that is Thor's motto for sure. And we also want to say thanks to our friends at Pro Circuit, bringing over all the great motor modifications, and you can get yours too at home online. Be sure and check out Pro Circuit and at your local shops as well. We want to say thanks to our friends at VP Racing Fuel, making power, and of course Parts Unlimited, supporting the sport at every level and every way. Dunlop motorcycle tires, they accelerate our soul when we remind you to ride Dunlop, and check out the Geomax family of racing tires. And of course, most, if not all, those Geomax tires now all available in many options as well. And thanks to Rocky Mountain ATVMC.com. Get ready. And of course, our friends at Scott USA. We say thanks to those friends, as well as many other folks that help bring this event. SSR Rifle Works. I want to say thanks to those great folks, Mikey Waynes, as we welcome you aboard here. And as we look out over this rather foggy and hazy morning here this morning, the one thing that we can note is we have what I believe is still another perfect racetrack under here. And even though you know, the visibility is limited, you can still see out here. I know it looks a little deceiving on TV, but here the visibility is a little bit better than what it is on camera. So you folks watching at home are going to get a little bit of a treat watching some of these riders come out of the fog. And maybe we will, too, get to see some big surprises, Mikey.
Hey, photographers are pretty stoked. What cool photos that's going to create. But, yeah, hey, talking about track conditions, Rodney, this track has been absolutely pristine all week. The lines that have developed, the racing we've seen on it, just been and really very, very little maintenance needed. A little touch-up here and there, but, man, it has just been stellar all week long, and I know we are in store for some good ones here today. How about yesterday wrapping up with the 450 Pro Sport? What a way to end a Thanksgiving day.
Man, I tell you, if you're a race fan, you had to really enjoy yesterday's race because, I mean, a lot of good battles. I know we focused a lot on Hayden Deegan, and rightfully so, because
absolutely
the charge that he made through the pack there yesterday, and to be able to make that last lap pass like that was just spectacular fashion, and it was really cool. And motos like that will be hard to relive for sure, but nonetheless. Nonetheless, got a little puppy down here going crazy, but
he's ready.
He's ready. He's
Let's
ready
go.
to get these bikes. And speaking of those bikes, they are rolling onto the line. This is the 65cc 7 to 11 Division 1. And for those of you folks maybe just tuning in for the first time, we are nearing the completion of Moto number 1. We've had several different races with divisions. We've had 2 and 3 different divisions, and we'll be going into LCQs here shortly after race number 82. We're on race 79 right now. The LCQs, we'll try to keep you abreast as who's transferring and so forth, but here's the one way to look at it as far as the divisions. If there were 2 divisions, the top 18 transferred. If there were 3 divisions, the top 12 would transfer. In the event that you have 2 consies, which oftentimes if you had 3 divisions, there are 2 consies, and 1 consi for the 2 divisions. 1 consi would take the top 6 from each of those consolation races. If you're in a division race of 2 consis, we're only going to be taking the top 3 from each one of those. So you got to get down to the nitty-gritty today. That's why you really hope, Mikey, that you make that grade the first time out, because as we know, starts are so tough out here at Gatorback Cycle Park. And not only that, LCQs are a lot shorter, so you don't have the time to work with. I
was going to say, that's a good point. And something, if you are in those LCQs, something to keep in mind, they go quick. I mean, they go quick. So be ready, locked and loaded in staging, and because they are not going to wait around for you forever. So you guys need to make sure you know what LCQ you are in and be ready to roll.
Well, as we look down onto the starting line, it looks like we're nearly ready as we see our final riders making their way onto the starting line. We'll give you a quick rundown of the Division 1. 39 riders, and they are Chevy Stanley, also Nick Haven, Lathan Porterfield, Zion Berchtold, Nicholas Guzman, Miles Duke, Maximilo Ramirez, Eden Steinbrecher, Owen Solomon, Easton Graves, Ethan Stiles, Colt Whitaker, Jaden Smart, Carter Holmes, Uriah Messersmith. Looks like Easton Fraley, Jackson Wright, Tanner Bote, Carter Pilgrim, Austin Bolts, Owen Malone, Anthony Pacella, Jacob Roman Valaquez, Cooper Johnson, Chase Dashiel, Daxton Gibbs, Jennifer Villano, Augustin Ballesteros. Then we have Icario Maiwa, Colin Flath, Thor Thrasher, Tanner Cannon, Mason Murdy, Jensen Bridge, Anderson Waddell, Julian Lebinsky, Raylan Seagraves, Ryder Lane, and Isabella Likens to round out our field of 39 riders making their way down onto the starting line this morning. And as we get this day set to go, we welcome our chaplain here from the Mini-O's, of course, Mr. Andre from Faith Racers. And Andre Penn, welcome once again to a Friday. Again, as we say this morning, and probably said every morning this week, and probably said this for the last 5 decades, to be honest with you. I can't believe it's Friday, but good morning and welcome here. You got to turn that thing on. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, good morning, man. It's so awesome to be here again this morning, and man, looking forward to a great day of racing.
You know, it sounds so cliche when you say it, you know, and I hate to have to say that every year, but honestly, you know, I've been coming for 25 plus years announcing here at the Mini-O's, and for me, it has been in every one of these major events, and you have to boil it down to the fact that we have so much fun. We enjoy ourselves so much here. That's why the week goes by so quickly.
Absolutely, man. It's so cool to be here, and I just want to thank the whole crew, Win, for having us out here, making it a priority for us to be here as a ministry, and it's so refreshing for sure.
Well, again, we want to remind everyone about Faith Racers and their dedication not only to the racers, but to continuing your faith and support and helping feed you throughout the week. Faith Racers, obviously a faith-based ministry that brings church to the racetrack, but it goes a little further than that, Andre.
Yes, sir. Man, we do a lot of stuff throughout the week, and again, I just want to encourage anyone, if you want to stay connected to God and just to stay connected to your relationship with Him and to our Moto family, check us out at faithracers.com, and you can get in touch with us. We're on Instagram, Facebook. You can always reach out, direct message us. We are here for you, and would love to just build you up, and we build one another up. So we do that through online, you know, Zoom meetings, and so, man, it's just wide open. That's the cool thing about technology, is we're able to stay connected wherever you are. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's a pretty good concept that I didn't think about for some reason, but Zoom Church. I mean, that would be a really good way for folks to be able to interact, Bible study and things like that, for people to be able to utilize. You're right. I mean, these technologies that seem like they have controlled our lives and taken us away from things. If we utilize them as the right tools, we can use them for the greater good of everything and everyone. So, yeah, absolutely. I think that's great that you guys have got that concept and brought that concept to ministry, and especially for those of us that can't be together on a week-to-week basis and keeping that going. Well, Andre, thank you again for all that you do for the folks here in Florida and everyone with Faith Racers, and I hope that, you know, more and more people are catching the word and able to congregate with you there online and at the racetrack, man.
Yeah, and too, man, if there's anybody out there today and who just feel moved to make it, you know, just step it up to the next level, man. You feel God calling you to go out there and be a light in motocross, man. Maybe in your area, share the word, and man, just make disciples, mentor people. We are definitely getting into that as well. I haven't mentioned that, but man, we want to equip people who are called into the motocross community to be a light for Jesus. So if you're one out there who wants to do this and you're feeling that calling, man, just catch up with us. We'd love to mentor and guide you along.
Well, as we look out across this foggy racetrack this morning and we roll into a Friday morning, November 25th, 2022, and as we look forward to the racing on the track this morning, we can also look forward to a few things going on in and around the pits. Don't forget, kids, Camp Gatorbag going to be getting underway this morning at 10 a.m. That'll be running until about noon. And then coming up tonight, we've got the Moto Playground Pit Bike Championships, where you, my friend, could win a lifetime supply of Jovan Musk. One bottle. That's all it takes. That's a lifetime supply, because not many folks are going to be using that, I guess. Actually, I remember my dad used to wear Jovan Musk back in the day, man. That's crazy. Every time I smell it, it takes me back. But we've got that going on. We've also got Pictures with Santa going on tonight around 5 o'clock. That'll be going on over at the Thor display. And we'll continue racing tomorrow on Saturday, wrapping everything up with Motocross Awards ceremony and the conclusion of racing. Not only the awards ceremony, but we'll be doing the Olympiad Awards, Motocross Awards. All that combination will be going together tomorrow. So I'm going to hope that folks certainly stick around for that. And they'll have an extra day to travel. Stick around, maybe leave out late tomorrow night or get up early Sunday morning and bolt out of here. But really looking forward to having folks here with us tomorrow afternoon once we roll into our awards presentations. Right now, 65 cc's on the gate, division number 1. So right now, just doing a couple little things. You can't see what's going on out there on that side of the track. And the great thing about it is we've got great radio contact. Of course, we've got the video contact with our Racer TV cameras out there. And we've got some high anticipation starting to build on the gate right now. I have to think that, you know, the butterflies are probably already enough when you're going through staging and you're making that gate pick and you're getting yourself there. And I don't know if it's worse. I mean, and I'm sure it's probably different for everyone. Sitting there for a little while, they'll get a little more comfortable, and those butterflies will all ants away. But I have to think in the anticipation of things there, and someone like me might get a little tense as it just went on and on. The longer things went on, the more I had to think about and the more I had to intensify. So I'm sure there's a lot of things going on through a lot of little minds out there this morning, those 7 to 11-year-olds.
Oh yeah, man, it's exciting, man. They're pumped up and ready to go. It's kind of like if you ever like jumped off of the cliff at maybe Loretta Lynn in the water, man. It's like the longer you stand there, it's like, man, come on, let's go. It makes it worse. You know?
It does. That's a funny analogy. I seen that thing happen not this past year, but the year before, and I actually videoed it as we talk this kid down. But folks, plenty of things going on all around. For those of you at home watching on racertv.com, any of these great businesses and organizations that we mentioned throughout the course of the day and the great things that they've got going on here in the pits, don't forget you can generally and usually find them on social media. And speaking of social media, and you want to keep up to date with things, be sure and follow at Unlimited Sports MX across the social media platforms. And the hashtags that are being used here are hashtag Mini-O's and hashtag Gatorback. That should trend all of our posts and things together. So if you want to follow those trends, it'll be easy to do. And I know some folks are using the hashtag Mini-O's 2022, but whichever ones, use them all, and that way they'll all trend and we'll all be together out there. Also, folks, don't forget, if you've got laundry out in the pits, they are going to be doing their pickups today, and they may do one more drop-off, so you can stop down at the front gate to find out a little bit more about that. Also, if you're needing pump-out service or fresh water, we do have that available. And also with things warming up a little bit, coolers may start to melt that ice a little faster. Was talking with the good buddy Dog last night. He says he's got ice for sale out there on the corner by the big ice cream cone, which is located right next to the Swanky Fox Barbecue, where you can pick up breakfast this morning. If you're looking for a bag of ice, stop in and get you some breakfast. If it's later this afternoon, you need the ice, stop in and get you some barbecue. Make some of that great macaroni and cheese and that pulled pork, brisket. They got it all down there. It's all good stuff. And Dog's got the ice down there. And, of course, not only that, we've got great concessions down here in the food court. We invite everyone down. Jane's Mini Donuts, a tradition at these major events and national events like this. And if you haven't taken advantage of the opportunity to get your Jane's Mini Donuts yet, we certainly encourage you to. As always, one of the fan favorites, the Cuban sandwiches here at Mini O's. I never had a Cuban sandwich till I got here, and then it was like every year you have to have at least one. It's funny, and you know, I think that's one of the kind of the traditions that has built for me over the 20-plus years that I've been here, the Cuban sandwiches and things like that, and just generally being here and watching great races. And I had the opportunity to go out and visit with some of the vendors yesterday and talk with some of the folks up and down Vendors Row, and the atmosphere is just amazing. It seems like Vendors Row, I don't know if there's more vendors down there every year, but this year seems like there's just so many, and everyone has something special to offer. So, I mean, you know, you may not even realize that it might be something that you're looking for. So if you're walking by and something catches your eye, stop, because it might be something that definitely you could use. And, well, while we got a little bit of time waiting on these 65s to open up here, Rusty Reynolds from over at Triangle Cycles joins us up here in the tower from our friends at Yamaha. And Rusty, I know you at Triangle Cycles and the folks over at Rock River. You guys have been pretty busy this week. A lot of Blue Crew out here, huh?
Yeah, we're real fortunate. We've got some really good riders and a lot of people representing Yamaha. And I tell you, it's been a pleasure to work with them, to work with the kids and work with the families over the years. And we really enjoy it, enjoy helping them.
Absolutely. Now, I mean, do you make it down here about every year, if not the entire week, at least a few days a week? How long have you been coming down, man?
I think probably one of the first Mini O's, if not the second, back in, I want to say probably 75, 76, somewhere in there. I went to Mini O's, the original, in Jacksonville. I think it was Jacksonville, Florida. And then a few years later, they changed it and moved it over to Ocala. That's back when we used to do the flat track and the TT race and the motocross.
Now, were you much of a flat tracker yourself?
Well, it was fun. It was an experience. And it was cool to watch all the motocross guys go out there, because in practice, they would jump out on the track and head down the back straightaway, and they'd go into turn 3 to flat track, and they would all stand up.
A little different scenario than what most flat trackers would be. I think it would be pretty neat to see everyone try to make that crossover, because, I mean, you know, different disciplines of motorcycle racing are a lot different, it seems like, about the way you approach everything, setups to tire choice. I mean, everything.
Absolutely. And flat tracking is like an extreme, because you don't have a front brake, and in your motocross you use the front brake all the time. And I see him walking around here today, or the last couple of days, but Rusty Rogers, he was a big flat tracker up in Virginia. And I remember we came down and he let me use the front tire, and got the bike set up. And I thought I was flying. I was going through turn 3, 4, just really kind of sliding a little bit on the gas. And Rusty Rogers came by me on the back wheel. It was about 2 or 3 feet. It seemed like I was close to the wall, and Rusty come by on the back wheel, sideways working it, and just, you know, he went on to win I guess a Grand National Championship, or you know, one of the flat track, whatever it was, in a professional.
Yeah, that's amazing. And Rusty, I tell you, it's good to see you up here. Stick around for just a minute. We got some opening ceremonies to do, and we're going to ask Andre to take a moment here and ask a blessing on today's race.
All right, let's kick this race day off with a word of prayer. Father God, we thank you again for this wonderful day, and just our health and our lives. And God, we thank you for just your presence out here this week. And God, I've witnessed it every single day, God. Just people who are giving and sharing and just helping in so many different ways, and praying for people. And you know, people like the Christian Motorcyclists Association. Man, just all they do, man, it's just so cool, God, to see your presence here. And God, it's my prayer and hope that we all see that. It's sometimes you work in small, subtle ways, God. And all we got to do is just slow down and see it, and see you working in our world and in our motocross community. And God, I pray that we do take time each and every day to slow down at some point, to acknowledge you and to ask, you know, what are you doing in my life, God? What direction do you want me to go in, and what path do you want me to go down? Am I on the right path? And God, we thank you for that. We thank you for Jesus, who made that all possible, to reconnect us with you and to have a relationship with you. And God, we pray for these riders today, that they would go out there and ride to their fullest ability that you've given them. God, you've given them this talent, and I pray that they'll just take full advantage of it and ride for you, and keep them safe, protect them, keep them focused, and just quick to react and to make the right decisions at the right time. And I pray for the parents, that you keep them cool and calm. And God, I thank you again for just the whole crew that have made this whole event possible. And we love you. Again, thank you for Jesus. Thank you for this nation we live in and the freedoms we have and those who make that possible. And we pray all these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you would, remain standing, stand at attention, remove those caps, and cross those hearts as we honor the greatest nation in the world with the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Well, there you have it, folks. The stage is set, and Mini O's Racing ready to resume here on a Friday morning as we roll on to here on RacerTV.com. Rodney Tomlin along with Megawatt Matt Watson, Mikey Waynes, Dean Diaz, and of course here in Tower with us this morning. We say good morning once again to Rusty Reynolds, who was up with us. And Rusty, I know you didn't come up here just to chat about memories, but what's going on special you guys have down there at Yamaha today?
Well, we're there to support everybody, and I know the motocross people came in, maybe didn't know we were there, so I want to say we're over by Dunlop. So if you have any Yamaha problems, please come over and we're happy to help you. We've got some accessories and things. We'll have some things on sale for Black Friday, I guess. And you put me on the spot. So.
Well, and if nothing else, come over and chat with you, because, I mean, I'm sure you're not the only one that has those great memories from the many, many years here with the Mini O's and talking about flat tracks and got good stories. I'm sure there's some old racers that you battled against out there that you'd like to cross paths with again.
Yep, absolutely. You know, Megawatt just asked me about Billy Lyles and Jeff. I remember when Jeff Ward came, when I came to here, Jeff Ward the first year, he had a trailer full of 75s. One was set up for flat track, so it was just cool and to see what he's done in his career and see our life, you know, how it's evolved because of Mini O's. We appreciate it.
Absolutely, and we appreciate you and what Triangle Cycles does, brother. Thank you so very much.
I want to say I hate to hear you're going to retire. You can't do that. You have to come back here because I enjoy listening to you. And Yeah, you can't. You just can't do it. So I know the race is going here, so I'll let you do your thing. But thank you for the time you put in. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Rusty. I appreciate that comment for sure. And we appreciate the great racing that we already have underway. Hazy conditions, as we said, out here. And camera is a little bit deceiving as to how thick the fog is, but it is kind of thick this morning. Easton Graves opening up with the early lead out here out of Walker, Louisiana. He is one of your Thor riders. He's also backed by FMF, the Flying Machine Factory of Southern California. 100% those Dunlop tires, B's Moto Lab, as well as T-Rex throttles on board that KTM. Can he hold down the pace of the 65, 7 to 11 as we head out onto the Gator's tail now on the far reaches of the race course? And it's really funny. You cannot see past the Gator, the pond, that big pit there where the actual wall is. But we can see perfectly out on that side of the racetrack with these camera angles that we've got coming around now, Mikey Waynes. And as we always like to say, and as always happens here on these first laps, the position jockeying is insane as these riders try to establish themselves. We see several riders working their way up. There's Cooper Johnson, I believe, on the dash 14. We may have seen there just working his way up through about mid-pack of that top 10. And riders getting it all sorted out. And here they come into view down in front of the Gizmo Mods tower, and of course this Yamaha Racing announcers tower right below it. It is still the 31 machine on point of this one. The 674 moving into the number 2 spot is Anderson Waddell out of Wazella, Georgia, on an Orange Brigade KTM backed by Fly Racing and A1 Racing suspension. He's got those Dunlop tires. He's also sporting those Scott goggles, Mikey Waynes.
Oh, love it. Love it. Do it for the brand, right?
That's it.
Easton Graves checks in the 1 spot. 674, Anderson Waddell in the 2nd place position. The dash 14 of Cooper Johnson. Chase Dashel in the number 4 position, and Jaden Smart back in 5th. Outside of that, Mason Murdy in 6th place. 7th place is Owen Malone with Miles Duke, the 22 dash, in 8th place. 9th place is the 312 of Lathan Porterfield, close to Porterhouse. Okay.
Right.
And rounding out the top 10 is the 917 of Ryder Lane.
Well, I'll tell you, Graves establishing a 3.2 second gap over Anderson Waddell, but Cooper Johnson, the rider we pointed out there on that first lap, was about 0.8 of a second behind Waddell. Dashiell another 0.8 of a second back. So a good battle going on for that number 2 spot, and wouldn't surprise me, Mikey Waynes, to see a few changes in that one when they come around for that second lap complete here in just a few moments. And we can see that battle really heating up back on the Gator's tail right now.
Yeah, riders starting to inch closer to each other, separating themselves from the rest of the pack. Got a quick glimpse of the number 4 there, which I think is actually the 42 of Jaden Smart. I'd say keep an eye on him to make a move. Not the best start for him, but right there.
Well, a yellow bike in amongst a sea of orange, basically, in those KTM. Smart in that number 5 spot as we wrapped up that first lap. And Mikey, a good reason to point this young man out is because of what we've seen, not only leading into this event, but what we've seen out of this young man during the Mini-O's here in 2022. Anderson Waddell, Cooper Johnson still battling for that number 2 spot as they make their way in front of the Yamaha announcers tower now. Looks like dropping back just a little bit, Chase Dashiell. And I believe that is still Jaden Smart now on the 42 machine in the number 5 position as we wrap up this second lap of racing. A 2:03.472 for Easton Graves. Waddell and Cooper checking in now 0.713 apart. They've opened their gap up of 4 seconds now over 4th place Chase Dashiell, and he's just under 2 seconds ahead of Jaden Smart. But Dashiell is still carrying a little more speed than what Smart did on that last lap, so he should have a little bit of breathing room for a few moments. But watch out, some riders moving up, Mikey Waynes. Owen Malone, Lathan Porterfield, as you mentioned there a few moments ago. Eden Steinbrecher, Mason Murdy, and Ryder Lane all moving up. Thor Thrasher having some issues, losing a few positions out there, as does Miles Duke. A 2-division race will give us and yield us the top 18, so we'll look back there a little bit. Ryder Lane in 10th, Zion Berchtold in 11th, Uriah Messersmith is 12th. Anthony Pacella 13th. Bryson DeJong in 14th. Thor Thrasher 15th. Jacoby Roman Valaquez in 16th. It's Miles Duke 17th. Owen Solomon is your final transfer spot with Julie Lubinsky and Cade Rock in 19th and 20th.
So again, don't forget, folks, 2 divisions in this one. So if you, man, where's my rider? You're watching at home on Racer TV, got that turkey hangover today. Don't worry, we got one more division in this one. Still watching that battle there between Anderson Waddell and Cooper Johnson. Tell you what, Rodney, Easton Graves, though, our leader out in front. The young man woke up and ate his Wheaties. Okay,
evidently.
A 2-second lead after 1, now up to about a 4.5-second lead after 2. So we'll see what it is after 3 here. But Easton Graves on an absolute mission right now.
Straight up top, 8 o'clock here on RacerTV.com as the battle continues to wage on. First motos for 65cc 7 to 11. This is Division 1. And did he? No, he's, yeah, he got it.
Yeah, Cooper Johnson just got in there, had a really good line. We've got a good drive. Able to get around the 674 of Anderson Waddell to the 2 spot. Checking in, 3 laps completed now. Easton Graves getting faster, a 2:02.599. Now he's up 6.5 seconds on the 14 of Cooper Johnson, who just moved into that 2 spot with 674 of Anderson Waddell behind him. See with the 196 of Chase Dashel. He is right there on the 674 right now as well here in lap 4.
Now he was 4 seconds down a lap ago. Waddell dropping from about a 2:04.5 to a 2:06, only losing 1.5 seconds. But the big picture is here. The Dashel picked it up to a 2:01, and Dashel actually turned the fastest lap of this moto so far, and he's back in 4th place.
That's nuts. Hey, speaks to the talent we've got out there. Chase Dashel on screen a moment ago.
Dashel on the 196 machine as he reels in Anderson Waddell for that number 3 spot now. Back at the Gators' tail now, back on the back far side of the racetrack out by the roadway.
Anderson Waddell been able to hold him off to this point. Let's see what Chase Dashel's got for him.
Fog causing a little bit of stutter, I think, in our wireless communications this morning on RacerTV.com.
Clear out of here.
Wow, I think Cooper Johnson's not real far ahead still of Waddell and Dashel, so that race might push up, and we might end up seeing a 3-way battle shape up for the number 2 spot now as they are closing in on a rider just ahead of them. I believe that might be a lapped rider, so not as close to, but right up there is the 674, the dash 14 we were talking about. So he is starting to slip away a little bit. That was some lap traffic that we saw right there, it looks like. Oh, maybe not. Because there they go right in front of the Yamaha announcer's tower, and there was only one lapped rider in between the 2nd and 3rd place riders, and they were a touch closer than what I recognized they were. As we wrap up lap number 4 now, Mikey Waynes. Graves is out front, a 2:04 that time around. Yields him now 7.8 seconds ahead of Cooper Johnson. Waddell and Chase Dashel, 1.27 seconds between those two as they have their ride going on. Jaden Smart now closing up a little bit as he gains some time, back to 4 seconds behind that 4th place battle. This closing moments, the white flag is out. This last lap could get a little bit interesting if some great gains are made here by these riders like Smart and Dashel, especially with these riders in that lap traffic. We don't know what is possible here. We do know that Easton Graves has a little bit of breathing room with near 8 seconds now ahead of the rest of the field.
Yeah, Easton Graves ran back-to-back 2:02s, kind of settled into that race pace, and sitting with, after lap 4, a 2:04. But again, that 7.8 second lead he's got, just needs to ride smooth and hit his marks and bring it home after the white flag has come out. And as far as Cooper Johnson, he is kind of on, we won't call it an island. Anderson Waddell only 2.5 seconds back, but the big battle, Chase Dashel, the 196, going up against the 674 of Anderson Waddell. Got to make something happen. He's been close a few times. We'll see if he wants to make a push here in their first moto to pick up one more position, or if he'll just settle in there to the 4 spot. And Jaden Smart still back in that 5 position. But watch it on Racer TV, the number 31 of Easton Graves on that Thor FMF 100% backed ride out of Louisiana, doing work on a foggy Friday morning. He said, don't matter to me. I ate my Wheaties. I'm ready to roll. Show me that checkered flag. And here he comes. And there it is. Bang. First race of the day in the books. Checkered flag flies for Easton Graves. Sealing the deal on the first place finish right there. See how the rest of this stacks up as our riders check into the finish line. Cooper Johnson hangs on to that 2 spot. Anderson Waddell, congratulations to you, man. Good riding right there, holding off Chase Dashel, who finishes in the 4th place spot. How about it for Eden Steinbrecher, able to pick up a spot and round out that top 5. Take a look now, race number 80. This is going to be Division 2 of our 65 7-11. Riders we've got out there: Trent Ashley, Waylon Legg, Cade Nightingale, Braden Vandergriff, Camden Scogan, Beckett Ferry, Gavin McCoy, Jet Overstreet, Marcus Trujillo, Cohen Shilton, Brody Bersher, Levi James, as well as Grayson Dempsey, Jake Wheeler, Lana McNeil, Jackson Vick, as well as Easton Kirby, Tim Lopes. Some big heavy hitters in this one. Jax Baker, Jackson McKee, Martin Ospina, Christian Tursky. Almost read that as Turkey. That was yesterday. I'm sure he's never heard that. Mikey, it's not Turkey. Oh, ho, ho. I get it. Listen, my real last name's Simpson. I get it. I get all the heat, all the smoke, okay? We got a Flanders out there racing this week. Gavin Welsian's out there. Logan Lustig, Austin Keller, Cameron Berry, Jorge Del Val, Carter Hildebrand, Braden Wetyan, Jackson LeBeouf, Peter Matos, Mason Weller, Declan Wisniewski, Tucker Coulier, Carter Gray, Braxton Roth, Jackson Bailey, Brayton Willis, and Jeremiah Riviera in our race number 80, the 65 7-11 division number 2. And Jackson Vick with the move right there on the 698 of Carter Gray, and believe that might be for the lead. A good 3-way battle. Oh, and he goes down. I think that was Carter Gray that went down right there. So unfortunate for him, but Jackson Vick pushing out in front. Up against the 85 of Tim Lopes. Big heavy hitters in this one, Megawatt.
Did Gray go down?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh man, I missed it.
Yeah, right there.
I was getting my headset adjusted there and stuff. Missed it. That's a shame, because always a battle between those guys. For sure. You get the number 70 out there, you get Vic on fire, you get Gray rolling, and definitely that's always going to turn into a battle. As you said, Mikey, just perfect conditions out here this morning, in my opinion. Take a look at the traction all around. Take a look at the conditions through those corners. They did a great job of putting this thing to bed last night. And outside of just a touch of fog, man, these are fantastic conditions to kick our Friday morning off. Yes. I mean, amazing to me, really.
Absolutely. Camera doesn't quite do it justice.
No,
it
absolutely
looks
not.
A little, as I was watching it live in person versus watching it, and it is foggy, don't get me wrong, but watching it on Racer TV, you got to
looks like a scene from Scooby-Doo.
Yeah,
on Racer TV. Yeah, oh, Rocky.
But, yeah, it is good. And some of the camera shots do it like that shot right there down into the Gator Pit. You can see these guys have got the vision. No problems for our front runners right there. Going to check in with a lap completed. Jackson Vick, what you doing? What's the gap? We know it's not much, 1.5 seconds. Tim Lopes in the 2 spot on the number 85 KTM. Gavin Welsian up into the 3 spot with Cade Nightingale checking in the 4 spot on the Yamaha. And Jackson Bailey rounding out the top 5 aboard the Gas. Brody Bersher's checked in the 6th place position with the 620 of Tucker Coulier in 7th place. Declan Wisniewski in 8th. Brayton Wills in the number 9 spot. And Marcus Trujillo rounding out the top 10.
At some point, I thought Lopes had one of the fast lap times in one of his divisions. Not sure exactly what that is. We're looking at 65 7-11 Division 2 here. I'm not sure what other classes he rode. But I thought Tim had a fast lap in one of those divisions. So you keep an eye on him as well at any given time. You know, he's one of those guys that, you know, you always count on him being there. But at any given time, he can find this little extra gear. You know, when he gets a little more consistent and he uses that extra gear every lap, man, look out.
I believe watching the battle there between, for the 3rd place position between Welsian and Nightingale. Around the outside, fresh track for him. Don't see those the chatter like we were seeing toward the end of yesterday. Mikey, you were looking for a phone that wasn't lost yesterday.
That's it.
And, man, that 450 Pro Sport moto was absolutely incredible last night. It was gnarly. The track was absolutely as rough as you could imagine. Every corner, every straightaway just rutted up, chatter, washboard, man, just all kinds of stuff. And it played out perfectly last night. It was amazing.
It was good. What a way to end a Thanksgiving day. No doubt about that. And
Woo.
buckle up the second one. Cannot wait for it.
For sure.
Cannot wait.
Who we got coming up next, Mike?
Well, coming up next going to be race number 81. And I believe that'll be our last class of the day. However,
Yes.
2 divisions in it. Super Mini 2, 13 to 16. And again, 2 divisions in that one. And we'll jump right into those consies, those LCQs. Following that. Here we go. 2 laps completed. Now we can take a look at our lap times here. Now, previous race, we saw some 202s, some 203s. Jackson Vick, after 2, runs a 204.8. Tim Lopes in the 2 spot, a 206. So little hiccup there by Lopes, but only 2.5 seconds back from Vick. Gavin Welsian in the 3 spot. Kate Nightingale, that battle we've been watching unfold, still sit 3 and 4. And Jackson Bailey, a tough break for him, checks in 8th. So who's in front of him? Brody Bersher in the 5 spot. Marcus Trio in 6th. 7th, Austin Keller. Jackson Bailey drops to the 8th place position with Tucker Coulier in 9th. And Declan Wisniewski rounding out that top 10 after 2.
Yeah, Trujillo, he's turning 208 as well. Brody Bircher possibly having a bad lap there last time, missing a turn or something. 211 for him. Everybody else, Cade Nightingale 208, Wells in 208. Now Lopes turns down to 206, and Jackson Vick running at 204.
Cade Nightingale just went down right there. Able to get back on the machine, but was inching closer toward the rear wheel there of Gavin Welsian. So the 132 Cobra Moto machine going to have a little breathing room now in the 3 spot. And Cade Nightingale had about a 6.5 or 6, maybe just shy of 7-second lead. So I don't think he dropped the position, but now has to put that hard hat back on. Second shift starts. Good to work.
Clock back in, Mikey.
Clock back in.
Second shift starts now. I love it. As you said, Super Mini 2, 13 to 16. That's going to be the final 2 races here. Going to be the final class, 2 divisions, as you said. Again, going to move right into those last chance, those consies. And those are going to be quick ones, Mike.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, I believe you're going to see green flag, white flag, checker. So I believe only a couple laps on those.
Yeah, so if you are in those consies, hey, first and foremost, rider responsibility.
Absolutely.
Know when you're supposed to be in staging. Know when you're supposed to be on the gate, because we know how it works. Sometimes, Dad, I didn't do well. I want to go home. Oh, are you sure about that? I want to go home. So they go home. So we can't wait forever on a kid that's not going to show up. So if you are that kid that's going to show up, you cannot be late for those, because they will run them quick.
Oh, no, we're going to click those right off, I can promise you. And all times you need to be ready. Even as we move into the final motos, you guys need to be informed. We do everything we can as far as the broadcast is to keep you informed, but it's also posted down at registration. There's also places to find it online. So
no shortage of information.
Make sure your kid is at the line they're supposed to be.
That's it. Just had the 85 of Tim Lopes on screen. Riding well in that 2 spot, about 4 seconds back from Jackson Vick, the number 70 KTM out front. Having a real good ride here on a foggy morning. And Gavin Welsian again has that little breathing room there as Kate Nightingale went down, able to get back on the machine quickly, but increase that gap in between them. So be interesting to see if Nightingale was able to recoup some of that time, or if Marcus Trujillo is going to be there. Trujillo checked in only a second back from him, so got his hands full for the 4 spot now.
Mikey, I believe it's going to look a bit different today when this fog does burn off. Had a little bit of fog yesterday, and then we see pretty much overcast. Had some spotty clouds.
Yeah.
Had a low ceiling yesterday. But I believe it's going to be a little brighter today. I believe there's going to be a little more direct sunlight. Temp's going to warm up just a bit more.
Yeah, going to jump up into the low 80s from what I heard.
Yes.
And it's humid already. It is sticky.
Well, things continue to wind down here in our 65 7-11 Division 2, race 80. White flag is out now. Jackson Vick out on
his final lap. 2:05 last time, and look at this. Lopes answered with a 2:04. Wells in 2:07. Austin Kelly, he's still at a 2:09. He's riding in that 7th place right now. Gaps are pretty much settled, though, Mikey. They're pretty much where they're at here on. by Mason Bourgois. There we go. Nicholas Stefancic, Ethan Darick, Giuliano Salinas into number 6, Benjamin Moya in 7th, Heath Fisher in 8th. Madison Casimir in the number 9 spot, Caden Weisenauer in the number 10 position. As we said, Mikey, 2 divisions here, so division number 1 out on the track. That is race number 81. Race number 82 loading themselves into the gate right now. That is going to be the final race before we move into our consies. Going to have a whole new stack of paperwork here in just a moment. Going to have a whole new stack of names. But right now, the name to look at is Anaki Arbazua out front. Logan Mortberg bringing chase right now. Did not get a visual on Landon Gordon. Believe he went down there at the bottom of the Gator pit. Oh, is that Anaki?
I believe it might have been.
Got jacked up in that corner right there. Kicked the rear end around. Next thing you know, he's over the top of the berm.
Well, or is it Nathaniel Orr?
Possibly.
Yeah, maybe not.
That little bit of fog, yeah, just catching me off just a touch.
Stepped away for a moment. Apologize to the folks watching at home on Racer TV. We had some audio issues. Seems like we've got that fixed now. So we had the PA running here live in person. Oh, that was Anaki.
It was.
51. Yep. You're right. Yeah, sorry about that. I saw 81 at a glance through the fog.
You know, now we add that element of fog to conflicting jerseys and plates and, you know, helmets.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah. It's like, let's confuse the announcers as much as we can and then complain.
As much as possible. We're here for it. So Logan Mortberg, if you're just tuning in, leading the Super Mini 2, and Naki Abarazua in the 2 spot had a little get off there, kind of pulled him back a little bit, but he is on the charge now. Hauling the mail. Nicholas Stefancic in the 3 spot with Ethan Darich in 4th, and Mason Jurgis rounding out that top 5.
Well, I hope he's not hurt, but I have not seen Landon Gordon get back up. He went down into the Gator pit and did not come out. I saw the caution flag. I didn't see a medic flag as such. Looks like there is some medical personnel down there.
Yeah.
Right now, so
it is just
wow.
out of sight too. So.
I hope that I hope that Landon Gordon's okay. One of our young talents here does a fantastic job. Had a great ride going on. Was charging into that 2nd position. And a relatively smooth track here this morning, so not sure exactly what happened. Could not see it, just out of view. We'll try to keep you updated on what's happening with Landon Gordon.
For sure. Fog's starting to burn off now. And as we look at the track with a naked eye, I can finally see all the way across it. Finally.
Oh, yes. Very nice, Mikey.
Just a touch.
And it's crazy this morning, you know, the alarm goes off at 10 till 6 and all this, and you know, we start rolling around doing our thing. And in a matter of about 3 minutes, daylight comes.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you look outside and it's still pretty dark. We go out, we check the water this morning, find out we're not the only ones with no water. And next thing you know, it's daylight. It's absolutely incredible. There's no real slow process to it. You know, it happens.
Yeah. And every morning that sun comes out, thank God.
Same with this fog here this morning. Oh, look, we can see.
That's it. That's it. It's like that, like somebody flipped the switch.
Now, these, to me, are truly perfect conditions.
Oh,
we got
right.
Full visibility, just a little bit of overcast. Look at that layer just covering that blazing sun, because that sun's hot.
Yes.
We're getting a little layer of protection right now, and this is fantastic.
Protecting us.
How about that stack of paperwork we went through?
Oh, man. Hey, we're doing
These
work.
folks wouldn't believe. This thing looked like a Chicago phone book. All right, it did. Our stack of paperwork looked like a Chicago phone book. Names, places, sponsors, all that kind of stuff, moto orders. But we have worked our way down to 4 sheets, Mikey, getting ready to do it all over again. And the good news is each time the stack gets smaller.
It gets a little bit smaller. Now, that next stack will be a big one, too, but it will get a little bit smaller.
Absolutely.
Not a lot of it, but a little bit. We'll go from what? How many did we have? Was it 85?
84. 82.
82 total as far as the first moto order. So, I mean, for the folks at home, you just got to think about putting that in perspective. That is something else.
Or keep your eyes on Heath Fisher on the number 47, because he's moving right now.
Hauling the mail.
He's got a good ride going on 3 laps into this one. The number 47 machine looks like he's really starting to close the gap, and I believe that's Salinas he's moving up on.
Yeah, Salinas, the 2:22. Both riders ran about 2-minute flat. But the 47, Heath Fisher, you saw him on screen right there, applying the pressure.
Wow, did you see him throw that hip out there, Mike? He put some English into that bike to get it back onto the ground. Fisher's starting to work it right now. That's right. Yeah, body's warmed up, bike's warmed up. Got a few laps in now. It's go time. Mortberg out front still leading. Abazura having a little off-track excursion there. Was able to gather it up quick, though. Just spun that thing out of the corner, but he kind of hung up on the berm, and it brought him to a complete stop. So that cost him a few seconds. Stefancic still in the number 3 rod. Dark in the 4 position. Burgoy's in the 5 rod, but Heath Fisher and Salinas still going at it. Look, did Fisher make the move? No. Nope. Thought he made the move there.
Not quite. 4 laps in. Logan Mortberg's checked in out in front, and Naki's still in that 2 spot.
Yeah, he did.
He did. Yeah, you're right. Stefancic in the 3 position with Ethan Derich 4th, Mason Borgs 5th, Heath Fisher up into the 6th spot. So Heath Fisher now sets his sights on Mason Borges up on the number 2 machine.
And there it comes, Mikey. There comes the sunshine. Going to change the complexion of the day and the racetrack.
Ready for it. Bring it on.
4 laps complete. Mortberg last time around a 154. He's in control of this thing right now. Next fastest lap looks like the man in 2nd place, Anaki. He turned a 156. Oh, Nicholas Stefancic, they were down in a 156 in Ethan Dark. So still a bit of game in them right now.
Still following the 47 of Heath Fisher right there. What a good ride by him. Having to work his way up.
Am I reading that gap as 9 seconds up front?
You are correct.
Wow.
9.5, 9.582 for Mortberg out in front.
Salinas coming under fire again. This time that looks like, is that Moya?
Benjamin Moya.
Yeah, Moya. Whoa, both feet off the pegs there. A little rodeo style for Moya. Got a little too aggressive too soon, man. He wanted that spot.
See if he can regroup. Loses a little bit of time right there. White flag coming out for Logan Mortberg. 1 more lap to go for the 317. See if he can bring it home for the checkers.
Mortberg got good size to him.
Yeah, he does. I just,
look at that kid's pretty broad across the shoulders, pretty thick through the torso, man. That's a big kid, man, for sure. The white flag continues to fly. Mortberg, Abazua, Stefancic, Darich, and Fisher, your top 5. Did we have a bike giveaway there, Mikey? I see a lot of blue smoke there. Well, I don't know. Off of the track right now. And man, we just saw a bunch of smoke all at one time. Like one of them gave loose. Not sure if that is the case, but continue to watch the white flag fly. Race 82 coming up, going to be our final race. They're going to get this thing reset.
And looks like Rodney came with papers in hand. He's got the Consi races here. It'll be lined up for us.
No, I didn't bring them. They just were here.
Yeah, right.
Oh, I must have missed that.
Oh, I did too, for sure.
I thought you brought them up earlier.
No, I was going down to get them here in just a minute, so that's fantastic. Now, Rodney, I don't know if you heard us. We were talking about that last stack looked like a Chicago phone book when they first brought them up, man. Went through a bunch of names, bunch of races, then starting to whittle them down, buddy.
Now, you did explain what a phone book was.
I was getting ready to say that. Everybody, well, at this point, let's be honest, 25 years of age and under.
All right, we got a rule.
Oh, all right, yeah, we got a replay, a Racer TV rapid replay right here.
He looks back at the camera.
Do it for the gram, Logan Mortberg. I love it. Throw that on a TikTok right now, buddy.
Down with it. Yeah, I'm down with it.
Get the social media team together, your agent. Yeah. Edit that video together. Oh, I love that. Now we
It was
give
so
these guys,
casual too. It wasn't this quick look back. You know, it wasn't this.
Yeah,
quick. Hey, what's up, Rachel TV?
we give them so much hell about, don't check up from the neck up, race the track in front of you, unless you're doing it for the style.
He
okay?
wasn't worried about the camera passing him.
He looked back and you know what he said? 14-second lead. 14-second lead. Come at me.
All righty, we got another start. It looks like underway, guys.
Looks like Austin Camden out front right now on the 191 machine. We'll confirm that here in just a moment. Camden coming out of Edmond, Oklahoma on the O'Neill 100% factory connection gas machine, 14 years of age. Again, race number 82, final race before we hit the reset button. Start it all over again, work our way back through the order, and man, oh man, Mikey, I'm looking forward to seeing some second motos.
Yeah, and again, Consi's coming up next, and don't forget, guys, those will go quick, so keep your head on a swivel out there. If you are in one of those, need to be ready and prepared.
Rodney, are the laps, I believe, are they 2 laps? 2 or 3? I mean, I remember green, white, checkered. All right, so 3 laps for the 50s, 4 laps for everybody else. 50s and 65s. 50s and 65s will do 3 laps. Everybody else, you will do 4 laps, so pay attention. Again, these will go by quick.
Well, wrapping up lap number 1 here in the Super Mini Division number 2. Austin Camden out front of Landon Gibson, Eli Gross in the number 3 spot. It's Nathan Hummel in 4th, Riley Bussey in the number 5 spot, Cody Harrington in the 6th, Tiger Wood in 7th. In the 8th place position, the 910 of Oliver Camp. 9th place, Gregory Jordan. 10th place, Max Shane. And then 11 through 20 will be Lincoln Bartholomew, Chase Engelwitz, Aiden Bailey, Petro Paroli, Emil Latcher, Braden Johnson, Matthew Caddick, Madden Jones, Vittorio Fazio, and Hunter Gardner. That's your top 20 there after that first lap of racing as they try to get it all sorted out. And speaking of sorting out, up front, Camden trying to hold point. Meanwhile, with a near 2-second lead over the 723 of Landon Gibson, who didn't have much room to play with Eli Gross and Nathan Hummel another couple seconds back. Actually, Gross was less than a second back when last they came through the finish line, but things starting to separate a little bit as this second lap wanes on.
Yeah, it only took a couple laps. Whoa, little mistake right there, Rodney. Could have turned into a big mistake. Was that Gibson?
Yeah, I
kind of rode up on the edge of the berm right there,
yeah,
almost like a Naki did in that last moto. Almost got stuck there high centered. Able to put it back to work, though. Eli Gross back in formation right behind him, trying to capitalize on that. Rodney, what set of perfect conditions just a matter of moments makes?
Oh, mercy.
Just a matter of a few minutes, and holy cow, this is a whole new facility.
I walked out just after 8 o'clock, and within 10-15 minutes, the fog had burned off. So come back up here to a clear racetrack. You can see from one end of this facility to the other, and we are witnessing some great battles shaping up already here for Super Mini 2, lap 2 in the history books now. It is still Austin Camden and Landon Gibson. They're about 1.2 seconds apart, holding pretty steady. Gibson actually claiming about half-second faster lap time there. Eli Gross running back in the number 3 spot now. Hummel in 4th, Riley Bussey in 5th. We see Tiger Wood now has moved up into the number 6 spot. And here comes the 79 of Max Shane, another rider that we may keep an eye on. We saw some great rides out of him, both in moto and on Supercross, and as well Tiger Wood, another one of those fast riders we could expect to see working his way through the pack as well. Look at this. Here we go. We got a challenge going on for the first place position. And here comes Landon Gibson. He has reeled in Austin Camden now as they head out to the far reaches of the race course.
Yeah, Camden taking advantage of that early hole shot. Look at this. Gibson now goes to the inside, checked up real hard. Tried to use the short course. Can't take advantage of it just yet. He's going to encounter that big bump. Austin Camden. He rolls through the outside right there. Gets a great drive, Rodney, into the rollers. Gibson has to work the outside. Can't follow right now. He tucks back in, but look at this. He is on the gas. He got a fantastic drive as they head back down toward the campground.
Well, down in front of the spectator fence now, and campground fence, it is still nose to tail and side by side now as we see that Landon Gibson trying to pull the trigger on this one as we head through these switchbacks. He doesn't have the line coming out of the inside. And Austin Camden maintains, at least for the moment, down in front of the Yamaha Tower, though. It's a little different story as the 7.23 of Landon Gibson is able to rocket past the 191 of Austin Camden to establish the new lead as they head up out of the Gator pit. It's still the chase is on, and Camden not wanting to give that one up.
Yeah, Camden did everything he needed to do there, Rodney. You know, he protected the inside and this and that. And I thought Gibson was going to tuck in. Gibson went clear up on the edge of that wall right below the tower here. Had a good line. And at the last moment, pulled over, took the race line. New leader, Landon Gibson. Austin Camden not letting loose, though. Hanging right there with him, not letting the leader get away. Eli Gross in that number 3 position. Now look at this. He's starting to pull away just a little bit from the 43 of Tiger Wood. Tiger closed up there on the last lap just a touch. But Gross able to actually set his sails right now after Austin Camden.
Well, a couple riders wanting to keep an eye on Tiger Wood and Max Shane. Wood up to the number 4 spot now as he is closing up gap. He was 2 seconds faster than Eli Gross, your 3rd place ride. And Tiger Wood on a terror right now as he is working to gain a podium position spot here in Moto number 1. There's Wood now as we see him coming off the Tiger's tail, and right ahead of him you see Eli Gross on the 711 Kawasaki. That's actually the 71 when you look at it, but on our paperwork it says 711. And Tiger Wood is stalking the prey.
Yeah, Tiger Wood, he's one of those guys, again, he has that ability. He can sit there, he can stalk just a little bit, but at any given time, he's got that extra gear. He can call on that extra gear. Right here, he may be doing that. Look at this, closing that gap back up one more time, Rodney.
Well, we saw
he get close enough to make a move.
Saw the pass by Gibson through this section last time. What we did see, not a pass this time, but we saw that the 43 of Tiger Wood gained a lot of ground as we hit the final turn, and that big drive out of the Gator pit for another lap complete.
Wow, he picked up a lot of speed, but he had a lot of distance to go, Rodney, so the gap almost the same. But working this track is the 43 of Tiger Wood.
0.3 of a second. He was 0.6 of a second faster as we drop down Gator Falls now. And look at this. We've got a rider. Is that second place just ahead of, I believe it is. That is Austin Camden. No, that was a lap rider. Austin Camden.
Yeah.
No, that is Austin Camden.
Yeah, Austin Camden's right ahead. We had
right
a back
ahead of Eli
go
Gross.
right.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that is Eli Gross now challenging for the number 2 spot as we've got he being challenged by Tiger Wood. Wood laying back just a little bit.
Yeah, Wood's back into the fight as well. So Austin Camden has his hands full right now. He's got the 71 or 711 of Eli Gross and Tiger Wood both all over him. Camden getting that early hole shot, giving up the lead to Gibson on lap number 2, I believe. And man, oh man, he has got a ton of heat coming down on him.
Well, Wood trying to dive to the inside here, and it looks like he's going to take over the number 3 spot from Eli Gross. Now he's challenging the 191 of Austin Camden for that number 2 position.
And you know, we talked about it just a lap and a half ago. He was kind of following Rodney there. He talked about picking up that extra gear. When he sees an opportunity, he can take advantage of it.
Well, I tell you, he sat back there in 6th place for a lap and a half or 2 and decided it was go time. And since that time, he switched that, flipped that switch. He is certainly given us a show to watch on the racetrack down in front of the Yamaha Tower now as they drop down into the Gator pit. And we'll see whether or not the 43 machine is able to make do with some more real estate there from the outside. But A good shutoff there by the 191 of Austin Camden as a white flag flies on this one, I believe. And we've got one more lap to go. It's still a three-way battle for the number 2 spot. Austin Camden, Tiger Wood, and Eli Gross.
This thing's not over, Rodney. There he comes right there. Tiger Wood tried to make the move to the inside. Camden had a great drive, a little lighter on the bike.
While they sorted out Cody Harrington in 5th and 6th, it's Gregory Jordan now moving up. Riley Bussey dropping down now to the number 7 spot. Gaining some time there, Nathan Hummel. Lincoln Bartholomew moves up into the 9th place position. Aiden Bailey up into 10th. Max Shane drops now to an 11th place position, losing a couple of spots there. Then it's Braden Jones, Pietro Paroli, Chase Engelwitz, Emil Latcher, Madden Jones, Matthew Caddick, and Vittorio Fazio rounding out the 18 that will transfer, if they can hang on to it, to the checkers.
Rodney, Camden actually opened up a bit of a gap right now over Wood. Wood came at him, made a big run as they worked their way through twist and shout, but not able to close the gap.
Well, here we go over the molehill and heading up the roller section where we enter 20. Oh, that's Tiger Wood off the side of the track there on the 43 machine. He's going to lose a few spots.
Yeah, not sure if he came off the bike or not, or just came off the track. Looked like he probably dismounted, Rodney, to be quite honest with you. So Camden now clear track behind him. Eli Gross should now be in that number 3 position.
I believe Harrington may have gotten by on the 64 machine. We'll know a little more when we get a little closer. But here comes your leader now into the Gator pit one final time as he passes the Yamaha Tower. A hard right-hander at the bottom of the pit. And at the top of this, it is victory in moto number 1 for Landon Gibson.
Yeah, great ride by Gibson. Took the lead, I believe, on lap 2.5. About halfway through that second lap. And nothing dramatic, Rodney, nothing fancy. Just had good, clean lines, used his momentum, made his way around, and opened up a gap of, what is it here at the finish line? 6 seconds. So
yeah,
a nice, comfortable gap. Austin Camden got the whole shot, led for a couple laps, really handled the pressure just amazingly, Rodney. Had Eli Gross on him at one time, had Tiger Wood on him, so holds up to the pressure, delivers a second place here, does Austin Camden. A little bit of bad luck for Tiger Wood. Misjudged the corner down there. Eli Gross brings that number 711 machine home into the number 3 ride.
Harrington, Wood in the number 5 spot. Gregory Jordan in 6th. Nathan Hummel in 7th. Riley Bussey in 8th. Lincoln Bartholomew 9th. Max Shane in 10th. Aiden Bailey 11th. Pietro Paroli in 12th. 13th. Braden Johnson, Chase Engelwentz 14th. Emil Latcher 15th. Madden Jones 16th. Matthew Caddick 17th, and Oliver Camp gets the pass into the 18th place position as he will be your final transfer spot. Again, check the posting board, and we are set to roll with our next class.
Leaders make their way down Gator Falls.
That is race 83. Now this is, I must have the wrong paperwork here, boys. No, these are consies. Okay, I'm just confused. That is College Boys 16 to 24. Again, Matt, we had 2 divisions of these College Boy, and top 18 transferred from there. We'll see some names. I'm sure that'll be a little bit of a surprise, and it'll be a hard row for them to hoe as far as the overall is concerned. But and I tell you, you got to stake your claims and your bragging rights in hopes of at least coming out and showing a great second moto, even if you do have to transfer in through the LCQ.
That's exactly right, Rodney, and it's part of the event. It's part of the challenge for everybody. You know, the script is the same for everybody. And let me tell you something, gives you character, makes you work hard, and things might not have went your way as you went through the first moto, but right now is your chance to just rebound, come back, and end the week on a good note.
So right now, getting it all sorted out. Want to remind folks that Camp Gatorback going to get underway here at 10 a.m. the final day for that. Santa Claus is going to be in town tonight at Thor for the Thor Chris MXmas photos.
Moto Christmas.
Moto Christmas. That's what it's all about right there.
Moto Xmas.
Moto Xmas.
Rodney, no mini bikes on the track now. As you hear the roar and the thunder come by.
Definitely pure sound as TJ Squibb from Derry, Pennsylvania opens up with the early lead on the 2:14 machine. In our first LCQ, Dakota McKay from Owensboro, Kentucky in second. Landon Powers from Corinth, Mississippi, the 33 machine is third. Cameron Arthur from Lodi, Ohio is fourth. Andre Sanchez from Kissimmee, Florida, the 144 in fifth. Your final transfer spot is Hannah Hodges, the 172 out of Pearson here in Florida. Jack Nerona, Sid Putnam, and Ben Ibiancas, along with Ryan Sweat, 7 through 10 just outside the final transfer spot. But Squibb out front had a 2.1 second lead in the early part of this, but I think right now the final transfer spots where the heat is. Sanchez in fifth had a half-second lead over Hannah Hodges, who had 0.4 of a second over Jack Nerona, and Sid Putnam and Ben Ibiancas were pushing hard as well.
Rodney, we got a phone up here, and that looks familiar. I believe I've seen, well, I don't know, there's more than one Rock Shock sticker. But anyways, if you can identify your phone, come on up. We've got a found phone. It is covered in sand right now. I can tell you that. Wherever you were, you were probably watching from the top of a berm, it looks like.
Yeah, and I hope
when you dropped it.
I hope that you've got the insurance.
Yeah, for sure. But if you're missing your phone, you can identify it. Come on up. We'll hand it back over to you. As you said, TJ Squibb out front. Dakota McKay in that number 2 ride. Landon Powers in the 3rd position. Cameron Arthur in 4th. Andre Sanchez rides in 5th. And business was picking up around that transfer spot, Rodney.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe we'll be seeing 4 laps out of these big bikes. 50s and 65s will be running 3-lap LCQs. So a little bit of time to work with, but as I saw someone post on online yesterday, not realizing we were running 8, 10, 12 laps, they made the statement, yeah, anybody can go fast for 4 laps. And I'm like, are you watching the same broadcast I'm watching? But these will be 4-lap. And yes, I have to tend to agree. Some folks do, most folks do have the race, have 4 laps in them.
And I got to disagree.
Yeah.
Because somebody's sitting at home making comments on a keyboard instead of going down here going fast for 4 laps.
Absolutely.
All right, if it's that easy, bro, come on down.
Absolutely.
All right, I don't care what class you're in. Line on up and show us the 4 best laps you got.
Absolutely. Will they hold up? It's easy to be a keyboard.
Oh, I love keyboard warriors, man. I love them, man.
I tell you what, you're if you've never seen Megawatt angry, he's got his angry face on right now. That upset him, I believe. TJ Squibb after 2. McKay, Powers, Arthur, Sanchez, Nerona are your top 5. Top 6. Hodges drops to the number 7 spot now. The gap may be closing up as Ibiancas, who's back in 8th behind Hodges. If he can get around there was a couple of seconds, but he was a second or so faster than a few folks ahead of him, so he might be able to inch his way into a transfer spot if things work in his favor. Again, 4 laps of racing. We are 2 down, working on lap 3. That means we should be seeing a white courtesy flag for our leaders this time around. And up front, 4 seconds between first and second, 2 seconds between second and third, but only a second back to fourth, and less than a second back to Sanchez and Nerona. So that's what we're watching right now, I believe. Cameron Arthur, Andre Sanchez, Jack Nerona down in front of the Yamaha tower now. And Sanchez under all kinds of pressure as they drop into the Gator pit from Nerona, the 36 machine. Squibb is checked in for his 3rd lap. He's got the white flag now as McKay checks in. Landon Powers, I believe. No, Cameron Arthur around him. Sanchez, that was Powers dropping back to the number 6 spot. Arthur moved up, Sanchez moved up, and Nerona moved up. So Powers, a little time lost there. Only about 5 seconds on a lap time, but it drops 3 seconds out of 5th place, but barely hanging on. Hodges is looking for that final transfer spot.
Yeah, for sure. Let me tell you this much. The 36, Nerona, he's a gamer.
Yeah.
He's been in this position before, and he's been ahead of this position before. You know, he's had better rides. He's had worse rides. But one thing about it, he is not done with this one right now. What's his lap time? He's a 157, so he's right there with the guys ahead of him, a little quicker maybe. Honestly, matching the lead lap time, but running out of time. White flag is out.
Yep.
Jack Nerona, he's one of them guys who keep around. How old is he, Rodney? Does it say there?
I don't have that paperwork.
Okay, gotcha. But he's no rookie.
No.
In this class, and I like his style, I like his heart, and I like the way he strategizes the race. Allows it to come to him, knows when to pull the trigger.
Transfer all the way back through the top 6 in this college boys 16 to 24. 2 divisions will qualify top 6 one division will qualify top 6 if there are 2 division LCQs in your class. Again, top 3 will transfer from that. And I've got a, did we make this call here? Canyon Richards to the office. So Canyon Richards, you need to report to the office. Once again, Canyon Richards, report to the Unlimited Sports MX office. All right, coming around, checkers are out, and TJ Squibb has claimed those for this first LCQ today. Dakota McKay checking in second. Arthur hanging on to third. Nerona moving up to fourth as expected. And Andre Sanchez in fifth. Hannah Hodges does get around Landon Powers. Powers actually dropping back to a 9th place position before it was all said and done. So your top 6, Squibb, McKay, Arthur, Nerona, Sanchez, and Hannah Hodges, your final transfer position.
Wow, great ride there by Hannah. Thought she was really under fire from Ivanovskis, but able to hold on there, get that spot back, puts herself into the number 6 ride, which, as you said, Rodney, was the final transfer spot.
All those riders out there showing wonderful racecraft megawatt.
You know what?
I just got a text. That's all.
You either have it or you don't.
Absolutely.
And you know what, Griff? I didn't even say it once this morning. I said track savvy. I said knowledge. You want to play that way, it's going to be a racecraft kind of day. Forget Chamber of Commerce. It's a racecraft day.
Little inside fun and going on there with the TV crew. Again, Squibb, McKay, Arthur, Nerona, Sanchez, and Hodges. Again, we cannot reiterate it enough. Check your results on the posting board. Go back and check them again to make sure they are correct. And, of course, we've got another class out here. I believe this is our 65cc. There's Consi 2. I got some really jacked up paperwork right now. So we'll just go with whatever comes up on the computer screen here in just a few moments. A host of riders, as we had told you out here before, in the 65cc 7 to 9 limited class. It was one of our big classes. We're looking at 118 riders, believe it or not, which was impressive. So narrowing 118 down, that's basically 3 full gates of riders. So 2 full gates won't have the opportunity, Dean Diaz, to actually make the grade, if you will, out on the starting line for the main or second motos.
Yeah, check it out right now. My spotter up here, Austin Keller, told me that Mikey Hall got the whole shot. It looks like it might be a little change of lead right now as they're making their way around the tower. I didn't get a read on the number that time around as well, but it looks like Michael Hall has dropped back into that 2nd place position. As we watch timing and scoring, to see him check in with us here for the opening lap. Of course, the green flag lap, that's what you like to see on the opening lap of motocross races. That means everything's a go. One flag you don't want to see is that red flag. It is Racing Kyler on the number 254. She is a ripper. She's out of Florida. And Mikey Hall, the number 7 machine, in the 2nd spot. Look at Levi Meyer. Levi Meyer sit up in that 3rd place position on number 29 machine. And the number 2, Cooper Langdon. He is a ripper out there. He's in that 4th place position. 5th spot around the top 5. Luciano DeMuro. Reese Max in the 6th place position. Good to see little Reese out there. And the number 55, Jacob Riley.
All right, just so you know, I had some conflicting paperwork. This is actually Mini E. I said it was 65cc. I apologize.
I knew it was a 50 class, but I didn't know which 50 class it was. That makes a lot more sense to me now.
All right, so we got Mini E's out there. And again, just to let you know, 1 Consi in this, so the top 6 will transfer from this one as well.
Thank you very much for that update, Rodney. Yes, it is the Mini E out of the track right now. And I was wondering why Racing was riding that color bike out there. I'm used to seeing racing out here, some of the Florida races, racing Gold Cup races. So it's good to see you out here leading the way right now in the Mini E-Class. Also, guys, 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock will be sign up for the pit bike race over by the Scott tent. Once again, we're going to have sign up for that pit bike race for tonight at 11 o'clock. So make sure you guys are up there before the line gets too long. No. 11 o'clock is sign up. Pit bike races tonight. Don't want to get you guys confused. Although it might be a little bit more fun to race pit bikes at 11 o'clock, you know. All right, watch our riders go through the track cut. Little Luciano DeMuro. Little crawfish boy out there on the number 666 machine is who we're seeing on screen. When he checked in with us, he's in that 5th place position. How many do you say we're taking out of this one, Rodney?
We'll be taking the top 6. Right now we've got Racing Kyler out front. It is Michael Hall in 2nd, Levi Meyer in 3rd, Cooper Langdon in 4th, Luciano DeMuro in the number 5 spot, Reese Max in 6th, and 7, 8, 9, and 10, Jacob Riley, Frank Fazio, Dylan Roque, and Addison Likens. That is your top 10. Again, top 6 transfer. This is a 3-lap LCQ.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're seeing Langdon coming through the pack right now. We'll see what happens. The white flag is already out for these little guys. They're doing 3 laps, of course, for this last chance qualifier. And around for lap number 2, we see Racing Kyler checking in with us, running to 2:03. Levi Myers going to go to that 2nd place position. A good ride right there. Unfortunately, Mikey Hall going to drop back a position. Also, Cooper Langdon's going to move into that 3rd spot. Mikey Hall is going to fall back to 4th on number 7 machine. 5th spot is still the 666 Luciano DeMuro. And then we see the number 36 of Frankie Fazio. He's in that final transfer position. So on the outside looking in right now is Reese Max. He's in that 7th place position, number 510 machine, just like his daddy. Then Likens there in the 8th place position, Roque in the 9th spot, and our top 10 is Owen Seeley. So these guys outside right now looking to get up into that top 6 transfer position. And you've been telling these guys about the Dunlop tires, get a $5 off for Black Friday or what?
Oh, absolutely. $5 off for all your Geomax tires. $5 off for all your Geomax tires. So stop on down. That's Black Friday special pricing. That's the entire line of Geomax
Yeah, the
tires.
whole fleet. You want to grip it, you want to rip it, go over to Dunlop and let the boys hook you up. But he said there's limited supplies over there, so you guys got to get over there fast if you want that deal on those tires.
Well, I'm sure there is, with the amount of folks that are here this week, and everyone, I'm sure, looking for every advantage that they can. We got a couple of riders down. I'm not sure if this is some of our front runners or not.
I was in that track cut right there. I don't believe it was one of our front runners, but we'll wait and see as they make their way by the tower here in just a bit.
Well, definitely at the checker flag, that'll tell us to tell the tape as our final lap is up on us, and Racing Kyler trying to maintain that number 1 spot out there.
That's Mikey Hall we see on screen. Someone going to dive to the inside of him right here. There's Levi Meyer as well, trailing these guys. So it's a brutal battle right now, getting to that top 6 transfer position here in the Mini E-Class. Here they come, checking in at the finish line.
So at the checkers, getting the go-ahead there on the final lap, Cooper Langdon. Racing Kyler dropping to 2nd, Levi Meyer in 3rd, Luciano DeMuro in the number 4 spot, Frankie Fazio in the number 5 spot, and it's Reese Max, your final transfer spot.
Yeah, that rider we seen down on screen was Michael Hall, so tough break for little Hall. He was up there running up top 3 at one time in this moto, and he's going to fall outside that top 6. But, man, how cool is that for Reese Max? You know, this was probably one of your first Mini-O races, and you just made it to the 2nd moto. It's a great feeling.
All right, 85-9 to 11 limited Consi number 1. This is the first of our 2 Consi LCQs. So basically what we have here, top 3 will be transferring out of these 2 consolation races and transferring right straight to moto number 2. It becomes again a little tougher to make the grade in this one. Folks, don't forget the Swanky Fox and barbecue down on the corner. Dog's Got Ice on the corner, and the big ice cream cone down there as well, right there in the hub of it all. Down here on in our food court, we've got all our great traditional breakfasts being served. Lunch starting to be served here pretty soon as we're rolling up on 9 o'clock here, and somewhat overcast. Now there's the marine haze that I think they were talking about last year, where the fog is burning off. The sun is starting to shine through the expected cloudy conditions today, so a little brighter out here this morning than yesterday morning. And again, beautiful shots of this track, courtesy of our friends at racertv.com. And thanks to the crew for their hard work and efforts here in 2022.
Rolling through these consies, Rodney. And hey, by the way, it sounds like water is back up and running.
Yes,
folks,
yes, it is.
Thing.
I actually spilled some coffee on my mat this morning.
Oh, no.
So I had to take it out and hose it off. So I was thankful for that. Our traditional, I don't know if you've gotten on board with this yet, but Shar, which is EB's lady, she comes down every year, and on Friday morning she makes sweet potato pancakes.
I am aware.
And she couldn't get them going earlier this morning because she had no water.
Now I'm angry.
Well,
now I'm angry.
I was down in the kitchen a few moments ago. She's whipping it up. She's got water. She's cleaning everything up, and she said probably be an hour and a half, but she would have them all out to us all.
Boy, if you got a problem with that, you got a problem with me. And by God, I suggest you let that one marinate, folks. That's messing up our pancakes.
Yeah. Whoever did that, if you know who did it, if you know who broke the water main, we'd really like to know. We appreciate that.
Mikey just wants to have a conversation with you.
Yeah.
Okay? Off air. Oh, man. But good to know we're back up and rolling. Running through these consies right now, 85cc machines. 2 consies in this one, Rodney. So a lot at stake and very little room for error if you want to punch your ticket into the next moto.
312 machine opening up with the lead, 17 and 816. We'll get names with those numbers for you here in just a moment as they make their way out of the Gator pit. As Mikey said, the first of 2 LCQs in this 85 9-11. Top 3 transferring, and that's Sam O'Leary out of Batavia, Ohio. Was talking with his mom and dad last night. Actually got acquainted with those folks at Chillytown MX earlier this summer, and great group of folks, and really good kids. Sam is, of course, and good to see him out front here in 85 9-11. Zion Berchtold out of Schroeder is running in the number 2 spot. Trent Lloyd out of Loxahatchee, Florida, is your 3rd and final transfer spot right now. Those are your front 3, and as we look out here on the track, 1, 2, there is 1st and 2nd, kind of tight coming off the top of the key there and heading down into the heart of the racetrack. And 3rd there, kind of by himself, but that 4th place ride there, Travis Schneider, and you see Anthony Pacella back there as well. You can see that those 2 riders are trying to latch on and keep that pace as well as we head way out back on the Gators tail now.
So, Rodney, if I'm not mistaken, I think just top 3, with it being 2 consies for the class, just the top 3 advance. So Sam O'Leary, Berchtold, and Trent Lloyd in a good position right now. Travis Schneider, that 582, got to go to work. Racer TV doing a good job of showing us that transfer spot. And he's been right there a couple of times. As they're going to come up through the finish line jump right here and get the white flag. So white flag out, 1 lap to make it happen. And Travis Schneider, how about it? Sam O'Leary still in the 1 spot. 582 at Travis Schneider makes some moves up into the 2 position. Zion Berchtold into the number 3 spot now, and Trent Lloyd is the man who falls back into 4th on the gas. That's the 816. So how about it for Travis Schneider, man, sitting on the bubble outside of the top 3, goes to work there in lap number 2. And moves all the way up into the 2 spot. Wants to make sure he's got a gate pick. Stay alive. So coming up after this one here, 85cc 9 to 11 Limited, we will have another round of these 85cc 9 to 11 Limited, your second consies for these guys. So top three from that one will advance.
Yeah, I want to send a big shout out to Nick Ozowski, who is watching back home in Huntington, West Virginia.
Tiny Soldier.
Yeah, Tiny Soldier, one of our former Racer TV crew members, watching the Mini-O's back home with his pops, Dave. So happy birthday to you, Nick. I hope it's a good one, my friend.
Oh, happy birthday, man. Miss you.
Today would have been my brother's 72nd birthday
Wow.
today, too, as well. So happy birthday to you, Bubby, in heaven
That's
as
it.
well.
Amen. Love that. Love that. All right, checkered flag going to fly, Rodney Tomlin. Sam O'Leary, the 3-1-2, works his way. Make that Zion Birchtold. Zion on the move. Travis Schneider. Oh, man, how about this? Things changing up all over the place. Zion Birchtold takes first. Travis Schneider takes second. And Trent Lloyd, that final transfer position. A tough break for the 3-1-2. I thought that's who we saw fall back there. Sam O'Leary ends up in the 4 spot. So we will reset the deck. And here we go with our 85cc 9 to 11 Limited Consi number 2. These are going quick, guys, so give you a shout out on what's coming up next. You should already know plenty of options to get this information. We'll give it to you on the PA here. After this one will be the 250C Limited, 2 consies in those. That'll be followed by the 85cc 12 to 13 Limited, just the one there. Women's 12 plus. 1 consi there, and then race number 91, we're calling it the 250B Limited. You guys should be in staging or thinking about getting geared up and ready to roll down there, because these are gonna go quick. All right, here we go. Race 86, your 85cc 9 to 11 Limited. So as we roll on, watch the battles here in our Consi races, 85cc 9 to 11 Limited Consi 2. The 221, Nolan Simmons out front, leading a pack of riders. Hannah Jameson up into the mix as well. We saw things real tight out front. These riders want a punch their ticket. Again, just taking the top 3 here when we got the 2 Consi format per the class. So that is what you're shooting for. If you are in one of those classes that has the 2 Consi races, very little room for error. I know Megawatt don't like talking about it, but let's be real. You got to have a good start in this one, Rodney Tomlin, because you don't have a lot of time. If you make one little mistake, that's pretty well all she wrote. Saw that in the last race, unfortunately, for the 3-1-2 of Sam O'Leary, who is enjoying the lead to the last lap and fell all the way back to 4th.
Well, it's a great opportunity, if they don't get a great start, for these riders to exemplify their racecraft.
And I was just rolling with it, and now I see what you're saying. Yeah.
But no, in all seriousness, I mean, I am being very serious, absolutely. And it does. I mean, I like, you know, obviously you do want to get the good start, but from a fan standpoint, it's almost as if you want to see those front runners not get a good start because you want to see them have to work to get into those positions. And again, that's just from a fan standpoint, and I know moms and dads and probably the riders themselves say, what are you talking about, man? Why ain't you cheering me on from the drop?
Right,
I am cheering you on. Get a bad start so I can watch you pass through the pass. I mean, I love watching Hayden Deegan ride, and yesterday was the prime example of why.
You know,
and I think if anybody watched that race yesterday and was a hater, they fueled their hate because he's just pure talent, and anybody that really watched should have gained a whole lot of respect for him.
I mean, you know how it is. It doesn't matter, Supercross, Pro Moto, any sport, NFL, MLB. You know you made it when you got a few haters.
Absolutely.
When there's a few folks, man, I really don't like that guy. Why not? Just not to like him. Okay, well, that means he's made it. He's doing something you don't like, and maybe you're just
you mean
jealous.
I've made it?
You've made it, Rodney Tomlin. now, it's a little different for us announcers. We're just annoying. Yeah. But you're right. I mean, to that point, Rodney, I mean, you look at Eli Tomac.
Yeah.
Look at Jet Lawrence. Not always the best start, but, man, how awesome is that race when we get to watch those guys work up through the pack, and you just know it's almost like that use the heavyweight boxer analogy. You get punched in the mouth, you go down, and then you're, okay, now I'm ready to roll. I'm ready to fight and work up through the pack. It's fun to watch.
Well, Nolan Simmons has taken a few shots to the chin on this lap, but, man, he is standing tall as he is now starting to fire back and put a little more distance back between himself and that second place ride. They were about a second, got a little tighter. Oh, no, that was actually, he did take it on the chin, and Jonathan Bergeron went to the front. That was 22, not 221 that we saw going in. Nolan Simmons is in the number 2 spot, however. And Hannah Jamison out of Commerce City, Colorado, after 2 laps of racing complete, is solid, at least for the moment, in the 3rd place position. But Corbin Durbin right there behind Hannah, but 3/100ths of a second. But the thing we got to point out, Jamison just made the pass on Durbin, so that final transfer spot still pretty tight. And look at that. Speaking of Deegans, there's the 3:38 of Hudson Deegan out of Cleveland, North Carolina, in the number 5 spot. He's running a 2:06, so I think we might be seeing Huck right now, or Hudson, making the grade here on the 3:38 machine and into a transfer position. Bergeron, Simmons, but the battle was on. Less than a second between Jamison, Durbin, and Deegan when they came through. They had about an 8-second gap back to that 6th place ride.
Good drive on the outside right there.
Final lap, by the way, for these 65cc. No, these are 85s. They'll go 4 laps. Sorry, I thought they were 65s for a moment. 85cc's will go 4 laps. They'll get a white flag this time around, and one more lap to sort it all out.
Hannah Jamison on the move. Love it.
So that's our top 3 qualifiers you see in the front of the pack coming toward the spectator tabletop now, and right behind them are the riders that are just outside the bubble. And are we seeing a pass going for 2nd place position?
Well, Hannah Jamison is up into the 2 spot. Got around the 221 of Nolan Simmons. Let's see if Nolan Simmons can hang in there and grab the 3rd place positions as Bergeron has checked in.
Yeah, that actually has 2, 3, and 4. That is the battle.
Right. Yeah.
But Bergeron, he does have that gap that he has opened up now about 5 seconds. And see, didn't recognize he's that much farther ahead than everyone. See a red flag out on this one, so they came up evidently.
Checkers.
Yeah, so maybe it was a 3-lap race. Sorry about that. So Jonathan Bergeron, Hannah Jamison, and Nolan Simmons, 1, 2, and 3, your final transfer spots. See, I'm not the only one gets confused there for a moment. All righty, VP Racing Fuels whole shot as we are off and rolling, and got to make quick work of these LCQs now. This is race number 87, I believe. 250C limited. There is 2 consies in this one. Again, Mikey Wayne. So once more, only top 3 will transfer. And with a short time to get her done in.
Oh, look at that. Fighting for position. I got to get a top 3. I want to keep racing. I don't want the weekend to be done for me.
Well, I wonder if we did qualifying and announcing who would be here at the end of the year.
My voice is going, so I'm going to be in the Consi race. I can tell you that. Wes Kane's already out, so I'm just honored. I got a top 3, I guess.
There you go.
I got a top 3.
I got a top 3.
Oh man, and maybe you take a P1 this weekend. You go out on top, Rodney.
Yeah, we'll try, man. You know, you got to lead with an explanation.
That's it.
All right, so watching this one unfold as our leaders making their way around, and already some separation amongst our field. Our leader stretching things out. Second, not as comfortable as first, but a little comfortable. Third, in the same boat, I think, as your second place rider. But again, this is only our first lap that we're wrapping up here. So as these riders have jockeyed here on this first lap, got themselves in position, they're getting the momentum ahead of them. One rider I think we need to watch out for is that 3-4-5 of Isaac Henderson out of St. Augustine, Florida. He seems to be on a terror up through the pack right now. Uh-oh.
One of our KTM riders down right there did not have a number on the jersey, but was running up close to the front, and that may be a very costly mistake for him. Braxton Vick out front, Lucas LaFontaine in the number 2 spot in that final transfer spot. Flanders, Zachary Flanders sits right there in the 3 spot. From the outside looking in right now, Isaac Henderson, the 345 KTM, has got to go to work if he wants a shot at advancing.
I noticed him coming up through the pack there, Mikey Waynes, and if he keeps that momentum going, it's going to be probably close to the end of this one. Look at this. Lucas Fontaine under pressure now from Zachary Flanders as he's putting pressure to move up 1 spot in this LCQ, knowing that he's going to have company coming and not wanting to have to try to fend off the final transfer position. I'm sure that he would like to get a little buffer and cushion in this one. But again, we need to ride with some.
There he goes. Jumps into the outside right there, Rodney. Yeah, I'm with you. You want to pass. You want that buffer, but at the same time, you don't want to be too aggressive, go down, and you go from a 3rd to a 4th or even further back. So, boy, he did a good job right there.
Yeah, he did. Flanders obviously either recognizing, realizing, or feeling he was faster than LaFontaine, and as he exited that Gator's tail over there, Mikey, I tell you, it really proved a point that he was trying to make as he came out with about 5 bike length lead or more heading into the next section. Still Braxton Vick, the 33 machine up front, as he makes his way down in front of the Gator pit now.
Following Isaac Henderson on Racer TV, he currently sits in that 4 spot.
White flag out. 1 more to go in this one for the 250C limited class.
White flag coming out. Braxton Vick still doing his thing. Lucas LaFontaine checks in the 2 spot. Isaac Henderson up into the number 3 position. Flanders, I think, was the Yamaha ride we saw there at the face of the jump that went down.
He dropped to 7th. That moved Henderson up into the position. Lucas Seelman in 4th. Glider Nuttles now in the number 5 spot.
That's what we're talking about, Rodney. One mistake, and no riders around him. Just caught one, went down, and that might be all she wrote for Zachary Flanders, coming from 7th to have to get up into a 3 spot with just 1 lap to do it. Not much time. Braxton Vick in control of this one. Lucas LaFontaine in the 2 spot. Isaac Henderson, after some smart riding there, into that final transfer position. A 1 second gap, though. We'll see what Lucas Seelman, see if he can go full send right here and maybe get into a 3rd place position. Coming up after this one, we got more 250C limited. Consi number 2. Top 3 from that one will advance. And after that, we have got
Oh, that 345. Henderson down, your final transfer position, seeing him getting up out there off the Gator's tail. That's going to open the door for Lucas Seelman and Viter Nuttles now. Now, well, actually, Seelman for sure, as he has slipped on through, so that should be your final transfer spot now, the 462 machine. As we're still working on our third lap complete. Checkers.
There he goes. Braxton Vicks checked in. Got the checkers. Lucas LaFontaine will hang on for second. And like you said, Rodney, that was the 462. How about it for Lucas Seelman? So, hey, mistake by Isaac Henderson, mistake by Zachary Flanders ended up being very costly.
11.
No. Oh, yes, sorry.
11-second lead for Braxton Vick at the checkers on that one. It was a half second between Lucas LaFontaine and Lucas Seelman at the checkers. So Seelman on a move right there, it looked like. Our second division of riders coming up next. This is race 88 on the docket. Mikey Wayne's Conti 2 250C Limited. They are off and rolling now. We've got a couple of cowies up front trying to make quick work of the first part of this consolation race. Is that the 90?
I believe that is an 84 of Tristan Lemley out of Springville, Tennessee on the Kawasaki. Leading the way anyways.
So that's the early part of that. Am I smelling pancakes yet?
Oh, you are, Rodney. We're in business, baby. We are in
a big
business.
pan of them.
Whole mess of pancakes, if you will.
Thank you, Shar. Appreciate you.
Yes, thank you.
Sweet potato pancakes.
Almost had tradition thrown off.
I know. Thanks to whoever it was that broke that water main, but not going to have it tradition breaking today, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
Heading into that 20 miles of bad road, as Megawatt pointed out yesterday, maybe 40 miles of bad road.
40, 60 sometimes.
It just comes.
Yesterday, at the end of the day, I think it was more like 120.
120.
120.
Boy, that track really had a distinct race face on it, but they did a great job of keeping her in good order, though, for sure. That is still the 84 out front as we near the completion of this first lap in this second division of 250C Limited Junior Class riders. And our top 3 riders are starting to separate. Back in the number 2 spot, the 617 machine now.
Dylan Gaswin out of Brandon, Florida.
And might have been Jimmy Angus possibly in third. We'll see for sure as they check in now. Tristan Lemley, the 84, in the number 1 spot out of Springville, Tennessee. Dylan Gaswin, as we pointed out, Brandon, Florida, in the number 2 spot. And that's actually the 427 of Drake Bates from Gray, Georgia. Your final transfer spot with Jaden Brown and Dominic McFarland in the 4 and 5 spots out there. Michael Nussbaum in 6th, Brent McFadden in 7th, Santiago Perez in 8th, Justin Peters 9th, Joey DeSanti rounding out the top 10. And again, only the top 3 will transfer. A lot of names that you might expect to see in second moto may not be out there this week. Could be some surprises on the horizon for some of these race fans.
Absolutely, right. You know, we talk about that quite a bit. You know, we focus on your leaders, your winners, their top 3s. Rightfully so. It's what it's all about. But for everybody that comes out and races, you know, what is your goal? Is it that podium finish? Is it a top 5, a top 10, or is it I just want to make it to the mains? I just want to make it to the second motos, or is it hey, I ended up in the LCQ? I had a blast. See you guys next year. Whatever the case may be, we're thankful. Week of thankfulness, right? For everybody that comes out, and it takes everyone to make this work.
Drake Bates still holding on to the number 3 spot, and here comes the challenge. I'm thinking that may be Jaden Brown that we're watching approach on the KTM back there. Also Donnie McFarland and Michael Nussbaum running in the 4, 5, and 6 spots at the end of that first lap. And as we roll around to wrap up this second lap of racing, we'll get a white flag this time around. It's still pretty nip and tuck up front. No real challenges by Gaswin on Lemley, but he is right there within striking distance. But check this out. There's third dropping down, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. right there behind him. Michael Nussbaum trying to make some gains on this one. We see him trying to get around McFarland for the 5th place position as they drop down into the Gator pit, heading toward that final turn. And I believe we may have just seen Nussbaum make that pass over the finish line. I don't know if he'll get credit for it on timing and scoring, but it's Limley, Gaswin, and Drake Bates still in your top 3, but less than a second behind Jaden Brown. Michael Nussbaum did get the go-ahead pass there into the number 5 spot. Justin Peters in 6th, Brant McFadden in 7th, Santiago Perez in 8th, Roman Jordan in 9th, and Joey DeSanti rounding out the top 10.
A lot at stake right here, and it is white flag lap, last opportunity.
So 4 seconds Nussbaum has to make up to get to Drake Bates in that 3rd place position, but less than a second for Jaden Brown, who is your 4th place ride, and I believe beginning to reel this one in, and that's what we're watching, is the battle for these transfer positions right now. Jaden Brown on the 324 KTM out of Hudsonville, Michigan. Derek Bates sitting in that 3rd place position on the 427 Yamaha from Great Georgia.
40 miles bad road right there, whipping around. Jordan Jarvis joining us in the booth here, coming up for that women's 12 plus is coming up, knocking on the door. Good morning, Jordan Jarvis.
Good morning.
How was Thanksgiving?
It was interesting, that's for sure. It's always interesting when you cook your own turkey at the track.
Oh, heck yeah. Turned out all right.
How did that go?
What was it?
Turned out good.
What was the manner in which you cooked it? Are we deep frying this bird?
was it
Is it
a
an
full-
oven bird?
It was like a rotating, like, what is it?
Rotisserie?
Yeah.
Slow cooked rotisserie? Falls off the bone?
It's probably, what, 10, 15 years old?
The turkey or the...
No. Hey, I mean, I do have some wild turkey around my house. They're probably getting up there in age.
Oh, no doubt.
You never know. Next year, hey, it's cheaper than having to go to the store and buy those things.
Especially
That's
these
it.
days. Look at this final moments, final turn. That final transfer spot still up for grabs, but look at this. Drake Bates, I believe, is going to hang on to that, and he does, as Justin Peters was putting the pressure on there in the closing moments, but Petters just couldn't seal the deal on that one. Was a 159 actually.
Oh, right in front of us. I have no idea what happened, but that bike went tumbling.
Believe it or not, Petters was your fastest rider on this during this qualifier. He is the only rider to have broke the 2-minute barrier, 159.019, and Petters does not make the transfer position, believe it or not.
It's a bummer to fall in your LCQ, but I don't know if it's comforting to him, but at least he wasn't in qualifying position.
That's been a lot harder pill to swallow, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
What we got next, Mike Waynes?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, Rodney Tomlin. Well, we got a little 85cc 12 to 13 limited. Just a one consi for these guys, so correct me if I'm wrong. 6 advanced, top
Absolutely,
6. Simple math. I had the abacus out. I was ready. I was prepared. I was
All
done.
righty, we're looking at green-white checkers for these boys, I believe. Be for sure here in just a moment, but some of the names that we'll be seeing out here: Wyatt Crisp, Logan Benendaw, Dylan Morris, Clemente Zagandi, Jeffrey Cieslak, Austin Gore, Gabe Gonzalez, or Caleb Gonzalez, Jeremy Strider, Austin Brown, Jackson Nobin, Benjamin McHale, Raul Alejandro Garcia, Aiden Vassy, Colton Waits, Cody Brooks, Colton Menard, Jason LaBouffe, Maximilo Sepulveda, Malachi Fahey, Ryder Altison, Trey Pillins, Gavin Pettit, Austin Smith, Colton Oldenberger, Diesel Watts, and Grayson Kelly make up a field of 26 riders. Top 6 will transfers. Our leaders make their way here in front of the Yamaha tower now. The 923 of Grayson Kelly from Cold Spring, Texas, on the Quicks Moto Ranch Nobby Bros Racing back ride is out front of this one. Also LSMX, I believe, sponsored rider. Green flag waves. And as we wrap up this first lap of racing, Kelly will have a lead of 2.5 seconds over Webster, Maine's Gavin Pettit. Dylan Morris in the number 3 spot. Then it's Jason LaBouffe out of Worcester, Maine. Austin Smith out of Canal Fulton, Ohio in 5th. Your final transfer spot, Jeremy Strider from Westwego, Louisiana. Then it's Wyatt Crisp in 7th. Ryder Altison in 8th. Austin Brown in 9th. And Alejandro Flores Casillo. That is a name. Raul Alejandro Garcia Flores Casilla.
Raul.
Yeah,
I know Spanish.
Raul K.
It's everything else I struggle with.
So if we go Raul Casilla, is that going to work?
Raul Alejandro Garcia Flores Casillo.
What he said.
I got you. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you.
All right. So
Roll those
anyway, he's in
R's,
10th place, by the way. He gets the longest name award.
It's a long one.
Yeah,
It's the longest name award and the hardest one for us to pronounce.
That one's tough, but there may be some that may be a little tougher to pronounce, but that one's certainly a mouthful, there's no doubt. Every one of those names are Raul Alejandro Garcia Flores Casillo. And that may be cut off there even, so.
Right, yeah, exactly. Our
there may be
computer
more.
screen's only so long. Well, I mean, you look even on Racer TV, you can
It is off the page.
How do you guys pronounce it at home? Debate at home. Grayson Kelly leading the way in this one.
How do you choose what name to go by when you got like 6 names, man?
Whichever one you like the best.
Raul's pretty cool.
It.
I like Raul.
Raul, pretty good.
All right, so Grayson Kelly still leading this one. I believe he's got a little bit more of a comfort zone, or about the same comfort zone over the second and third place positions. Pettit and Morris were about a second and a half apart. LaBelle, Austin Smith, Jeremy Strider. It was Wyatt Crisp we were going to be keeping an eye on with Ryder Alderson, Austin Brown, and even Raul Alejandro Garcia Flores Casillo. It's fun to say now, you know.
Oh yeah, once you get it dialed, it rolls off the tongue.
Let's see. Kelly Pettit, Smith, LaBelle, they're all in. Strider is in 5th. Wyatt Crisp is now your 6th place position with Morris and Alderson. I believe that pretty much remains the same. However, Raul Alejandro Garcia Flores Casillo moves up a spot into 9th.
All eyes on him. Good ride for Wyatt Crisp. Put himself in a good position and jumped up into that 6th place spot. And it may be on the move a little more than that. Good battle there, 4th, 5th, and 6th place between LaBeouf, Strider, and Crisp. That pressure, though, and Jordan, you can speak to it even more. I mean, you get in that and end up in an LCQ. You really just want to get. You're not going to get the best gate pick anyways.
Yeah.
So what's the mindset in these situations? Top 6 advance. So if you're sitting in 6, do you fight to get up in 5th, give you that buffer? Do you settle in there? What's the
Depends
mindset?
on the gap that is behind you. Like if you have someone right on you, you got to ride as hard as you can, because they are, and they're going to probably put an aggressive pass on you if you're not careful. So you got to push pretty hard. If you're not, you still got to push hard. You don't want to get complacent. You don't want to, take too long of a time to, get around the track, because then that will allow the rider behind you to catch up a little bit closer. But it depends on the situation. Obviously, you still want to ride hard regardless.
Mm-hmm.
It just depends on how many risks you take.
Yeah. Makes total sense.
All right, one rider we're watching here on this final lap would have been Ryder Alderson back in 8th. He was about 5 seconds faster than the rider ahead of him, only 3 seconds back. But he was also 4 seconds out of the 6th place position as our front 6 are checking in for the final way around. Grayson Kelly takes the win. Gavin Pettit in 2nd. And I believe it is still going to be Austin Smith in the number 3 spot. However, we may see some changes in the 4, 5, and 6 spots as we were looking. And there is Jason LaBeouf and Jeremy Strider. Wyatt Crisp hangs on to the number 5 position. And Dylan Morris in the number 6. It looks like Raul Alejandro Garcia Flores Casillo moves up to 8th. Not a transfer position, and unfortunately maybe our last time to get a chance to say that name here, at least in this class. 85, 12, 13 limited again. Kelly, Pettit, Smith, LaBeouf, Strider, and Crisp should be your transfer positions. Again, check the posting board as we go now with our women 12 plus consolation race. Again, top 6 transferring in this one. Green, white checkers, and we've got Garcia, Dion, Kozlowski, Nodler, Dedica, Monson, Delarue, Anderson, Solomon, Thomas, Angelica, I shouldn't have done that. Angelica Veliquez, because these girls, Andrea Garcia, Lauren Dion, Isabella Kowalski, Katie Nadler, Mason Diedick. What do we see going on out there? Is anything exciting? Marcella Monson, Regan Delarue, Jaden Anderson, Eli. That's Ella. I'm sorry. Solomon. I do need to see wifey wings. Michael Thomas, Angelica Vasquez, Gus. Yes. Thanks for clarifying that. Samantha Davis, Maya Kramer, also London Van Breeport, Natalie Gutierrez, Jasmine Jones, Danielle Urbina, Haley Dow, Courtney Johnson, Inez Tabella, Ginger Osgood, Haley Vasilo, Joanna Bake, I believe that is. It's also Jordan Curtin, Kendall McLean, Heather Moore, Reagan Greenwell, Madison Moosguire, Danielle Ellerman, Martha Nicole Stodardo, Javier Kuak, also Nicole Purcell, Andrea Stuardo, and Nicole Voorhees. And that is 35 riders. Top 6 will transfer. They've had a chance to get it all sorted out here on the first lap. Jordan Jarvis and again, a host of riders in this one. Great to see an LCQ. I mean, years ago, we were lucky to see 8 riders in this women 12+ class. I remember at times.
It is definitely getting more women to it. And, I hate to interrupt real quick, but we've got a battle for the lead between Nikki Voorhees and Haley Vassallo. And I think Haley Vassallo just moved into, oh, I spoke too soon. Nikki Voorhees ended up getting that one back. Maybe. Yeah.
So the KTM and the Husaberg. It's the Husaberg. Vassallo now into the number 1 spot. Voorhees dropping back into the number 2 position. And here comes Angelica Vasquez, the 3rd place rider on the 45 KTM.
And this class was just kicking your butt with announcing some of these names.
Yes, it was. My eyes are not doing so well this morning either.
It's too early in the morning.
My glaucoma is starting to set in. Sun was out. Now it's hidden back. Yeah, I like this overcast. It makes it a lot easier to peer out of the tower. That's for sure. And it makes it great to keep those course conditions as favorable as possible with the moisture all day long also.
We have a battle going for a second, I believe, with Nikki Voorhees and Angelica Vasquez. I believe that's how you say it. Oh, we're giving massages up here now. Me next, right?
It helps my eyesight.
I believe we could be watching a battle for... I don't know. I can't see the numbers.
It's hard. Yeah.
I can't see
Dan, if you can pop up the resolution a little bit again today, that would be great. I believe that looked like a 418, but
yeah, I don't
a 4.6. Yeah, I don't even see that on our. There it is. That would be Kendall McLean. That's who that would be. And Kendall may be actually a back marker at this particular point.
It's a battle. It's out there.
No, McLean was 6th. I'm sorry. I overlooked her. She was actually your 6th place and final transfer spot. That's why we're watching that.
Absolutely. We got a battle between her and Samantha Davis, number 67. I think we might have had a pass happen between Samantha Davis and Kendall McLean. It is now Samantha Davis in the number 6 spot, the last qualifying spot, and 7th place just outside of getting in goes back to Kendall McLean. Still have a little bit of a gap opening up between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. It is still the number 245 Haley Vassallo out front, the number 92 of Nicole Voorhees in 2nd, and 3rd place still goes to Angelica Vasquez.
So working on our final lap. White flag is out in this one. Vassallo, a great ride. She got a good start working on Nicole Voorhees for that number 1 spot. Shortly after the first lap completed, she is now posted just barely a little over a 2.5 seconds of comfort zone, but real estate is real estate, and she's feeling comfortable right now. I actually turned about a 2-second faster lap that last time around, so we might see that actually lengthen. Vasquez is your 3rd place ride aboard the number 45. Joanna Fake is 4th aboard the 285. Jasmine Jones, the 95, in 5th. Samantha Davis now your final transfer spot as she got around Kendall McLean that last time around, but we're watching as well the number 12 of Katie Nadler. Nadler only a 2nd behind McLean, and she's got lap times as much as 2:16s, down in that 2:16 range as well. Behind her, same thing going on as Michaela Thomas, so we could still see a challenge for that final transfer spot on this final lap.
Absolutely. The white flag lap is when you see most of your passes for that last transfer spot. very rarely do you see who's in 6th stay in 6th on the last lap. There's always a bunch of changes. It's an adrenaline boost, to say the least, on a white flag lap, but it's ridiculous when it's an LCQ and it's a white flag lap.
Yeah, the intensity burns bright and hot in this particular scenario, especially as short as these LCQs are. Go out, and as we've seen as tradition here at the Mini O's, green, white checker. It's 3-lap LCQs.
Oh! That was our second place rider, Nicole Voorhees, that went down after the finish line. She did cross the finish line. She's staying with me in my motorhome, actually.
Ooh.
Visor off the helmet. Got the
I want to go down there and check her out.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely have to go do that. I don't like that they're pulling her up though. Let her get up on her own. She just broke her collarbone like a month and a half ago.
Oh.
So let's hope that didn't just re-break it.
Oh, no doubt. And that would stink because she just got one of the transfer spots, and that would definitely
She's a tough girl, so hopefully...
She's probably the type, she'll just put some duct tape on it and go, right?
Oh, yeah. So her nickname is Moto Barbie. She's always got makeup on, all this kind of stuff. She's been in construction for I don't even know how long. She's one of the most girly girls you'll see, but she works in construction. It's awesome.
That's awesome.
Killer.
That is cool. So Moto Barbie, is that what you said?
It's Moto Barbie for Nicole Voorhees. She's got it on her bike. Her butt patch was that for a while.
That's awesome.
Well, thank you guys for having me. I'm going to go check on Nikki.
Yeah, make sure she's all right. Give us a report on that for sure. Well, here we go with our 250B Limited. Just the one consi here, so we'll take the top 6. Peyton Underwood, Maxon Bernacchi, Chase Bright, Merrill Cox, Dawson Cobb, Juan Felipe Garcia Martin, Jock Holland, Christian Merman, Logan Riggins, Vincent 14, Micah Grubbs, Andres Sanchez, Connor Cook, Christian McCauley, Avery Bryant, as well as Mason Call, Santiago Rosenwig, Kai Gentry, Mac Walker, excuse me, Braden Gibson, as well as Sage Lewis, Paxton Lipinski, Clayton Milencove, as well as Gabe Fink, Chase Adams, Trevor Cullop, Trinity Bachelor, Nick DeFeo, Ignacio Diaz, and Jacob Solomon. As well as Darius Schmidt, Brody Odell, Juan Abadia, even Pay, Kobe Gilsdorf, Grayson Watkins, Ross O'Connor, Corey Gonroe, Christopher Schroeder, Seth Billingsley, Evan Wolf, and Zamar Darrell all out there rolling here in the race number 91, your 250B Limited Consi number 1. Just about ready to have our first lap in the books here. Turn our attention to it, and battles all over the place. You know these guys want a chance to race in this 250B Limited class. Grayson Watkins leading the way, the 519 Yamaha. Christian Merman in the 2 spot, and with Juan Abadia in 3rd. Dawson Cobb back in the number 4 position. Micah Grubbs 5th, and Avery Bryant in that last and final transfer spot for the moment. Got some company, though. The number 44 of Andres Sanchez in 7th. Nick DeFeo, T-Rex back in the number 8 spot with Seth Billingsley 9th, and Gabe Fink rounding out your top 10 here in the 250B Limited. So again, top 6 advance, just the one consi here for your 250B Limited. The 72 Avery Bryant on screen, and the 44 of Andres Sanchez behind him. Sanchez going to work right here. Tries to make the pass, shows him that front wheel. Unable to make it happen right there, as the 72 of Avery Bryant gets a little breathing room for a moment. and they are not too far. I think that was either Micah Grubbs or Dawson Cobb just ahead of them there. Sanchez, the 44 on screen, going to work.
Yeah, Sanchez knows what time it is right now. White flag's out. Going to be go time this time around. Going to have to make it happen.
Yeah, not a lot of time. One mistake, and we've already seen it this morning in these LCQs. You make one mistake.
That's it, man.
We've seen guys go from fourth from first to fourth outside of a transfer spot. Seen the same thing, a guy go from fourth to a first place. So one little bobble, one little mistake can be very costly in these. Andre's little dab right there, and he has got pressure from Nick DeFeo in the 8th spot.
Yeah, DeFeo back there in the number 8 spot, trying to figure it out right now. Needs to find a short track on this last lap. Has a little bit of work to do. Of course, one Consi in this 250B Limited, so taking 6 riders. He's currently sitting in that 8th place. Coming up next, Super Mini 1, 12 to 15. One Consi in that as well, so 6 riders there. Following that, 51cc 4 to 6 Limited, 51cc 7 to 8 Limited, and 51cc 7 to 8 Limited Consi 2. So here we go. White flag is out. Christian Merman out front. Grayson Watkins in that number 2 spot. Dawson Cobb, Juan Abadia. Micah Grubbs, Avery Bryant now on the bubble. Sanchez again on that 44 trying to make it happen. I don't think he's been able to find that line just yet. Is that it right there?
That's it right there.
That's the move right there.
That
okay.
is the move.
Absolutely good. Gives a little look over right there. Knows exactly what he had to do. Bryant on the number 72 tries to answer, Mike.
Wants it back.
Going to bring it right down here below the tower in front of us. Is he going to be able to find that inside line? Oh, who's down? Who's down in the split lanes? One of our KJs. Is that Cobb?
Is it, or the 32? That's Micah Grubbs.
That is Grubbs. Oh, man. Holy cow. Did you see how deep that dirt was right there?
Yeah.
Had no chance of getting that thing back up in any amount of reasonable time. So, holy
With Micah
cow.
Grubbs out, I mean, that puts Avery Bryant up in there. That puts Andre Sanchez up in there. And checkered flag flies, so Christian Merman takes first. Dawson Cobb moving on, takes second. Grayson Watkins, Juan Abadia in fourth. Andre Sanchez hanging in there, finishing fifth. And Avery Bryant, that last and final transfer spot.
Good stuff, man.
Unfortunately, Micah Grubbs will have to now think, what if?
Yep. Oh, absolutely.
What if?
Good stuff. Good stuff. Race 92. Blasting off the line right now, that is Super Mini 1, 12 to 15. One Conti in this one, so 6 riders going to your main event. Time is of the essence. Now have to get in good position. Whoa, who's down early in this one? One of our gas riders. Didn't quite get an ID, but here we go back to the front of the pack. Down along the highway, here we go. Coming up next, going to be 51cc 4 to 6 Limited, 51cc 7 to 8 Limited, one Conti in each of those, and then our 51cc 7 to 8 Limited. Oh, I'm sorry, 58cc 7 to 8 Limited Conti number 2. So the 4 to 6, only one Conti, 7 to 8 Limited, 2 Contis. All right, coming back at us. Here come our leaders.
Yeah, it looked like, 31 on the machine, if I wasn't mistaken, but I don't know that we got a 31.
Not listing one. Not listing one.
Maybe a 311, something.
But right back underneath of us. Here they come, Mike.
I know Brett Steelman right there on screen in the mix. The 46, Matthew Williams out in front.
Out of Paul Halton, Virginia.
Oh, we got a rider down. Going down into the Gator pit. Can't quite make out the number on him. He was just out of sight.
The pit's been swallowing them up this morning, man. The top and bottom.
Yeah, it certainly has. That has been a difference maker. That has broken some hearts today.
It absolutely
and made a few dreams come true.
It absolutely has. Matthew Williams out front leading the way. Jack Shea on the 280 gas. That number 2 ride. Preston Ross sits in the 3rd position right now. Braden Locklear holds down 4th. Brett Steelman in that number 5 ride on the 17 machine right now. Tyler Tullis, the man on the bubble. 7th place is Dayton Lowry. AJ Martinez right behind him. Going to take 6th out of this one, folks. Right now, let's see how it shows Tullis. Tullis in that final transfer spot as we speak. But look at it. Oh, big move right there. I believe that was Lowry.
Yeah, I think
Lowry doing what he needed to do. Yeah, absolutely. Did he get a twofer, as a matter of fact? I think he might have found a couple spots right there, to be quite honest with you.
You might be right.
Nope,
that
that's
might have been
Stillman still. Okay, all right.
Okay.
So, wow, Lowry knew exactly what he had to do. That was a strong move, man. He shoved that Yamaha right under there. Donnie Lutz would be proud.
Absolutely.
Wow.
As one of the things Jordan Jarvis was talking about, she said, you know, you get into a transfer position and, you know, if it's a perfect scenario, it's okay, just ride my race, keep it steady, race the track in front of me. But you got those guys, those riders that are just outside of that transfer spot that are going to be aggressive.
Oh, yeah.
So if you can put a buffer in between you and them, great, but not always the case. Because those riders want to punch their ticket and advance.
Oh, yeah, that's the name of the game.
Situation.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the name of the game. Right now, we've still got a battle going on. Look at this up front in the top 3. These guys know the importance of that finish, know the importance of putting themselves in contention. Already behind the 8 ball right here, going through the last chance qualifier.
Going to check in for a white flag lap. Green-white checkers. So white flag. 46 of Matthew Williams. Jack Shea in the 2 spot. Preston Ross 3rd.
And look at this. There comes Locklear. All over him.
Oliver Camp moved up into the 5 position, and Brett Seelman drops back to 6. So Lowry still just outside of it. The number 33 got to go to work.
Yeah, he had a good move there. He's given that position up just outside of camera view, definitely. Because he had put himself, he was on the bubble, and he'd put himself in good position. White flag is out. 1 lap to go. Less than a lap, Mikey. Here we are. Here's the final answer right here. He looks like we're going to go all the way into that back section where he's going to set him up. Going to try to make the drive. Take a look at Lowry right now. He had a good line to the inside earlier, and he was able to get a drive. But look, everybody goes inside there. They knew it was coming.
Yeah, knew it was coming. And I tell you what, these poor guys, they've not had a break all 3 laps. It's been those 4 tight in there together, just jockeying back and forth.
Yeah, we use the term sprint every now and then. This is an absolute sprint. I will promise you, very, very limited time. Have to make something happen in a hurry. And if you're sitting out here, Martinez, Tullis, 9th, 8th, I mean, you have got to figure it out. You've got to make something happen.
Super Mini 1. Just about in the books. We'll be seeing the checkered flag next time they come around. Top 6 advancing.
Stillman and Tullis in a battle right now. 17 of Stillman. Thought he was going to be battling with Camp there a moment ago, but Tullis is the thorn in his side right now. There goes Tullis on the 48 around him.
My goodness.
That was...
Checker flag coming out. Here it is. Matthew Williams, Jack Shea, and look, Oliver Camp moves up into that number 3 ride. Preston Ross into the 4 spot. Checking in the number 5 position. Did Locklear maintain? Yep, he did. Yep, maintained. He's in the number 5 spot. And Tullis going to pick up that number 6 position on the number 48 KTM. Another one in the books.
Yeah,
coming up next, going to be 51cc, Dean. 51cc, 4 to 6 limited.
Like you were saying, another one in the books, man. Huge shout out to Tyler Tullis, you know, qualifying for that main event. That's a small win, you know,
yeah.
A step in the right direction.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And then you know what? You have to follow the system because the system works, you know, and when the pieces come together, that's the fruit of your labor. That's the fruit of your efforts.
Yep, there's no doubt about it. As we watch these little guys drop into the pit right now, this again is the 51cc 4 to 6 limited Conti number 1. One of the riders off to an early lead right there. Look at this guy. He probably had some problems in his qualifiers, heat race, you know, but he's here in the LCQ, and he's feeling good about this ride right now. He got that whole shot, nearly launched it all the way up that second step up right there.
Wow, you saw my head snap.
Yeah,
I was like, did I just see that? He almost went to the peak.
Dean, are you sure this is an LCQ? Yeah, this
Right.
is it.
And you know, been saying that all morning long. You look at some of these names, Dean, it's just every class. We could go through, we could pick out guys that you never expected to see there. But the depth of the field, the small mistake turns into a big mistake. So many factors here to many of us, Dean, that says, listen, this means nothing.
Yep.
Being here, listen, who isn't in a last chance qualifier? So,
no doubt.
right
We've both been around for many years. You know, don't let yourself down. We all make mistakes. It's gonna happen. It's about how you come back from them.
Wow, Dean, this thing's starting to sort itself out pretty quick right here. Whoa.
Couple guys getting a little cross-eyed right there.
Yeah, I was headed for that hay bale there. I thought he was going to catch that foot peg. I was like, hang on. And I love that cut right there. That is, seen a couple passes made right there. Really technical back and forth like that. Pretty cool. Pretty cool cut.
Definitely one of those sections where you got to look ahead and really plan your attack, you know, because somebody can make a mistake there. You can capitalize on it right away.
All day. All day. Absolutely right. But here we go. Leaders down into the pit. Now, perfectly prepped pit here this morning, Dean. Having some victims, at the top and bottom of the pit.
Yeah, there's definitely some victims everywhere around there, you know, like you said, top and bottom, because it is a little smoother, so these guys think they go a little faster.
Right. Saw a couple guys wash out the front end on the top. A couple guys start to hit that berm in the bottom, and we witnessed that all week, but there we go. 51-46 limited Conti right now, number one. Only going to be 6 riders taken out of this one. Of course, the 7 to 8 limit, he got 2 Contis in that one.
On screen, we see what looks to be the number 10 machine. That'll fit one of those qualifying positions. That's Bryce Hollinger putting a good ride in down as number 10 KTM. This is a big track for these little guys. I remember being this young, this little, and coming out here to Gatorback Cycle Park and looking down that pit like, I got to go down there?
Exactly. Exactly. And, you know, it's intimidating even as a C-class rider and stuff on a full-size bike, because the bottom line was there's all the elements here in one little spot. You know, the off-camber a little bit over on that side, the elevation change, the big obstacles, the right, you know, it's intimidating, man, to come here. All the locals, let me tell you, it's one of the places where locals truly have an advantage.
Yeah, absolutely.
No question.
We got a little bit of elevation here, but it's not like your elevation you see, you know, like up the Tennessees and stuff like that. This is a different style track than anywhere I've ever seen.
Oh, exactly. Exactly. And like I said, all those elements are in one little combined area right here called Gatorback. White flag going to come out this time around, Dean.
I know, I'm still trying to get eyes on our leader right now.
Having a little issue with the server right now, just waiting to get that thing refreshed. And
oh, yellow flag's flying. I'm not sure if that was one of our top guys.
There we go. Looks like we got it. That's burning out front, and I don't believe that has changed. So burning out front, Knox Johnson in that number 2 ride. Jet Scodris in the number 3 position. Frank Sullivan in 4th. Remington Davis, number 5, spot 6 is Bryce Bollinger. Guys looking to do some work right now. Journey Smith, Brandon Large, Jacob Heiler. White flag is out. Yamina still out front. Yamina burning. Knox Johnson, I believe, at the bottom of the pit. No. There we go. Yeah, that is Knox. So about a 19-second gap now.
Yeah, that's like that's the little girl I was telling you about. You mean in Burning? She flew in from California, worked in Orlando a little bit before she came up here. This little girl, she is a ripper right now. I definitely got to watch her as
no question, man. No question. You had me kind of pumped up. You know, I was like, well, yeah, it sounds quick. You know, we'll see. Blah, blah, blah. Dean, you know how he gets excited. you know, everybody's a champion in Dean's eyes.
Yep,
and
confidence, right?
I got to tell you, man. Yeah, and you're one of the best at that, Dean. You do a great job. I watch how your students approach you and the respect they have for you, bro, and it is pretty cool down here to watch all your locals come up to you and show you the love, man. They really look up to you, and I appreciate the way you handle them and your morals, ethics, and standards with them, dude.
No problem. I appreciate it. That's what I try to do, you know, set a good example, be a role model, and set a standard.
Yep. And with that being said, you didn't disappoint with Burning here. She's living up to the expectations.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Looks like she's got about a 19-second lead over Knox Johnson now, who runs in second. Don't want to take anything away from Johnson.
No.
And, of course, number 3 position, Jet Scodra put in a good ride. Frank Sullivan, he's there in the 4th place position. This spot is Remington Davis. And our final transfer position right now belongs to Bryce Hollinger.
Yeah, Bryce knows exactly where he's at right now. You know, the writing is on the wall. He's got the pit board. He knows where he's at.
Yeah, last lap through, though, the 0.035 seconds behind the 5th place position, so he's got to make sure he doesn't try to go for some risky pass, you know, and lose that qualifying spot.
And you know that's what Dad's thinking to himself right now. Hang in there, just hang in there.
Exactly.
No mistakes, no mistakes.
Jake Smith, or Journey Smith, he's going to be pressuring hard here in this last lap. He's got about 17 seconds to make up, but anything's possible here in the last chance qualifier as we see the checker flags come out.
Listen, we've seen it already here this morning. 2:38. We got Davis on the screen right now. He's in that number 5 spot.
He might actually be in the 6th place position because, like I said, they came through 0.0300th of a second behind each other that last lap. So I'm not sure if any positions have been made or changed there. And the Racer TV likes to focus on that last transfer spot.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're right about that. So I wasn't sure if he was under pressure, and I didn't see anybody around, so he is probably, like you said, the last transfer spot.
Checking the monitor, look at that. You mean a burning 2:02 lap time, 2nd place, Knox Johnson with a 2:16. So awesome ride there for Johnson. Finished up in that 2nd place position as we wait for the 3rd place rider to come through, who we've seen Jet Scodra holding pretty solid there, you know, being consistent and trying to hold that 3rd place position. Yep, Jet going to check in with us in 3rd, so awesome ride there for Jet.
And props, not a lot of mistakes out of these youngsters. You know, sorted themselves out, found their speed, found their lap type, and not a lot of mistakes at all, Dean.
Exactly. Here comes Frank Sullivan going to check in that 4th place position as the gate is down for our 7-8 riders.
Again, 2 consies in this one, so we're going to take 3 out of each one.
Awesome.
Dean, who are we looking for in this one?
I haven't really looked at these names yet, but I do want to shout out Bryce Hollinger. He's going to make it to your 2nd moto, and Remington Davis will take that final transfer position there in the 4-6 limited consi. Looking down these names, see the number 3, Bentley Marr is out there. Cannon Stone on the number 4 machine. I know he's a ripper. Watch out for him. The 04, Emilio Gonzalez. Chandler Powell, the number 9. The number 20, Robert Scott. Jagger Craig, he's one to keep an eye on. You know?
Absolutely.
He's on the number 28 machine. Liam Levering on the 38. Joey Snyder, he's on the number 50. Parker LeBeau on the 54.
Oh, wow.
Jacob Bryan on the 55. Brian Ciceretti on the number 57. The 77 of Carter Holmes. Watch out for this guy. He's a ripper out there, as well as Ciceretti. A lot of good guys in this class. The number 96 of Dylan Roque. The 98 Easton Luttrell, who's another heavy hitter. The 111 of Cheyenne Hins. Tanner Bruckman on the 122. The 124 of Pratt Parker. The 151 of Jax Pennington. Emiliano Munoz on the 185 machine. The 210 of Brody Kuhn. The 220 of Cameron Berry. 232 of Ryder McMillan. Tucker Tix on the 313. Caden Wheaton on the 403. The 503 of Salvatore Atzigilario. The 515 of Gunnar Barnett. The 543 of Keelan Weller. Jackson Smith on the 644. Hudson Workman on the 716. The 718 machine of Grayson Kruger going to join us out there. Ezra Brewer on the 791. The 908 of Trenton Suit. The number 998 of Ryder Likens. Then we got a 777 of Connor Rodriguez. And that is a full lineup as we get the first lap.
Wow. And you got to remember, we had 3 divisions to get down to this. So, you know what I mean? And now we're going to take 3 out of this one, 3 out of the next one. Those 3 right now look like Parker LeBeau, Liam Levering, and Tucker Tix. On the bubble is Carter Holmes, Cameron Berry, and Jackson Smith. We had Jackson Smith on the camera just a moment ago. He was locked in a 3-way battle there. Looked like he'd come up just a bit short on that battle.
Yeah, tough break for him. It looks like we've got a few riders breaking away in the front. What I got my eye on is the number 77, little Carter Holmes. This kid, he's full of heart, man. He goes for it whenever he falls. He gets so upset. But checking in with us here at the line, he was only 0.3 of a second behind Tucker Tix, who is in our final transfer position. So that's something to watch out for.
Yeah, well, he's bringing it right now because 2nd and 3rd, they're only about half a second apart, about 6 or 7 bike lengths. Only about 1 second back to him right now. So Holmes, he's definitely got it figured out what he needs to do. He just has to put the plan into action. Knows where he needs to go. Knows what knows where he wants to make that move.
Absolutely.
Just have to get close.
And we can't take anything away from little Cameron Berry. I had some fellow friends checking in with me from the UK. Like, cheer this little guy up. You know, he's over there from overseas. We're in the U.S. You know, it's different ball field out here.
Absolutely. It's easier for a teenager to adapt, you know, for an adult to adapt. But come over here, totally different surroundings, new tracks and stuff. Fantastic ride for the 220 of Barry right now.
Looks like we got our eye on the 38, Liam Levering, who may have lost the position there. He might be in the number 3 position because that's Carter Holmes we see right behind the number 38.
So here comes the white flag as they check in. Still Parker LeBeau out front having a nice lead. And look at this. I told you that battle for second and third absolutely raging, man.
Holmes just launched the finish line right there. That's going to allow him to reel in the number 38 machine.
Knows what he needs to do. Close the gap on him just like that.
So I was right about it, but it looks like they're both going to get around Tucker Tix that lap. As we see Parker LeBeau in first. Second spot, Liam Levering. Third spot is Carter Holmes. And that is the 3 that make it. But we got a battle on our hands right here as we watch on Racer TV. Carter Holmes, he's not settling for third. He knows he's in the third, but he wants second place.
Absolutely. That's where he's going. He's got the speed. Look at this.
Whoa, launching that first step up.
Super send. Knows he has to come up short, has to rebound that bike and get it reset. Look at this. He goes around the outside.
Dives to the inside right here as they make their way down the hill. Looks like Carter Holmes is going to lock up that second place position. But I'll tell you what, the number 38 machine, Liam Levering, he's not very happy about it.
No, not at all. And I tell you, he had control of the race line. He really did. He did what he was supposed to do right there.
Exactly, maintain control. Let's see what happens now as they go into this little track cut right here. I know it can be a little tricky for these guys sometimes. Oh, look at these, all 3 of these riders navigating awesome through there. Can't take any away.
Holmes grabbed a handful and that thing just shot sideways. Levering trying to get that bike back on the ground, get that traction, get that forward drive. Can't give anything up now. Whoa, what happened there, Dean?
Little mistake right there. I'm not sure if he got too hard on the front brake. Maybe hit one of those little brake bumps going into that right-hander right there, but that's going to definitely slow down our 4th place rider, I believe.
Levering, here he comes.
To the line, Mega Lot, what do we see?
Looks like Carter Holmes going to do it. Parker LeBeau out front. Levering gives up the position. Carter Holmes in that number 2 spot, but Levering in the number 3 ride still makes it in. So, man, oh, man, great ride by that youngster. Here goes our second set right now already. So, LeBeau, Holmes, and Levering going in out of this one. Race number 95, 51cc 78 Limited. Conti number 2 blasting off right now, Dean.
Yeah, we're going to see who the heavy hitters are on this one. We got number 1 of Ollie Johnson, number 021 of Deegan Kime, the 22 of Judson Kelly, the 27 machine, that's Brockington Conley, the 32 of Lucas Bush, the 51 of Reese Max, the 79 of Owen Seeley, the 99 of Easton Ruffing, the 140 of Logan Kruger, the 155 of Caroline Dawson, Jackson Salza, he's even the 161 machine, a 177 of Nolan Bickham, the 180 of Calvin Smallridge, the 208 of Lincoln Lambeth, the 213, that's Christian Oxa, the 218 of Owen Taylor, the 254 Racing Kyler, the 306 of Brooke the Ringer, the 412 machine of Jackson Weiss, number 446 of Bo Ingle, the number 500 machine of Isaac Coffing, the 520 of Gunnar Wilson, the 724 of Jonathan Williams, the 771 of Brooks Linehan, the 777 of Waylon Bertoffi, the 781 of Eli Gore, the 804 of Hank Tix, the 813 machine of Brody DeJong, the 900 of Joey Carcopa, the 930 of Trip Lloyd, the 991 of Trinity Semino, and the 998 one of Addison Likens.
Dean, I almost feel like Jeremy Hobart was messing with us with some of these names, like giving us an English test, a spelling test.
Exactly.
You know, challenges this year, but all the international flavor, all the new names that we've never seen before, making us work for it, Dean.
Exactly.
I saw the 913, I believe. The 813.
Here we go for the green flag. We'll see who it is right now as they check in at timing and scoring.
Wow, look at this 3-way battle up to the finish line.
I should have known it was Racing Kyler. This little girl is a ripper. Obviously, she had some problems in her heat races. She's on fire. We've seen her out there in the mini E class. We're seeing her now again here And this 51cc 7.8 limited class already starting to open it up. Look at that, a 6-second gap on lap 1.
Yeah, I've seen her ride before, called her name many times. Definitely a hard charger.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see these girls ripping. We've seen you out in the 4 to 6.
Yep.
Now we're seeing racing here in the 7 to 8 doing a good job. Give you a little rundown right now. Brody DeJong, he is in the second place. This is an A13 machine. The 930 fifth Lloyd. He's in that 3rd spot. Ethan Ruffing in the 4th spot, and he is outside of that transfer position. So look for Ruffing to rough it up and get up there with Lloyd.
Absolutely. I see what you did there. I like it. So, yeah, on the bubble right now, has to find something. Now, was that
I think that's
right in front of us? Yeah.
A 2nd and 3rd place battling it out right now.
Not sure if those jerseys match up. So that's Lloyd right there for a fact. And then, Lloyd and DeJong. That's our 2nd, 3rd place battle.
Yep,
You're exactly right. Yeah.
Looks like Lloyd moved into 2nd place, then DeJong back into 3rd. But, oh man. DeJong right there. That's going to allow the 4th place competitor, Ethan Ruffing, to get a little fresh air. You know, you see that guy's making a mistake. Yep. Like, I know he's loose. I know I can make something happen here. I'm going to go for it.
Man, Ruffing grabbing a handful. Got that thing sideways.
Oh, we're going to see a good battle here for our transfer position on this last lap.
Yeah, this thing could turn into a 3-way battle real quick.
Yeah, that's Ethan Ruffing we're watching. He's on the outside looking in right now, but he's going to dive down to the inside right here. Oh, I'm not sure. Nope, pass isn't made yet.
Wow, but nonetheless, able to cut that bike in under itself like that. Absolutely incredible, Dean. That was skill. Oh, and he gets a good drive. Look at this. Still going to be able to make the pass.
Looks like Ruffing's made a move to the white flag. Hopefully hang on to it. Oh, my gosh. Wow. You guys are 3 wide down the mechanics area.
All of them on the rear fender stretching that cable, Dean. Incredible. Look at that Ruffing. He takes the high line. He's going all the way around. Lloyd tucks in behind right now. DeJong said, what the heck happened?
No doubt about it. He carried a lot of momentum on the outside. It's a little smoother out there, so he could accelerate a little earlier and drive it through, and he did just that as he's going to take another position away.
White flag out, as you said, Racing Keller. This time around, 12-second gap this time around.
Good job for Ruffing, but he's going to have to pull the binoculars to see if he can find Racing Kyler.
Wow.
One of our little guys launched that first step, and that's going to allow him to get back up on a Ruffing. I believe that was the 13 machine trying to get back up into that qualifying position.
The DeJong not done with him yet. Knows he's got a lot of track left, especially on these bikes. Especially on 51, there's a lot of track left.
And I'll tell you what, too, you know, these kids, they don't make it. They're going to be upset. They're going to be crying. Of course, the parents are going to be upset, but I'll tell you what, if you're the parent, hug that child because he is going out there, giving it everything he's got. On screen, we're watching Ruffing now in that 2nd place position. When we're looking for Racing Kyler to come through and take the checker flag here in just a little bit. She launches down into the Scott Bull turn and into the Gators now, ready to come out to the finish line. Megawatt, I can hear all the parents out there yelling and screaming. They know their kid could make it. They just got to give it one more go. With 2 more corners left, anything can happen. Winner checking in, Racing Kyler. Great job for Racing to get out there and run some fast lap times. Definitely throwing some heaters out there as we wait for our 2nd place rider to come through. It is going to be Ruffing on that number 99 machine. He's going to take that 2nd spot. And Trip Lloyd, he's going to lose a spot, but he has still got a qualifying position. Look at that. 0.4 of a second, Brody DeJong. Man, tough break for Brody DeJong. Like I said, don't be mad at him. He's going to be upset for himself. Exactly. He's going to be crying down to the pits. Give that boy a big hug and tell him he did a great job.
You better believe it. And I am so impressed with Ruffing. Ruffing, man, he just brought it the entire last lap.
I mean, look at that last lap. He's only 3 seconds off of our leader.
Exactly. Exactly. He had to pick his way through a little bit of traffic there, made a couple different moves. Great job. Coming up next, 85cc 9 to 13. 1 Consi in this one, so 6 riders. 85cc 9 to 13. Race number 96 on the schedule.
I just looked down at my watch. I noticed we're only about 45 minutes away from sign up for the pit bike race.
Ah.
Yeah, these kids aren't going to want to miss out on that. Make sure you get down there, get signed up early. And did you get your tires yet? I know you got a bike at home. Did you get your Dunlop tires down?
I always do. I haven't yet. I always do. Yep. Take a few extra. The good news is I'm only about an hour away from Cernic. We're close. Yeah, he and I do a lot of stuff, whether it's vintage bikes. He has me over to his track to do some work, do some analysis and stuff like that. So we have a good relationship, and anything I need is phone call away.
Absolutely. Got to love that nxtire.com right there. As we see Cooper Johnson pull a hole shot, man. This kid's been turning heads on the 65s, and he's trying to do it here, obviously, on the 85 as well.
Yeah, and look at this. I could tell you that 6th spot. Couple guys down.
Yellow flag's out. Got to ride down that first step up. He's off the side of the track, so that is good right there.
Yeah, bad spot right there. Looks like going to be able to get up under his own power, I hope, and already being attended to. Quick response by our medical team.
Yeah, man, these medics have been on it all week. I know you guys have seen
Great job.
Running back and forth around the whole track.
Great job. All right, back to the action up front, Dean. Let's see if we can get an ID. Coming up next, going to be your Schoolboy 212 to 17 BC. One Conti in that one. Mini Senior, one behind them, one Conti as well, and 65-7-9. Going to be 2 Contis in that one, Dina. Who are we looking at?
We're definitely looking at Cooper Johnson now, but what I see is number 51 machine on Racer TV right now. That's the 51 of Aiden Henley. So awesome ride for Henley there. He's in the top 5 spot for sure.
It looked like Maddox Pieroga's in there as well on the 43 machine.
Yep.
All right. Yep, there's Maddox there. Coming back at us. Going to be a little easier now. First lap just about in the books.
28 machine is actually taking the lead right now and got around number 4. Zane Martin. What's he doing in LCT?
Exactly.
In here. So Martin able to get around to number 4 of Cooper Johnson, but Johnson not going to be done with him just yet. I guarantee you this kid. Look at him. I told you he's a
wow.
Going to pull right up alongside him on the finish line.
Man.
0.2 of a second apart on lap 1.
Impressive. Love these 85s and Super Minis. Love these bikes, man. These kids right now, they've been on 51s. They've been on 65s. They've got a little more power. They've got a little more chassis.
Absolutely. We're taking top 6 right here. Looks like Maddox Burkay. He's in that final transfer position, so we'll have to see what he can do as he is behind the 51 Yamaha of Aiden Henley.
So Henley sitting in that number 5 spot. We mentioned Pieroga there just a minute ago, comes through in the number 6 position. That's going to be the bubble.
Yeah, watching Henley now hit that second step up. He's got a couple competitors right behind him, hot on his heels. Here he goes into the corner after that step up. Looks like the 613 machine. Oh, mistake for the 613.
Yeah, look at that.
Him. That was the 613 machine of Kingston Haven, I believe.
Yeah, Haven on the gas.
And I believe Maddox Burkay, he's up there. He made a couple passes on this lap right here, so we'll see where he is when he checks in with us.
Dean, that was a perfect example right there, just the intensity level.
Oh, yeah.
You know, things are happening quick right here. We talk about sprints. Well, this is the definition of sprint.
Exactly.
Okay, and the urgency is, man, we have to be in this thing to win it. We have to give ourselves a fighting chance. We're already behind. We have to give ourselves a fighting chance.
Exactly. That's what we're going to train the boys down there in Orlando. We work on 3-lap sprints and all kinds of sprints because you've got to build the intensity out here, especially when you're in a 3-lap race.
Listen, you fall over like we saw so many guys. You fall over in that first or second turn. And it doesn't matter how quick you get back up. You know, you might find yourself in a precarious position. You have to be able to respond to that, Dean.
Looks like Leon Gomez Cortade able to make some moves. He has got around Haven, so we'll see what's happened here. As they're all getting ready to cross the finish line, we'll give you an update with scoring and see who is in our final transfer position. The whole top 6, we'll give you a full rundown of these riders. They make their way through and getting the white flag. It is the number 28 machine leading it out. Definitely opened up a gap now on the number 4, Cooper Johnson, but Johnson's still charging hard in that second place position. Our third place rider here, he comes rounding out the top 3. That is Preston Ross. Good luck to Ross to stay with these guys in that third place position. And that's where we see the change. Aiden Henley has made him pass in that 4th place position. This spot is down Maddox Burkay. I told you that 43 machine, he is on a move right there. And our final transfer spot right now, as the other rider I said was on a move, that's Leon Gomez Cortada.
And those guys pushed each other all the way through on that last lap. And unfortunately, Kingston Haven gave up about 3 spots. Now he's the man on the bubble. He has to sit back there just a moment, see what those guys are doing, see if he can hit the reset button and get back in this thing.
Yeah, no matter. I'm looking at time and score right now. There's a couple kids running a 2.8 in the 8th and 9th place position. That's Jason LeBeau and Cooper Coet. So, I mean, if they can get in the right position here in this last lap, you never know with lap times like that.
Yeah, with that 2:13 for Haven right there, I have to believe something happened. Blew a corner,
That's the rider we've seen. He got his front wheel caught in that rut right there. And
oh, that's exactly who that was. There we go. That explains it.
Good eye on that one, though, for sure.
White flag is out. Coming up next, Schoolboy 2, 12-17 BC. Again, one Conti there. Right behind them is going to be your 65, 7-9. Going to be two Contis in that one. Love the picture-in-picture.
Yeah, it's super cool.
Lets us know exactly what's going on down on the starting line.
Absolutely. You see
Keeps us in touch with this final lap. I love it.
Mechanics going down there, getting the last adjustments to the starting line.
Checkered flag. Here comes your leader down into the pit.
Wow, what a gap he's opened up now over number 4, Cooper Johnson.
Look at this, keep an eye on that split screen. Looks like we've got it sorted out here. Might have a battle though. Zane Martin brings home the win. Cooper Johnson put himself in good position in the number 2 spot. Preston Ross maintains that 3 ride this time around. Aiden Henley as well maintains the number 4 spot. As we take a look a little further back, we get into the number 5 position with Maddox Baroque. He confirms his position. And Leon Gomez Cortade going to take that final transfer spot. LaBeouf makes a pass on that lap, just not enough to get himself in contention right now. So Martin, Johnson, Roth, Henley, Baroque, and Cortada are going to be your top 6.
Here we go. These guys, they're happy to get out there. They're excited to get out there. It's the Schoolboy 2, 12-17. And this age group right here, there's a lot of heavy hitters in this LCQ, almost guarantee it. Trying to watch who our leader is with the Yamaha rider. I could say who I think that is because I trained this guy when he was a lot younger. But I think we're looking at the number 206 of Logan Best. One of those riders who I said probably should have belonged in LCQ, but obviously had some problems there in his heat race.
Yeah, Logan having a couple issues.
No doubt about
definitely in that heat race. Knows what he has to do right now, and I have to tell you, you talk about a young man that is well prepared. You watch his social media like I do. You watch the little things that he practices and works on, and the program is just so well-rounded and so complete for such a youngster. And the focus, maturity beyond his years, man.
There's no doubt about it. You know, the 206 machine, he is a bulldog. That is for sure, you know. I don't know if his dad knows this or not, but I call his dad the drill sergeant. He's always over there doing the numbers.
And that's all right. And that's all right.
Absolutely.
Jake Colbert on the 412 going to work right now, putting in some big moves through a couple of those corners, wants to establish some position. There comes Logan Best right below us on that 206 machine. Logie Bear, first one into the pit.
And behind him, we see number 14 machine. That's Kason Pinkston. So also right for Pinkston there, put a number 2 position.
Dean, I just can't say enough about these conditions. I love the overcast.
Yeah, me too.
I'm just a big fan of it. No glare coming off the front fender, off the goggle lens, that type of thing. Don't have that direct sun just beating down. I love it, man.
Yeah, and you'll have the misty fog anymore. So
yeah, this is fantastic.
I brought my shorts too. I was worried about it being a little warm today as I heard there's a high of 80. I'll give you guys a little rundown right now. The Schoolboy 2 12-17 class. It is Logan Best leading out. Casey Steve Pinkston in the 2nd place position. And Jay Covert there in the 3rd spot. Kate Mill in the 4th spot. This spot is Sean Kelleher and Nathan German behind him. In the 6th place position, Deegan Van Breed on the 115 and 7th. 8th spot is Grayson Watkins. 9th spot is Corey Gagno. And that 10th place position on your top 10, the 145 of Paxton Lipinski. As we look at our monitor, we see the number 111 machine of Kelleher putting the pressure on, I believe, Aid Miller, our 4th place rider. And just, he's got pressure. He's got company.
Kelleher's a hound.
Yeah.
He is, man. That guy knows how to apply the pressure. He knows how to make you uncomfortable. He don't mind showing you a wheel, over revving the bike behind you, just breathing on you. You know, I mean, he doesn't mind putting the pressure on you in the least bit.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm one of those guys, you know, you put the pressure on, let them hear you. They're going to make a mistake.
Yes.
Keep pushing and pushing and pushing.
As we saw time and time again yesterday with the checkup from the neck up. You know, so many guys just so worried, making that look back. That's that pressure. That's that little bit of over rev. That's showing that front wheel. Just getting up there, maybe making a little contact. You know me. I love the contact.
Robbins racing.
White flag out.
Man, I can't even tell you who's in the transfer. Look at these guys.
Yeah. Each of them eat so much roost. Front number plates covered right now.
Yeah, about 4 of them. So anywhere from Kelleher down to Watkins right now.
One thing for sure, Logan Best checked in first on that too. I said, wow, across the finish line, you see them side by side. They're going to credit Pinkston, so he's going to be second. Again, Jay Covert in that number 3 spot. Cade Miller credited for the 4th spot. Keller not quite able to get up there into that number 5 position. Now he's now in the 6th spot, still in contention. So Nathan Germain in the 5 spot. Keller gives up one. Deegan Van Verde on the bubble.
We got to keep our eye on this battle because, like you said, you know, Kelleher, he's got that final transfer spot, but coming in 4/10 of a second behind him is Deegan Van Verde, and Grayson Watkins is only 6/10 of a second behind that. So it's anybody's ball game right now as they go side by side over the step-ups.
Yeah, they are less than a bike length apart each. They're going to go 3 wide through this corner. Going to take 3 different levels. Nope, a little follow later. Whoa! Kelleher gets shoved over just a bit.
That's that transfer position. It's
absolutely
in an outdoor, you know. They're going to be pushing hard, and they're going to be getting aggressive.
Did Keller give up another spot?
I think he has given up another position, so he is going to drop outside that transfer position +1. Oh, dive to the inside, though.
Wow, he gave up 3 spots right there. And I've seen some uncharacteristic mistakes, Dean. Maybe losing some pressure in that rear tire. The bike acted like it was doing some stuff, but had those feet down a lot through those corners, didn't he? Dragging that toe.
Yep, absolutely. I'll tell you what, suspension guys, they're here. Don't hesitate. They're great, friendly guys. If you need some adjustments, go on down Vendors Row and find our suspension guys.
Yeah, you know what? You want to find the best steak, you talk to the locals. Okay, they're going to tell you where it's at. You want to get your bike set up for Gatorback, again, talk to the locals. They're all here. They all know what to do. The checker flag is out for Logan Best. Payson Pinkston into that number 2 spot. Jay Covert and the number 3 ride. Cade Miller brings it home in 4th. Nathan Germain able to hold on to that 5th spot. And Grayson Watkins puts himself in that final transfer spot in the number 6 position. Race number 98 on the track right now. That's going to be our mini senior 1, 12 to 14, 1 Conti race in this one. We're going to take the top 6 leaders already into the back reaches of the track. Coming up after this, 65cc 7 to 9, going to be 2 different Contis there, so going to take 3 from each one. Right now, going to be the top 6 out of mini senior 1, 12 to 14. Take a look at some of these names: Alex Haggard, Matas Oliverio, Hunter Gardner, Michael Kudra, Egan Johnson, Nicholas Wilson, Tanner Johnson, Declan Kermati, Peyton Prouty. A lot of top contenders. Here they go down below the tower right now, lap number 1. A little further back, looks like Isaac Opaleski, Landon Walters, Slade Shields, Austin Gore. A total who's who. In our mini senior 112 to 14, Slade Shields with that early lead. Caleb Wood, thought we recognized him on that 414 machine. Benjamin Moya on the 319 puts himself in the number 3 spot after 1. Isaac Opaleski in the number 4 spot. Austin Gore rides in 4th. And taking claim of that 6th position is going to be Declan Kermati. Deglan going to have a struggle right now. It looks like Gage Patrick Collins trying to push the issue just a bit. Through the center of that track, up and over that second step up. Look to tighten up the gap just a bit. Here we go. 124 Gore going wide right there. Looked like Carmody able to make the pass. No. Carmody has to tuck back in and go at it again. Now he makes the pass stick as they work their way back down. Whoa, back to the inside. The Gore and Carmody having a heck of a battle. Looks like the Husqvarna Carmody might have taken possession of that 6th position right now. Last time around, Slade Shields, Caleb Wood, Moya, Lewinsky, Gore, Carmody in that 6th spot. So here they come back toward us. We still have that battle. Carmody and Gore. Leaders already below the tower. Going to pick up the white flag. Shields on his way out of the pit, and look at this, the battle for 3rd place. Actually, that was Moya. Yeah, Moya was able to pick the spot up. Thought we had a change as we were working down into the pit, and sure enough, that's the 319 of Moya. So Caleb Wood still running in that number 2 spot. Shields was relegated back to the 3rd spot. That's what it was. Caleb Wood stayed in the same position. So Moya now out front. Caleb Wood in the number 2 spot. Shields in the 3 position. Opaleski still in that number 4 spot. Deglan Carmody in the number 5 ride, and Gore now has possession of that last and final transfer spot. Out on the track right now, Gore trying to close that distance. Doesn't need to. In position right now. Want to make his way into the transfer spot. Little hiccup right there, the KTM of Gore. Now we might be looking at Collins right there trying to apply the pressure. Collins sitting in that 7th spot. Whoa, big mistake there. I believe that was Collins' feet off the pegs. Gives up all kinds of, matter of fact, gives up a position. Less than half a lap to go in this one. Coming up next, 65 7-9 limited. Going to be 2 Contis in that one. Here we go back to this battle, starting to tighten up again. Gore and Carmody. Collins trying to make something happen. Checkered flag is out. Moya, big win. Caleb Wood going to cross the line in 2nd. Slade Shields, your early leader, cross the line in the 3rd spot. Opaleski in that number 4 position. And the battle that shaped up, the battle that was on this final lap. Armati gets that 5th spot. We're able to hang on to the number 6 position. So Moya, Wood, Shields, Opaleski, Carmody, and Gore making their way through in that mini senior 1. Up next, 65 7-9 limited, Conti number 1. Looks like our early leader, that might have been Lana McNeil on that 61 KTM. I believe it might have been. There we see the number 7 machine. That's Clarkson Hagan coming out of Owensboro, Kentucky in that number 3 ride. Going to be 3 riders in each one of these Contis. 2 Contis, of course, for the 65 7-9 limited. Clarkson Hagen on the early bubble. Number 7 machine in that 3 position. Back into the rollers go our leaders. Again, 2 consies here, starting to get that gate set with the second consi of our 65, 7 to 9 riders. Coming up after that will be 450B Limited. That'll be race 101. There we see the number 7 working their way back around Clarkson Hagen. All of our riders coming down past the campground. Here we go into the split lanes. Again, right now, sitting in that 3 spot, Clarkson Hagen. Not feeling a lot of pressure from behind right now, trying to find some speed once they get up there and battle. Lana McNeil on that 61 machine, the early leader. Here we see the green flag is out. Which one were you on, Dino? All right, there it is. Benjamin. Oh, nope.
I believe it's number 15 machine. I had eyes on Carter Pilgrim.
Yeah. So I had the 61 out front early.
Yeah, the 61, Alana McNeil. She is another one of our riders there. She is a tough cookie, that's for sure. So you probably did see that number 61 machine up there at the beginning of this moto.
And again, keeping the camera on Clarkson Hagen sitting in that number 3 spot. That's going to be the final transfer. Hagen not getting a lot of pressure from behind. See a couple riders starting to creep up just a little bit. Might have been Zesnik, might have been the number 11 starting to creep up on Clarkson just a bit there. First of 2 Conti, 65, 7 to 9. Again, 450B Limited should be in staging.
And number 7 machine at Clarkson. He was putting in a good ride there. I like that gear. It's pretty flashy with the pink and the blue. Good color combination right here. Just see him go into the rollers.
That's good style.
Absolutely.
Again, in a pretty good position, though. Trying to race forward. Not feeling a lot of pressure from behind right now. Going to pick up a white flag this time around. So keep that pace. Should be in good shape on that number 7 machine.
You better get going, though. I'll tell you what. The number 5 machine, Zabanik, he is coming hard there in that position. That's
yeah, we've seen Zabanik. We've seen that kid ride. We know exactly what he's capable of, and like you said, starting to pick the speed up just a bit. The white flag is out, Dean. 1 to go in this one. Now you start to see the gap close just a bit. There comes Zabanik. Want to have one last lap to make it happen. Hagen picks up the pace just a bit as he works his way across through the finish line.
I'm trying to get eyes on our leader right now as we've seen Carter Pilgrim, who was leading the way in this one early. I believe he's still leading it out there on the number 15 machine. As we keep our eye on this battle as it unfolds now as they drop into the pit.
Again, Clarkson Hagen doing what he needs to do. In that 3rd position, able to keep just enough of a gap to keep himself safe, not able to close the gap ahead, so just can't make any mistakes right here. See, he goes inside.
Oh, Hagen under pressure right now.
Look at this.
Lap rider playing a little factor right there. He's going to slow Cannon up just a bit, but Cannon able to clear it as they drop down.
Oh, look at Zabanik start to hold it on right there. He knows he's got limited time.
Yeah, he's hungry for sure.
Dean, I have to tell you, they've started using that far inside, and it's almost turned into a roller section on a big bike that looks like chatter. But that far inside, it's not deep like the ruts are to the left going outside, but it actually has a lot of chatter, and these guys are using them like rollers.
Yeah, absolutely. With those little wheel size, you know, we see the big bikes, they charge right through it. The suspension eats it right up. These little guys up and down, hopping, bouncing for sure. I think the number 7 machine of Clarkson Hagen has it figured out right now. He's keeping a few bike links over Cannon on the number 5 Cobra.
Yeah, Hagen in good position right now. Knows exactly where he's at. Got half a lap to go. Need to put this thing away. Not make any mistakes right now. Get plenty of time. Got to get recovered. Got to get the bike wrapped back up. Checkered flag just about to come out.
Checkered flag out for number 15 machine of Carter Pilgrim. He's got to zap this up number 15 machine. Oh! One of our lap riders, back marker going down right there. Number 7 machine. He's got to hold on to that as a third place position. Oh no, that was Cannon that went down there at the bottom of the pit. A tough way for Cannon, pushing it, trying to make that last lap pass. Going to come up just short to Clarkson Hagen. So awesome ride there for Hagen. Oh, I just got timing and scoring back up. It looks like a big change right here. It was not Carter Pilgrim leading it out. Owen Solomon taking the win. Clarkson Hagen going to finish up second on number 7 machine. And the 301, Hader Matos, I believe he'll finish up in the 3rd spot. All right, next one out on the track already. I believe this is the 65cc 7-9 Conti number 2. And if I had to guess, getting another whole shot out there, she's been getting it with Racing Kyler, but she is not going to jump the first step up or the second step up. She's going to lose that lead to the number 3 machine. So that's Levi Geist to the number 3 machine. Racing Kyler's going to fall back to 3rd. A tough break for Racing Kyler. Hopefully she gets those step-ups figured out so she doesn't lose any more positions. But awesome ride there for the number 3 machine. Again, the number 3 of Levi Geist leading the way right now. And possibly the number 9 of Aiden Held or Chandler Powell there in the number 2 position. We got our eye on Racing Kyler, number 254 machine. She is the Ripper 254 Racing Kyler. She hails out of Florida, so it's good to see her out here doing it. She's going to be on that 454, like I said, hailing out of Brooksville, Florida. She had to change a number, obviously. Somebody had a number 254, so she changed it up to the 454, as I can see here on Racer TV. Oh, taking the left side instead of the right side. That's going to allow the 110 machine of Gavin Reynolds to close the door and make a move into that 3rd place position. So Racing Kyler now falls back to that 4th spot. Racing trying to rail the outside. She knows how important it is to get back into that top 3 as they only take the top 3. A little dab right there, a little mistake, but Racing Kyler uses that mistake as an advantage and gets more motivated to reel in the number 110 machine. So Gavin Reynolds, we see right now, they're going to check in with us here at Timing and Scoring. It is Levi Geist. We can confirm that. Number 3 machine leading out is Aiden Held in the 09. And the 2nd place position, Gavin Reynolds, as I said, in that 3rd spot. Racing Kyler in the 4th spot. 5th spot is Nolan Cobb. Looking for your 6th place rider. It's going to be 717 of Braxton Roth. Carter Chambers, the number 21 in 7th. 8th spot is Gage Miller. 9th spot is Hayden Patton. And 10th spot is Parker LeBeau. That's your top 10 rundown right now. But, of course, we only take the top 3 in this one. So Levi Geist, Aiden Held, and Gavin Reynolds are our top 3 right now as Reynolds starts to get some pressure by, I believe, Nolan Cobb. So Cobb able to get around Racing Kyler and put the pressure on Reynolds. We see on Racer TV. They go over one step up and over to the second one. Oh, Reynolds not going to get it. And Cobb just going for it, whether he likes it or not. Comes up a hair short. But that's going to allow him to make a move on Gavin Reynolds. So Reynolds now on the outside looking in, trying to get back around Nolan Cobb on the 225 machine. And it looks like Cobb in that 3rd spot, he is going to try to make up some position because these guys are just not only battling for transfer positions, but they're also battling for gate pick right now. Oh, looks like Reynolds got a good drive around the outside of the gator tail. He's outside here. Nolan Cobb hears it. He can feel it. You can see it as he turns it up a notch now as they head into the rollers. All right, watch them now as they go through the spectating area. It is Cobb in that third spot. And Gavin Reynolds in that 110, looking good out there in his fly racing gear in that fourth place position. Takes a different lane in the split lane. He made a pass on Racing Kyler last time around, but not going to make it happen this time on the 225 and Nolan Cobb. Cobb, man, he's a tough competitor. Been watching this little guy in some local races around. Oh, he makes a mistake, though. And that's going to allow Reynolds to dive to the inside right here as they drop into the Gator's mouth. Who's going to come out in front? White flag flying for our leader. Oh, Cobb makes a little contact with Reynolds. Nolan's like, you're not taking my qualifying position, man. I've worked hard for it, and I'm going to keep it as they go on this white flag lap right here. Of course, Levi Geist still your leader, checking in with us on the number 3 machine. Aiden held in the second spot, and as we see, Nolan Cobb, he's going to slide up in that number 3 position. One rider down, no problem for our leaders, though. They're making their way through. Big shout out to Vinny, our EMT, for getting there quickly and helping out our down riders. As they drop into the pit, I'll tell you what, they're catching second place. Nolan Cobb and Gavin Reynolds are pushing each other so hard, they have reeled in Aiden Held, who's on the number 9 machine. Looks like number 3, Levi Geist, he is going to open that thing up and ride comfortable there in the lead. But look at that, second, third, fourth. They're right there. They're all together right now. On screen, we see Aiden Hell as our second place rider. Nolan Cobb making a couple more mistakes. Gavin Reynolds, he sees that, and he knows he's going to try to capitalize on it. He tries to dive to the inside of the gator tail. That inside goes to the outside. He's got a hot line through here. You got to watch him as he goes a little smoother, I think, right now on that outside. He's standing up, navigating on the balls of his feet, and he's going to get around Nolan Cobb just like that. Made it that easy. But I look for Cobb to get fired up. Oh, Cobb going down. Tough break for Nolan Cobb right there. Going down on that single after the gator pit, headed into the rollers. So that's going to allow Aiden Held and Gavin Reynolds to sit comfortably in that second, third place position.
Hey, we need Aiden Foist to the office, please. Aiden Foist, if you could, please report to the office. The final lap of racing, those top 3, Dean, Nolan Cobb right there inside the bubble, but that right there might have changed things up just a little bit.
Yeah, Nolan was our rider there. He was just inside that top 3, or actually he was in 4th trying to get back around Gavin Reynolds, but made that mistake, and away it went. We look for our leaders to make their way through and take the checker flag. Our leader should be Levi Geist. And on Racer TV, we see our second place rider, who's going to be the number 9 machine, Aiden Held. He will lock up that second place position. Awesome ride for Held, and awesome ride for our final transfer position, Gavin Reynolds. He worked hard for it. He got it out of Delta, PA. He's going to check in with us in the 3rd place position. And we're going to go ahead and turn the page here for our next consolation race. It is the 450B Limited, Consi number 1.
JH, welcome aboard, my friend.
So, Roddy, how are you?
I'm doing well. As I said just a few moments ago, good to have you on board here and to have you here at the Mini-O's as we're wrapping up our LCQs. And I assume this probably maybe your first day here so far this week?
This week it is, yeah. I had a long week. We got a lot of stuff going on back at home and a lot of other things, but this is my first day this week, yep.
Well, welcome aboard, my friend.
Made it, though. I'm still here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for the heart of some good racing as well. I don't know if you caught many of the first motos that we had coming into this day, but wow. Yesterday we saw some spectacular races and some
a little drama here and there.
Yeah, you have that on occasion. You know how these big races go.
I was keeping up. It's awesome to see how much we've come as a sport when you can sit at home in your office and actually watch the amateur racing live on TV. 450B going off here, right?
Yep, 450B Limited consolation race.
Now, how many of these do we have in this particular?
We only have one consi here in the 450B Limited class. I believe we'll be taking top 6 in this one.
Yep. Top 6 is what we'll be looking for. Who we got out here with us, Dean?
I think on the starting line, I've seen a 107 of Jordan Renfro. I'll go ahead and give you a full rundown here. The number 2 machine of Christopher Tudor, the number 11 of Chase Wright, the 15 of Dawson Cobb, the 22 of Logan Riggins, the 32 of Micah Grubbs, the 61 machine of Robert Klipner, The 82 of Will Campbell, he's another heavy hitter out there. The 83 of Colin Burns. The 85 of Josh Bowman. Mason Call, the number 91 machine. Maxon Bernacci, he's on the 101. The 107 of Jordan Rimko. The 113 of Merrill Cox. The 122 of Mac Walker. The 128 of Braden Gibson. The 142 of Sage Lewis. Paxton Lipinski, he's going to the 145 machine. The 174 of Trevor Culp, another heavy hitter out there. The 191 machine of Mateus Vera. The 214 of Dakota McKay. Ignacio Diaz in the 255, the 259 of Jacob Solomon, the 321 of Gaston Salazar, the 334 of Brody Odell, the 347 of Juan Abadia, the 429 of Evan Page, the 511 machine of Ryan Boyd, the 515 of Jacob Henry, the 714 of Ross O'Connor, the 809 of Christopher Schroeder, the 910 of Adam Machia, the Seth Billingsley, the 923, the 924 of Evan Wolf, the 926 of Everett Clark, the 951 of Zamir Darrell. What do you see out there, guys?
Well, we got that 85 machine of Josh Bowman and the 107 of Jordan Renfro waging major battle for that #1 spot as they dropped into the Gator pit there. And as they make their way out, they're nearly side by side. It'll be Bowman getting credit for the lap lead by .122. Will Renfro in second, then Will Campbell another couple seconds back in third. Micah Grubbs in fourth. Dawson Cobb in fifth, which I was watching him on that lap. He made up a lot of spaces out through there, working his way through the pack, and he's going to be one we're going to want to keep an eye on. He may be looking for more. He is in a transfer spot right now. Dakota McKay is your final transfer position aboard the 215. You've got Chris Schroeder in seventh, Juan Abadia in eighth, Seth Billingsley in ninth, and Jacob Henry rounding out the top 10.
Thank you for that, Rodney.
Yeah, great race out here. Renfro giving him all he can handle through this section here. Probably going to sit on his wheel a little bit here and look for some lines. I got to say, I was incredibly impressed just rolling up here and getting out there and looking at the track when I first got here, how good the track condition is. Guys here got it tuned up really nice. Lots of options out there. All sorts of lines in the corners. These ruts going everywhere. Going to make for some really good racing at the rest of the day.
And I'll tell you, too, yeah, you talk about that. We certainly have a lot to be thankful for this Thanksgiving week, because whenever we came into the weekend, I was getting reports that we were expecting up to 2 inches of rain on Tuesday. And thankfully, that didn't happen. And though we haven't made it all the way through just yet, so far we've had a wonderful week, even with the overcast skies that we've had going on. And it has made for perfect track conditions every day. The track crew has done an amazing job just keeping everything rolling, but the riders have done an even better job of making for a great race there, as it looks like that race up front, switching things around.
Campbell's got Renfro here coming through over there by the Gizmo Mods Tower, moving himself into second place. And it looks like he's definitely on a mission here. He's going to the front for sure. He's got Bowman in his sights. About to come out of the pit here.
Yeah, it looks like Bowman going to drop back to the number 3 position as Campbell now starts to put the pressure on the 107 of Renfro.
It's had it backwards. Yeah, it's not good. That's how good the racing's going. Sorry, I had the names backwards. Sorry.
Well, I'll tell you, Renfro, I'm kind of surprised to see in this LCQ. He must have had some troubles in his first moto out there, because I know some of the other times that we've seen him out there, we've seen him running well within contention of qualifying positions, but obviously today in the #1 spot in this LCQ.
I remember what happened because I took a picture of the monitor and sent it down to his mom. He got a flat tire.
Oh.
He raced out there, so that'll do it.
Yeah, all the other times we've seen him on the course, he has really been on the Supercross track, and out here on the motocross track, he has really been lighting it up. Talked to his mom too. She said, that's what being healthy will do for you.
Very true.
You know, in these LCQ races, you know, you never want to really be in them. Obviously, it's not your ideal situation, but there's a lot to be learned from them. You know, these guys are going to get a sight, look at the track, get some extra sights to check it out, see maybe how it's changing in condition and location. And, you know, again, not everyone's career is always going to be perfect. At some point further on in your career, you're going to end up in a situation like this, and it teaches you a lot about how to prepare for it, how to emotionally get ready for it, you know, how to, you know, you don't have the big long rest like you're going to have, you know, and that sometimes can be an advantage also.
Oh, Renfro down. Sorry to interrupt, JH.
Yeah, no, you're good. Yep, he is down.
Not very happy about that. You could tell, you could see getting up with some disgust.
Yeah, I wanted to be here in the first place, and then you have a mistake like that. That's definitely not where you want to be. We're taking 6th, though, right?
Yeah. If he can get back up, he should still be able to solidify a start for the second moto. Yeah, you're right, JH, about the opportunity to look at this racetrack and get a little more familiarity. that is a plus. The big negative on that is, of course, you'll get those LCQ scores, which won't bode well in your overall, but it also gives you a lot to shoot for in the second motos. As Campbell comes through taking the win in this one, Josh Bowman will finish up in second. And there's Dawson Cobb. We saw him make that push there on that first lap up through the pack, and he ends up in the number 3 position. Micah Grubbs in 4th. Christopher Schroeder is 5th. He bounced around quite a bit in that top 10, and then rounding out the top 6, your final transfer spot. Right now looks like Jacob Henry. Again, that all unofficial. The official results are posted on the posting board, so make sure you check that out. Right now we roll on with our next race, Dean. This is an 85cc 12 to 13 consolation race, I believe here. And if I'm not mistaken, 85 12 to 13-year-olds. 1 LCQ top 6 riders.
Yeah, as I watch him drop into the pit, I know from seeing him round off, and it looks like Kevin DePino there on number 52 machine. He was in second, but it makes some quick work and getting to the lead right now as they make their way towards the Gator Tail.
A lot of bunching up there mid-pack. Riders just trying to get through there. Got a bad start. You know, again, these laps go very quickly.
Like JH said, you can learn a lot in these LCQs. Just like you said, that bunch up right there, you got to really use your head, hold your composure, but at the same time, sprint, because they only got 3 laps to make something happen.
And you don't have to worry about getting tired, that's for sure. So might as well use it all up here because you only got 1 shot at it. So get a good start, set your sights on making sure you're in that qualifying position for sure. And if you don't, you know, that's the other thing too. A lot of these other guys, a lot of times in these classes, got younger kids who are just getting experience.
Oh, pile up right there.
Pile up right here.
And that was just behind the 007 of William Judd, who I believe is around that top 5 position.
So a couple of these guys might have thought that was a chance. He's tired of that bike being on him.
Absolutely.
A couple of these guys hoping they're going to make a run at one of those transfer positions. Unfortunately, their day is over. But like I said, a lot to be learned here still. Laps are laps. You know, everything is a learning experience at this level. I think, you know, for me, I look at a different perspective, you know, that everything is, you know, moving towards the next step of whatever it is, whether it's your next class or your next age group or whatever it is you're moving up into. So for me, I think that, you know, lessons are always to be learned. And even these guys racing back in the middle, they're learning how to race with each other. They're setting guys up, you know, making passes. You know, you should always be thinking about the lesson you can have here every time you're on the racetrack.
Kevin DePino out front of this one. Matthew Williams in second. Grayson Kelly in the number 3 spot on the 923 with Fisher O'Connor in 4th. William Judd is 5th. Charles Brown rounds out the final transfer spot on at the end of the first lap. It's just outside the bubble right now. Justin Gamage in 7th. And we've got Brandon E., Jason LaBouffe, and Jeremy Strider to round out the top 10.
We're watching William Judd right now on the 007 lead out a Kawasaki rider. That's the Kawasaki rider of Charles Brown. Downtown Charles Brown there, the number 198 machine. He's on that 6th place position, our final transfer spot right now, but he's looking to better himself and get around the number 007 at Judd, who sits in 5th.
Yeah, he's right on him here for sure. He's following him closely through that section here, through the Gator Tail.
Rider outside the bubble that I'm trying to keep an eye on, that 214 of Jason LaBouffe out of Worcester, Massachusetts. Seen some great rides out of him on the Supercross, and kind of a standout in my memory banks, if you will, at least here on the motocross portion.
Sorry to interrupt on you. Now just watch Nicholas Golan get around that Kawasaki rider of Brown and Judd. So he is going to make a move right there. He's in the 5th spot, so it's going to put Judd back in the 6th spot. Some intense racing right now in this LCQ.
Yeah, he might have got hung up a little bit too much there following through that section there, as opposed to maybe moving to the outside like he did behind the guy behind him did there. So that's something, again, learning lessons. Got to be mindful of that stuff, thinking about moving forward, not following so much. Good battle up front still.
Yeah, the 46 machine. I believe that's the 46 of Matthew Williams.
Yeah, he's
trying to run down our leader.
Coming to the white flag here, coming out of the pit. Yeah, he's all over him. Now, I got to be smart up front here. 1 and 2 got a significant gap on 3rd place, so you're well into the qualifying position. You want to win this race if you can, but you do not want to do it at the expense of costing yourself a chance to go down and lessening your position where you're at. So, got to be smart here.
No doubt about it. Definitely want to hold your composure and focus on the big picture. as they make the step ups. You can see them, they're both in the air at the same time. That's DePino and Williams going at it right now for that 1 and 2 position. A little ways behind him, but not too far behind. We see the number 923 machine of Grayson Kelly put in a great ride. And another person I'm not used to seeing out here, we got Ede out there on the 141 machine. He's in the 4th spot, 5th spot for Show Connor. And Judd, as of right now, holds on to that 6th place position.
Trying to keep an eye on the situation at hand. Charles Brown dropping out of the top 6 into 7th place position. Jason LaBouffe now is 8th. You start doing the math. He was 1/10 of a second behind Brown and 1.1 seconds more up to a qualifying position. So this final lap could be pretty exciting for that final transfer spot.
Oh, Judd makes a mistake, leaves the door open. I'm not sure who that rider was that was trying to cut up under him right there, but a pass might have been made.
Pretty good battle for the lead here, coming over the tabletop with the Gizmo Mods. Power. Great race here for the lead. Oh! Gotta be smart here, boys. Oh!
Matthew Williams might have got a little gimme there as Kevin DePino got a little
stuck it in the rut there.
Yeah.
Went in hard to that corner. Uh-oh. Did he go down to the bottom?
Something happened. DePino
has not come back around.
Well, DePino checks out of the Gator pit. Where's Williams at? I haven't seen Williams yet.
I mean, there you go.
Yeah.
Like I said, you got to be careful with those. No harm done, though. He still makes it in safely to the main event.
Grayson Kelly will finish up in the number 3 spot. Brandon Ede in the number 4 position. It's Fisher O'Connor in 5th. And looks like, I believe, Jason LaBouffe, as we were watching mount that challenge for that final transfer spot, working through the pack, and does just exactly that. Seals the deal in the closing moments of that. And of course, we move to our next class, race 103. This is the 250C Junior 12 to 17. Consi 1 of 2 will be taking the top 3 from this one.
Got 2 of them here for this group, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, we had a number. That's one thing that we were noting. A lot of those 50s and 60s in those same age range, well over 117, 118 entries in those. We see just over 100 in our 7 to 8 limited 50 class, 65cc class, 113, 118, 85s, 101 in those, and then of course this 250C limited class, 118 riders started out in this C Junior class. And of course, same thing with the 250C limited. So a lot of riders in these classes, and again, 2 divisions of LCQs. The top 3 will go from each one.
Really good to see the health of the sport right now. You know, we've been here the last couple of years, we've been commenting on it coming out of the shutdown there, and how great it's been to see the growth of our sport. Exponential growth, it seems like, at this event. It seems like how many people just year after year keep coming. And every time we see that aerial photo of this place, it just blows your mind. And there's this many motorhomes parked in here, and everyone out here celebrating motorcycling and having a good time this week.
Absolutely, JH. And you know, you talk about the numbers. The one thing that I think is significant is it's in the younger groups and in the fresh, in like the novice classes, and that's where we're seeing the huge numbers really right now. So that means that a lot of new folks are coming out, and I just hope that trend can continue for future purposes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I tell you, from an industry standpoint too, from the conversations we have at the industry level, you know, that's something that everyone's conscious of. It's great that we're having the boom that we're having, you know, somewhat reminiscent to the early 70s when you had the initial boom that got a lot of were the result of that boom. So you hope to see people want to continue and having a good time on a motorcycle, showing up at an event like this that has the nice amenities, and it's fun to be here in the nice weather, especially for all the people from up north, right?
Yeah.
My friends up north have been checking their social media, watching how much snow they've had, and all the miserable weather. It's nice to be able to have a venue to come to. They kind of get away from that and really have a good time riding your bike before the end of the year again one more time.
Bo Reed, Lucas LaFontaine, Turner Bates, your top three. Mikey Waynes, I didn't realize you stepped in.
Scared me there.
I looked over and all of a sudden you weren't Dean anymore.
No, I've, well, maybe. Packed on about
I didn't say Lean, I said Dean.
Yeah, Bad Bo Reed enjoying it. Lucas Fontaine in the 2-spot. Turner Bates, third. Gabe Laskonic in fourth. Trevor Albrecht in fifth. That sun is just bright enough. And Tyler Hawk in the number 6 spot. I believe just, two consies in this one, Rodney. So high stakes, just taking the top 3.
Bad day to take the window seat.
I know, right? You're right there in the sun.
So, again, top 3 transferring out of this one. This is a 2-consi format for the 250C Junior 12 to 17 class. As we said, 118 entries in this one to begin the motocross portion of the Mini Olympics. And I think that was right there in the cap areas where we were looking at about 120 riders per class, and honestly, many up near 100, 80s, 90s. I mean, if you think about it theoretically, most every class out there has enough to at least have 2 gate drops out there, a full gate.
You know, like you guys were talking, the growth of the sport over the last couple of years since, I don't know, something happened in 2020. I don't even want to talk about it. We'll just say something happened. But the good part of that, you know, referring to those drone shots of the property and just how much this has grown. And when you got to put a cap on riders, that's a good problem to have. So we'll take it. We'll take all the consi races because that means we're in good shape.
LaFontaine, we saw, drop to the number 3 spot, and that was due to a pure attack by Burgess Virginia's Turner Bates, the 808, a 159.245. He gets by LaFontaine, and it looks like he may have his head down charging. He may want to take the win in the LCQ here away from Bo Reed, the number 51. As they are making their way off the back of the gator right now, our front 3 are somewhat tight. 4th place not far off the pace right now. Trevor Albrecht and Tyler Hawk not far behind in 5th.
I see J-Bone down here watching this race intently here, wanting to see if Trevor can make it into that transfer position. Nathan right behind him there, a couple spots back. Fun to see all the old race crew team guys coming back around here, their next generation, talking about the growth of the sport.
Right, yeah, and legacies to the industry as well. I think that's cool.
Yeah, J-Bone, sir. I heard Fred was here earlier. I wonder if J-Bone and, well, probably not the kids were here, but leave those stories alone, I guess, for the general audience. But cool to probably see those boys out here together, reuniting at the racetrack again, doing a fun event while you got your sons racing. That's really a cool time here as a dad also.
Oh, I'm sure they got time to smooth things out there.
Trevor Albrecht on the outside looking in, trying to fight for it. Needs a top 3.
Dad waving the towel over here, keeping him motivated.
There you go.
He's in sight. Got him in his sight.
You know, I thought that Turner Bates was going to try to mount a challenge, and I think that first half of lap he had thought about it, but then he said, hey, I'm in. Let's leave it at that. And Bo Reed takes the Division I consolation race win. Turner Bates will finish up in the number 2 spot, and Lucas LaFontaine takes the number 3 spot. As we wrap that first consolation of 2 up, we'll head into our second consi at 250C Junior 12 to 17-year-olds. This will be race number 104. We're going down to race number 120, and then we'll be ready to start all over with race number 1, moto number 2.
Taking a look at our lineup there, Luke. Laskonic, Ludden Starr, Owen White, Cole Tucker, Hugh Ludding, Jarek Norris, the 44 of Christian Wood, the 47 of Kai Sorella, the 64 of Sebastian Billingsley, the 66 of Miguel Angel Rojas, the 70 of Jacob Van Breeport, the 71 of Aiden McIntyre. And I got completely sidetracked. The 77 of Jaden DeLima, the 86 of Jenna Schultes, the 101 of Dominic Allen, the 117 of William Tahasi, the 119 of Michael Thompson, the 120 of Luis Francisco Rubilar, the 125 dash of Noah Walker, Kirk Connell, the 129 of Cohen Nickerson, the 132 of Juan Geraldo, 137 of Ryan Swanson. We've also got Jose Castrillo, Brock Nowicki, Todd Haberstock, Marco Larson, Cameron Harding, Connor Lorick, Ginger Osgood, James Martin, Dash McMillan, Santiago Perez, Nicholas Lemer, Colton Shelby, Spencer Weldon, as well as a host of many other riders out there rolling right now.
And, you know, what's cool about that is you're reading those lists down here. I'm taking a look over your shoulder here. South Carolina, Ohio, Alabama, Ontario, Illinois, Michigan, South Carolina. I mean, that's just, that's every different state right off the bat. There's not one of the same. Actually, South Carolina, Louisiana. I mean, we just have people from all over this great country and Canada coming down here to enjoy this racetrack and this event. That's just fantastic to see that we're getting those kind of, not just the numbers, but the range where they're coming from also, that are coming out here to celebrate here in the Sunshine State.
Moto alive and well. West Coast, East Coast, Midwest, don't matter. Buzzing past the announcing tower. That was the 19 on the jersey. Maybe the 119, Michael Thompson. I think that was the Honda ride. 47, not too far off Kai Sorella. We'll know for sure here. One lap completed.
Yeah, Michael Thompson with the lead.
Yep, Michael Thompson, on that, the 119 Honda. It's the 577 of Logan Hecker in second. Carson Cahill in third. Kai Sorella back in the 4 spot. Roman Jordan 5th. Miguel Angel Rojas 6th. 7th place Alan Adkins. Jarek Norris in the number 8 spot with Christian Wood 9th. And Santiago Perez rounding out that top 10. Again, shooting for a top 3 here. Got 2 consies for the 250C Junior.
Top 3 are fairly safe right now, but you got some heat coming for sure. So again, be smart here. You don't want to tangle and put yourself in a position where you're going to be outside looking in that you've done all this work to get to where you're at right now.
That's it. And you know the rider in 4th is coming hot. And we'll make an aggressive pass if need be. Got to want that gate pick.
Some great mid-pack racing. Again, a lot of learning going on out there. They may not be in the race for the next one, but you certainly are out there, especially these C-class guys. Don't have as many laps as the guys in the higher classes, A and the B-class guys, but certainly making the best of it here, getting some really valuable experience on the racetrack.
Love that point. The experience, the learning experience for them. We talk about, and rightfully so in the studio, hey, we're focusing on your top riders, your top 3, top 5, those battles. But you're right, there's definitely something to take away. It doesn't matter if you're one of those top 3 or you're finishing 15th. If you got some positive takeaways from going up against some stiff competition here, something to take away for everybody.
And that always carries through even to the A and the B classes. You got guys, racing in the 250B class. You might be their first year coming off of 125, racing against guys who've been doing it for 2 years. The pace is different. I was talking about this earlier with one of our guys. The pace in perspective, you have to take that into consideration as to where you're at in your program and your development. The fact that you can't be expected for some kids to jump in and be running that race pace.
Successful right away,
Yeah, so you got to learn that pace. You got to be in that environment. You have to be around there, same as these guys here. These mid-pack guys are getting some great racing experience, at the pace that they're trying to figure out. They're going to take that, and then they'll be leading or even qualifying out of this without even being in the consolation race. So that perspective I think is important to keep in mind as a racer in general, regardless what level you're at, and having realistic expectations. Something Ricky always talks about at our schools. A realistic expectation really helps manage your event for you sometimes, and gives you some valuable learning lessons to know where you're at. If the best you got is a top 5 based on where you're at, then that should be your goal, and if you can take away from that some learning lessons and stay up and make all the laps, then that's obviously what's really most important.
Kai Sorella checking in about a half second at the end of lap number 2 behind Cahill for the final transfer spot, and about halfway through this lap we're looking at virtually the same thing, but we expect to see this tighten up now as they make their way around the tail of the Gator now and through the heart of Gatorback Cycle Park. 20 miles of bad road and back at the spectator area here, and that gap again continually closing up. It was a half second. It opened back up just a little bit, and we're right back at about that half second or so as these riders now find their way in front of the spectator fences here at Gatorback Cycle Park. And one last opportunity down this stretch of racetrack to make a pass and stake a claim for a place on the gate for moto number 2 here in this 250C Junior. Your leaders now dropping down into the Gator pit. Checkers are out. And the win going to Michael Thompson. Second place should go to Logan Hecker, the 577. And it looks like Carson Cahill will hold on to the number 3 position to round out that final transfer spot. Sorella dropping off just a little bit there at the end of that one, Mikey Waynes. But wow, you got a little bit exciting there heading through that final lap of racing. So as we go to our next race, that was race 104, our second consi for the 250C junior 12 to 17-year-old class. Up next, 105, race 105. It is the 85 9 to 11 consolation race. There are 2 consis in this one. Once again, top 3 will transfer. Folks, if you haven't stopped down and seen our friends at Moto Tees Event Souvenirs trailer, be sure and do so. I know a lot went through early in the week, but many of us, like myself, like to wait till later in the week. Why? Because we're just procrastinators. And what does that result in generally? Frustration. Well, I'll tell you right now, popular items and sizes are starting to run thin and out in some cases. So if you're wanting your Moto Tees Event Souvenirs while they last, you need to head down to the event souvenir trailer located right here below the Yamaha Announcers Tower and pick out your souvenirs. Got hats fitted. They've got the adjustable hats. They've got a handful of sweatshirts. They got a few long sleeve tees still left and a good variety of short sleeve tees and different styles in those as well. So make sure you check those out if you want to have Mini O's merchandise. And for you folks at home, you can go online to minios.com, or excuse me, mototees.com, and you can find some great apparel there and past event merchandise as well right there on their website.
My little guy's wearing his RCSX Moto Tees tie-dye here today. Loves to get himself a tie-dye t-shirt. Love it.
I love the tie-dye
Everything's
too.
old, it's new again, right? Tie-dyes are full effect these days.
I like the long sleeve tees too.
Elliott Boucher out in front in this one. Travis Schneider in the 2 spot. Hudson Deacon up into the number 3 position. Sam O'Leary 4th. 5th place, rounding it out, is Kingston Haven.
So we're taking 3 here again, right? 2 consies.
Yeah, 2 consies. So top 3 is what you're shooting for. So Hudson Deacon in there. Sam O'Leary's got to go to work.
Hudson's got to focus forward without worrying about getting passed from behind. It's always the toughest spot to be in when you're in the bubble there. So you got to make sure you race forward here.
Sam O'Leary, rider out of Ohio, does a lot of racing up near me at Chillytown, one of Scott Plessinger's tracks, as well as at East Fork, another track that Scott runs. That kid runs some laps down there, no doubt about it. Right now, he's trying to run in on Hudson Deegan for that 3rd and final transfer spot.
Oh boy, might have gotten him. Maybe. Yeah. Back down to the inside. Little bobble right there.
Good racing here.
Ball's back in place. Oh, now it's getting a little choppy. Not like we saw at the end of yesterday quite yet, but we're getting there.
You know, and it's amplified when you get these smaller wheeled machines out here like these 85cc machines. You can really see the definition of the race course when these guys are out here.
You can really see the options here on the race course, how many different lines we have. Definitely in great shape. The overcast conditions are definitely helping maintain a really excellent condition here also.
And O'Leary trying to pull up side by side over the tabletop as they head here toward the Yamaha Announcers Tower. He gets in, and then Deegan is able to get just ahead of him once more as they drop down into the Gator pit. This will be for the conclusion of lap number 2, and one more lap to go.
Oh, Sam O'Leary right there with Deegan. Working the track, doing a good job, not following the leader. Looking for opportunities. White flag out. If he's going to make it happen, got to be here. Deegan, good job racing the track in front of him. Like you said, not too worried about what's going on behind him. And got a lot of track in front of him. Shouldn't have to worry about running into anybody. Up the Gatorback.
So up front, still Elliott Boucher and the 582 of Travis Snyder. We've been watching the final transfer battle, and that's what it's been basically since the drop of the gate on this one. Boucher and Schneider got out front. Deegan.
Oh, around the outside. There you go. Deegan gets passed right there.
Oh.
That's the same spot a couple motos ago where those guys got caught following each other, and that outside line paid dividends there as well. And the same thing, if that kid was watching that race there, O'Leary, you might have saw that. That was a good passing spot. That's the same place that last transfer position went down right there going around the outside.
Everybody out there taking notes right now as you said that, man. Should be anyways. Should be. Watching Racer TV, taking notes.
And again, you know, lots of lines out there. It looked like it was pretty smooth too. It was definitely further outside, but had a really clean line through there where it seemed like the tighter line on the inside might have been a little bit rougher there, to your point earlier about those, you know, amplifying those bumps there. You just got through smoother, got a good drive, was able to make that right-hand turn.
Deegan not letting this go so easily, but O'Leary down this stretch has gained a little bit more real estate for that third place position as our checkers are out now for our leader there. As looks like Boucher will take the win. Travis Snyder in second, and one more turn to go and a drive to the top of the hill. And it may be Sam O'Leary taking the final transfer spot, and that's who it will be. And O'Leary is in. 85cc 9 to 11-year-olds.
And good on Hudson there. You know, he didn't give up. He definitely charged hard. You could see that he was definitely, you know, searching for some spots coming through that last section of the track there. Good for him for not giving up. Again, another great lesson learned. I know it's not where you want to be for sure, but at the end of the day, definitely, you know, gave it his all, and I can see that out here.
Absolutely. 85 9 to 11. Concy 2. Mikey Waynes again will take the top three.
Take the top three. Landon Palmer, Ronnie Stanley, Gage Dunham. Number 6, Ryan Klippner, Drew Doucette. Patoshnik, the number 16, the number 24, Tommy Phillips, Carly Flatt, as well as Alexander Patterson, Cody Syke, Gabriella Hunkich. What you got?
A rider down here in the tabletop by the Gizmo Mods Tower. Easy little tip over.
No good. No good.
Oh, not again. Tip down again. Fell on the left, got back up, tipped over on the right.
Said, I'm trying. Jeffrey Roque, Gavin Reynolds, Michael Starling, Max Olasco, Jake Jacoby, Roman Belskew, Evan Blair, Gage Miller, Trip Glasgow, Adam Graham, Chance Clark, Bryson Snellgrove, Damian Engel, Mason Weller, Owen Stoddard, Aiden Foist, Riker K, Grady O'Connor, Carter Clay, Andrew Johnson, Regan Davis, and Caleb Likens all out there rolling here. That is your full gate.
All right, got that incident cleared up.
Breathe a sigh of relief.
I see the number 5 there, I think, towards the front of the pack. Now, that's a, well, maybe the number 5 just dropped down.
5 Gage Dunham out there.
All right.
Honestly, some heavy hitters in this one, really. Going down through that name, some bigger names.
Dunham blew his bike up in this one, if memory serves me
I think
correct.
that's the one.
Yeah, he stalled out down at the bottom of the Gator pit.
Yeah, you're right. Came into it, the DNF. I think that was the race. Megawatt, yep. Evan Blair, DNS, did not start, so.
Where's the Moto Dad of the Year down there? Is he
Moto Dad of the Year?
Got to look for Daniel.
Gage Dunham, Trip Glasgow, Andrew Johnson, your top 3 here at the end of one in the 85cc 9 to 11-year-old class. We see the 199 of Clark back in the number 4 spot with Roman Velasquez in the number 5 position. 3 seconds from 3rd to 5th place position, so about 1.5 seconds between 3rd and 4th. Right now, at least, it would appear that Johnson was comfortable under the circumstances in the number 3 spot heading into the 2nd lap, but we'll see what happens here on lap 3, as that looks like things are really starting to bunch up there.
They really are. You know, the leader's got a nice comfortable lead, seconds out there. Okay, but there's that next group behind them. They are anything can happen mode right now. As many bikes as in the same section. You got 1, 2, 3, 4 guys there easily within qualifying position in the rest of the racetrack that's left.
Yeah, and that 876 machine of Carter Clay, I think, may have just gone up from 6th, if not the 3rd, at least the 4th place position right there.
Yeah, I couldn't tell the number, but I was looking at that. You could see he was definitely on the move. That's who that was. That was definitely rolling.
And that's another one of those names that Mikey was referring to, as there's some pretty big names in this one.
Yeah. That says a lot. That was, well, I didn't get here. I didn't start with you guys until Monday morning, so I was basically starting with the LCQs on the Supercross side, and I remember asking you and Mega and Wes Kane, man, what happened? Did they go down? Did they get tangled up in the start? No, Mikey, the competition's that deep this year. Obviously, some scenarios like that, but overall, it's just been a stacked classes.
Man, Gage Dunham just launching out of that Gator pit right there on the 5-dash machine. Turning a 206 that second lap around a 208 by Trip Glasgow, and that is Carter Clay from 6th to a 3rd place position here on lap number 2. He's got Jacoby Roman Velasquez back in the number 4 spot, Andrew Johnson in 5th, and a few other riders working their way up the pack. We see Alexander Patton, Caleb Likens, Max Lasco. They all making some gains out there, but I think right now Velasquez is going to be tough to catch in that 3rd place position, but I've been wrong before.
A 3-second gap, but like you said, not a lot of time, very little room for error. White flag out. You get the green-white checkers. You pretty well got to be flawless following the 876 right there. Carter Clay. See if he's got some company. Man, not really, not too close.
Interesting how tight they were in the first couple laps, and that the second half of the track over here, definitely more of the separator, with the obviously tighter section of the track, of course. But some of those kids that you thought it was a tighter bunch to get through, there was definitely cream rising to the crop, if you will, separating those kids as they came through that section. The better kids making it through there, whether it's better line selection or just having the ability to get through that section better. Definitely interesting to see how bunched up they were and how spread out they got just in a single lap.
Absolutely, and again, I think it's a good indicator that lines, even at this point, become very critical, especially for the smaller bikes. If they get in one of those deeper lines, they might drag a foot peg through there or something, slow them down a little bit. So that could definitely change things up quite a bit.
It's our 4th place ride on screen right there. Trying to do something to catch up to the 876 of Carter Clay, but man, guys rolling. Gage Dunham just about ready to wrap this thing up and bring out the checkered flag.
One thing's for certain, Gage Dunham.
Did he move up into the 2 spot?
Second, I think.
Up the face of the finish line jump. Let's see. And who was it? Who was it?
Trip Glasgow and Carter Gray. They were 2 point. Yeah, it was him challenging, but
yeah, they're right there. Good race there to the end. I like it.
Hungry.
So Rodney,
well, JH fades in and he fades out.
Hey, you got a text. He's like, "You mind if I step out for a minute?" Hey, man, do your thing.
I was looking over here. I've gotten surprised 3 times.
We're sneaky, man.
Well, I'm paying attention to all these monitors right now. I'm trying to see which one's telling me what's going on. What do we have going on next? I believe we are at race number 107, which will be the first of 2. We've got a 250B consi followed by 2 250C consi. So this will be a top 6. We are at race 107 now out of 120. Click, 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 click. Boom. Moto 2's coming up soon.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. We will crown some champions. Dreams are going to come true. Hearts are going to be broken. And we're going to have a blast either way.
Absolutely.
It's going to be a good one. Ooh, Ryder takes a nasty fall.
Ooh, a Badia.
Oh, high-sided on it. I caught the tail end of that. Man. gnarly one. And just like that, Rodney, one mistake.
On Abadia, 74, I think is what it was. But all right, coming around in the front stretch here, we've got a battle up front for the #1 spot, Mikey Waynes. And as we check in, it looks like a drag race here in front of the Yamaha announcers tower. And who's going to be with the edge on this one? It's still hard to tell. It looks like, what, a 9:15.
Josh Bowman is in it. Rider out of Madison, Wisconsin, in that 2 spot. And I think it was it the 237? Nathan
9:26 and 85. Everett Clark and Josh Bowman. Kaysen Pinkston in the #3 spot. Jack Jamison is 4th. Nathan Germain, the 237 and 5th. He may have stumbled there in the Gator pit and dropped back a little bit, Mikey, but look at this.
Rodney out front, man, going up the Gator back right now. First and second place. That's Everett Clark and Josh Bowman. Going at it right now, man. It just
Sean
like
Keller,
it's Moto 2.
Yeah, watching that Yamaha back there, the #11 Yamaha. He's your 6th place ride. That's your final transfer spot. He's hot on the throttle right now as he's trying to put some distance between himself and Josh Carton and Corey Gagnon back in these 7 and 8 spots. And I have a pretty sneaky suspicion, too. He wants a little more than 6th place, too. So he's working on 5th place for gate position and for overall position.
Rider off the track over there, about middle of the pack. The 111, I'm assuming that's Sean Keller. The 11 on timing and scoring. Going to work. Wants a little breathing room. That's the 237, Nathan Germain right there in the 5 spot. Let's see if Sean Keller, he can make a safe pass. You know he wants it. Put a rider in between him and the last transfer position. Wouldn't be a bad deal.
Well, 0.3 of a second separating them a lap ago. There's not much difference in that now as they come once again in front of this Yamaha tower. Still the 85 out front, or actually the 85 out front now of the 926 of Clark. So that change taking place. The question is how safe is Kaysen Pinkston going to be for his transfer position?
Josh Bowman checking in. Everett Clark into the 2 spot. Kaysen Pinkston's checked in 3rd. See how the rest of it stacks up. Jack Jamison in 4th. Nathan Germain 5th. And Sean Keller rounding out that top 6. How about at the number 120? Husqvarna on the move. That is Jay Covert. Currently sitting in the 7th spot, looking from the outside in. And with the last white flag coming out, 1 lap to go. 1 lap of opportunity for Jay Covert. Got a quick announcement for you guys. Need Charles Brown to the office, please. Again, Charles Brown to the office, please. .250B Consi race on RacerTV.com. Josh Bowman in the driver's seat out in front. Everett Clark in the number 2 spot. Kaysen Pinkston 3rd. Jack Jamison 4th. Nathan Germain in the number 5 spot. Sean Keller rounding out that top 6 transfer positions. The number 120 Husqvarna of Jay Covert and Jaden Wolf. The 79 Kawasaki ride back in the number 8 position. And just about a quarter of a lap left here for our leaders. See how it develops here. Watching the 85 KTM. Buzz past the Gizmo Tower. Going to duck down below us here at the announcing tower. Into the Gator pit. And first, second, third, all pretty close right there. Everybody playing nice. Nobody wants to risk too much. I'm not going to have the best gate pick, but by God, I got a gate pick. And that's what it's all about. Checkered flag flies. Josh Bowman moving on. Everett Clark moving on. Kaysen Pinkston as well, finishing in the number 3 spot. And I believe it's going to be the number 59 Honda. Jack Jamison, Nathan Germain. Scratch that. Jay Covert moves up into the 5 spot. Nathan Germain falls to 7th. And Sean Keller just a bit outside, finishes in the number 7 position. 250C Consi 1, Rodney Tomlin. What happened, buddy? Crickets, 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 crickets.
There's no crickets up. Just I pushed that button by mistake again, but
I love it. I love it.
I got a sound pad on the board.
DJ Mixmaster Rodney up here.
Race 108, 250C consolation, race number 1 of 2. Are we out up there? Still got paperwork there. We're going to take a look as these riders sorted out here on this first lap. Seth Garrett, Steven Tozo, Marcella Monzon, Jordan Pittenger, Griffin Cole, also Cole Burgess, Benjamin Nerona, Cade Treader, Gage Burton, Ryder Holland, Jaden Sleggers, Turner Bates, Tristan Limley, Pedro Oliveira, Ovidiu Didi, Caden Lockard, Louis Francisco Rubilar, Braden Jackson, Noah Walker Kirkendall, Ryan Swanson, Diego Kaiser, Jake Dunes, Briley Roth, Adrian Hogue, Pedro Koch, Kevin Bond, Colton Gilliland, Tyler Tiffany, Tyler Doss, Juan Costa, Aaron Finnemore, Landon Polsky, Pablo Chavion, Ethan Brown, Alan Adkins, Tyler Osborne, Devin Rogers, Ricardo Acosta, Ignacio Rivera's, also Lucas Perry and Austin Kravitz. And it's Ignacio Rivera's, the 813 out front of the 84 of Tristan Limley. Turner Bates, the number 80. In the number 3 spot, we're looking at 0.9 between 1 and 2. And another 1.8 back to 3rd, but it's Tyler Tiffany and Tyler Tiffany challenging Turner Bates for that number 3 spot when they went across the finish line.
Yeah, there's some great racing going on right here, Rodney. I've seen Ignacy get out there and try to break away from it, but she has a whole pack behind her. Top 4 right now are within a couple bike lengths apart. I do want to make a quick shout out, though, down at Scott. Pit bike race sign up is going on now. And get this, guys. They're having a Stasic race down there. How cool is that?
No way. That's cool.
If you little guys or your parents want to get your kids signed up for the Stasic race, head down to Scott, get yourself signed up for pit bike racing. That'll be later on tonight.
Now, we know how pit bike races go. So when you say Stasic races, that means the little ones get to rip around in the Stasis, or are we going to have grown men on them?
No.
I mean, if they pull them, I think we should. I mean,
That's what I'm talking about.
Pit bike racing.
Yeah, it's pit bike racing, man. Take all the rules and throw them out the window.
Right out the window. Run what you brung.
Adult Stasics, yeah.
I can't wait for the mom race.
I can see.
My knees hurt just thinking about it.
Taking a $3,000-$4,000 kid's bicycle and just trashing it. Yeah,
I don't know if you guys remember. It's probably over 10 years ago, but you remember when those little clown bicycles were so popular?
Yes.
These grown men would be riding these bicycles with little 6-inch wheels.
Yeah.
That was so funny.
Yeah.
It's funny to see things and the trends come and go.
Yes.
Oh, they rode very well. What are you talking about? Just kidding. I never had one. Hey, it's the 813 still out front as they drop down in to the Gator Pit. Ignacio Rivera's on the Fox Moto Monster Energy back ride. He is obviously one that many keep an eye on throughout these major events like this. Back in the number 2 spot was Tristan Limley, and still is, with Turner Bates still in the number 3 spot. The gap that was 0.3 back to the 4th place position at the end of lap number 1 is now changed to 7.2 seconds as Tyler Doss, the 277, is 4th. Gage Burton in 5th. Pedro Oliveira in the number 6 spot. But again, top 3 is what transfers in this one with 2 consies.
That's it. Got to get a top 3. Very little room for error. White flag out for the 250C Consi 1. Time to go to work if you are Tyler Doss. 277 Husqvarna. Working on the number 80 KTM of Turner Bates out there in the 3 spot. I think we're watching Ignacio Riveros and is that Tristan Limley, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's 1st and 2nd place right there. Racing close to one another, but see how it plays out. 8:08 right there. I believe that is the 80 on scoring of Turner Bates in the 3 spot. Again, Tyler Doss right back there in 4th. And we checked in about 7 seconds back. So, Rodney, looks like Barring someone going down, knock on wood, not wishing that upon anybody, but looks like that top 3 is pretty well established in this one.
Yeah, with that 7.2 second gap that we're seeing there between third and fourth place position at the end of lap number 1. Lap times 2:04, basically a 2:05. Bates in the 2:01 range. Yeah, it should hold steady and true. First and second, heading through now. Christian Limley. Ooh, Rivera's does drop to second as Limley does get around him. An issue there. Tanner Bates will finish up in the number 3 spot, so that'll be your final transfer spot, Mikey Waynes. And race 109 coming up next.
If you wanted more 250Cs, well, by God, you're in luck.
Got Haley Ball, Mason Groffner, Miguel Felipe Riveros. Also Devin Edwards, Alex Payne, Nathaniel Osborne, Eli Griffin, Cooper Ford, Hugh Luddington, Dexter Lefevre, Michael Anthony, Ryder Whalen, Colton Stewart, Kristen Washington, Jordan Rasmussen, Samuel DeGrange, Brianna Shelton, McCole Tucker, Tony Davis, Cohen Nickerson, Carlos Eduardo Ramirez, Bobby Martinovic, Marco Larson, Joey DeSanti, Isaac Henderson, Bryce Ronner, Mason Polsina, Grayson Johannesson, Cameron Kraus or Gauss, Cody Cameron, Brock Belsel, Spencer Weldon, Kyle O'Rinder, Valentino Santagati, also Jose Araco, Jaden Lekonen. Also got Bentley Good, Roman Jordan, Riley Simony, and Carson Manquist. So there you go. Manquist, another name that I wouldn't necessarily expect to see there, but there he is. They're out of Hazlet, Texas, as JH was pointing out a few moments ago, a great cross-section of this United States. We've got Virginia, Washington, Illinois, Georgia, Mississippi, Rhode Island, Minnesota, Massachusetts, North Carolina, and as well as Florida and Louisiana and so many, but also international riders here with us from several different countries. All right, wrapping up this first lap of racing now for division number 2. Isaac Henderson from St. Augustine, Florida.
Man, Rodney, look at that. Going down in the gator pit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wide. Are you kidding me?
That last transfer spot.
Inevitable.
Yeah, that
right
last transfer spot is definitely going to be a heated one. Isaac Henderson, Colton Stewart in second. 1.5 seconds back was the crazy and wackiness that Mikey Waynes was referring to, with Roman Jordan in third, Michael Anthony in the number 4 spot. Behind him, then Cooper Ford, followed by Devin Edwards in the number 6 spot. Grayson Johannesson 7th, Carson Manquist in 8th, Bryce Ronner in 9th, and Bentley Good rounding out your top 10.
Well, Michael Anthony in that 4 spot, number 27, checked in 0.39 seconds back. But boy, does he have some company not too far behind him. Saw Manquist there a little further back in the 8th spot, the 999. I think maybe keep an eye on him, see what he can do this lap, and maybe get himself up into the fight. He was in that big pack of riders that went through the gator pit. I think it was, let's just expand upon, I think it was 10 wide, Rodney. Went from 5 to 10.
Why not?
Let's embellish a little here. But it was a lot,
just
nonetheless.
like that Mack truck that ran over West Kennedy. took into the chest the other day.
Boeing 747 flying a little low. Took our man Wes Kane out. That's not why he's not here, by the way. You guys know. Had to roll out for some arena cross. You're wondering, man, where's our buddy Wes? We miss you, bud.
Here it is.
We miss you.
Here it is right now. Carson Manquist trying to work his way up to the pack. We're watching him here on Racer TV. Was 8th.
He might be in 4th now.
I was going to say,
well, Matt, that might be 3rd right there. That might have been the pass for 3rd.
And that's what I was going to say. Looking at the deficits, he looked like he could have very easily captured the top 5, if not more, as we drop down into the gator pit. And I believe you're absolutely correct. He latched on and found the zoom line around Gatorback. White flag out on this one. Isaac Henderson and Colton Stewart still running up in the number 1 and 2 positions. But now we've got a new 3rd place ride on the main line, the 999.
Did I hear a Peterbilt hit Wes Kane in the chest?
You are correct, yeah, and it was hauling logs, man. I think I was a Kenworth, but nonetheless.
Still getting mileage. Still getting mileage. Love it. People at home say, yeah, the Panzer tank is the Civic. Yeah, we got you. Hit West Kane. Woo!
River barge. Come out of nowhere.
Oh, Manquist. Like Manquist, I'm sure that's what everybody was thinking there. He came out of nowhere for that.
He was a literal freight train coming through there.
Wow, he blasted.
Yeah, he come up and introduced himself to us yesterday, him and his dad. Yeah, and he said, hey, I heard my name a couple times and wanted to come up and say, hey.
What do we say?
They come out of Fort Worth, and big kid, got a good program. He's one of Andrea Lieb's students as well, on-track school.
Long, tall Texan, is that what you're saying?
You better believe it, long, tall drink of water. And,
look at that, man. He is a big boy. He is a long, tall Texan.
I told you, man, listen, you're going to run it in on him in a corner. You better be ready. Okay, and he's going to continue to grow. He's just really getting into that stride right now, and really impressed with his style. Like we say, he's a big physical kid, but got to know his dad just a little bit yesterday. Had a few minutes to spend with each other, and again, got a really good program, really focused, and made sure that he was in the on-track program.
Absolutely. The more I watch this, the more he makes that 250 look small.
Are you kidding me, dude?
Really.
Listen.
A mountain of a man. Yeah, that Jake Masterpool training back KTM, he put it to work today, man. Mega missed it. I mean, he was in an absolute dogfight. No exaggeration. We're 5 wide going into the Gator pit, coming around that right-hander up the front of the finish line, and he was the man who got out front and went out here and finishes with a top 3 and will advance.
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. What's next, Mikey?
I'm glad you asked. We've got the 51cc 4-8 limited. 2 consies in this one, so we will take the top 3 from race, what we're calling race 110 here. And race 111, again, taking 3 from that. That'll be followed by race number 112. That's going to be the Schoolboy 1. 12 to 17 BC Consi, and we will take 6 from that. Just the 1 Consi race for those guys. But our little rippers here, you gotta get a top 3. So Megawatt, I know you don't like hearing it, but in these Consis, man, you do need a good start.
Oh yeah,
right?
Yeah, absolutely. More important here than anywhere.
Yeah, not a lot of time.
Yeah, limited time. We preach it. Oh, you got to get out there. White, green, checker, blah, blah, blah. You know, green, white, checker. It is what it is. But if you ever have to get a start, it's right here.
Yeah.
Not going to have that opportunity to work your way from 6th, 7th place. I don't believe in any of our classes. I believe any of our classes are that stacked that if you're in that position right now and you've got 3 laps to do it, you got a 50-50 chance of pulling that off or sending it through the fence.
That's it. Send it through the fence.
So I feel about
Please don't, but yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and here we go. How about the, oh, no. Okay. No, that is it. It's a little bit of a pile up. Got a little bottleneck going on right there. Oh. Had to redirect them on the track, shorten the track for the little guys.
Dean and I saw some action over there a little bit ago in that section, man. We saw a couple big swaps, saw 1 good pass. I love that cut right there. I think it's a really technical part of the track. As small as it is, it looks like this basic section, but it's a little bit greasy. It has a quick switch back to it. Very cool.
All right, we are rolling here. 51cc 4-8 limited. Our first of 2 consies for these guys. Checking in, a lap completed. The Cannon. Sabajink taking a first place finish. Tucker Tix in the number 2 spot, and Cheyenne Hines rounding out that top 3. Owen Taylor back in the 4th position with Eli Gore in 5th. Again, a top 3 is what you want. So Cannon doing what they need to do to stay out front. That number 5 machine going to check in here. A white flag. Again, they go quick.
Yeah, run them off fast here, Mikey. Clicking them off.
Clicking them off. So the Cannon.
That was almost as fast as Dan Dice. Clicking them off. Clicking them off. Clicking them off.
Yeah, Cannon in the number 1 spot. Tucker Tix in the number 2 position, and Cheyenne Hines in the number 3 spot. Cannon, one of those big names, right, that you see in the LCQ. And, well, if you look at timing and scoring, you would say, yeah, I think you're right. Right now he's out front, and he's got a just shy of a 20-second lead just after 2. So a guy at, hey, I ended up in the LCQ, but I'm going to make the best of it. Gotten himself out front and in good position here. Tucker Tix, Cheyenne Hines in the 3 spot. Boy, Owen Taylor all over it, though. Let's see what the 218's got.
He's got a good pace right now is what he's got.
For sure. Can he carry that into a 3rd place?
Hey, you and I went over to see Paymart last night. You and I went over to see Frenchie last night and picked up a couple new sets of kicks. I got the terrains. You got the skate type shoes.
Yeah.
And you wore yours to dinner last night.
I did. I thought, we went out to a nice dinner at the Waffle House, and I thought it was the appropriate occasion.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I got to tell you, man, I am so impressed with the construction of these shoes.
Yeah.
With the stitching, the soles, the materials. I mean, Frenchie took the best of all our favorite shoes as kids. You know what I mean? He took all of our favorite aspects and improved upon them and made one shoe. And he's got a couple different models out there. You and I saw a bunch of kids wearing them.
On the way back
other night.
to the RV.
Yeah. So if you guys haven't done so, you need to stop by MKS Moto Kicks and check them out. Our buddy Frenchie over there, Greg Paymart, and his new endeavor, www.mksmoto.com.
Checking out. I gotta be honest though, as badly, and they will get put to use next year at the track.
Yeah,
that's what they're made for,
sure.
Right? But last night they're so fresh. By the way, checkered flag flies. Cannon moving on. Tucker Tix moving on, and Owen Taylor taking 3rd place right there. Congratulations to those riders. But I'll be honest, after wearing them to dinner, I'm like, you know what? I want these to still look fresh for the start of the 2023 season.
Oh,
so
yeah, you brushed them down.
Truck.
Yeah, you brushed them down, boxed them back up, and I couldn't take the chance of getting sand inside of them.
I understand.
On the first run, getting sand inside of them. So I'm looking forward to really putting some time in them. Mikey, don't do this. You look shocked. What's happening?
Okay. .710 out front, Shannon Tarnow, Texas ride. leading this one out in front.
He said, hey, man, if Manquest can do it, so can I.
That's it.
I'm going to do it for Texas.
Do it for Texas.
Going to get out here and make it happen.
I love it. Texas. Got to add that S's in there. All right, all right, all right.
All right, McConaughey.
It is all right. If you're in the top 3 right now, it is all right, all right, all right. After that, don't know, really.
Kind of iffy, iffy, iffy.
Iffy, iffy, iffy.
Well, here we go. Lap number 1, Mikey. As you said, Taro out front on that 710 machine leading the way. Who's going to be in that number 2 ride? That is Carter Holmes. Thought it was the 77. Carson Ballinger, 295 in the number 3 spot. Jackson McGuire in 4th. Liam Levering in the 5th spot right now. Going to take 3. Got 2 qualifiers, 2 divisions in this one. They're going to take top 3 right now. That's Tarnell, Holmes, and Ballinger. Jackson McGuire trying to put his name on that list.
There is the 104 on screen right there, but he was battling with Liam Levering. Liam Levering in the 5th place position. So Liam trying to get around him. Both riders want that 3 spot, so they are going after the 295 with Carson Ballinger. And Ballinger, boy, when they checked in, it was just a second gap. But had
side
put
by
a little
side.
bit of oh yeah, you're right.
Holmes with the move, yeah. He made it, didn't he? Is it sticking? Yep. So there it is. Carter Holmes on the 77 around the 710 of Tarnow. Oh, yeah, man. Did you see Tarnow spin that thing out? Grabbed a big handful. Full swap, man. Gathered that thing up like a pro, dude.
Like a pro. Hey,
he looked like Eli Tomac bringing that thing back under him.
Made me nervous. Didn't make him nervous, though. Not for a second.
No.
He said, been here before, know what I'm doing.
He just weighted that outside peg. Didn't even lift, Mikey.
A thing of beauty.
Didn't even lift. But here we go. Back past the tower. Going to pick up the white flag. Holmes now clearly in the lead.
Shannon Tarnow in the number 2 spot.
That looks like Liam Levering trying to get up there and throw his hat in the ring.
Can he
He's
do it?
in 5th right now.
On the inside. Not going to quite make that stick unless we got them flip-flop. White flag out. Carter Holmes, as we saw on Racer TV, out in front. Shannon Tarnow in the 2 spot. Carson Ballinger in 3rd. Forrest McPherson, the rider on the move into the 4 position. That's the 198. So the 198 goes to work. And the 198, really, honestly, that 295 of Carson Ballinger within his sights.
Yeah, we're taking a look at that right now. Ballinger in the black riding gear. He needs to ride defensive because look at this. He's going to get some heat.
Forrest McPherson going to work right now up the gator back.
McPherson set up to the inside, too, right now. He's going to have a good line. Ballinger needs to hold on.
All right, 198, what do you got?
Ballinger stretched it out just a little bit down that hill. He just grabbed a handful. He said, we don't need no brakes.
Yeah, Ballinger feeling the heat, feeling the pressure, answering it. Got to be good and smooth through here. Little checkup from the neck up right there. Still out in front, 198, Forrest McPherson. Who's it going to be? Wow. Who's going to live to fight another day here?
Ballinger filling it. Oh, there comes.
Oh, ducks back to the inside, checks back up.
McPherson.
How about it?
Wow, makes the pass clean. They both go around the outside of the big bump. Ballinger needs to find something here. A couple turns to go.
Can he make it happen in the gator pit?
Holmes and Tarnow down into the pit. How's it going to work out between McPherson and Ballinger? McPherson clearly in control right now. Whoa, makes the big bubble. Ballinger to the inside. But it's going to be McPherson. Wow.
Good job. Woo. Good job, Forrest McPherson. Taking the 3rd place position, making a pass on the last lap with some very methodical riding.
Yeah, that's because last lap passed by Deegan all day.
Heck yeah,
you
man.
know, all day. Same difference to me. Good stuff.
All right, Schoolboy won 12-17. Riveting. Schoolboy won, and I think, just the one Consi race for Schoolboy won 12-17 BC. So we will take the top 6 in this one.
Going to be just about a 15-minute break, Wynn said, as we complete our Consi. It's going to be just about a 15-minute break before we get into those second motos, start handing out some hardware. We wanted to make sure that the staff is in place. We want to make sure everybody had a little break right there, opportunity to get something to drink. And, man, we're going to start handing out some hardware, man.
We are, man.
Well, it feels like Loretta's, doesn't it? Only bigger.
To it. Only bigger.
Yep, only bigger.
Crazy. Crazy stuff. Love it. Love all the sights down here in Florida. Just beautiful. I mean, that is a picture right there. That's a Christmas card.
Yeah, I sent that one to the house the other day. You're sitting here, got a beautiful lake in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
You got the greenery, the foliage.
Yeah, it's just
signage,
beautiful.
bannering, just fantastic.
Yeah. Beautiful people. Beautiful people.
Beautiful people.
Beautiful people. VP Racing Fuels whole shot here for the Schoolboy 1 BC Consi. Again, just the one Consi race for these guys, so taking top 6. That's what you want. Front 2 riders pulling away a little bit, but outside of that, everything up for grabs.
Yeah, and again, like you said, I don't normally like to preach it, but that start's so important, and it really came into play right now. I believe that's Dylan Sullivan out front.
The 108 machine saw the number 4 Tristan Rubio back there in the fight for one of those transfer positions.
They got him listed on a KTM, but it looks like Husky livery to me, so it's hard to tell. Could be all white KTM, so. But I do believe it is the 108. Now, Mikey, I got to tell you, we're going to see a little different attitude, I got to believe. We're going to start to see a little different posture from this track as well as we move into this afternoon. You're going to have all these guys from the different divisions now on the gate. So we're going to have the best of the best. And I have to believe you're just going to see a little more aggressive tendencies on the track, which are going to tear the track up a good bit more.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Just my thought on it.
Yeah, I think you're dead on. Go buy time to buy you a lottery ticket. You've been right a few times this week on some things.
Mikey, I've never bought a scratch off. Yeah, no? One or two. You said, no, I've never bought a scratch off in my life. No.
Goodness. All right, here we go down in the Gator pit with our leaders. Lap 1 going to come to completion here, and we'll see who is in it. Again, top 6 advance.
Now, we're used to seeing that leader break away on this first lap. Dylan Sullivan, as we called it, on the 108. That shows KTM again. So Isaac Jurgens, Eric Gerke, Garrison in that number 4 spot. Tristan Rubio, Miguel Angel Rojas in that number 6 spot. Now, my point was, we've seen that breakout, but look at this pack. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. About the top 12 or 14 can be considered the second pack.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Okay?
Absolutely.
You get a guy stacked up in a corner here, and he cross-ruts and blocks 2 lines. All of a sudden, you got a 7-man pile up.
Yeah, no doubt. And the guy that's sitting in 10th moves up to 4th.
Yeah, he's all of a sudden in.
All of a sudden, he's in.
For sure.
So never give up. I mean, doesn't matter where you're at out there. You never know what can happen in these, even as short as they are. Again, very little room for error. So the man we're keeping an eye on is Eric Gerke, Miguel Angel Rojas in that 6th spot. Kai Gentry in the number 7 spot. So again, top 6 will advance. Tristan Rubio, look at that fight for a transfer position. A 4-way battle right there. Some hungry riders. Tristan Rubio, Miguel Angel Rojas, Kai Gentry, Hogan Mims. May as well throw the whole pack in there right now. All up for grabs. A 7-11 of Eric Gerke back there. And Dylan Sullivan doing what he needs to do, man. Runaway and hide. White flag comes out. The 108 KTM. 2 laps complete. Good lap time, a 156 for him. 156.730. Isaac Jurgens in the 2 spot. Christian Garrison has moved up a position into 3rd. Tristan Rubio, the number 4 Husqvarna, into the 4 spot with Kai Gentry in 5th. And Eric Gerke went from 3rd back to 6th, and he's got some heat. The number 66 and Miguel Angel Rojas still in that 7th spot. On the outside looking in right now, but him and, well, pretty much the rest of the starting gate is right behind him, wanting a piece of it. So a few changes in that top 6. That's what they're shooting for. But the man still trying to find his way in is the 66 KTM and Miguel Angel Rojas.
Yeah, and he's a gamer. You've seen him.
Oh, yeah.
You've called his name many times at other events. And right now the problem is, though, these guys so evenly matched.
Yes.
Okay, that again is the problem. Now, that might not be a big problem when we're talking about 8 laps.
Right.
Okay, but we're talking about a handful of laps, 3 laps here, and it's over.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think Hogan Mims has actually gotten around him. So it might be actually Hogan Mims trying to track down the 7-Eleven of Eric Gerke.
Well, I didn't even realize Mims was sitting back there in that 8th spot. So like you said, he's up into the 7th position. So he really has to get on the gas. Now look at this group coming at us. So Gerke's right there in 6th position now, or did he get past? He's on the 7-Eleven machine. I'm trying to find Mims because I believe he did get by Rojas. Man, this is happening so quick, Mikey.
Very little time for us, too. Pretty positive, yeah. I think Mims did get around Rojas. But again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys right there, all within shot. Late, checker's going to fly. Dylan Sullivan seals the deal. Christian Garrison moves up into the 2 spot. Kai Gentry moves up a spot into 3rd. Isaac Jurgens falls back to 4th. Good enough.
So Mims did 5th. Move up.
And Gerke finishes in 6th. Rojas the whole time just camped out in that 7th spot. A heartbreaker for him, but other guys taking advantage.
Got confusing there for a second, but once figured out where Gerke was, we said, wait a minute, that's probably Mims right there at the corner of that shot. And sure enough, Mims picking up a couple spots, doing a great job on that final lap.
65cc, 7 to 9. Now 2 in this one. So what does that mean at home, folks?
65, yes, yes.
Yes, yes. Yes, yes.
What does that mean?
What does
65,
that mean?
yes, yes.
Yes, yes. 2 consies for these guys. So we'll take the top 3 from each. Race number 14. On my paper, it's race number 113 on that paper. And on screen, it's in that screen, and that screen, and that screen. It's very easy up here. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, no trail whatsoever.
Oh, my goodness. That's okay. We turn to chapter 45, page 1506.
Paragraph 1.
Paragraph 1.
Section 2.
Footnote reads. Been a long week. It's been fun, though. It's been a lot of fun. Get down to the nitty-gritty on this, and you're always kind of relieved. You wake up in the morning, 2 more days, 1 more day. And then suddenly you're on your way home going, man, that was a blast. Can't wait till next year.
Oh, always. You know how that works.
Love it.
You know how that works.
65cc, 7 and 9 on screen, taking the top 3 into the main here, and a lot at stake for these youngsters. Again, a lot of pressure on them. Got to finish Braxton Roth doing what he needs to do out front. That's the 7-7-1, and I believe that's Clarkson Hagen behind him in the 2 spot. And outside of that, let's see. No, not 100%. Hey guys, we need one more time, Rodney. Devin Rogers, please report to eScore. Again, Devin Rogers, please report to eScore. I believe they have something down there for you. I think they may have your transponder, if I am not mistaken. So here we go, up the face of the finish line jump here, and great battles all over the place. Our leader trying to stretch things out a bit. That is Julian Levensky, the 7-13. Out in front, and 7-7 All of them. Clarkson Hagen in the number 7, and then the 771 of Braxton Roth in third. Peter Matos on the 301 KTM on the outside looking in right now in the 4th spot.
Then just for fun, we throw in an 017, a 227, a 774, and a 77.
So odds are there is a number 7 rider out there. Your
like
rider
I
is
said, nothing
probably
to
on
it, Mikey.
7.
Again, nothing to it.
To it. Nothing to get confused by.
Top 3, 713, 7, and 771.
Oh. 7th heaven up here in the tower in the 7 and 9 class.
Conti number 1. Again, only 3 going out of this one. Wow, look at that battle. Is that all 3 of them right there?
I believe so.
Our leaders are just out of the picture. Yeah, so this is our battle for the spot.
Yeah, the 55, Adam Graham on that Kawasaki. I believe he was actually early in this one up in a top 3 position and fell outside of that back to 5th when they came through with the lap completed. It was the 301 KTM in front of him. It'd be interesting to see maybe Adam Graham can get linked back up with those guys and make a push.
Looks like that's what he's trying to do now. Has a good drive up the inside. Look at this through the rollers. Does he pick up the spot? Yeah, absolutely. Back down to the inside. So puts him past. Is that the 301?
That is the 301 of Matos right there. I believe that he had gotten around. So he will move up. Graham up into a 4 spot. And we saw just at the forefront of the screen there, that was the 771 of Braxton Roth in 3rd. So he's within striking distance. Just needs some good riding here, Adam Graham, to get back into the mix.
And Waylon Lake not out of this thing.
No.
Waylon Lake, he's still in the picture back there.
That's it. 771 Braxton Roth ducking down into the Gator pit. There goes the 301 of Matos. Adam Graham in the mix. 55 Kawasaki on the inside right there. 2 laps completed now in white flag out. The 713 Lebensky.
Man, that was a super deep rut that Graham was down in. I'm not sure if he'd used that one before or not, but I think he got into the deep end of the pool without checking.
Been there, done that. It happens.
Yeah, I thought this was 3 foot.
You'll have that on the bigger jobs, they say. Braxton Roth in the 3 spot. Got a 1 second advantage on Peter Matos in the 4 position. And Adam Graham on that Cowie still in the number 5 position, but within striking distance. There's not a whole lot of track left to make it happen. Up the Gator back they go.
You know, it just like a pro motocross, when we see our LCQs so important, and you see the intensity level, and it doesn't matter. You're going to get a battle at that cutoff. When you get to the bubble, when you get to that spot, you're going to see a battle, and it doesn't matter what the level is. It's amazing to me.
Yeah, Jordan Jarvis was speaking to that earlier this morning when she was in here, and I was asking her, you know, what goes through your head, you know, in that situation where you're sitting in that final transfer position. And she said, you really want to move up a spot, get that buffer in between you, because the people that are just on the outside looking in, they're going to make an aggressive pass if they want it. So you don't want to be that rider right there. Now, you do when the checkered flag flies, sure. But to make the race a little, quote, easier, you want up into one of those forefront positions. White flag flies. Moments ago. They go quick.
Yeah, they are right now, rolling through. Conti number 1, 65.79. Number 2 on the gate right now. Coming up after that, we're going to have 450s. Going to have one 450C and one 450B. Again, going to take just about 15 minutes, Mikey, between these Contis and the start of the second motos.
Well, checkered flag will fly, and I think we may have a few changes back there. Lebensky brings out the checkered flag. And let's see how the rest stacks up here. Glanced down, I saw a lot of 7s. Shocker. Clarkson Hagen hangs on for second. And is it going to be Braxton Roth? No. Peter Matos goes up and gets it. Finishing in the 3 spot, getting the job done on the last lap.
Wow, and I mean close, too. I mean, the lines changed at the same time as those guys went through scoring.
65cc 7-9 Consi number 2. So we will take the top 3 out of this one. Getting down to the nitty-gritty here. We got the 450C left, 450B, the 125 Sweato 17 BC, 65 711, and the Super Mini 2. So these will go quick. We'll be doing some track work, little maintenance for about 15 minutes, and we will be ready to roll and crown some champions and thank some sponsors down there on the podium. And boy, am I looking forward to it. Ready to get to those heated battles.
Oh, for sure.
VP Racing Fuels Whole Shot, our riders battling for right now.
Hey, gang, we need the 710 of Tarnow. The 710 of Tarnow. You are needed at the office, please. The 710 of Tarnow, please report to the office, please. All right, 65, 7-9, Conti 2. Here we go. Completion of lap number 1. Down into the pit, here we roll.
John Everett Pestrew out in front. Stephen Green in the 2 spot. Thor Thrasher sits in 3rd on the 484 gas. Jake Wheeler in 4th, and running out that top 5, Colt Schaefer. So Thor Thrasher in the 3 spot, and I tell you what, Jake Wheeler, though, the number 57, is right there with him.
Man, what a battle out front. Holy cow. Normally we look for that just a little further back, but these guys are relentless right now. Like you said, Everett, Pastro, and Green.
And Green making the pass. Green on the green machine, man.
Yeah, he had a great drive right there, able to carry that momentum, put him in good position.
Way to make a good, safe, quick pass right there in the LCQ. A lot at stake for him. Gets it done. Thor Thrasher in the 3 spot, 484. And outside looking in right now, at least last time we saw, see if we can catch him here on Racer TV. Jake Wheeler was right there with him on the rear wheel. Looks like a little separation now. Watching our leaders on screen. Stephen Green Jr. out in front on the Kawasaki.
Look at this 0.6 seconds back at the last lap. For sure has closed that gap here, without a doubt. He is in his back pocket right now.
Scoot.
JH, what's happening? What are we looking for coming up in the 2023 season? We've got a lot of different stuff. We've got super motocross. We've got all kinds of different things going on. What are you working on? What's going on in your world right now? Well, you've got your finger on the pulse, man. Tell us something good.
Just left some meetings about the super motocross, mostly on the TV side. Got the broadcast schedule here coming out shortly, so that'll be good.
Great.
Got a much improved television package that the fans should like for Supercross this year. Way better coverage. NBC has really stepped up and invested heavily in the new combination of the Supercross program and the motocross program. It's going to benefit both indoors and outdoors racing significantly when it comes to the coverage and the reach that our sport's going to be able to have now outside of the traditional way that we've been doing it over the last handful of years in our modern day. So I think that's the biggest thing right off. I think the fans are going to see an increased benefit from. Obviously, from the racer perspective, the increase in the purse and the budget is going to be great as well. Obviously, anytime you get more money coming into the sport, it's going to bring more attention to it. It's going to continue to increase the talent level of the sport as well. So that's great also. So yeah, lots of good things coming on that front for sure, without a doubt. More specifically related to the amateur racing here and some of the guys that are in the more premier classes here at Gatorback this weekend. I think we actually sat here, and I think Wes actually abused me a little bit last year, or abused the futures program about all the things that we should be doing or should have done or could have done. Yeah. And I told him that there was things definitely in the works and that, it's a learning process. And so this year, the biggest thing, I think, being able to have more of a combine style like we've been doing in motocross. So you're not just going to be stuck with just the A kids, limiting it to 4 events, as opposed to spreading out over 6 or 8 events. So you can consolidate the talent. You're going to get best on best racing in that environment and be able to expand it beyond just the A class, having an A and B class. The manufacturers are going to have a say. There's going to be certain individuals in the industry that'll have a say that can say, hey, this kid's worthy of a shot to come out there and try to qualify for a futures race. So there's been significant improvement in that area as well. And I think that, from the rider perspective, they're going to really enjoy that. And also working on trying to move it to the night show so they're getting the exposure as well. So, all things that, it's easy to say what we need to do.
Right.
But
a lot of moving parts.
But when you realize just, sitting in those TV meetings last week and you realize, what the expectation is, we talk about NBC, we're not talking about, just a small, cable provider, local podunk, production company here. NBC's got an expectation.
Yes.
And so, they needed to see last year what this futures program looked like. They needed to see what these kids were like. They needed to see their personalities. They wanted to understand how can they do a good job of helping show them, showcase them to the future part of the sport. And they wanted to make sure that they could understand what that was going to look like from a television perspective. And so now that they've seen that and we've shown them what we can do and what it's capable of, I think you're going to see, more investment from NBC in that as well, and giving their blessing to say, yeah, we're happy to put these guys on TV. Let's figure out a way to integrate them into the night show, make them part of our package.
And that is the cornerstone. The TV coverage, that's the bottom line in today's market. That's the cornerstone of the program. And I'm a big believer in both the combine and the futures. I love the system. Prepares us as a unit together what to expect out of the kids and what the kids can expect from us under those conditions.
Yeah, and the combine is more than just the racing part of it too. I think the thing that's great is the exposure quality of it, to say, hey, I think we've been going to a lot of amateur races, and obviously you look out here and as far as you can see, we have motorhomes and equipment and people, and now we have internet and television and all these things that are going on. But there's the behind the scenes element, I think, is still lost on a lot of people to understand the magnitude of what it takes and the investment that it takes to bring any event of this magnitude, to this level. And, in particular in the pro side, I think a lot of people just take for granted how much there is. So I like that the combine is helping explain to the kids and showing them the television production, explaining to them, how to do proper, media interviews, to show them the behind the scenes a little bit so they understand that, hey, it's not just you guys showing up for the show here. There's a whole group of people that are making a living and a livelihood here, producing this event for you.
And timelines and direction, and this is the script. This is how this works week in and week out. When you come Saturday morning to punch in at Pro Motocross, this is how it's going to work.
Exactly, yeah. And just like we talked about earlier, like on LCQs, from the racing element here is the same thing that they're trying to experience with that timing and understanding for your time qualifying practice, what that has and what that means to the event overall. Starting here, what we've got here, I want to step in real quick.
450C, Consi 1. I think just the 1 for us. We'll take the top 6 out of this one.
No, wait, there's 2, right? You're taking the top 3.
No, we go to 450B.
Oh, sorry, C.
Yeah, 450C Conti, 450B Conti.
I'm about to borrow your glasses there. Like a lot.
Please don't. I'll be blind.
But, I think that's the biggest thing I think that helps, these guys when they, it's bridging the gap between that last amateur race and then, oh my God, here's my first pro race. The combines are doing a great job of that. The Futures program there's a level of expectation. A lot of the kids that we saw race the Futures races last year, as an example, that first race, I was at the first one in Anaheim, and there was a lot of nervous kids. And by the time you got to, say, the Glendale round or the Oakland round, even or Texas, wherever, whatever your next round was, the familiarity of being in that environment, there was a comfort level there. And the difference now between what that's going to be in your first pro race is much less. And so I think that's the goal that we're all trying to accomplish as an industry, is to bridge that gap and make a more seamless transition, but also providing a lot of understanding and education for the riders and families as well as to what they should expect also.
Yeah, the expectations, that's it. And the more prepared we make them, the better it is for everybody. We're going to have better racing. We're going to have safer racing. The exposure is going to be better. These guys aren't going to be making fools out of themselves or us. That's the bottom line.
We had a whole conversation. We spent an hour just talking about things that you have to consider. Okay, if we're having the Futures races, what should the track design be like? Should we have 14 whoops? Should we need to think about having only 10 whoops? Do we need to make sure that it's in a schedule and the time, that make sure there's enough scheduled time for track maintenance? You can't, most people can't fathom the amount of things that have to go in. And some people say, well, you're overthinking it. Well, you can't though. Safety is paramount. And the fellow guys and the MX Sports guys, safety is their number one concern, because you can't go out there and then have it turn into, it'll look bad on them. It'll look bad if we do something poorly.
Logan Renninger leading this with the number 2 KTM out in front. Tyler Timpney in the number 2 spot. David Elst on the 147 Kawasaki checks in third. Ryder Whalen in fourth place with Brent McFadden in fifth, and Grayson Johansson rounding out that top 6 as far as transfer spots are concerned. Outside looking in for the moment, the 72 of Tanner Frady.
Take a look at our monitor, and you're going to find Frady here in just a second. I'll promise you that. Our guy, Logan Best in the house.
So yeah, that's a snapshot of what the last couple of weeks have looked like. And then reflecting on that too, from more of a personal standpoint for what directly we're working on, and Ricky and myself, the growth of the sport is also what's attracted new manufacturers to come in. You're going to be hearing some more news on the Triumph program coming out here shortly also. That's been taking a big chunk of the time, but in having conversations with the owners of that company, it's really interesting to see, the decision that they made way prior before Ricky coming on board with that program, is to see their attention to looking at our sport and realizing that there's a lot of potential here, and there's a massive amount of growth in off-road motorcycles. They're a great way to introduce your brand to a younger audience. And so it's mind-boggling to know the absolute financial commitment takes in the tens of millions of dollars to say, we're going to start a product from scratch. And to understand that what has to go into that is we're not doing it as a loss leader. We're doing it as a way that you have to be profitable, right? The company has shareholders. You got to balance your shareholders. You got to make money. So to be able to look at the sport from that position and say, hey, is this sport healthy enough for us to invest in and to find long-term growth in? That's another good sign that, there's some very high-end educated people that are saying, hey, this is worth it for us to make this investment.
And this is coming from a company that never raced motocross. They raced scrambles.
Yeah.
In the early days.
Well, they've been around 120 years, so they precursed motocross.
Exactly. So I'm going to say, when you talk about a company like Triumph, listen, when they say, yes, this is a GOAT, that tells you a lot about the sport. That tells you a lot about the industry. And they said, you know what? It's missing. Triumph can make it better. We can be a player and improve it.
Absolutely. And it's a privately held company. And what's really interesting that we learned when we were over there, the respect I have for those guys as a whole, for not just the decision coming in, but as a brand, they own 100% of their own manufacturing. Now, obviously, there's components you have to go out and invest in. You got to get brakes and electrical parts and whatnot, but they own all their own tooling, die machines. They own their own 3D printers, their own dynos. They own everything under that roof in that factory. They own it. And, so that actually, to me, shows that there's a deeper level of a commitment to do it, because they have to now apply those resources to say, we're going to dedicate what we own now to developing an off-road product. So, Triumph has definitely, done their homework and seen that the sport's in a good spot and that it's healthy and that it's worthwhile making this investment. So that's encouraging for everybody, I think. And that's why and it's really cool to see too, the other manufacturers. Obviously, we have relationships across the board, and they're as excited about it as well, because it validates their exposure and they're spending that. There's actually new people coming.
Exactly. Hey, how soon do we hear something? Something you're going to leak something a little more tasty, but how soon do we hear something?
There'll be another announcement coming up. What week are we in? I don't know where I'm.
Everybody's searching for that picture, Gabe.
When you said week, though, that's exciting.
It is. Not what day, what week.
I think I'm here this week. We go to California next week. We're gonna film and tape some stuff next week, and it'll roll out shortly after that. So the next bite of the apple, if you will, be coming out here shortly. And I know everyone's like they're frustrated and what are they doing and aggravated because everyone wants to see it. But there is a timeline. There's a plan for it. There's a development process that they're going through. They want to do it right. They don't want to, get off on the wrong foot in any direction. So it's frustrating at times for me as well. But I can tell you as a witness, I've seen the motorcycle. I know who's riding the motorcycles, the development test them. I watched Ricky ride the motorcycle. It does exist, and they're doing it the right way. From our experience and everything that I feel that we understand for the development process, we feel like they're doing it the right way.
Do it once, do it right. I mean, we live in such an instant gratification society now that we do lose patience. Even as adults, sometimes we're like, come on, let's do this thing. But I got to think everything is very methodically laid out, planned out for you guys.
Yeah, and we went there and tried to make the case of, do we do this way or this way? And they gave us the reasons why they do certain things. And for me, I think that it's, although sometimes it's like any decision in a big group environment or some kind of a committee, there's always some dissenting opinions. But at the end of the day, it's hard to argue with 120 years of history and the fact that they've got a really good plan for it. It's made them successful to this point so far. So, I'm okay with it. I understand the method to the madness, and
better than anybody, really.
And honestly, it's like we talked about perspective earlier. There's perspective in this as well. We're looking at it up to this point where I know where this date's going to be, but that's a really short amount of time. When you look at it a year afterward, it's going to all seem like nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just. I think bored people on the internet that are
there we go
looking for something. Looking for something to fill their time with and be a keyboard warrior about it.
All right, guys, coming up next, 450B Conti 1, we're going to bring in Logie Bear, Logan Best. Going to get his perspective on what's going on. Tell us what we can expect out of these second round of motors. Come on in, Logan.
Put me in, Coach. Come on up here, Logie Bear. By the way, congratulations to Logan Reniger moving on, Tyler Tiffany and David Elst, as well as Ryder Whalen, Eli Griffin, and Brant McFadden near the end of lap number 1 right here for the 450B Conti. Ooh, Ryder down at the bottom of, or in the Gator pit. Logan Best joining us in booth. Logan, how's it going, dude?
It's going pretty good. Supercross, we had a little bit of a struggle, but we were able to get a moto win the other day out here in motocross. So, I mean, time to shine.
Time to shine. Coming up here to enjoy some 450B Conti here. What do you see out there, man?
Well, I mean, track looks amazing. Obviously, we're going to have some pretty close lap times in here. I mean, obviously, we have 6/10 so far between the leader and second place. So, I mean, I think we got some good racing going on. I mean, we already have a battle, and it's only second lap.
That's it, man. Everybody's hungry. Everybody wants that gate pick. So just the one Conti for these guys, by the way. So we will take the top 6 as it stands after 1, the 272. Bryce Haprick in the first place position. Jack Bryan in second. Jack Narana in third place. Tristan Dares in fourth. Braden Gibson fifth. Sixth place, Chase Bright. And on the outside looking in, at least for the moment, the 194 Honda, Ryan Sweat. He'll have to sweat if he wants in there. So, Logan, man, what's the expectation for you as you head into this afternoon and tomorrow?
Well, obviously, like everyone says, winning.
There you go, sure.
But definitely, I mean, as we all want podiums, I mean, you got to be a consistent rider out there. That's what every team wants. That's what everyone wants. You just got to be up there. You got to be, in title contention. And
get up on the podium, be seen.
Just consistency, honestly, is what we need. So, and I think that's going to be my biggest thing to focus on from now until I move up to A class. Is just consistency.
I mean, how's development going for you? We've been seeing you. We've made the comment, Megawatt, Wes Kane, myself, Rodney. Man, like a grown man out there now, bro. I mean, it's just looking good on the track, doing the right thing. So how is development moving along for you?
It's coming along really well, actually. I get to train with Jeannie and Swanee down here in Florida, so that's obviously playing a big role in and how I'm developing as a rider, being able to be with Dax and Deegan and Jake Cooper, all of them. I mean, even not even just riding with them, but even just being able to watch them and watching their technique, watching just simple little lines that they create. I mean, it's stuff like that goes a long way.
Yeah, absolutely. You're out there taking notes, man. Love to hear that. 2 laps into it now. Jack Byrne out in the #1 spot. Bryce Halprick in 2nd. Jack Marana in 3rd place. Tristan Dares up into the 4th position with Braden Gibson 5th and Chase Bright in 6th place now. Robert Klippner, the 4th on that 61 Kawasaki, has moved up into the on screen right there. As a matter of fact, might be getting around Chase Bright for the pass, side by side, ducks into the inside. What's your take right here? Bad road, man. You want that outside line? You taking the inside? You're just taking what's available to you.
Honestly, just taking what the smoothest line is. Obviously, when you go around the outside, that's a lot more distance. But if it's smoother, you're going to be able to charge a lot harder. It looked like there didn't really work out. But then you got the inside.
Seen a lot of passing right here in the split line down as they're approaching it here in a moment. It seems like that outside line, maybe the long way around, but it's looked like if you guys are able to carry that speed into it, it's a huge payoff.
Right. No, I definitely agree. I mean,
good example right there.
Yeah, perfect example. The problem that you might run into is they do get those big holes out there from people being on the gas out there.
Yep.
So, I mean, I ran into it yesterday. I went out there first lap, hit it, got a little bit squirrely, but was able to hold on to it. But that's just stuff that you kind of got to look ahead for.
Robert trying to get a good drive right there. Checkered flag flies. Not a lot of time to get it done. So Jack Byrne will finish in 1st. Bryce Halprick in 2nd. Jack Marana 3rd place. Tristan Dares 4th. 5th place Braden Gibson. 6th place Chase Bright. All moving on. Coming up next, going to be 125s. 12 to 17. We got 2 consies in this one, so we're going to take the top 3. So the first of 2. Rolling. Well, Logan Best, man, don't want to keep you forever, bud, but you feeling good? Like you said, feeling good about this weekend? Or am I going to see you on the box?
Of course.
Okay, that's what I want to hear. Of course. He said, I know everybody says the same thing. I want to win, all this stuff, but I do like you got a realistic expectation for yourself. You know what's expected of you. You know what the team expects from you as well.
Yes, sir, and obviously confidence is, you got to have confidence out there. If you're going to say that, you know, I'm going to go out there and just try to make a top 5. I mean, that's not going to be good enough. You got to go out there and have the mindset that you're going to be up there in the top. So,
well, get it done, man. I love it. Logan Best, man. All right, 125. Anything cooler than a 125, man? How you feel?
Definitely my 250.
Yeah, all right. That was the right answer. Okay, fair enough. I was trying, poking at the bear, pun intended.
Obviously, coming off the 125 last year, it's a whole another ball game.
Yeah.
I mean, the 125s, you got to rev them to the moon, and you got to have the RPM up there where 250 just plugging around and kind of keep it lower in the RPM range. But
all right.
Obviously, at 125 is fun.
There you go. From outside in, I just love the sound. I love the sound. I love the smell. It's iconic to us, man. Deegan Van Vried leading this one. Tyler Hawk in the 2 spot. Juan Felipe Garcia Martin in the #3 spot with Nico Cerdan. 4th, Noah Riley in 5th, and Garrick Henley in 6th. I'm rattling all those off. And now I think about it, 2 consies here. Top 3 advance. So Nico Cerdan got to go to work with 191 Husqvarna. Let me ask you something. If you find yourself, and I know you don't find yourself there often, but what's the mindset when you head into an LCQ situation? I mean, obviously to get a transfer spot, but put yourself in that situation. Let's say you're in that final transfer spot, or you're trying to get that final transfer spot.
I mean, obviously, you got 3 laps. You got green, white, checkered to make it happen. So you kind of just got to, if you're in the back there, just put your head down, don't think about anything else, and just start clicking off laps, clicking off riders. Because obviously, you know, you only got 3 spots.
Yeah.
I mean,
is he right? Is he saying the right things?
Yeah, he's pretty much in the mark. Yeah, racing forward. Yep, he's listening.
Yeah.
He's been paying attention. I'm taking notes to make sure I'm
I was getting ready to say. That's good.
Logan's a good learner. I tell you, that's, you know, we do the schools and we've been around, you know, work with certain people, stuff like that. And sometimes everyone still thinks they have it all figured out to do it their way, and I got to give Logan credit. He definitely listens, pays attention, is an intelligent racer from that standpoint, that, wants to learn. And that's key, in your development, your growth, is you got to be able to take criticism and be able to look at yourself and realize if maybe you're not giving it your best or doing it the way that you should be doing it. And I'll give Logan credit. Pretty good at that.
All right. Hey, you like hearing that?
Yeah, James is all right.
Yeah, he said he's all right. He's all right. I love it. I was lofting your softballs. I was hoping you hit him with a hard one, man.
I'll be nice.
They'd be nice. Play it nice. But once we're off air, Logan Best, buckle up, man. He's going to come at you. Well, 2 laps into this one, the 115 KTM Deegan Van Breed in the 1 spot. Tyler Hawkins second on the gas. Juan Felipe Garcia Martin. Wow, that's a fun one to say. We've had all week to practice, though. In the 17 KTM, sitting in third. Nolan Riley on the outside looking in here. And white flag is out. We're just about over the halfway point in this one. So if Nolan Riley, I said Nolan Ryan earlier this week. Logan Best, you don't even know who Nolan Ryan is, do you? Or do you? Retired MLB pitcher. I don't even watch baseball.
Hey, there's a great, you want to talk about learning from champions? You can learn from every sport. There's a good documentary on him right now on Netflix. You should check it out.
My dad just told me about, he's like, man, I know we didn't care for baseball too much growing up. Indiana, I'm a basketball kid, but yeah, he said that was really good. Like you said, doesn't matter really what the sport is. That's got to be a motivating one.
Champions can be learned from in any endeavor that they do, regardless of your discipline.
That's it.
You can surround yourself with champions and hear what they have to say and how they did certain things. There's always ways to apply it to the thing that you're doing.
Yeah, very interchangeable. That is for sure.
I think he threw his last no-hitter when he was in his final season. He was like over 40.
Oh, yeah. He was older than I am right now. I'm knocking on the door, though. I know that much. Deegan Van Breed going to take the checkered flag right here. The 115 KTM getting it done. Tyler Hawk finishes in the 2 spot. Juan Felipe Garcia Martin rounds out that top 3 for the final transfer position. We turn our attention now to the 125. Well, the 17 BC Consi, number 2. Take the top 3 out of this one. Hey, after we get wrapped up with these 125s, we got a 65 Consi, a 7 and 11. We got a Super Mini 2.
And a little track work. Sounds like
not a lot, really. I mean, track's been stellar all week, but I think they said about 15 minutes they'll work on this track a little bit, and we'll be right in with our second round of motos here. So 125, 12 to 17 BC, Consi 2 rolling up the gator back right now.
Yeah, I stepped out and I was down there in the dust pit there, and I took a step out and looked out over the course down in that sparring, and it looks fantastic right now. There's tons of lines, lots of options. The track looks really good right now. That overcast this morning definitely helped for sure, but overall still in really good shape, so they're not going to need much out there.
Really cool, man. We get mid-afternoon, late afternoon, and the way the sun hits as it's setting, you can really see those lines that have developed out there. Logan, you've been on the track, man. What have you thought of the track conditions this year?
Oh, well, I've been lucky enough. I've gotten both ends. I've gotten the morning from this morning, and I've also gotten the afternoon stuff. Afternoon, it is crazy. I mean, we barely washed and put water on it, and it's still good dirt, rough. And then you have mornings like this morning, and the lines all over the place. And then watching it shape up into this, it's kind of crazy how solid the lines get.
Yeah. Cool. Love hearing that. Winkern's stoked on that, man. He loves to hear that. Good deal all around. 125, 12 to 17 BC. Second Consi on track. Top 3 is what you want. Our leaders rolling down into the Gator pit. Come up the face of this finish line jump. We'll see who's out in front. Who wants it? 1, 2, and 3. Good fight there for the 3rd place position. Hogan Mims out front. Cody Beckwith in the 2 spot. Eric Kirky in 3rd. Cole Prenger, Devin Rogers, and Christian Garrison all right there. Want a piece of that 3rd place position right now as they head out for lap number 2.
Just a 10th separating them.
Yeah, we got a tight battle for 3rd right now.
Cole Prager, at least it was Cole Prager when he checked in. Well, maybe we can get the camera on it and see. That's a 613 Yamaha going up against Gerke, the 711. And that is it on Racer TV. 613 tucks in behind him.
Devin Rogers
to the
making
outside.
a good aggressive move there too from fifth. Oh, somebody went down up top.
Leaders, middle of the pack.
It was towards the front, in that top 5-8 area, that all clumped together, coming to that left-hander.
Might mix things up a bit.
Early on, realize if you don't have that start where you can't see that transfer position, you definitely get a little bit more aggressive trying to make those passes where you can, knowing you only have a handful of corners before you get a clean track again to make up time. So,
yeah, man, they're riding real tight through there. Gerke, Pranger, Beckwith.
A risk versus reward, though.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, big time. Big time. Go down, lose a couple positions. You don't have the track time to make it up. Seen that happen a few times today. We've seen guys go from first to fourth outside of the main. Number 70 dipping down.
And Mims got all he can handle with Beckwith right behind him.
White flag going to come out. Beckwith applying a little bit of pressure. He said, I want to keep that buffer behind me in third. Be nice if I got a couple buffers behind me, but Mims still out front on the gas. Cody Beckwith in the 2 spot, Eric Gerke in third, Cole Pranger in fourth, and Christian Garrison outside of it in the top 5. Look at that. How you like to be in third right now?
Yeah, tough spot because you're racing forward, which is what you want to do for sure. But you can't ignore the fact that you got a guy, you're sitting in the last transfer spot, and you got the heat coming, and he's feeling the pressure too from the guy behind him. So you definitely want to try to maintain your composure here and not make any mistakes, obviously. And if you can minimize those here, you're still in the show.
And I think Prager just got him right there on Racer TV. The 613 of Cole Prager gets ahead of Gerke, so he'll move into the 3 position. Let's see if Gerke can fire back.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to panic here in either one of those positions.
Looked like Garrison just got around Prager.
So Garrison gets around him as well. So Garrison, Pranger on the move. Now let's see if Garrison can go to work on Prager. And Garrison might have gotten around Pranger as well.
I called that one, by the way. That's what I saw going on that top corner in the first round, by the way.
My goodness.
Just saying.
Good call, good eye. You know a thing or two because you've seen a thing or two.
Yeah, great battle here. This is a great race.
Yeah. All the way up to the front. Mims, Beckwith still giving it to Mims. Matter of fact, Beckwith around Mims.
Yep.
Just missed that on TV, so he moves into the 1 spot. And you got to think if you're Mims, you say, go get it, bud. 1 gate pick more. I'm not trying to be too risky right here. I'll settle into the 2 spot.
Oh, man, look at how close that was for the transfer spot.
Whew. So a sigh of relief. Cody Beckwith finishes in the 2 spot. Mims falls to second, but he advances, and Christian Garrison moving up into the 3 position.
1/10.
Imagine that, Prager, 1/10 of a second.
And actually, Prager had the faster lap. He was actually faster for the best lap of the moto, which is interesting, too. He was in there faster than Beckwith was. So you take that back to the truck, and you're like,
Are you kidding me?
Man, I didn't make it. But, you know, again, learning lessons. You got to be happy and satisfied with the fact that I knew you're out there running fast lap times. It's a great race. You know, have to examine the different areas where maybe you didn't make the right decision or choice on the track. But lap time wise, he was the fastest on the track.
I love that. The outlook you've got is stellar. Take something away, learn from it. 65cc, 65 711 Consi 1, just the 1 Consi here. So we will take the top 6 out of this one. Matter of fact, our second to last Consi race, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we got, well, a couple more after that. Look. Maybe. Might have printed that too soon. I got extra sheets. I know that. We'll stay tuned. Nonetheless, we know we've got 65 711 out there. And we've got Super Mini 2 coming up after that one.
Little man in third here in the bright yellow gear in third place. He is definitely on a mission. He's closed the gap on those guys. They had to jump on him coming down the hill in after the first start. He's definitely making it some time.
One, two, three, four, all close. 5, call it 5. So we'll get our eyes on it. Good battles all over the place, though, here for your 65, 7 to 11. Get our eyes on who's out front. Shadow's playing games with us. Watching the battle back there for those transfer positions. Few riders in front of these guys here. As they go down into the Gator pit. And we'll know for certain here as they'll get a lap completed. Okay, green flag waving. Had a little panic there. But green flag waving here. Gavin McCoy in the 1 spot. Austin Keller 2nd. Uriah Messersmith in 3rd place. Carter Pilgrim 4th. 5th place Nicholas Guzman. And Camden Scoggin rounding out that top 6. Beckett Ferry just outside in 7th. Ooh, rider down right there. Going into the Gator pit. Looks like that might be Jensen Bridge. It went down to 660. Gavin McCoy out front. Austin Keller in that 2 spot. Rider's got a little bit of a gap between 2nd and 3rd there, but man, with Keller checked in, he's still sitting in 2nd. Was not far. There's Uriah, the 79, popping on screen there in the 3 spot with Carter Pilgrim behind him, the 115. Come again on that. All right, we're back. Sorry about that, folks. Little technical difficulties there. Got it worked out. Gavin McCoy in the driver's seat in this with the 111 on screen. 111 on the jersey. In our battles toward the back of the pack here, toward the middle of the pack where you got that transfer position happening. Again, top 6 will advance out of this one. Just the one Consi race for these guys. Making their way, going to buzz past the Gizmo Tower. And duck down below the announcing tower here toward the finish. Gavin McCoy still out in front. I believe it's Austin Keller still in the 2 spot. Uriah Messersmith on the gas in 3rd. White flag coming out. So Gavin McCoy does check in the 1 spot on that Cobra Moto machine. Austin Keller checks in the 2 spot. McCoy a little breathing room out front, got about a 2.5 second gap. Uriah Messersmith sitting there in 3rd. Little change up there for the 4th place position. That's Nicholas Guzman into 4th. Carter Pilgrim falls back to 5th. Camden Scoggin in that final transfer position in 6th. And old Beckett Ferry back there in the 7th spot. Got a 1 second gap he needs to make up if he wants a shot at moving on. You remember these days, Logan?
I do. I remember first Yamaha 65 top 3 at Loretta's.
That had to feel good.
That was definitely...
That was when you said, you know what, I might want to do this.
That was definitely something I was like, you know, Yamaha's definitely had my back for a while, so return the favor a little bit.
That's beautiful.
What was your first Gatorback experience? Was it Mini-O's or was it a qualifier?
I want to say Mini-O's on 50s.
Mini-O's on 50s.
What year was that? Can you go back that far? He said, well, back in my day.
I want to say 13.
2014. How old were you in 2014? I had been married for 10 years. Oof. Makes me feel a little old here.
And where were we? We're in the RCH days, I think. RCH days? Yep.
I think so. Wow. Isn't that funny, Logan? About for young guys, isn't it crazy when old people are like, I remember when I was that. Oh, my goodness, you're so young. Well, obviously, we all grow up. We all grow older. I always thought that as a kid. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. It's not your fault we're old, right?
Well, I remember because it was my first big race back from an injury.
Oh, yeah.
That's how I remember it, because I remember I had broken my femur, so that was my first big race back, and that was something I was really excited for, amped up to get back on the bike, and came out, had some fun.
Checkered flag flies. Gavin McCoy, love it. As he goes across the finish line, little checkup from the neck up for the camera. Austin Keller going to finish in the 2 spot. Uriah Messersmith in 3rd place.
Uriah was styling over the finish line. Little one-leg swaggy going.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Nicholas Guzman in the 4 spot. Carter Pilgrim 5th. And Camden Scoggin will round out those top 6 riders. Moving on.
Gavin is clearly the class of that race there. 9. He had a full 2-second best lap time over 2nd place, so that's got to make you feel good. Probably go back and check out those lap times compared to what was run in the heat races. See where he stacks up. And he's going to have a tough road that gate pick, but should be excited about the track, how he saw it. Take some things he learned from this extra couple laps he got, bonus laps, if you will. Apply that to his main event.
Here we go with Super Mini 2, 13 to 16.
Last one.
Last one.
Everyone seemed to make it cleanly through that left-hander there at the top of the track. Bunch of guys trying to get through that section there, establish their position here, hoping to get close to a transfer position. Super Mini 2, 13 to 16, Consi 1 on the track. We'll be taking 6 riders from this race. Leaders have a clear advantage right now. They have a nice gap themselves a little bit, but there's definitely some battles brewing back there. Some chance for some guys to get into that transfer position. Leaders coming by to Gizmo Mods right now. About to complete their first lap here.
I want to say that's Gordon out front.
It is Landon Gordon.
Pretty heavy hitter here.
Yep. Had a DNS in his first one. Quite a few DNSs. Landon Gordon, Oliveira had a do not start in his first one. Starr had a do not start. Landon Gordon, your leader here. Fazio 2nd. Kressel 3rd. Hanley 4th. Lasbeck 5th. Hello 6th. Shea in 7th outside, looking in right now, but close. Got a chance here for sure.
I think we got a crash on the finish line there.
Yeah, had the red cross flag out. Landon for sure checking out right here. He has full command of this race. He can put on a cruise control right now, use this time to look for some better lines, get a game plan formulated for his main event.
Well, I was just about to say, definitely looking for lines if he's got a second moto coming up here, main event moto.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to do a lot of track maintenance whatsoever. Not going to take a lot of the chatter and stuff out of it. Just going to touch up a couple bumps, a couple kickers, I would think, Logan. Don't want to jeopardize the integrity of the track. Nobody wants a smooth track out there for motor number 1 and that type of thing. So only about 15 minutes. Going to take a few bumps out. And, of course, make sure the start's perfect. Make sure that that's perfectly groomed right there. Again, there's a couple kickers I've seen here and there. I believe that's what we're going to concentrate on. Other than that, man, we're ready to go.
Great battle for 4th place here. They're all super tight here in the middle. All still in the transfer position though. So again, got to race smart. Oh, rider didn't I say that? One just went down.
Causes a little bit of a jam right there.
What number was that? Yeah, guys backed up behind him there, trying to get through that tight little section before the tabletop. That was rider.
Got him, JH.
Is that 383?
Top
363, maybe that was Fazio.
There we go.
That was our second place. It was our second place rider.
There we go. White flag is out. So
now. No, that couldn't have been Fazio because he's still in. He's in second. Yeah, it couldn't have been him. Couldn't get a clear look at his number as he went by us here.
Listen, JH, we've had number 70 on the jersey, number 771 on the number plate, the front number plate, a piece of duct tape across it, and the helmet number 12. So, you know, look at what you laughing about. You know where I'm coming from, though, right?
You see it all the time.
You're my guy, though. 206 everywhere, properly. And if you had to go to another race, you know what? You'd have the proper backgrounds. If you had to run another number for the day, you'd make it happen for us, I'm sure.
I ran number 6 at Loretta's this year, but pretty much every other year I've ran 26.
Right.
So at least it's
exactly.
close.
It's close. You better believe that. You kept us in the neighborhood. And then, hey, my favorite, black numbers on black backgrounds. That's my favorite, JH.
All blacked out?
Yeah, man. Got to run that pinstripe silver. That's easy to see from 12 feet away.
Old Rob Deerdeck Tahoe murdered out days from back in the day. Old school influence.
No doubt. That's a bad influence. Again, just about 15 minutes of maintenance. Not a lot. Going to lay down just a touch of water. Take out a couple little, what we call maybe problem areas. Nothing big. But again, what might be not visible to everybody.
Landon.
You know, that random kicker. So
taking the checkered flag already. His race is already done. He is gone. A 157.5 was his best lap, and he did it on that last lap. So he didn't slow down at all. He was still cruising, trying to go race pace.
That's still Fazio?
Yes. Yep, Fazio, yep, still second.
That seemed like a gap back to Kessel, didn't it, Kressel?
Yep.
Jack Shea in that number 4 spot. Oh, rider last back moving up. And I think that might have been Delano Hanley you were thinking about there a minute ago, the 127.
Yeah, I think that's who it was, yep.
So he's our final rider to make it in. Again, we're going to take about a 15-minute break here, folks. Get yourself something to drink, maybe choke something down to eat. And we're going to get right underway with these second motors. Going to start handing out some hardware. All you folks at home, we're going to take a few minutes. Going to take an opportunity right now to pay the bills, and we'll get you back in just a few moments.
Something from nothing. That's what Nihilo Concepts is about. It starts with a spark, an idea, a concept, which leads to a design, and finishes with engineered excellence with the highest quality products created with durability in mind. All our products are made in the USA at our state-of-the-art facility in Stuart, Florida. Whether you are a weekend warrior, ride for fun, or at the highest level of competition, Nihilo Concepts offers innovative titanium, aluminum, and carbon fiber parts for your dirt bike. We offer a wide variety of products that you can customize to your liking. Browse our site for foot pegs, brake tips, engine components, specialty tools, frame grip tape, lever grips, carbon fiber components, motor stands, our secondary on-switch, plus much more. Head to NihiloConcepts.com and see for yourself why factory teams like Red Bull KTM, Rockstar Husqvarna, Troy Lee Designs Gas, Orange Brigade, Club MX, KLM Gas, and some of the fastest riders in the world choose Nihilo Concepts.
I introduced my son Nick to the sport of motocross at the age of 3, and oh boy, we all know how expensive that is.
MX Locker allows us to connect with fellow riders and get anything that we need.
And I've even sold my extra parts on here for cash.
How would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at On Track School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, they will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out On Track School at ontrackschool.com, where we can help you chase your dreams and still get a quality education.
OnTrackSchool.com. Check it out.
New CRF 250R. Lighter, faster, stronger. Ready to help you find your edge.
VP Racing Fuels. No matter what motorcycle you race or ride, amateur or pro, we have a fuel to make more power. Keep your bike running cool with VP Stay Frosty Coolant, available in 2 formulas. Race Ready, designed to be glycol-free and track approved, and High Performance with freeze protection for street applications. Visit vpracingfuels.com to learn more.
The all-new Yamaha YZ450F. Narrower, more compact, and lighter. Built to do one thing: go faster.
Something from nothing. That's what Nihilo Concepts is about. It starts with a spark, an idea, a concept, which leads to a design, and finishes with engineered excellence with the highest quality products created with durability in mind. All our products are made in the USA at our state-of-the-art facility in Stuart, Florida. Whether you are a weekend warrior, ride for fun, or at the highest level of competition, Nihilo Concepts offers innovative titanium, aluminum, and carbon fiber parts for your dirt bike. We offer a wide variety of products that you can customize to your liking. Browse our site for foot pegs, brake tips, engine components, specialty tools, frame grip tape, lever grips, carbon fiber components, motor stands, our secondary on-switch, plus much more. Head to NihiloConcepts.com and see for yourself why factory teams like Red Bull KTM, Rockstar Husqvarna, Troy Lee Designs Gas, Orange Brigade, Club MX, KLM Gas, and some of the fastest riders in the world choose Nihilo Concepts.
I introduced my son Nick to the sport of motocross at the age of 3, and oh boy, we all know how expensive that is.
MX Locker allows us to connect with fellow riders and get anything that we need.
And I've even sold my extra parts on here for cash.
How would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at On Track School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, they will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out On Track School at ontrackschool.com, where we can help you chase your dreams and still get a quality education.
OnTrackSchool.com. Check it out.
New CRF 250R. Lighter, faster, stronger. Ready to help you find your edge.
VP Racing Fuels. No matter what motorcycle you race or ride, amateur or pro, we have a fuel to make more power. Keep your bike running cool with VP Stay Frosty Coolant, available in 2 formulas: race ready, designed to be glycol free and track approved, and high performance with freeze protection for street applications. Visit vpracingfuels.com to learn more.
The all-new Yamaha YZ450F. Narrower, more compact, and lighter. Built to do one thing: go faster.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back here to Gatorback Cycle Park for our continuing live coverage on RacerTV.com of the 2022 and 51st running of the Thor Mini O's presented by Pro Circuit. And a special thanks to our friends at Thor. Of course, remember Thor, they are built for this. And, of course, we also want to say thanks to our friends at Pro Circuit. And, again, if you're here on site with us, you can stop down and visit with them personally, or you can stop by and check out one of your local folks that deals in Pro Circuit. And of course, there's always availability of shipping those things out as well. But I'll tell you folks, it is a grand and glorious day here on a Friday afternoon post Thanksgiving, as we are set and poised for the second motos in the beginning, crowning champions. Yesterday's Moto 1s, and of course rolling into those LCQs here. Yesterday and finishing those up here this morning. It was a lot of good times, no doubt about that, and a lot of great battles that ensued. And if you're just tuning in today, you've tuned in for the best portion of what is about to take place. College boys 16 to 24 is our next class up and ready to tangle, if you will. And of course, we want to take an opportunity to say thanks to our moto sponsor here at Mini O's for this first moto. Of course, Race Tech Engines are Race Tech, our sponsor, and Race Tech is the world's largest aftermarket motorcycle suspension and modification company, inventors of the proprietary award-winning gold valves. Race Tech gold valves provide a plush feel with drastically improved bottoming, resistance, and increased traction. All Race Tech products are 100% guaranteed and made in the USA. And of course, as we look down on the starting line right now, we can see that our College Boy are loaded on the gate. The thing that we have going on right now, Megawatt, is of course last-minute track reconditioning and preparations for the second motos. We've already had a half day of racing on this track. It started out with the final few motos of moto number 1 this morning, and then we immediately went into the LCQs, and those LCQs have certainly produced a lot of great battles, a lot of great racing, and it has set the stage for where we are now.
It absolutely has. We're going to kick things off with our college boy class. Going to get back underway with our second motos. And Rodney, I got to tell you, I'm excited right now. You know, the phone's been blown up. We've been getting all kinds of texts. Hey, what about Casey Cochran? Where's our buddy Casey Cochran at? What's going on? Well, he's right here with us. He's right here in the center chair right now. Casey, welcome to the booth, man. Pumped to see you. Had an opportunity to talk to Mom and Dad a little earlier in the week, and man, you have just got a ton of stuff going on. You've got some things you're working on, figuring out. Just get us updated, man. Catch us up.
No, yeah, definitely. I had a little injury a while back, but started riding again recently, and just figuring out some stuff with the new team, getting the bikes in and getting them dialed. So haven't been not ready to race yet, but we'll be back on the track soon.
Nice. And, you know, you talk about some injuries and stuff. Seemed like you had a couple naggers, you know, just a couple things that right when you were getting back up to speed, maybe re-injure or maybe just another little injury on top of another injury.
Right. I mean, just some little stuff. Nothing big. Like, did my thumb a little bit a while back, maybe 2 months ago, but we've been good since then, so just getting back in the swing of things.
Like I said, trying to get the program back up to speed, make some adjustments there. And when are we going to see you? When are you going to come out swinging?
Well, I'm planning on doing the Christmas race out in Orlando in December, and then next big thing will be Futures. So
awesome.
That'll be the next race.
Fantastic. What you got planned for the rest of the week here? What are you going to do? We got a long weekend here. We got some racing tomorrow. What's on the schedule for you?
Right. I came up a couple days ago for Supercross, watched a day, and then go back and train during the week. So I came up yesterday after riding and just been watching some racing, and going to hang out today and then head back home tonight.
What's that program looking like? How much you on the bike right now?
4 days a week riding, back to the normal schedule, so it's been good.
Nice. Got a lot of time in the gym right now?
As much as we can.
Exactly.
So what's it like to have to sit and watch one of these events like this?
It's pretty normal watching every other class but your own.
Right.
And then when you're sitting there watching your own class, you're like, oh, I wonder where I would be stacking up right now. And just, you know, it's just, you're curious depending on where you would be.
Yeah, and I'm sure you probably could have beat every one of them, right?
I'd like to think so.
Absolutely.
And it makes a lot of sense what he said. You know, you talk about not riding and being at the race as well. Other than his class, it's no big deal because he watches the rest of them anyway.
Right, absolutely.
You know, so he sees the other classes anyway. So it doesn't really feel strange until your class is on the gate.
Right.
Casey, when did you get here? Have you been here all week?
I came up maybe last Saturday or something.
Wow, so you have been around all week.
Well, I came up for a day and then went back home and then came up yesterday.
Oh, I got you.
So I just got back here yesterday and then hung out a little bit last afternoon and then just been here all day today.
Break the diet yesterday.
What's that?
Break the diet yesterday.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No diet for this guy. I love it.
Diet? What's it up?
What is that? Big day, big gathering yesterday. Have a lot of fun?
It was a good day. I just got to eat with a bunch of friends, so I was very thankful. So,
yeah, I imagine your Thanksgiving tradition, probably since about you can remember, it's always been right here, hasn't it? So you don't even know what it'd be like to go to Grandma's for Thanksgiving.
For sure. And then the one time I'm not here for Thanksgiving because I'm not racing, my mom's here working, so we decided to come up and spend Thanksgiving here again. So, but I'm not against it. It's been good.
Well, I'm glad that you've been able to spend some time down here and still feel in connection with the racing and the event, because, you know, not being here would probably be tougher than being here and not being able to race.
Yeah, it's good to come out and watch your friends and hang out with some friends and just have a good time.
Yeah, I mean, just not knowing for me would be, you know, what was the weather like? You know, what was the track like? How was so-and-so really looking? You know, I mean, you might be able to watch it on Racer TV, but you just really can't see from that perspective. You got to be here and feel it in the air.
For sure. It's definitely good to come see just how everyone's looking and see what the competition's looking like for the year.
Are you seeing any runaways, any individual runaways in any classes, what you've been noticing this week?
The big standout for me is honestly that ride from Deegan yesterday was unreal.
Yeah.
I was sitting here just mind blown watching that. It was crazy.
You know, haters are going to be haters at all time, but the man did what he needed to do. I mean, he brought it. He played that to the hilt, just like he did Supercross.
Yeah.
And how about Quintine? Have you had any experience? Have you watched Quintine ride before?
I've seen a little bit here, but is he French?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. And I don't know if, so Vial just got over to Baker's where I'm training, and I don't know if they know each other or not. I think I heard something about it, but yeah, he looks good.
Yeah, he's a
quick.
shocker, dude. He surprised me. He seems to be resilient, too.
Yeah.
He's in shape. I was expecting a little more out of a couple of the motos out here because I thought, as aggressive as he was to Supercross and the way he was hanging in there, I thought he'd have way more experience outdoors.
I think he actually got a hole shot yesterday and went down in one of the qualifiers, and I'm not sure what happened after that, but I know that kind of took him out of that one for sure.
Yeah, but I got to tell you, it shocked me for sure. Heard the name, seen a couple YouTube clips and all this, but very, very impressive that youngster is.
Yeah, I've never seen him before, and just seeing a new face come out and be so competitive in the pro sport class is pretty impressive.
Yeah, right away. You know, right away. What we got going on, Rodney?
Just playing that waiting game right now. I was looking down on the start line there as we get ready for this Race Tech sponsored moto, the first race of moto number 1, and just looks like the equipment is now making its way off the course. A few little touch-up spots going on out there, but for the most part, we're near complete with that course reconditioning. We've seen water go down. We've plowed, I think, about every inch of this racetrack, and everywhere that needed a little smoothing with the dozer blade and tracks, that's all been taken care of. So this is almost a brand new racetrack, what you would have been faced with that first light practice this morning.
Yeah, and you know what, with the College Boy class being first, you know, we were originally going to take out just maybe a couple problem spots, but I think it was a good idea to go ahead and put a little more prep to it. Casey, you've seen every condition there is available here. What did you think of that track last night for that final moto? The thing was, in my book, it was pretty gnarly for this place.
It looks pretty gnarly, but you never know until you ride it, obviously, but you can sit here and watch and see the lines that everyone's taking, and the track looks different for everyone just depending on where you're going and how smart you are about your line choices. So it really just depends on how I feel like you ride the track, and even a rough track, you can sometimes make it smooth with some better lines. So it's impressive to see some of the guys just making their own track and not hitting the main lines and going where they want to go and making the track faster than everyone else.
Now, a question that I might have, I know, you know, if you're the first race, say you've been racing all day, the track has been worn in, you've been out there a few times, you know what the feel is, and you have an idea how the lines are all going, and they go do something like this on that first couple of laps, does it make it a little more difficult, or is a fresh track like this with a fresh start, and is it make it better?
I feel like it really depends on the situation. I don't mind a track prep before. It just means you got to get a good start because everyone's going to be going wide open because the track's fresh. So if you trust in your starts and you get out front early, then it's definitely a good thing in your favor. But then if you're in the back, all the guys I feel like aren't as separated because the lines aren't there. So if you're in the back off the start on a fresh track, it's definitely going to be harder. But if you can get the whole shot, then it's definitely an advantage.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's the best time and easiest time to go into one of those checkout modes, especially if your main competition is buried back a little ways.
For sure.
Starts.
More people can go fast on a smooth track.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line. You know.
Well, how many laps generally does it take before the lines are starting to be established? I mean, is it starting to establish after that first lap? Does it take 3-4 laps for that to happen?
Well, on an event like this, I mean, you come around the first lap, when you got 42 guys hitting the same line, it gets developed pretty quickly. So
exactly.
The lines change every single lap.
Right. And when we talk about these conditions, and also, again, that's why I mentioned College Boy going out, it only take 2 to 3 laps, and you're going to have designated takeoffs. You're going to have designated insides and outsides.
For sure, especially with these bigger bikes and them breaking into the dirt more and more with more power. So.
All right, man. Sounds like we got them fired up.
Yep, our first race of Moto number 2, the College Boys 16 to 24. Still waiting on that paperwork to be brought up right now. And of course, we've got our top 42 riders in the nation, Casey Cochran, and of course, as we get set to watch this one right here, again, anytime the gate drops, I'm sure there's always those butterflies.
Oh, for sure, 100%. I feel like I used to struggle it more with when I was younger, just because you're not as confident in yourself. But recently, it's been getting better, and when you line up knowing that you can win, it makes you feel a lot better and a lot more comfortable off the start.
And that confidence comes from a lot of different things, not only the results that you put out, but the training and the preparation you put in, I'm sure.
For sure, especially when you're putting a lot of effort in the week and you know that no one else is doing more than you're doing, and you're more prepared than anyone else, and it just gives you that extra confidence. And
we'll see who's got that confidence now. Yeah, it's gate is down on this one, and we've got 42 of the fastest riders here this weekend from around the world into that first turn, and a big fist bump there by our early leader.
Looks like Crockett to me.
Yeah, I believe that is the 411 Crockett Myers, and a lot of passing going on through that field right there, but we'll get them all sorted out as they come around here in just a few moments. But man, like we were pointing out there just a moment ago, that start is critical and important, and right now you can see that Crockett's going to try to take advantage of this clean racetrack and just go as fast as he can, and he's already starting to open things up. Actually, those front 3 or 4 are starting to get a pretty good gap opening up.
Yeah, for sure, especially Crockett right now. You definitely want to get a little gap early with the smooth track, because you're the only guy that's going to be hitting it super fresh, and most of the guys are going to be following you because you'll have the line. So he's got an advantage right now.
Now, as far as the that big sweeper section out there, you know, I noticed that a lot of folks like to go outside and obviously down the middle of the track. But is there any point, like say fresh racetrack or beaten up racetrack, is there any point of the track that is better all the time, or is it just changed throughout the course of the racing day?
In my opinion, I would say it definitely changes a lot throughout the day. And for instance, in a moto like this where it's fresh, you definitely want to take the shortest track. Cut off the most real estate that you can, and
it seems to pay dividends. There's your leaders now making their way down in front of the Yamaha announcing tower, and we'll be checking in with our first lap complete. Green flag waves on this one, and Crockett Myers has certainly gotten off to a blistering pace here in this first lap of Moto number 2. Right now, Myers looking at a second-place position finish in his first moto, so a 2-1 puts him in control of the championship. Now, again, this is after the first lap. Grant Hoffman running in the number 2 spot here. Eddie Norred Jr., the 188, is 3rd. Cameron Duro in 4th. Daniel Borderland in the number 5 spot. Gabe Andrigo in 6th. Corey Carson in 7th. Nate Mason in 8th. It's Kimball Jett in 9th. Aiden Dickens rounding out the top 10. And just a quick check of that top 20 for you here on this first lap. Derek Leatherman, Jackson Pascal, Ty Casey, Mitch Zazaremba in the number 14 spot. Keegan Rowley, Corey Rogers, Brent Burrows. 18th is Hayden Justice. Jay Sean Porter in 19th, and Liam Langer rounding out your top 20 after 1.
Yeah, it looks like Cody Groves, he won the first moto, and he's far back right now, or won one of the divisions.
Yeah, and again, that is contingent upon the start. Oftentimes, you know, you hope and you think a good gate pick, and with winning one of your division races, you're going to have one of the ultimate gate picks. But even having a great gate pick, sometimes many different things can happen off that start, change things up in the blink of an eye.
Most definitely. Just all about getting off that start clean in these fresh track motos, but he's got some work to do.
Absolutely. Grant Hoffman pretty much by himself in the number 2 spot. Eddie Norred has secured that 3rd place a little bit more solid, I think, here at the end of lap number 2. It's back there behind him where things are heating up. That 58 machine now, Cameron Duro, is feeling that pressure from Daniel Borderland. Those two going at it for 4th and 5th. Here comes the 103. He's around Carson now for 6th place. Nate Mason moves up 1. Looks like he might have his head down and charging and looking for a little better finish here in this second moto. Crockett Myers again If we start breaking it down as far as the overall is concerned, we're looking at a 2-1 for Crockett Myers, a 2-2 for Grant Hoffman. Eddie Nora at a 4-3 would score him 3rd overall right now. And as we look down through the roster of riders here, some of our top 10 finishers struggling. Mitch Zaremba up to 10th now as he finished 4th place. And there you see Cody Groves is running 18th place position after winning his first division Moto 1 race.
Yeah, definitely got off to a rough start. Let's see if he can come back through the pack and get up there with him.
The 18th place, and we'll watch that and see how things are going to work for him here on lap number 3 now. As things seem to be about the same for our top 5 as we watch these riders making their way off the back of the Gator here.
It's always tough when you get that first moto win and then you have a bad start in the second moto and you got to fight from the back. It's definitely not a great feeling.
Kind of a sense of urgency hits you quick, don't it?
Definitely, and you feel like you're rushing everywhere trying to get through people, and it's stressful.
And of course, now, would you rather have that happen at the end of the race where you had to make that mad dash, or would you rather make that mad dash and push right from the beginning?
Well, I've made a few mistakes personally where I just get so excited in the beginning and then make a big mistake. And if you fall in the beginning, everyone's so close, you're going to get passed by so many people. But then you could also look at it where everyone's so close and you can pass a lot of people at the beginning. So it's a give and take, and you really have to decide on what you're more comfortable with. And if you are comfortable with going at that pace at the beginning of the moto before you really know the track, then go for it. But if you're a little timid at the beginning of the moto, then maybe it's better to stay in charge at the end.
And like you said, confidence is key, the key point in all that, confidence in your abilities. And the more preparation you have into coming into an event, the more confidence you have. Crockett Myers still out front of Grant Hoffman. Eddie Nora Jr. still in the number 3 spot. Daniel Borderland in 4th. Cameron Duro checking in after 3 in 5th. Then it's Nate Mason in 6th. Aiden Dickens is 7th. Kimball Jett in 8th. Corey Karsten now in 9th. And Mitchell Zaremba up from back in the teens, about 16th now into a 10th place position.
Uncharacteristic start for Zaremba. Normally up front, a little closer to the lead pack, but as you said, outside the top 15 or so, putting in some early work here. 3 laps in, working himself up into the top 10. Mason not getting the best of starts either, and he put that 103 Yamaha up into that 6th position right now.
Watching right now on RacerTV.com, the 45 of Mitchell Zaremba, turning a 149. He's faster than the 2 riders in front of him, both Kimball Jett and Corey Carson, as they wrapped up lap number 3. And looks like with a little free racetrack, he might try to reel in Dickens, but they were running pretty close to similar lap times in that department.
One thing that's not going to happen, Zaremba's not going to get tired. Have you seen that guy with his shirt off? It's just chiseled, dude. I'm here to tell you, you are not going to wear Zaremba down. I'm telling you. Got that Zac Efron thing going on, you know what I mean? Crazy. And he was on the podium with you, Rodney, so he looked twice as good. Right. Made him look all the better, you know. I was like, wow.
Well, that'll happen sometimes. All right, Crockett Myers. We got some changes back in 3rd. Borderland gets around. Nora Duro is in the number 5 spot. Nate Mason now chipping away at that 5th place position on Cameron Duro. Got some changes back there as Zaremba is up to 9th now, and he's working on Kimball Jett, the 94. If you're watching that 45 machine, I believe that's them going over the back of the Gator right now. And in all honesty, watch what's going on there as Zaremba pushes up on the rear there. What he's seeing just ahead of him is Kimball Jett, Aiden Dickens, Nate Mason, and Cameron Duro. They're really not that far ahead.
And look at the effort by Zaremba. Did you see him take that outside? He stuffed that outside from. He was praying those tires were going to hold, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah, he's looking good right now. He's looking to come through and pass these guys and get up to the front.
And when you said, Rodney, he's going to have a pack of them right now. So he's going to really able to use the strategy on all of them. He knows where he's making time. He's a couple seconds quicker than the next 2 guys up the road. So I'm going to put that to good. Oh, big swap right there. And I believe, who was that? That was Dickens?
I believe might have been Jett.
All right, yeah, it was Jet. Big swap right there, and maybe starting to feel the pressure a little bit.
For sure, especially when you're Zaremba in this position, you have the advantage watching Kimball, watching his lines and seeing where you're gaining time and where you aren't. And then once he gets around him, he can use that for the next rider and the next rider going forward. So he's in a good spot right now. He just needs to make these moves pretty quickly.
Casey, one thing I've noticed, it seems like in the split lane and sometimes down at the bottom of the gator pit, the inside and the outside work equally well depending on your position. You know, it's like neither one's really quick or whatever, but depending on what suits you, you can use either line with equal results.
Right. Those are always really dependent on motos. I mean, I'm always going down looking at those and deciding whether I want to go outside the bottom of the gator pit or inside before the moto, and that's the decision you have to make and really just see where everyone's going and choose the best line that you think will work for you, because if you go inside the bottom of the gator pit, then you have a better angle for the roller before the step ups, and then if you do go outside, then it's a worse angle, but then it's faster at the bottom, so it's give and take.
Exactly.
Figuring it out.
And it's where not all tracks are like that.
Right.
You know, I mean, not all tracks. There's a distinct advantage. A lot of corners, the inside, the outside, this and that, but a lot of places here, it just works equally well.
For sure.
Well, I don't know if you're watching as they head back out on the tail of the gator. I don't know what it's going to mean for the overall, but man, Cameron Duro is all over Eddie Norret Jr. for that fourth place position right now. And if you look at what that might do for Duro's overall score, 3 and a 4 would then score him 8. That might actually put him up into a top 3 overall. So this is a pretty heavy and important pass that he is trying to make, and that will, as I do the quick math, that would secure the overall third for him here, and that would mean a whole lot, voting, especially whenever you add that to your Supercross scores and when you're going for the Olympiads and such.
What just got heavy then for Duro, didn't it?
It did.
Right there for sure. Each position counts right now when we talk about being on the box or off. Listen, there's a couple levels of accomplishment, and it's a big accomplishment just to be on the box down here.
Well, I tell you right here, we're going to get the tail of the tape on this one as Crockett Myers leads this one from top of the gate to checkers. Grant Hoffman holds a steady second place position for the same time. And as we look to third place, Daniel Borderland will get the third place position. But here's what happened with that pass from fifth into fourth for Cameron Duro. Overall results are looking like this. Crockett Myers goes 2-1 for the win. Grant Hoffman a 2-2 for second. And with a 3-4, that will secure third place overall for Cameron Duro.
Wow, I got to tell you, that was a big push right there. And whether he realized the importance, and I'm sure he had a pit board letting him know, but that was a big move.
Yep, and that just goes to show you that, you know, sometimes you don't think that race back and forth and fifth is that important. Yes, it is very important, and especially as far as the overall and getting to go down and see Mikey Waynes on the podium. And we'll be heading down to see him here in just a few moments. Right now, though, our Mini E 4 to 8-year-old class, we'll run down the top 42 competitors of nearly 120 entries. We're talking about Cooper Langdon, Levi Guys, Mason Giles, Tate Brush, Gunnar Lusk, Hayden Zanesk, Barrett Counts, Levi Meyer, Boone Lloyd, Frankie Fazio, Levi Letty, Bodie Bowerson, Parker LeBeau, Ryan Ciceretti, Brady Rosser. It's also Kaysen Taylor, Max Forrest, Mason Wheeler, Ryder Hill, Matthew Semino, Cheyenne Hines, Cruz Peterson, Jackson Jones, Brantley Tursky, Owen Taylor, Heo Ferrara, Grayson Kyler, Absher Hall, Mason Jenkins, Tucker Chase, Kiston Fahrenbrook, Gage Desmither, also Desmither, Daxton Dinkfeld, Reese Max, Gunnar Wilson, Luciano Demuro, also Chet Raw, Brody DeJong, Nathan Tucker, Bryson Devil Bliss, Ryder Likens, and Donald DeMuro. And that is your Mini E 4 to 8-year-olds race number 2 here in Moto number 2. As things still getting sorted out down on the podium, Mikey Waynes, we are sorting things out here for this second moto of Mini E racers.
Rodney, Casey's got some stuff going on. He's going to go out and take care of some of his obligations. You going to come up and see us a little bit?
Yes, I will. I'll be back for either the Pro or B Moto maybe. And
all right, and we're going to test him. We're going to let him do rider intros next time. We're going to let him try some of these names. We're going to see what that on-track schooling's done for him, man. We're going to put him and Andrea to the test.
Oh, we'll see.
You know, here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say he's going to get an A+ and probably do it better than you and I.
No doubt about it. All right, Casey, we'll see you in a little bit, bro. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Good to have Casey up here with us, and appreciate your time that you're putting with us. And our Mini E sorting it out here in Moto number 2. Here they come towards the announcer's tower now as they drop below the Yamaha tower. Get a visual on these riders. The 260 is your leader in this one. Absher Hall out of Morganton, North Carolina on an AOT, Singe Graphics, Brewer Cycles back KTM. He finished second in Moto 1, so this will certainly put him in position for the overall if he maintains this spot throughout the duration of the race. But looking at what's taking place, Levi Letty just rocketed by on the gas, and now 2.260 seconds behind is Absher Hall in second. That's how quickly things change. Ryan Cesaretti in the number 3 spot. Parker LeBeau is 4th. Gage Destmeyer in the number 5 spot. Levi Geis is 6th. Kaysen Taylor in 7th. Jet Raw in 8th. Nathan Tucker in 9th. And Mason Giles rounding out the top 10. Your top 20 after lap 1 include in the 11th, Mason Jenkins, 12th, Brantley Tursky, Matthew Simino in 13th, Cooper Langdon in 14th, Bryson Devilbliss 15th, Jackson Jones 16th, Frankie Fazio 17th, Donald DeMiro in 18th, Grady Rosser in 19th, and Cheyenne Hines to round out the top 20. Well, JH, wave of the future, and I know you being such a so integrated into the industry, I should say. I know that e-motorcycle racing has been a big buzz in the industry behind the scenes for a few years now, and especially since it's seen the light of day, and especially in competition mode, it's really becoming a big buzz there in the industry.
It is, and what's really interesting, I have flashbacks now. I remember being at Washougal, dating myself now, when they had, I think they called it the Thunder in the Mountain race, I think they called it.
Right.
And it was when they had a 4-stroke race as part of the Pro National weekend. And I remember being off on the other side of the announcer's tower, and the pits used to be on the other side. Shows again how old I am when the pits used to be over the trees. But heading back over that way, heading back in from whatever the qualifier was, or Moto, where they had that race, and hearing the 4-strokes go off the gate the first time was like, it was just crazy. It was like, you know, I mean, again, if you're older as I am, you remember hearing like this one was all 2-strokes, and then to hear a 4-stroke race was just like, it was so polar opposite from what you were used to. And then the thought process, that conversation coming out of that race, and Henry was racing that race that year, was, hey, holy smokes, you know, this could be the future. And you're like,
well, look.
Now here, the exact same scenario is happening
now,
here.
absolutely. We got Mikey Waynes down on the podium. He's got our first champions to crown here of motocross.
Hey, we're ready. Let's bring up our 3rd place rider, Cameron Duro, getting it done, doing the work on the last lap, taking 3rd in the college boy class. Come on, make some noise for him. Cameron Duro, man, big congratulations on that 3rd place here today, buddy. Who you want to thank?
Thank you. I'd just like to thank the Bircher family for helping me out to get to Minios. My sponsors back home, Red Bull, KTM, 100%, Thor, and TRP. Thanks.
There we go. Make some noise. Your 3rd place finisher, Cameron Duo. All right, Grant Hoffman, where you at? 2nd place. Come on up and see me, man. Taking a 2nd place finish. Come on over here, dude. 2nd place finish out there. Consistent ride for you, buddy. Who you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom and dad, Kevin Spitzer from Yamaha, SYD, A1 Racing Suspension, Pirelli, everyone at Rock River for helping me out this week with bike troubles. That was about it. Oh, Watkins Erosion Control and Deadline Apparel. But thank you.
There you go. Make some noise. Your 2nd place finisher, Grant Hoffman. All right, Crockett Myers, come on up, dude. Got a bottle of champ for you. We'll get you settled up behind here. I'm going to hand you some champagne. Mike Burkeen to your right-hand side. Going to hand you a number 1 plate. Got the handshake. It's official. The number 1 plate. Hold them up and make some noise for Crockett Myers. Crockett, man, a 1st place. An incredible ride for you out there, buddy. What did it take to get out front and grab the win?
Yeah, dude, there's a lot more going on behind the scenes than everybody really knows. I didn't really have a get-off, but I had a rough go at the 2nd Moto 250 Pro Sport on Supercross and screwed up my thumb pretty bad. So I planned on trying to rest up and race outdoors, but my thumb just didn't heal as quickly as I thought it would. And I knew the college boy was a shorter moto, so I could only hold on for about a lap or 2. So I just wanted to grit it out and see if we get the number 1 in college boy. And that's what we did.
That's just what you did, man. Yeah, I know you don't do it alone. Who you want to thank?
You know, I'd like to thank the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, NSA, National Sheriff's Association, Yamaha, everybody out there, Donnie, Ed, Danny Lewis, Wendy Lewis, Sage, everybody over there for everything they do, and I couldn't do it all without them. Parts Unlimited, ODI, Twin Air, Moose Racing Gear, Bell Helmets, Dunlop, Yamalube, Alpine Star Boots, and everybody supports me. Thank you so much.
There you go, your winner of the College Boy, Crockett Myers. Back up to you guys in the booth.
All right, thanks a lot, Mikey Waynes. And it is Levi Letty still leading Absher Hall after 3 laps of racing. Ryan Cesaretti in 3rd, Gage Desmither in 4th, Parker LeBeau in 5th, Jet Raw in 6th, Kaysen Taylor in 7th, Nathan Tucker in 8th, Mason Jenkins 9th, and Levi Guys rounds out your top 10. What does that translate into as far as the overall? Well, Levi Letty looking at a 1-1 scenario where Absher Hall is looking at a 2-2. And Ryan Cesaretti, who is running 3rd right now, is looking at a 2-3. And the way we see them running, at least through the top 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, through the top 8 places is exactly the way that they would finish if they were to finish like this right now, the way Moto 1 scores would break down. So right now, as the checkers come out at the end of lap number 4, we'll get a better idea as to whether or not that remains to be the case. As Eddie checks in, Absher Hall checks in 2nd. They are 1 and 2. Ryan Ciceretti will take 3rd overall. Gage Desmither in 4th and 4th overall. Jet Raw, though, might have just messed it up a little bit. No, he takes 5th overall with a 4 and a 5. Parker LeBeau does drop back a couple, so Kaysen Taylor will go, looks like, take a 7th in this moto. He finished 3rd in Moto 1, but he gets 7th overall. So the top 3 going to see Mikey Waynes, Levi Letty, Absher Hall, and Ryan Ciceretti, 1, 2, and 3 in that order, as we are now to our 85cc 9 to 11 limited class.
So yeah, interesting hearing those electric bikes, just bringing that flashback to the. Now we've gone full circle, went from the noise of the 4-strokes backwards now to no noise of the electric bikes.
Right.
So it is, to answer your earlier question and telling that little story there, but it's definitely interesting right now because, you know, there is such a push that you're seeing, and a lot of it has to do with the base of where the manufacturers are. Japan, obviously, and the Europeans, you know, with the Austrian group, you know, there's a lot of push right now for the e-bikes. And that kind of transition away from the traditional motorcycle or motor model in general. Triumph just bought Osset, which is an electric bike company, to have their access and entry point into the e-bike category too. So, wow. You know, even the foresight that Triumph's having with the off-road product and developing an off-road race bike, they're still buying an electric bike brand, which is interesting too. So.
Definitely very interesting, and like you said, the wave of the future. It'll be interesting to see what happens. And right now, these 85 9 to 11 limited class riders being led by the 444.
Yeah, Wyatt Duff out there pulling the whole shot from Kentucky.
Yeah, he's a Wildcat out of Lexington.
The Duffs were nice enough. We're friends with Duffs for a long time. Full disclosure here, but let us park in their spot down there, and he's fed me also. So,
so you're pretty pumped about this.
I'm happy about Duff right now. Yeah, he's had a great weekend. He really has. He came into the week ill, had a little fever and sickness, wasn't feeling real good, and still had some good results in Supercross. But you know, he's one of these kids. You know, he's been putting into work. He works really, really hard. Family's a hard-working family. His dad used to race back in the day, also. As well, so you know, that next generation you start to see, we talked about a lot of times, you see that next generation riders. I saw Timmy Ferry on the fence earlier. You know, a lot of us, we all kind of laughing about how we're all back here again, where we all were, you know, 100 years ago, it seems like. But it's great, you know, to see that next generation coming and applying what they've learned, and why it's definitely one of those kids on the up right now, for sure, without a doubt.
101 riders started out with this. We narrowed it down to the top 42. We had 3 different divisions. Trenton Burton, the 711, was a division race winner, as was Darren Pine, the 58, a division race winner, and your early leader, the 444 of Wyatt Duff. He, too, was a division race winner. And as we wrap up lap number 1, it is Wyatt Duff still out front, Tace Morgan in 2nd, Darren Pine in the number 3 spot, Travis Johnsmeyer in 4th, Wyatt Thurman, the 247 in 5th, and 6th, the number 5, Gage Dunham, 7th place, Elliot Boucher, the 305, 8th place, the 129 of Gage Brown, Jackson McCarty in 9th, and Maverick Gish rounds out your top 10. Business Chief Dashiell, Trenton Burton, and we've got Mega Wayne's down on the podium.
Hey, Mega Wayne's here.
Mega Wayne.
Down here with our top 3, Mini E, Ryan Ciceretti taking a 3rd place here today, buddy. Who do you want to thank, man?
My mom, my dad, my brother, Kyle Cheeseman, Ranch 54, Mother Sandbach, Bree, Kyle, Brenda Yoho, my grandma and my grandpa, and God for keeping me safe.
Love it. There you go. Make some noise for Ryan Ciceretti. All right, 2nd place finisher, Absher Hall. Come on up, dude. A 2nd place finish for him out there. Got that medal, that silver, wearing it proud, buddy. Who you want to thank?
God for keeping me safe. Dunlop, AOT, Racing, Carolina Cobra, Scott Goggles, OGO, Brew Cycles, Sin Graphic, and everybody that I can think of. Thank you.
There you go. You guys make some noise for Absher Hall. All right, Levi Letty gonna make his way onto the box. Levi, I got a bottle of champ for you. Come on back here behind the machine and to your right-hand side. Got a #1 plate courtesy of the AMA from Mike Burkeen. Hey, he's ready for you. Grab that #1 plate. You earned it. There you go. All right, now hold it up. There you go. It's hard to be a champ, boys. Levi Letty, man, a big congratulations to you. Who you want to thank?
OG, TCD, 60, Dunlop, Noble Graphics, Slipshot, Hammer Wool Shot, Dave Wheeling, KTM South Georgia, Prudent Family, Darcy Russo Mechanicals, Dean, and my mom and dad.
There you go. That's our guy right there getting it done, going 1-1. Levi Letty. We'll throw it back up to Rodney Tomlin.
Well, I got to tell you, we just had big drama on the course right now. Rodney Tomlin, Wyatt Duff out front leading the way. Darren Pine was in tow all over the rear fender. Pine caught a rut up there at the top of the hill, dropped him back a couple positions in the 4.44. We had him on the Minios after show Monday night, the inaugural edition, and asked him about the rest of the week. And everybody said, well, we're going to win. We're going to do this. He said, well, I'm going to go out and I'm going to get some good starts, and I'm going to pull away. That's what he told me off the stage. He said, I'm going to get good starts and I'm going to pull away. Well, that's exactly what he's starting to do right now. Check that one off the list.
Absolutely. So big breaks there and tough situations and scenarios shaping up, and definitely going to change probably the face of this, because when Duff came in with a 1-1, he was looking at the overall win. Pine was looking at a 1-2 for overall second. And again,
was that Pine or Morgan? It just went down there.
That was Morgan.
That was Morgan, right? Yeah, it was Morgan.
Pine just came around him. Pine got the spot back. But keep your eye on Thurman on the 247 Yamaha. He's making some time right now.
Yeah, all the hitters up front here, which is good. Making for a good race. All the top kids in this class up here, which is nice to see.
So here's
Darren Pine
leader
going down.
Yeah. Oh, got himself, got in that rut, then got a little bit too far forward on the bike for that next bump, and then he was out of shape. And
literal huckabuck.
Yeah, a little huckabuck. Yep. Fred was here. He'd call that a huckabuck.
Lost back to the 7th place position.
Wyatt now has a comfortable lead, but you can't get too comfortable here. We still have, enough laps and time left. That same mistake can happen. The track's been prepped. It's not maybe as familiar as it was the last time they're on it. Some of these kids haven't seen the racetrack in quite a while because they haven't raced yet. I've gone through all those consolation races earlier in the day, so you still got to be on your guard here. Be thankful for the position you're in, but not get ahead of yourself.
Well, JH, the good news for Wyatt, if we take a look at the top of that screen right there, he's exactly 2 seconds quicker than second place. And if you look back through the times, nobody is quicker than second place. So the fastest man is in the lead right now. That means the lead's going to get longer as long as he keeps it on 2 wheels.
That's right.
Now, I expect, and I expect Darren Pine to pick up his pace from that 7th place position and work. But I was doing the math. He was about 2 seconds faster than everybody out there on his fast lap out there. But the unfortunate thing for him now, he is at least 10 seconds back in 6th position. Right. And even if he's 2 seconds a lap faster than your leader, he's not going to have enough time theoretically to make that pass.
This isn't Chinese arithmetic. It's basic math. And I can tell you there's not enough laps even at 2 seconds a lap.
But if Duff slows down and Pine can find that speed, it could be a different story. As we wind our way around now for lap number 4 complete, it is still Wyatt Duff out front of Wyatt Thurman.
Yeah, and I'll be curious to see Thurman's time here at this lap, because now he's been in clean air himself. He's had no one between him and Wyatt that last lap now, so this will be interesting to see what his lap time is here, just to see what he's having a race within a race right now with himself, right? You want to try to go as fast as you can, make him as much ground without making that mistake. So he turns almost, and I actually, nope, 58.1.
So he's only half a second off, and that's because he had that clean track. What you said was correct, JH. He did that 159 through traffic. Yep. He ate roost and made passes on that 159.
So, again now, but math, regarding the white flag lap here, this one is definitely got to make sure Wyatt here brings this one home. Good race going on behind him still. Darren making it interesting. Unfortunately, him going down. Now he's going to try to make up as many positions as he can. Want to get all those points you can here at Mini-O's.
Yeah, points super important when we look at the big picture here. Less than half a lap to go. The 4x4 Wyatt Duff in championship form. Rodney, look at him come through those deep ruts. Perfect body position. Centered over the bike, squeezing with the legs. Looking good.
Well, our championship right now is looking like a 1-1 for Wyatt Duff. Wyatt Thurman a 3-2 for second overall. And Travis Johnsmeyer, now Gage Dunham got around him into the number 3 spot. Johnsmeyer looking at a 2-4 for the overall third. Dunham is looking at a 4-3 for overall fourth right now. And Darren Pine, a 1, and with this last time around, a 6, puts him in 5th place overall.
Yeah, Gage Dunham picking it up last time around, getting another spot, getting up on the podium right here, but not quite enough to put him on the overall podium.
Comes Wyatt here in front of our tower. Just 2 more turns here before the finish. Thurman still charging hard, putting a good race there, taking advantage of the misfortunes of the other guys, but still charging hard and earning his spot up there at the podium. We got a heck of a battle, 4th, 5th, and 6th right here coming into the...
Yeah, down at the bottom of the Gator pit right there.
Johnsmeyer, Brown, and Pine. Pine's not giving up. He's going to try to get as many spots back as he can. Wow. And, comes up a bit short.
Great stuff.
If he could have got one more position there, he may have gotten the 4th overall.
57.9 for Wyatt Thurman there, so he didn't give up either at the end.
That's right.
Nice. Wyatt Duff put on cruise control. Wyatt Thurman put the gas down, try to make him as much time. But nonetheless, great ride. You know, hey, it's no easy feat here to get a good start also. And Duff, smart about that. Wyatt Duff came out there, executed an excellent start in the race, put himself in a position where he was in control of his race and that other stuff. And that's what happens behind you when you're having to push and you're not the guy out front. You're not dictating the pace. You're dictating more elements. And Wyatt executed a perfect race right there. Championship. It was an outstanding ride.
Outstanding. Well, here we go. 250C limited, Rodney. 42 riders, of course, on the gate.
Get our top 3 overall: Wyatt Duff, Wyatt Thurman, and Travis Johnsmeyer going down to visit with Mikey Wayne's 250C limited. As you said, off and running, Jaden Slugger, Seth Creedy also taking a division race win out there. Saw Nico Zerden in a 2nd. Easton Janest was a 2nd place position finisher as well. Carson Manquist took a division race win. This is a 3-division class as well. So still, you know, in my opinion, still a lot of opportunity for some surprises, I think, here in the 2nd moto and for the overalls today.
Yeah, different opportunities right now. When we take a look, well, there's Carson Manquist right now. Is he out front there?
He is. Now, remember, I think the last time we saw him, he was transferring through one of those final classes in an LCQ, if I'm not mistaken. But here in this particular main, the 999 actually took a win in his division race. But we know he's got the speed, and that's why it was kind of a surprise to see him out there in the LCQs a little bit ago. But
well, he took a brutal hit in one of his races too. Had a pretty hard get off. So that put him in that LCQ. Looks like he's recovered, rebounded, and putting that number 999 back out in the front.
Well, I'll tell you, if you talk about rising to the occasion and really taking full advantage of the situation and circumstances and honing your skills to this novice class, he has certainly been one rider that has been able to do that. We're going to head down to Mikey Waynes.
Hey, Mikey, I'm curious if Wyatt knew what was going on there behind him during that moto.
Come again on that.
I said I'm curious if Wyatt knew what was going on behind him in that moto.
We will find out, man. I got two Wyatts. I'm assuming Wyatt Duff, man. Let's bring up Travis Johnsmeyer, my third-place finisher. Where you at? Is he hiding? No. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? There he is. Come on around here. Get in front of this motorcycle for me, bud. Travis Johnsmeyer, man, getting the job done, making sure you're up here on the box with a third place, buddy. Who you want to thank?
My mom and dad, 60, OGs, the compound, Moto Sandbox, and everybody at home. Everybody else, thank you.
There you go. Make some noise. Third place finisher, Travis Johnsmeyer. All right, Wyatt Thurman coming up next. Got to do it for the gram. One of my two Wyatts we got up here. Wyatt Thurman, man, a P2 out there. Talk to us, buddy. Who you want to thank?
Mom, Dad, Moose Racing, Parts Unlimited, the whole Yamaha factory amateur team, 100% Bell Helmets, Alpine Stars, and Game Moto, just everyone that supports me. Thank you.
Big congratulations. Hold that, that medal up one more time. Get you a picture and make some noise for Wyatt Thurman. All right, we'll reset, bring up Wyatt Duff, man. We'll have you stand behind the machine with me here. I'm going to hand you the champagne, and Mike Burkeen to your right-hand side there. Going to hand you something more important than that, and that's that coveted #1 plate. Make some noise for your champ. Wyatt Duff, were you aware of the battle that was going on behind you, buddy?
No, not at all. It's just right in front of me.
Hey, that's the answer they were looking for up in the announcing tower. No doubt about it, man. Well, big congratulations to you. No, you don't do this thing alone, man. Who you want to thank?
United Motorsports, Fox, Power Band Suspension, Pro Circuit, Dunlop, Bruce Graphics, Oakley, Tyler Rattray, my trainer, and everybody who supports Mom and Dad, and the Lord Jesus Christ keep me safe. And everybody who supports me, thank you so much.
There you go. Your champ 85cc Limited, Wyatt Duff. Back to you guys.
Big mistake by Mainquist. Drops him back to the number 3 spot, allowing Ashton Aruda and Seth Creedy by. Mainquist holding on to third with Corey Altas in the second and fourth. Walker McGreal in fifth. Easton Jeanette in sixth. Timothy Ballbafter 2 in seventh. And it's Kyle Paleologos, Cameron Arthur in ninth, and Nico Serdan rounding out the top 10. Now, the way things have shuffled around with a 1 and 2 at the moment, it looks like Seth Creedy is in store for taking the overall win. Carson Mainquist is looking at a 1-3 for overall second, and Ashton Aruda, who is your leader right now, is looking at an overall third, posting a 7-1 at this particular time if it was to finish the way it is right now. Though I have to think, though, we're going to see that battle for second place shape up between Carson Mainquist and Seth Creedy, if nothing else, and that right there will be the decision as far as who's going to take the championship here in the motocross.
Yeah, didn't see what happened to Mainquist. Did you, JH?
No, I didn't. Unfortunately, I was too busy watching Duff down there in the podium. Sorry.
Right on. I gotcha.
Watching that young man enjoy himself in the championship, it was fun watching him shake the champagne there and take some photos with his family. So I did not see that. I should have been paying attention, but I was not.
All right, now it doesn't look like the bike is bent. I don't see the jersey, the elbow all covered in dirt where he really rolled across the ground or something. Don't know if he had a slight tip over. Don't know if he just had a bad lap. But a 158 on that second lap. So Mainquist looks like he's definitely back to work now. Went to lunch, had a sandwich, came back, ready to hit the afternoon shift.
I'm sure Ashton Aruda and Seth Creedy both came with a lot of authority through that second lap after having to pass up through the pack. We saw a lot of passing, and a lot of momentum was being built up by that in the early part of this race, because some of those riders didn't get the start they'd hoped for.
Yeah, and he turned to 155 that time, J.H.
Yeah, you were looking too. Yeah, I was waiting to see what that lap time was going to be there. So interesting, made up a little bit of time on second, but clear air again there. Ashton Aruda, he's got there with a 153. He's got 2 seconds, 2.2 seconds of lap faster that last lap. So he's definitely on cruise control out front, which is nice.
Yeah, now that increase, or I'm sorry, that decrease in lap time, the bottom line, we have to worry about decrease in real estate. Is what we have to worry about, JH.
Yeah, exactly.
And it looks like he's cutting into that a little bit right now, but only has a couple laps left to make that happen. So will he be able to translate that time into a position?
Well, the race we're watching on TV is the battle for second and third. That is actually the battle for the Motocross Championship. Creedy looking at a 1-2. Carson Manquist right now looking at a 1-3. They flip-flop that. Then all of a sudden, Manquist would be your overall winner. Again, Arruda with the blistering fast laps that we're seeing had only finished 7th in the first moto.
Manquist made a big closer right there. Sorry, Rodney.
Oh.
Did not mean to step on you, but it was impressive through the rollers.
Yep.
He literally just kind of manualed through there and cut the gap about in half.
Absolutely.
Look at this.
And here we come into those option switchbacks now. And see what momentum will do for Manquist coming down this front section as they drop down into the Gator pit below the Yamaha announcing tower now. A gap of 1.9 seconds is what we were looking at a lap ago between Seth Creedy and Carson Manquist at the white flag as Ashton Arruda wraps up lap number 4. Seth Creedy checks in with a 156.088. Carson Manquist with a 155.539. The gap now cut down to 1.3 seconds between the two. So looks like chipping away ever so slightly, about a half second at a time, with a half a lap left to go. A half second, or excuse me, 1 lap left to go. A half second is not fast enough at this point.
Yeah, Manquist letting it hang out. The JH, I got to believe he's going to run it into one of those corners. He's going to let the gas on just a little longer, leave that gas on just a little longer. You have to get up on that rear fender to be able to make a move, but first you have to close that gap, and it looks like what he's trying to do right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's definitely closing the gap here. He's picking up on where he's faster. He's going to go outside there. We've talked about that a few times. When he goes down. Hey, right idea though. We've seen it.
Yeah.
Quite a few today. We've seen some people in that area make that move to the outside. I think what might have happened there was I think he might have tried to make that transition to the outside too late, get across those bumps as opposed to start initiating that earlier, where we've seen some guys make that pass. Right idea. Unfortunately, execution-wise, did not work for him.
But just pointing out, I mean, the kind of horsepower and racing that's going on in this track. Remember, about 3 races ago, we just freshly prepared this racetrack, and look how rough that is.
And you could see the front end. It gave out. It lost traction, JH, like you said, and pushed through that line, and by that time, too late.
Yeah. I mean, right idea though. Got to give him credit. He was definitely closing. That wasn't a bad spot to try to make that move, and we've seen it work today multiple times. We've talked about it several times, right? We've seen some guys make passes there. So good idea, but unfortunately, that one time execution-wise did not work out. But kudos to him for the effort and definitely coming back after that earlier mistake in the moto.
Yeah, and we're talking about 250C limited right here. So Manquist got a lot of time as he starts moving up through the ranks, JH. He's going to polish a lot of skills, just like Arruda, just like Creedy, you know, all these guys. But look for good things out of that number 999. He's a big, strong kid, and he's going to get faster and faster.
Moto-wise, 250C limited class. We'll see Moto 2 Ashton Arruda taking the win. Seth Creedy in second, and third Easton Jeanette. Kyle Paleologos in fourth, and Corey Altons in the second will round out the top 5. Walker McGreal will then be the number 6 position. Nico Serdan, William Jordan, Caleb O'Neill, and I believe it's going to be Chase Patton rounding out the top 10. A 1-2 will win the Motocross Championship for Seth Creedy. So Creedy finishing second in this moto will take the overall. Easton Jeanette's third place finish with a 2-3 gives him the overall second. And Ashton Arruda's 7-1 will give him the overall third.
Manquist with a 120.
Ouch.
Or 22. Wait, he might.
It just keeps falling.
He didn't get back on.
I don't think he got back up anytime.
Yeah, I'm afraid he was holding that left shoulder right there. Took a pretty good digger hit. Didn't look that hard, but you got to understand, underneath that little soft surface, it is pretty solid underneath. So, and I believe that was right third gear tap, JH.
That's why I still have the motocross bikes. Stick to the adventure bikes.
All righty, heading into our next race, race number 5.
Ours is about lap times, or about good times, not lap times.
Not lap times. I love it.
Coming into this one, Chase Wolf, the number 13, is going to be a player as he took his division race win, and the Jace Wolf, and then you also had Kane Bolasina with the division race win. Caleb Wolf finished up in second place. Brandon Eade took a second place position finish in his qualifier, or I should say in his division race. Some third place finishing, and fourth place going to Colby Lesser, third place to Carson Adams, the 18, as well as Jonathan Getz. Fourth place as well to Zane Martin. Brody Barth was a top 5 rider in his division. And that's about 10 players that you got to look at right now as far as some of the possible components for the overall top 10. But as we know, and exactly why we run the second moto is because you can't just assume that. You got to go out and race that. Colby Lesser leading Caleb Wood. It is a 2-2-4 scoring the overall right now. Caleb Wood, again, your second place, but Colby Lesser took a 4th in moto number 1, so he's a little far back in the overall standings. Jace Wolf is 3rd right now. Wolf was a winner in moto number 1. Kane Bolasina also, I believe, took a win in moto number 1, so he's looking at right now 4th place in the class. St. Martin rounds out your top 5, and we'll reassess this as they sort it out here in the 85-12-13 Limited after we stop down and check in with Mikey Waynes.
Thank you, Rodney Tomlin. Ashton Aruda, man, I know maybe not quite the finish you wanted, but hey, hanging on for a 3rd place finish. Congratulations to you, man. Who you want to thank?
I thank my mom, my dad, my sister, my grandparents. Tech Service Racing, DC3 Suspension, AP Construction, Distinctive Auto Body, FXR, 60, Scott, Ava POP Fun, Brock from CEP Physical Therapy, and the Why Not Go. Thank you, everybody else.
Here we go. Make some noise. 3rd place finisher, Ashton Aruda. All right, Easton Jeanette, come on up, man. A 2nd place finish and a wild finish for you, a wild moto for you, no doubt about that, buddy. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my dad, brother, Real Deal Rob and Cherry, FXR, Garnet, 6D, Pro Taper, Serbies, and anyone else that helps me. Thank you.
There we go. Make some noise. 2nd place finisher, Easton Jeanette. All right, let's bring up our champ. He's been consistent all week, Seth Creedy. There he is. Come on back here with me behind the machine. I'm going to hand you the champagne. To your right-hand side, Mr. Mike Burkeen's got a number 1 plate and a handshake. Make some noise for Seth Creedy. Well, Seth, talk to us, man. What did it take to get out in front of these guys, grab a win?
You know, always get a good start. Like this time, I didn't get the whole shot, so I was like top 5. Had to get around a few guys to get in the 2nd, and I knew Ashton was riding good, and I knew he didn't do good the first moto, so I just stayed behind him, and yeah, came out on top.
Congratulations to you, man. Who you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Lowell Spangler at Fleet 427, Dutchman MX, SM2, 230 Cafe, Darkstar, Fly, Boysen, ICW, FMF, Action Motorsports, Leeds, my sister, Evo Industries, and everybody else. Thank you.
There you go. Make some noise. Your champ, 250C Limited, Seth Creedy. Take it away, boys.
All right, thanks, Mikey. Right now, we're looking at 85cc 12-13 Limited. Colby Lesser out front after 2. He ran at 1:59.6 last time around. Look at this. Jace Wolf, he's about 3 seconds back. He also turned a 1:59.6. Kane Bolasina in that number 3 spot, a 1:59.8 and a 1:59.5 for Brandon Eade in the 4th position. 2:01 for Zane Martin, rounding out your top 5. As they run on the course right now, let's see here. Looks like possibly Jace Wolf in contention. Kane Bolasina in the number 2 spot. Colby Lesser in possible contention for that number 3 position on the box. Right now, the battle starting to shape up out here in the rear section of the track. There comes Lesser back into view right now. Should be Wolf in tow right now. I believe that is the 11.
Close lap times there between the top 3 riders. You have a 1:59.6 for Colby Lesser and Wolf with a 1:59.6 also. But Kane Lesnia is a 1:59.8. He's right there, and Eade is a 1:59.5. I mean, these guys, you could throw a blanket over them. Colby actually went a little bit slower that lap. Not sure if he had a mistake somewhere, but man, when you guys are running that close to lap times, and now 157.7, making up that gap down to 1.9.
Exactly what we were talking about right there.
Can't be comfortable out front here at all.
No, not in the least. But you say throw a blanket over. Mikey Wayne said throw a baby blanket over.
That's right. Kane on his way here. He's definitely making up more ground. He is on the gas here this next lap, closing the gap significantly even since that little short section here from going back across this finish line.
Yeah, I'll be curious. Did Jace Wolf make a mistake last time around? Exactly what happened with that 2-minute flat. So going to be curious to see, does he pick the pace back up? Can he close the gap back up? Bolasina on that 314 looking good right there. You see him just working his way through those long ruts into that back left-hander.
Hey, Jace Wolf behind him there and Brandon Even both coming as well. Those guys really toe together, helping each other there getting through that section. They're not going to make it easy here in this moto.
Yeah, one of his division races, Wolf was definitely the fastest guy. I'm trying to remember what that lap time was, but definitely the fastest guy. And here we go through those rollers, JH. There comes Bolasina looking good, but look to his inside. That was the Wolf, the number 13. You see this dirt changing color a good bit. We haven't had any precipitation today. We've still got that cloud cover, but there are about 4 different distinct colors out there, JH, and that's the amount of moisture in these different sections. You got a couple different textures, and man, that can really play havoc on a rider.
We're a battle for the lead. Here he comes. Lesnia. Left turn here, heading down to the bottom of the pit. Opts for the outside line.
Yeah.
Going to try to carry that momentum. Coming back across the rut. Going to set himself up here again.
And look at that, got a great drive, Jay. It's like you said, went outside, crossed that rut, instead of got down in it. And look at this, all over the rear fender right now of Lesser.
Made up a whole second that lap. Leads me to believe that Kane is just a little bit faster, and there you go.
Oh, look at this, Lesser wants to answer. Lesser said, not yet. Takes 2 to tango, let's get it.
Now he's got an advantage here. If maybe he wasn't choosing what might be the better line, you get to see where maybe he was losing some of that lap time by following. He's got a little bit of time here. We're on the white flag lap, so not a whole lot of options here for the next lap, obviously, but still figuring out a little bit, maybe, you know, line selection-wise, what's working better for him now.
Oh, for sure. Wolf gave up just a bit of distance right there. Bolasina grabbed a handful, able to open up about an extra 3 bike lengths. But look at that, as soon as we say that, Wolf runs it in, holds it on just a little bit longer.
Here comes around the outside. Probably going to make this pass and make it stick here because he's going to go shut the door as he does right there.
And solid riding right now by the Wolf.
Lesnia's got to be careful. Eads coming too here. You got to be careful now. Hanging on to that. Try to hang on to that top 3 position.
Exactly. Can't ride too conservatively right now. You got to be defensive, but you still have to maintain that level of aggressiveness to push forward.
And composure-wise, from the lead now, running in 3rd.
Yes.
Also, it's hard to deal with sometimes.
Wow, the split lanes. You see that?
He run it in hard.
He did.
Real hard there coming across that tabletop from the Gizmo Mods tower. And he's not finished yet. He's going to make another run at that 3rd position here at the bottom of the pit.
Oh, man. It gets really deep out there, JH, and I don't think they understand how deep it is. If you just had that fringe, you'd have that loose top. Man, you get out there and it just drains the power on these 85cc machines.
Great race there. Kane was definitely on a race. He turned to 57.9 in his last lap. That was the first 57, I believe, for that moto. So
awesome.
He picked it up a little more, wanted that insurance to know that he was going to be able to finish out strong here in that moto, get himself that victory.
All right, coming up next, Vet 35 Plus. Yep.
Here we go. Vet 35, gate just dropped around the first turn, dropping down into the pit.
That Mike Brown. That number 3 machine.
Brownie out front.
Sean Gruey in tow, I believe, on the... Oh, no, that's not Gruey. He's not riding this one, I don't believe. No. That is Mercer, I'll bet you.
Kawasaki. I'm sure, yeah, 80. Is that 85?
Oh, is that that's Brad Smith? Yeah, Brad Smith is who that is.
So Brownie here executing, make sure he gets that hole shot so he gets out in clean air and gets to dictate his race.
I believe Smith got the hole shot in the first race and spent about 3 laps in the lead. Brownie got an uncharacteristic bad start. Had to make about 4 passes, was able to put himself into that lead. By the end of the race, by the end of that white flag lap, when we picked up the checkers, that number 3 machine was out front.
We were talking on our group text a while back about Brownie after Loretta's, I guess it was. We were home somewhere together, around the airport together and catching up. Brownie's son, by the way, excellent basketball player.
Yeah.
I can't believe how, I mean, Brownie's a fit guy, obviously, but not the tallest man in stature. His son is much larger and huge, excellent basketball player. Really good athlete.
Power forward.
Which is really, yeah, power for sure.
Nice.
And, but anyway, we were talking about why Brownie's, you know, why it's for him. And I think the biggest thing for Brownie is, even though giving credit where credit's due here, Brown keeping him on, or Smith keeping him honest, is that, you know, he's never really stopped racing.
No.
He has never really stopped. Or a lot of the, oh, Mikey's
yeah,
got
there was never a comeback for Brownie.
That's right. All right, Mikey.
You got to quit to have a comeback. Down to you, Mikey.
Hey, thanks, guys. Brandon Eade, come on up. A third place finish here in the 85cc class, making his way up with that bronze medal. Come on up here, dude. Don't be shy, man. Get on that podium. Feel it. A top 3, buddy. Who you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Seven, Factory Backing, Maximum Oils, X-Brand 60, Motorcycle Enthusiast, Clover Hill, everybody else who I forgot, thank you.
There we go. Make some noise. Third place finisher, Brandon Eade. All right, get you the photo, man. Do it for the gram. There you go. Jace Wolf, our second place finisher. Come on up here, man. We're going to talk with Jace, who finished in the 2 spot. Friendly fist bump. Come on up, man. Who you want to thank?
Answer for giving me my gear, my mom, my dad for getting here, Rob's Performance, Midwest MX Academy, TZR, and all the other sponsors. Thank you.
There you go. Second place finisher. Make some noise for Jace Wolf. Good work. All right. We're going to bring up our champ here, the 85cc Limited, Kane Pulicina. Kane, I'm going to hand you the champ. Right next to your right-hand side right there, Mr. Mike Burkeen. Got something more important than that. A number 1 plate. Go on ahead, hold them up. Make some noise for your 85cc Limited champ, Kane Pulicina. Kane, talk to me, dude. A first place finish. Come on over here, man. Stand next to this machine. All I did was talk about it. You did the work, buddy. What did it take to get the win?
Well, I got a good start, and then I just rode my laps, clicking off laps, and then just had better lines. Yeah.
Our buddy Aaron Bannister Sickwick's going to be proud of you, man. I know you got a bunch of other cool sponsors. Who you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Stallman, Sickwick's, Factory Connections, Fast House, Game Moto, Moto Mines, and everyone else. Thank you.
Your champ, make some noise one more time, Kane Pulicina. Pop some bottles, man. Do it right. We'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
All right, thanks, Mikey. Out on the track, plus 35, Mike Brown out front. And look at this, Jade. Steve Roman outside the top 5 just a few moments ago. Puts himself into the number 2 ride right now, chasing down Mike Brown. Actually turns the fast lap, and that is on lap number 2, a 150.105 coming from the 731 of Steve Roman, representing out of Export, PA.
Now you got to think that Brownie's, you know, thinking a little bit about cruise control there, but he can't relax too much here because Roman came from, he had not as good of a start. He ran down Brad Smith, passing right before the finish line. Smith, though, fighting back here, which is good to see also. He's not giving up either, but without a doubt, you know, if he can keep turning that lap time and even pick it up a little bit now that he's got some clean air just between him and Brownie, we'll have to see if Brownie can drop his time here if he feels any pressure coming.
Oh, there'll be a pressure cooker, no doubt about it. But Brownie, the bottom line is he knows how to respond. You and I were just talking about that with the mic off. Everything's a new challenge to him. The guy never retired.
Yeah,
okay?
absolutely.
There's no such thing as a comeback for Mike Brown. You got to quit to have a comeback.
That's true, and that's kind of what we were talking about in one of our group texts, and why he's so successful is the fact that he's never really stopped. You know, when you take a break from racing, you come back and maybe you're not really willing to do that thing that you used to do. Well, Brownie's always still doing those things. He's never really stopped. So his racing acumen is still so very high because he continues to do the things that he's always done. Maybe age, of course, starting to creep in there and a few things here and there. But, you know, when you take that time off, sometimes you come back like, I don't really want to do, you know, that particular jump or jump that hard, or it hurts when I land or whatever it might be.
Exactly.
He hasn't really experienced that pause.
No, he hasn't.
Ever.
Sure.
Yeah, so.
All right, last time around, Mike Brown answers 150.9. So 151.1 for Steve Roman, Brad Smith, 153.6. So definitely Brown and Roman have separated themselves from the rest of the pack.
Curious what bike Brownie's on here too. Is he on a 350? We wonder.
You know what? Normally that is what he rides. So I'd be curious to see. On another note, at Lost and Found, Rodney says he has lost a box of Rice Krispie treats. So it has vanished.
like ginger snaps.
It's ginger snaps. So you had to go to Rice Krispie treat. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, and by the way, I do want to thank Jeff Cernick for the Sugar Boost down there. Those guys down at MX Tire taking care of me when I went by, and they said, why the long face, Rodney? I said, somebody took my ginger snaps. But anyway, $5 off down there. Don't forget, stop down and see Jeff and the folks at Dunlop Tires. Big part of this event, big part of our live Racer TV coverage as well.
Smith still keeping Roman honest here as they come across the Mark Tower right here. Good race. Coming to the white flag. Brownie definitely did pick it up that last lap. He ran a 150.9 to the 51.1 of Steve Roman. This time a 50.7 to Roman's 51.8. So Brownie did find a little bit extra out there in the track. Brad Smith, though, checking in with a faster lap time than the leader with a 50.6.
Yeah, and Smith, he's a tough guy. He is. He's in shape, and you know what? He's simply sacking up right now. He said, you know, I'm not letting Roman get away. I'm going to follow the lines. I'm going to pick the pace up just a little bit. I'm going to get on the gas a bit earlier, and doing a fantastic job at keeping toe right now. And Keller, he's a brute. Keller is a definite brute. There's no doubt about that. So white flag is out right now, JH. White flag is out.
Yeah, time and real estate here not working for the boys behind. The only chance I feel Brad here maybe trying to make up a little bit of time on Roman, but Roman also might be just feel like he's in a position now where he's keeping pace with Mike, and up front feels like he's got pretty good control here. He made the pass. I feel like he had a little bit more to tank if he needs it, but he's not going to get much of a challenge here without making a mistake. So now it's about just managing your own race, being mistake-free here through these last few corners.
So there we come down through the split lanes. Still out front, Mike Brown on the number 3. Roman working his way through on that 731. And as you said, Smith absolutely picked up the pace, tried to close the gap.
Honestly, I think in the last 3, 4, maybe 5 years of amateur racing, maybe this might be the closest finish we've had.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, he's close for sure.
Brownie gives us a little wheel stand up there. I love it. Style check, Mike Brown.
Yeah.
Speaking of style checks, where's JJ at? Jordan Jarvis in the house. Style check coming up for the women's.
Well, as we see it, Mike Brown will take the win. Steve Roman will finish up second, 3.664 seconds back. And again, if all the races I've seen in the recent years, that's probably the tightest that we've seen a finish between Mike Brown when he takes the win and anyone in second place. So Stevie Roman has a lot to be looking forward to, and maybe Mike Brown might be looking forward to some battles in the future in the next amateur season. Brad Smith finishing up in the number 3 spot, and Shane Keller in the number 4 spot. Michael Carter in 5th and 6th, then Justin Kelly. 7th is Michael Mercer. Jeremy Parsons in the number 8 spot. And old Frenchie himself, Gregory Paymart, MKS Moto Kicks man on the 444 in 9th. And John Sylvia rounds out the top 10 in Moto 2. As far as the overall is concerned, it is a 1-1 for Mike Brown. Steve Roman looking at a 3-2 for overall second, and Brad Smith a 2-3 for overall third. They will be heading down to see Mikey Waynes in just a few moments, but right now it is women 12 plus off and rolling in this one, and Kylie Stallings coming away with the win in this one. And again, 2 divisions. This that shows you the kind of numbers we had. Hannah Hodges taking a win in her division.
Man, I was watching the start while you were going over the overalls for the last moto. We've had 3 different leaders already.
Wow.
Kylie Stallings, Hannah Hodges had the whole shot coming into the corner. Kylie Stallings pulled ahead, and then Brooke Whipple got ahead of them going down in the Gator pit. Now, right now, we're watching a battle for third between Hannah Hodges, Katie Benson, and Ignatius Riveros.
No, it's tough sometimes, but very impressive, Jordan. And again, this women's class, a nail biter to say the least, because it seems like these girls are all peaking right about now as far as their speeds. We saw some great battles on the Supercross track, but I'm telling you, this seems to be where everyone really puts a lot of their effort in, and we're starting to see it shine right here.
Absolutely. Most of these women don't have a terrible amount of Supercross prep underneath of them or time on a Supercross track. As far as I know, the only real woman out here that's had some sort of Supercross career, I guess you'd say, is Hannah Hodges. So obviously she was a favorite coming into it, you know, it's Supercross. But I am watching the battles still between third and fourth. Ignacio Riveros, Katie Benson, and Hannah Hodges are all
right there.
neck right there.
And Brianna Sheltman not far behind, and Mikey Waynes is down on the podium with our top 3 in race 6.
Hey, down here with Brad Smith. Brad Smith, man, a 3rd place finish when it was all said and done, man. Who you want to thank?
You know, Deep South Kawasaki, everybody at MTF, Big B, Colleen, my girlfriend Lauren for coming out. You know, EBS, Factory Connect Suspension, Dunlop Tires, Sark Clothing, Answer. You know, and anybody else, FMF, appreciate everything they do. Thank you.
Good ride. Make some noise. 3rd place finisher, Brad Smith. All right, Steve Roman, 2nd place. Come on up. Talk to Steve Roman, man. A 2nd place finish. Hey, making Mike Brown work for it.
Oh, I'm trying. I mean, I said earlier in the week, well, yesterday or whenever we had our motos, I had terrible gate picks all day, and there's no excuses, though. I mean, he'd have terrible gate pick in 1, too, but I just wanted to at least be in the race with him and to know I put a few laps down where I know I caught him a little bit, so it's not like he's just totally smoking us right now. And congrats to him, though. You know, he's double my age, basically, and still kicking our butts, so I don't have not much more to say about that, but congrats to him. And I'd like to thank everyone that's behind me, my whole family, all the Jones and Roman motocross kids that come down, Hillview Motorsports, Shane at PR2, John Knowles at Scott, Jeff at MX Tire, all the guys at Dunlop, Fly. There's so many people that's behind it. I couldn't do it with all of them, and I thank everyone for being here with us.
There we go. Make some noise. 2nd place finisher, Steve Roman. All right, Moto Mike Brown making his way up. I'm going to grab my champ. Almost forgot. Mike Burkeen to your right-hand side. You can come on back here, or you can stay in the front and behind. You're the man. I'll let you decide. Mike Burkeen presenting you on your right-hand side with a number 1 plate right there. And make some noise for your champ, Mike Brown. Mike got a little competition, man. These guys are inching up on you.
Oh, they were for sure. They're both going. You know, Steve and Brad were on the gas, and track got choppier than I thought it was going to be for the, you know, track working earlier. But no, it was an awesome race. It's always good to get out front early. If I would have got behind them guys, I'd have probably been back there with them battling. And you know, luckily my KTM got me out of the gate there good and to the front early. But no, it's awesome being here. You know, it's so many people every week. You know, it's every year it gets bigger and bigger. You see more people. You know, a lot of the older kids don't know who we are, which is great. You know, but to be out here with these and young kids and these young 30-year-old guys, 35-year-old guys is awesome. And I can't say a thing enough for sure for being here. FXR, Brad and Andy. One of my riders, Casey's out here, Trimion and Dad, and all the Pro Circuit guys. Dunlop Tires. Andrew Langston for a great engine and Dunlop Tires, but it's been a good week and long week. You know, I'm sure everybody's ready to get over with and go home safe, and you know, that's the main goal for starting last week is to get out here safe and get back home.
Back home. Amen. Make some noise. Your champ, Mike Brown. We'll throw it back to you guys in the booth.
All righty, thanks a lot, Mikey Waynes. We are bearing witness to a barn burner. The top 4 ladies riders, the women's 12+ class, right there in the camera view as we see first and second, about a second or so ahead of third and fourth. But man, things have really tightened up quite a bit. Kylie Stallings showing a wheel in here and there on the 183 of Brooke Whipple. The Whipple riding a very solid race so far here in Moto number 2. We're working on lap number 3 now, Jordan Jarvis.
We definitely are, and Brooke Whipple is holding Kylie Stallings up big time. Hannah Hodges is in third place. Oh, what a pass, and a little stuff in action right there from the number 21 of Kylie Stallings, who moves into first place and also allows Hannah Hodges to get by. So it's Kylie Stallings in first, Hannah Hodges second, Brooke Whipple third, and Katie Benson following very closely in fourth. We have another battle going between first and second again.
Yes, and they are getting ready to jump down to Gator Falls now, so it's a little different look to this one. Kylie Stallings, Hannah Hodges in the number 2 spot. Brooke Whipple's dropped back to third. Katie Benson in fourth as they make their drive out of the Gator pit now. Looks like Benson trying to make that pass on Whipple now as she pulls up side by side. They're all 4 top of the hill now in the hard left-hander, 180 degrees back and now down off the top of the hill.
And it looks like the number 28 of Katie Benson did get around the 183 of Brooke Whipple, so that now we really have all our front runners up front. Katie Benson was hooked on the back of Hannah Hodges for a while, and it looked like closed back up in that same corner that Hannah Hodges messed up in last time. Opened the gap up a little bit for Kylie Stallings, giving her a little bit of breathing room, but she can't get comfortable. There is probably, I'm going to say probably, what, a lap and a half? It's a 5-lap race, I think. Yeah, they got the white flag in hand over there, so this is going to be the white flag lap coming around. That's going to be a huge sense of urgency for the 172 of Hannah Hodges and the 28 of Katie Benson.
Well, a quick look at our top 10 after 3, working on 4. Stallings, Hodges, Whipple, Benson, Riveros in the number 5 spot. Brianna Sheltema is 6. Alicia Gago in 7. Shelby Rowland in 8. Brinsley Diaz in the number 9 spot. And Cynthia McCowan in the number 10 position. That's after 3 laps of racing. And all eyes basically have been on these front 3-4 riders since the drop of the gate. They pretty much separated themselves from the rest of the pack and have been at it and waged an all-out war amongst the 4 since then. Now it's more 2x2 as Hodges is working on Kylie Stallings as we wrap up this 4th lap. The white flag is out. The gap between first and second with a 158.5 for Stallings that time, a 159.8, now 1.7 seconds. So Stallings establishing a little bit of dominance, though that might not be a whole lot of distance. That lap time certainly says a lot. Katie Benson is third with a 2-minute flat, .686. She's only 2.7 behind these riders ahead of her. And it's not to say that she might not have an opportunity to maybe reel in that second place position, especially if Hannah Hodges begins to rest on the laurels and say, I'm okay with second. But knowing Hannah Hodges, that's not going to happen.
Absolutely. I mean, hey, you never know. It's white flag. Anything can happen on white flag. You're pushing as hard as you can. Now, we just previously were in the section where it looked like Hannah Hodges was a little bit faster than Kylie Stallings. Now we're entering Kylie's, seems to be the better part of the track. It's right in the section right here. And I think Kylie looks very good right now. Hannah Hodges is definitely putting all she can on the track, trying to make something happen. And Katie Benson is doing the same. Obviously Katie wants to win, but second is better than third. So that's what Katie's aiming for right now.
Absolutely, and white flag will be turning to a checker when these riders make their way around. And I'll tell you, Stallings has certainly established that number 1 spot, that 158. If she's still on that pace, which she appears that she is very convincing to the rest of the racing world of what she's bringing to the racetrack when she steps out of her race van here in the upcoming 2023 season. Hodges, I'm sure we'll be preparing for that in the off season, so to speak, and when we see everyone back together again in the springtime in Daytona, it's going to be even more exciting.
Absolutely, and if I'm not mistaken, Kylie had some issues at Loretta's, which, you know, she didn't end up doing very well there due to those issues. It looks like she's feeling pretty good on the big bike.
Yeah, that right there.
Right now. And I think she's going to be spending a lot more time on the big bike, if not, you know, moving off the little bikes completely after this. So that's going to make it even harder for everybody else. Looking pretty good on it.
Absolutely looking amazing. Taking the win here at the Mini-O's. She goes 1-1 in the women's 12+ class, as Hannah Hodges will go 1-2 for the overall second. Katie Benson a 2-3 for the overall third. Finishing fourth in moto number 2 here with Brooke Whipple. Ignacio Rivera takes fifth. Brianna Sheltema in sixth. Shelby Rowland in seventh. Brinsley Dias will finish in the number 8 spot. Ninth place, Alicia Goggle, and I believe, yes, Cynthia McCowan will round out your top 10. And as we look down through these top 10 girls are all in the top 10. They're just a little different than their finishes as far as the overall is concerned, but pretty consistent, I believe, for those ladies as they set the stage there for us. Coming up next is 250 Pro Sport. Welcome.
Thank you once again for having me up here.
Hey, Jordan.
I'll come back up and hang out another time.
Please do. Jordan, anytime you're welcome. We love having you up. Love your insight. And Jordan Jarvis, again, in my opinion, an integral part of what we have going on here. JH and joining us here, and I can't quite see it, but that looks like a yacht. That looks like possibly the 238. Possibly of getting that early lead in this one. We'll run down some of the top finishers. Hayden Deegan did take the win in the first moto of this. This was no division races. Bryce Shelley took second. And look at that. Dax Bennick is back there in the number 2 spot to open this one up. He finished up in the number 5 spot on board that Monster Energy Star Racing Yamaha, but he gets off to a better start here. It looks like we might have 2 Monster Energy Star Racing Yamahas, and 1 and 2 in this second moto. Casey Cochran, welcome aboard as well, my friend.
I'm back. Yes.
Both of those Star Yamaha bikes had a great start. They had a good jump off the gate, ran down the start straight. Looks like Hayden had a better angle than Bennick, though. Made some really good moves. He was a little bit further back. Definitely made some good moves down here early on to put himself in position to get it done.
I gotta wonder. I know there was those race fans that went. Yes, Deegan got the whole shot, but I wonder how many race fans went, oh man, he got the whole shot. Not because they don't want to see him win, but because they would want to see him.
Fun to watch. Yeah, it's fun to watch him come through the pack. Absolutely. I mean, you want to see the best guys out there do work. It's the same at any level when you see something that upsets the script, right? The script isn't what it's supposed to be, and then they have to do the good thing that they do.
Absolutely.
It was cool. We get to see what Dax can do behind Deegan and watch him and see if he can pick up on some stuff and run up there with him.
Our Frenchman, Quentin Pruganeres, is opening up in the number 3 spot. He did finish 3rd in the 250 Pro Sport class. So our front runner of Hayden Deegan, and of course we know Dax Bennick. He finished 5th in that first moto, running 2nd right now. Pruganeers back in the number 3 spot, and Mikey Waynes has our top 3 from the women 12+.
Hey, thanks guys down here. 3rd place finisher Katie Benson. Again, a 3rd place finish for you out there. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, Triangle Cycles, Corey for all the work he's put into my bike. I really appreciate it. FMF, Monster, Yamaha, Triangle, everybody else. Thank you so much.
There you go. Make some noise. 3rd place finisher, Katie Benson. All right. Hannah Hodges, come on up and talk to me. Our 2nd place finisher, Hannah Hodges, making her way up now. Again, Hannah, a 2nd place finish. Who would you like to thank?
Lord Jesus Christ, keep me safe. My mom and dad, Toilet Designs, Alpine Stars, Scott, Dunlop, Ethica, Renthal, Maxima, Power Band, and anybody else I forgot. Thank you.
There we go. 2nd place finisher, Hannah Hodges. All right, we will bring up our champ of this women's 12+ class, Kylie Stallings, making her way up. I got the champagne in hand, and she makes her way onto the box. There is some champagne to your right-hand side. Mr. Mike Burkeen got a number 1 plate he's going to hand you, and the official handshake. Oh, the hug. There you go. Making it official. Well, Kylie Stallings talked to us, a 1st place finish. A huge congratulations to you. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank everybody, really. My mom and dad, my trainer, Robbie Raynard, my personal trainer back home, Angus, Maxima, Fox, Monster, Dunlop, Rob Fox from Dunlop, Monster Mike from Monster, Roost, Henson, CTI, Ajax, Renthal, Tamer, getting good hole shots all week, FMF. Everybody that supports me, you guys are awesome. Thank you guys so much.
There you go. Well earned. Make some noise. First place finisher, Kylie Stallings. We'll throw it back up to you guys in the booth. I know we got a heater.
And we do have ourselves a heater. What happened there, guys? I don't know if it's timing and scoring, but I was looking away at a few other notes and getting myself prepared to go for what's going on. Now, as we look out on the track, it is fine. It looks like that we do have.
Yeah, timing and scoring, something's definitely wrong here,
so if you're watching timing and scoring, and I just happened to look at timing and scoring, say, did something change out there? But it is still Hayden Deegan out front of this one right now, and it is still Dax Bennick back in the number 2 spot, and I believe still Prugadiers in the number 3 position, so shouldn't have any changes in 1, 2, and 3.
And correct, and in that last lap, though, Deegan did open up a little bit further of a gap. I did see the time right before it got screwed up there. It did look like he opened up a little bit of a gap on his teammate. And for sure, the Frenchman there doing his best to keep those boys honest, but those guys out front are clean air and they're on a roll right now.
Well, here come your leaders now, I believe. Yep, there's Dax Bennick right behind, looks like 2:38 of Hayden Deegan. Probably about 4 seconds, maybe 5 seconds is what we're looking at as far as the deficits there. And one more lap in the history books. I'm believing this is the end of lap 4, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Dax looks like he's hanging in there a little bit. Just needs to pick it up a little bit. He could be up there with Hayden.
What's your mindset right here, Casey, if you're in the 2nd spot right now?
It's a long race, so I would try and, if I was in Dax's position, I'd try and keep him in my sight and see where he's going, see where he's gaining on me, see where I can pick up the lines and see what I can do better than he's doing and make some time up.
Well, it looks like we already got some lappers here. Might have been a rider that must have fallen down. It's not used to seeing lappers this early here in a race here, so gonna have that to navigate here also as well. Did a good job getting out of the way for the leaders coming through.
Looks like Garib's coming through the pack here, though, getting around a few guys.
Oh, yeah. Well, again, timing and scoring is not so.
Yeah, it has Benjamin Garib actually DNFing moto number 1. So basically, he's just out there riding for himself in this second moto. He's not really going to have much of an effect as far as the overall is concerned with his DNF, but still good to go out and put an exclamation point on your week if you can.
Yeah, Hayden definitely just marking him here from the last lap. He's gapped him maybe a little bit further on that last one, so he's definitely found some lines that suit him right now. He's super comfortable. You can see he looks good on the bike right now. He's attacking the whole way. By no means is Daxton going slow here by any stretch of the imagination. He is definitely rolling as well. Just testament right now to how well Hayden is riding out front.
For sure. It's crazy how far apart these top 3 have spread from each other already. They've already got at least a few seconds between each of them.
Yeah, it's about 7 seconds from 2nd to 3rd place. I just did a quick count on that. Looks like timing and scoring trying to reset right now.
Lap 1.
But I think it gives us our accurate breakdowns right now. 4 seconds between Deegan and Bennick, and like we said, that 7-8 seconds between Bennick and Prugadiers. Aiden Shive in the 4th place position. Benjamin Garib in the number 5 spot. It's Andrew Wallace, Kimball Check, Chris Blackmer, Nate Mason, and Corey Carson now rounding out the top 10.
I like the different riding styles here too. Definitely a difference here. You notice, watching the Frenchman on the motorcycle, they have a distinct style that seems to come from those riders in France, and he's got it here. He just has a more natural looking flow to him. What do you think, Casey? What do you see here on the style on the motorcycle?
Definitely, he's definitely his own unique rider. The Euros they got their own different style, and they ride the bike completely differently than we do. And Garib, bike, I did see some smoke come off of it going up the step-ups, and now he's pushing it.
Hayden. So it looks like we got Hayden here. It looks like. Oh, Garib, yeah, okay, Garib pushing his bike. Gotcha.
Yeah, so that's Deegan still on course. If you saw the Yamaha and took a deep breath thinking, oh my, no, that was Benjamin Garib. Just he was running in that number 5 position.
You spent some time racing over there in Europe, Casey. You see it even more so, obviously, on their tracks and their soil, and just even they're more natural, and definitely a different riding style over here in Europe, do you think?
For sure, the tracks are a lot different than here, so they just adapt to those conditions differently, and they ride them differently, so it's a different style of riding over there that all those guys do. Just
Did you find yourself adapting to that style of riding, try to maybe find a better way through?
Definitely. At the beginning, it was tough getting used to those tracks, but as the week went on riding there, I definitely got more comfortable as it went, and the last moto was definitely my best of the weekend. It's crazy how different the tracks can be overseas compared to here, and how good those guys are on those kinds of tracks.
That was always something racing the Des Nations all those years. You know, you had to take that into consideration when you went over there. It was different. It was a lot different. You know, and you're expected to go out there and even on a different motorcycle for the Americans because they run different rules than what we ran over here. Rule specs. You know, those guys are on their basically their race bikes, and we have to change everything.
You know, but
it's a lot to overcome.
You do wonder, though. I mean, I know here in the United States we've got different types of soil in different places, and you would think that different soil. I mean, it would be kind of the same thing over there, just on a different part of the planet. You know, just maybe the same kind of mixtures, but it's not.
No, I mean, and the crazy thing to me is those tracks get so rough over there because they don't work on them too much, so they just get so beat up and so gnarly all day, and it's tough adapting to that style of riding.
Checking here on lap times, Hayden Deegan with a 146.5 his last lap, Bennett a 147.6, and then Quentin with a 149.4. I mean, it's a significantly faster than the rest of the field. These top three guys, and yet they're all spread out now with big gaps, 6 and 4 second gaps between them. So definitely a wide gap out here up front. And again, not going slow. 146 in this track is one of the fastest laps we've seen here for sure all day today. I'm not sure about the week, but a 146.7 is definitely getting it around this racetrack here at Gatorback.
Yeah, those top three guys are on it right now, though, on this track right now. All in the 40s, just pulling away from the guys behind.
Well, I mean, here's some interesting. Dax Bennick is 12 seconds ahead of Bentine. Then another 14 seconds back is Aiden Shive. So those are some pretty monumental gaps. But even between first and second, we're looking at 6 seconds there. But then it gets tighter with 3 second gaps between Blackmer, Chet, Mason, Trevin Nelson out there. All eyes right now, I think many eyes are on the 238, just watching, see what a race up front, what kind of masterful riding skills we can watch Hayden Deegan show us out here. Dax Bennick, though, man, that rider probably don't get as much credit sometimes as he is definitely deserves. But this guy right here, a hard-working rider, digging deep, and you know, I don't think we've seen the best out of the 41 yet, to be honest with you.
And he's roughly new to the motorcycle as well. You know, got to take that into consideration. You know, the adapting of the bike when you're switching teams and other different elements there come into play. Casey, you've done a couple times in your career also. It's takes you a little bit to kind of get familiar not only with your machine, but the people that help you with your bike also.
Yeah. And you know, and I think Dax is watching it. He's one of those riders, once as he matures, he's only going to get more and more solid as time goes on. So it's still Deegan and Bennick, and Pruganiers backing the number 3 spot on the 319. Aiden Shive, I believe, still is that 4th place position, with Blackmer, Chet, and Mason still battling for the remainders there of the top 5.
Seems like Deegan's not having as much of a hard time as this one as he did yesterday.
No.
Definitely a bit easier for him, I'd say.
Absolutely.
So it looks like we're 13 minutes into this moto.
Okay, that's what I was
trying to get here. Yeah, we're 13 minutes in on our 20+1 moto here, so still a lot of time left. We've seen this track jump up and grab some guys. We're definitely getting into some lappers now for sure. That's going to have an impact on some of the lines these guys have been taking. They've had it easy so far, kind of picking their way through where they want to go. Now they're going to be forced into some unfamiliar territory, possibly on the racetrack. he'd take that into consideration.
Here's another. I don't know how often, you know, people use tinted lenses or use different kind of lenses, but with today's overcast skies, you would figure that you would use something with a little less tint. Now all of a sudden we're starting to see some sunshine come out. Could that be a factor as far as eyesight goes? Because we are getting late in the day and the angle of the sun is starting to be right where it could be right in your eyes.
For sure, it's kind of crazy, just as you were saying that the sun literally just peeked out. But yeah, the lens will definitely play a part on how well you can see and choose your lines. But right now the sun's out, so I'd want a little bit of tint at least. But with how it started, I mean, not much. So you really just have to see what's coming.
Yeah, and it's not that bright. I mean, it's not at that much of an angle, but give it another hour or so, and it could start to play a little bit of havoc shining in your eyes. But man, Hayden Deegan not having any issues whatsoever. As we roll through another lap, 148. Just after, over 15 minutes, so we'll be at the 17-minute mark. I'm going to start assuming and thinking we're going to have about 3-4 more laps, maybe. That is total guesstimation at this particular point. But 3 laps is about what I expect after this lap.
Yeah, he just seems to be chipping away a second a lap from Dax and just slowly pulling that gap away. So that's all you need to do. That's all he needs to keep doing is just riding smooth and keeping up that pace.
Well, do you think Quintine feels this is a successful trip to the U.S. in his first Mini-O's?
I would 100%. I would 150% say it's a very successful trip coming over here and not knowing the terrain. If it's his first time, I'm not too sure. I don't know him, but if it is, then I would say it's a very impressive ride to come out and hang with these guys, because these guys aren't playing around.
Absolutely not. When you get a race against the likes of what we have here in amateur American motocross in these 250 Pro Sports and 450 Pro Sport classes, you literally are racing against the best in the world at this level.
How many spectators, Casey, did you have when you ran over race the junior national stations event?
Man, I don't even know, but a lot of them didn't speak much English. I would say.
And your Finnish wasn't good, or whatever they speak. Where were you guys? Finland, right?
Yes, we were in Finland, and I speak no Finnish. So.
Their English is better than your Finnish?
Yes, it is, believe it or not.
Thank goodness for that, huh?
I'm just curious. It's interesting to see a rider like that come over here. What his? I'd be curious to see what he thinks about an event of this size when you roll up here to an amateur national event and see this many people, this many motorhomes. I've been to a lot of events in Europe, and they certainly get some good crowds in some locations. But amateur-wise, I'd be curious how this stacks up to some of his bigger amateur races over there in France or anywhere else in Europe he's raced.
Yeah, especially you noting this is like one of the biggest amateur races of the year, and all these people are here watching, and to come out and compete with these guys and be consistently in the top 3, top 5, it's impressive for him.
We've got about 3 minutes left, roughly. We're kind of guessing here based on feedback we're going to hear in the tower. Timing scoring if you're watching at home is not completely accurate with the lap count, but it is correct on the leaderboard, without a doubt. Hayden Deegan in control this one, laying down consistently fast lap times, putting time every lap here. It looks like on his teammate Dax Bennick in second, Frenchman Quentin in third, Hayden Shive in fourth, rounding out top 5, Christopher Blackmere doing a good job. All these guys, I mean, again, they're not going slow in the back. These lap times are incredibly quick. What we've seen throughout the day here, just those top 3 are just on next level.
Yeah, and Deegan's still in the 40s. Everyone else is dropping back, slowing down a little bit, but he's still got that pace going.
And just watching him here drop down to the pit on your screen here, you can see how aggressive he was to want to make that pass around that lapper before getting up the hill. He didn't want to waste any time, so he'd have a clear track up towards the finish line. 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go. We just got word here. 2 minutes to go. Or 2 laps. Sorry, 2 laps to go.
Yeah, I don't see this one getting away from Hayden right now. He's rolling, and I don't think anyone's going to catch him.
Bennick will get the benefit coming through these lappers of having someone gone here before him already, so he will get that benefit, but unfortunately not enough time for real estate, as Megawalt likes to say, left here in this one with 2 laps to go.
Well, somewhat of an uneventful event as far as 250 Pro Sport Class racing is concerned for our second moto, especially after what we bared witness to last night with the 450 Pro Sport and the final and closing moments of our first moto racing action.
We used to say a boring race is good for somebody.
Maybe for Hayden Deegan.
That's right. It's a great race for Hayden, so there you go.
Yeah, I would definitely like this over. If I was him, I would like this one over the one yesterday.
Oh, yeah. I would think, though, man, I mean, that would have to be a pretty good charge. I mean, it would be taxing in a lot of respects, but, I mean, it would have to be kind of an inspiring feeling to be able to do something like that, though.
Oh, for sure. The feeling after that moto coming from way back and ended up winning is definitely unreal as the white flag flies right now for the last lap.
A good, strong win like this obviously is validation for your program. It's validation for your team. You know, it makes you feel good about that you've done the right things, putting your work in, you know, on the days of the practice track. That when you can come out here and execute and have this solid of a victory. And again, over the teammate who's been there for a little bit with you. So, you know, those guys are familiar racing with each other. I think each individual person here has got to take a look at where they're at. We talked about it earlier. You know, perspective is key too. I'm assuming this is the first time that Quentin's raced this track, and I don't know how many times he's raced yet here in the U.S. at all. So I'm not as familiar with his program, but he's 100%, you know, putting in a great ride. It's anywhere near his first time racing here, but just on this track in general. So, you know, that's a victory in itself for him to take home and be proud of himself that he's got two of the best in this class right now that are about to move up onto the pro ranks, you know, in the near future, and he's out here, you know, running fairly competitively with them, you know, for what he's up against, not having had the extra experience that those guys have here at this location.
Last lap of racing right now underway. Hayden Deegan turning a 149 just that last time around has increased his lead to just over 12 seconds. Another 15 seconds back from Dax Bennick, your second place rider, to Quentin Verniers. The third place ride, Aiden Shive, and fourth, Chris Blackmer. Now, Shive is another 20 seconds back, so those are the gaps in the front four. And then it's only a second or so back to Blackmer and Trevin Nelson in fifth and sixth. Another 20 back to Nate Mason in seventh. Kimball Jett running in the eighth place position. Ninth place is Corey Karsten. Jackson Pascal rounds out the top 10, and Hayden Deegan takes the checkers here in the 250 Pro Sport class and the win, with the overall going 1-1 for 250 Pro Sport here at the 2022 and 51st running of the Thor Mini O's presented by Pro Circuit.
Definitely impressive for Quentin going 3-3 as well, getting that second overall.
You want a piece of me? You want a piece? No. Guy comes up, look at the screen, and nearly knocks me out of my chair. He says, I need glass. You reckon? No, I'm just kidding. But that was a good one, guys, and I'm really excited to hear what these guys have to say, and looking forward to talking to Quentin as well, and maybe getting a real take on how you pronounce his name.
Yeah, I definitely am curious if Mikey can hear us down there. I'm definitely curious if he gets a chance to talk to him. Quentin Verniers.
Yeah.
Verniers. I'm really curious, you know, how much time he's, you know, spent racing any tracks in the U.S. and what he thinks specifically about this event, the size, magnitude of it, you know, how it might differ from what he's done, you know, overseas before. I think it was a great ride. I think.
Absolutely. He's had a great week altogether.
So definitely, I enjoyed why his style is really fun to watch on motorcycle. He looks really good on the motorcycle. I was impressed watching him ride here today.
250B Limited coming up next, guys. By the way, your overall top three will be Deegan and Verniers and Dax Bennick. Bennick goes 5-2 for third overall, a 3-3 for the 319's second overall. Meanwhile, the 250B Limited ready to roll next. Noah Stevens coming into this one on the 97 KTM out of Danbury, North Carolina, with a Moto Division win. And also Brock Walker, the 24 from Fort Worth, Texas, also took a Moto 1 Division race win. Noah Smurden, the number 4, took a second in his division. And another second place position Going to give credit to Gavin Betts, the 72 out of Clifton Park, New York. And as we take a look at our third place finishes from the first Moto Division races, it was Nicholas Israel, the number 209, and Israel out of Chile and California. Chile, California. I guess that's right. CA.
Maybe in January.
Maybe in January in the right places. Of course, let's see, fourth place to Tyler Millette. And then fifth place is going to Will Campbell, the 82, and also a fifth place position finish in that division race in Moto number 1. Let's see, he said Will Campbell, and who was the fifth place finisher? I had him tracked down there just a moment ago, but we'll catch up with him here in just a moment. But there we go, Alexander Podorstov. That rider.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he rounded out the top 5, and he's on an Ego Industries back KTM ride. And with that being said, that's 10 riders of these 42 riders that we saw in the top 5 of their division races. And those are riders that we kind of expect that we're going to see at the top of the running order when it comes to the second motos here. But again, that's why we run the second motos, because
why we run it.
You can't say that to be the case for sure. As we
can't hand out medals on a guess, Rodney.
As we look down onto the podium, Mikey Wayne's readying himself to congratulate our top 3 overall here and get podium celebrations underway and continuing here at this 51st running of the Thor Mini O's presented by Pro Circuit.
Waiting on Dax Panic. Where you at, Dax? We're ready. Let's do it. You snuck up on me there, man. Come on up here in front of Hayden Deegan's bike. Switch me spots. I'm going to put you on the right-hand side. Go on ahead, right up there. Oh, hang on. Got to get swagged up. I got you. All right, go on ahead. Center up on the box there, Dax. Taking a third place here, 250 Pro Sport class, man. Talk to us about it.
Yeah, it was good. Got to a good start and good. First probably half the race felt good, and struggling pretty bad with arm pump this week, but we're going to get through it and keep pushing. I got 2 motos left.
Hey, go get the job done, man. Dax, congratulations to you putting it up here on the box, man. Who you want to thank?
The Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, my mom, my dad, and everyone else that's helped me. Star Racing Yamaha, Monster Energy, Alpine Star, 100%, Dunlop Tires, and everyone else for making this possible. Thank you.
There you go. Make some noise. Third place finisher, Dax Bannock. All right, Quentin Pertniers. And hey, he's got the look on his face like, Mikey, you just butchered the name. Quentin, settle the score. How do we say the name, man?
Yeah, I don't know. I could not put my good rhythm in the motor, so don't know. Just I want to still thanks everyone's following me, my boss, the team, my mechanic, and my coach, everyone, and thanks to even all the American supporters who support me, even if I'm third and I'm French. So thank you very much, guys, and see you in the next motos.
Have you had much seat time here in the States?
No, I'm just here for the week. I come back home Monday, so.
Hey, you're on the map now, brother. Big congratulations to you. Anyone else you want to thank?
Yeah, just my family and also all the French supporters who are looking at me on the TV. So just text everyone. Just let's go.
There we go. Make some noise and welcome to Quentin Pertniers. All right, Hayden Deegan, come on up, man. Got a bottle of champagne for you. I got you. Gonna hand that to you. And to your right-hand side there, Mr. Mike Burkeen, going to present you with a #1 plate in the official handshake. Make some noise for Hayden Deegan. Hayden, come on over. Talk to me, man. First place finish. This one was a little boring. I'll put air quotes next to it compared to the last one. But, man, you got the job done. You hit all your marks. This was a stellar ride.
Yeah, I had to work for these first motos, and it's always nice coming in with a 1. So the first motos, I wasn't having the greatest starts because I pulled 1 once, but then the other 2 I pulled 36 and 39, so I was all in outside and pretty much mid-packed the last off both of those, and I had to make my way up to the lead. But we're able to do it, keep fighting, and we're able to start first in this race, get the whole shot, and just laid it down, rode smooth, and had some fun.
had some fun. That's what it's all about, man. Hayden Deegan, congratulations to you, buddy. No, you don't do it alone. Who would you like to thank?
The whole Monster G-Star Race Yamaha team, my dad, my mom, everything they do for me, get me to these races. Mechanic Duff, suspension guy Jake, Georgie, everyone over there at Star for helping me, keeping the bike good and everything. And yeah, just the Lord for keeping me safe, and everyone else. Thank you guys.
Make some noise, your champ, 250 Pro Sport, Hayden Deegan. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Mikey. Yeah, the Star guys definitely got it going on there. You know, they bought the goat farm. It's incredible to see the investment that they've made up there since they purchased the track. Without a doubt, 100%, they're definitely invested in the sport for the long-term future, and then bring in the talent to match the effort that they're doing. Bobby and Brad and the boys are definitely doing a great job.
And that's Bobby's philosophy. Right, you match the talent to the effort. The bottom line is, and when you've got top-line talent, you get top-line effort. And Bobby Regan expects no less than what we just saw. That's what he expected out of those guys in one order or the other, with 1-2, 1-2. And that's exactly what he's training them and paying them to do.
And they got great people. He's brought in, you know, from the top down. It's not just the riders. They have outstanding mechanics there. Dan Castillo, they got over there. Duff, you just mentioned. There's some really good people involved over there right now that are definitely making an impact on that program. And that's it. You have a successful program. You bring in the talent. Here, check out this replay here. Early on in the race, that was it Noah Smearden? I believe, or Stevens, excuse me. Unfortunately, had a good opening lap there. Just unfortunately, just came down the hill a little bit sideways and threw it away.
Hey, JH, just got some super important information.
Okay, what you got?
Prune airs. That's how we say Quintine's name. Prune air. No S, silent S, Prune air. That's how we say Quintine's name. Now we know, man. I love it, man. Straight from the team owner. Now, we had a replay right there. We showed Noah Smearden on that number 4 bike as he went down right there. That replay had a great jump as he worked his way down the hill, lost that front end, and, man, come up holding the wrist.
Yeah, unfortunately, had a good start. It's going to definitely be a factor in this race, unfortunately. So, glad to see Noah Stevens actually here. He's got the lead right now. He's out front early on, already with a 4-second gap over second place. We'll see here they cross the timing scoring line again. Oh, Renfro cut into that lead by 3/10 that time. So, shaping up to be a good battle here. Gavin Betts in 3rd place, followed by Olaf in 4th, Freehill in 5th. Israel in 6th, Jaden Cooper in 7th, Dominic Stallings in 8th, Reese Wheaton in 9th place, and Bernardo Cabrico in 10th place.
Well, normally the Noahs seem to find each other, and that would have been the case. Like we said, Smearden having some bad luck there on the first.
Great battle for 3rd place right here.
And you're right. You talk about a battle. When we look at the camera, 3rd place is where it's at right now. I believe that's actually Olaf and Betts.
Yeah, I think Olaf.
That are fighting it out. Renfro's just ahead of him. Olaf trying to get that number 132 machine up into position. Wants to put it on the box here in the second moto for sure. That's, we see him, he's kind of locked in a battle right there. He's got Renfro just ahead and Olaf back behind him. So number 72, he needs to race forward right now, JH. Cannot worry about the 132 of Olaf coming up behind him. He has to focus forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is championship moto now here. Got to focus on your race here. Noah's done a good job putting himself in position. Obviously, he won the first moto, I believe, right? Didn't he win the first moto?
So smart, man, this kid is. And you've watched him for years as well. We watched him come up through the ranks, and now all of a sudden here, 250B limited, doing exactly what we would expect him to do out front, being a leader in this class.
Jordan Renfro still in the number 2 position. 3.7 was the last gap. Let's see what he is here coming around this go-around.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, closing a little bit.
And matching that lap time.
Yep, and same, yep. Actually, and then you got Olaf actually picking up the pace as well. Yep. So he's actually closing in now as well. So good battle up front here shaping up as they come down the hill.
And it's visible on the track, Jay. It's like you pointed out in the back over there. You can see the gap physically closing there. Look, there comes Olaf again. Absolutely. He got a good drive. He's on the move right now on that Yamaha.
That was an interesting line selection coming down, going way to the, what would be the outside there.
Yes.
That was an interesting decision between the two of those guys. And it's paying off. It seemed like he carried a little bit more speed up over the step up in the Gators back up there, if you will. Definitely here coming into this section we talked about many times today. You can see it. He's definitely making up some time, and now he's right on his rear wheel.
Yeah, that's
Olaf looking to give Renfro some trouble here this lap.
Straight drag race up through them. Now look at this, JH, as we go back along the highway down 20 miles of rough road. Here comes Olaf. He wants to use the inside, keep the track short, but he's got a big bump he has to deal with. Renfro able to go up around the outside, and look at this. Olaf eases it up in there, gets a good drive, and puts himself into the position. Great move by the
nice
132 Liam Olaf.
That move really started way back here.
Yeah.
You know, he had put himself in position to get close enough to where he probably, I'm thinking he had a spot picked out in his mind where, or maybe a couple of them, but hey, if I can get close enough to him, I want to execute this pass. But in order to do that, he had to make up that track position from the bottom of the pit to the top of the track here.
100%, and you could see it coming, as a matter of fact. Here we go back down into the pit.
Now the question will be, how much time can he make up? Because Noah is riding a flawless race out front. He's got really good lap times right now.
Halfway through, cross flags are up.
If you look at Olaf, by making a pass, actually ran a faster lap time there and is now a closer lap than Renfro was the lap before, if you will. Renfro was actually 3 seconds back, so he's only 2.9. He was 3.1, I believe. So he's not only closed up the gap on Noah Stevens, Olaf has, but he's also done it while making a pass on that last lap.
And I think that the urgency and the amount of momentum he carries what did that. You know, to make that happen. He knew he couldn't pull around, had to make the pass quick. Back into view down the hill now. Stevens comes through. There comes Olaf.
Hey, 3, 4, 5, and 6 right here. The battle for 5th place coming down the hill right now is also an excellent battle.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
We got ourselves, that's Nate Freehill and Nicholas Israel duking it out for a top 5 position.
Those guys no stranger to each other. They've raced each other many, many times. Freehill has the position, but Nate Israel trying to pick up the pace, trying to find some good lines right there. Like to put himself inside the top 5 here in the second moto.
Watching Olaf on that last lap come through that section there. He ran the same line that he used to make the pass with, so that seems like it's also his preferred line because he did it without having to make a pass, hanging on that inside there. Did a good job of navigating that again. We'll see if that's actually making a difference here because it's definitely different than what the leader's doing. So he's trying to do a little bit different things here and there where he can.
Yeah, no follow the leader for him. And the tape will be here in just a minute. Was it quick or did it make a difference on the lap time?
Visually on the track, 100%, he's closing in on Noah right now, without a doubt. But we'll see what the timing and scoring says. Coming down here into the bottom of the pit, coming across the finish line.
Wow.
2.9 down to a 1 point
Look
flat.
at that.
108, essentially a second lead. That's all he's got.
And almost 2 seconds quicker on the lap.
So if Noah didn't know he was there the last lap and it's caught him by surprise, he knows he's there now because he's about to pull up outside of him.
Noah question.
Noah
All
question.
I can tell you is JH, he's working him right now.
If he snuck up on the last lap, he's not anymore. The surprise is no longer there. So we are going to have a battle for the lead here coming down to this next little section of the track. Let's see if these guys separate and try something different here. We've seen it multiple times today. It seems to be a good area to try to pass and try something different. There he goes, a little bit further outside.
JH, he's starting to put the heat on one more time, getting up close right now.
Let's see if he looks to do it in the same spot he made his pass for second in, coming down that rough freeway that you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, you've got that bump to the inside, so there's a couple different advantages here. You know, you can look at that bump as a kicker, you can look at that bump as a roller, whatever you want to do, but still it's shorter. The long way around, a little bit smoother, but it's a lot longer, JH.
Yeah, absolutely. Track time also makes a difference there for how much track you're using.
Oh.
Good racecraft here. I like what he's doing with the racecraft. You know, he's following in some areas, but he's dipping out. He's taking a look. You know, he seems super comfortable in the bike, Olaf does, to be able to make those small adjustments. Oh, here he goes on the inside.
Oh, he's starting to work him like long division. Here we go. Olaf makes the pass down into the bottom of the pit.
Great move to make the pass.
Clean.
Had to get hard on the brakes. Required Noah to have to brake a little bit harder. He's going to lose even more momentum going down the hill, whereas Olaf was picking up momentum around that corner, so gave himself that little extra advantage.
That was legit right there, man. All the way around. Knew exactly what he was doing. Not only did he put himself in good position, but knew he was going to take away from the momentum.
Still got a great battle behind him here. Renfro now and Israel, they're definitely tightening up. You got battle for third right here, about to come down to the dragon, down into the pit.
You can count on Israel. He'll be relentless all the way to the end on that number 209. Watch him. Here he comes.
Gavin Betts sneaking in there as well. He's definitely, while these guys are battling, it's giving him a chance to sneak in there and make it a race, a three-way race.
And was that Renfro that got the drive?
Yeah, I think. Can't. Renfro's there.
Yes, Renfro's in the middle on the 107. And it's amazing, JH. You'll watch just a little bit of difference in these body positions, and you'll see an amazing difference in the way these bikes are working through these sections, I can tell you.
Yeah, so Israel got him then, right? So now Renfro's actually back in the fourth position.
Yeah, I believe Israel picked up one spot, but also Renfro, or Betts rather, Betts was putting the move on. There he comes right there.
Yep, he's definitely closing right now as well.
He's all over the 107. Look at this. Riding that short track, doing the best he can to go through those insides. Here we go. Renfro down to the inside, the 72 of Betts. He goes to the outside. Can he carry the momentum?
I love that. I love that split lane right there. Gives you so many options. Allows the guys to kind of go at their own pace. Definitely, it's been there now for a little while now. It's very fair. It seems to get there. Made for some great racing. We had the same thing at the Daytona track, the Pro Track in Daytona this current year, and really the riders seem to love it also. So,
and it's key though, getting that thing even, getting that thing fair. You're exactly right.
Looking out front real quick, just a quick check on the leader. Olaf opened up a significant gap there that last lap over Noah Stevens. He's now up to a 5-second lead. Noah Israel actually running a faster lap time than Noah now also, but he's got quite a bit of gap to make up. He's got an 8-second gap. A 52.2 was Olaf's last lap. Clearly the fastest guy on the track. Stevens at 56 to Israel's 54 and Renfro's 58, 158 lap time. So Olaf definitely reaping the benefits here of his program right now. And not having to come through the pack in order to take that lead and then pull a gap here about midway through this race.
As Rodney pointed out, Jaden Cooper, he turned a 155 on that last lap. That puts him 2 to 3 seconds quicker than the next two guys up the road. So might have enough time here. White flag just about to come out to put that advantage, put that lap time to good use here, pick a couple more spots. Looking at the overall right now as they run, be looking at Noah Stevens 1-2, Liam Olaf 4-1 for the second overall, and Nicholas Israel would be sitting on a 3-3 for the third overall. So I believe we'll be picking up the white flag this time around. There it is, I believe. And there's the 132 of Olaf down into the pit. Picks up that white flag. Starting to pull up just a little bit with that 154. Stevens checks in with that 155, this time sitting just about 6.4 seconds back. Nicholas Israel, he's still in there with that 153, another 6 seconds back. And we still have this battle going as these riders cross the line. You got Gavin Betts and Jordan Renfro still going at it. Betts able to take advantage of him on the last lap. As they drop down into the falls, take a look at it.
Noah here also riding smart, knowing he's sitting on that first moto win.
Yes.
You know, no need to force the issue with Olaf. Obviously, you know, he knows if he stays here, he's got it wrapped up. So not a terrible position for him to be in. He can cruise around, know he's going to collect that championship. You always want to get those wins when you can, but everyone remembers more the war than they do the battle. So
I agree 100%. Right now, the battle won by Cooper as he makes his way past Renfro into the back.
He knew going into it, whoever he had to worry about was more Gavin. Noah had to worry about Gavin more so than anything, and since he was second in that first moto. So,
and as a spoiler, Noah Smearden would have been in there. No question about that. I can promise you he's been up front all week. You can always count on that. Tough break on lap number 1 for Noah Smearden. White flag continues to fly, less than half a lap to go in this one. Olaf's working his way through. Checker flag is out.
There he goes. He takes the win. Good ride by Olaf. Did everything he could do that moto.
Absolutely.
To improve his position the best he could.
Absolutely great ride.
He can hang his hat on the fact that he won his last moto there. And Noah knows he did what he needed to do to bring home the #1 plate.
A big special thanks to JH and his perspective on the racing here at the Mini O's. Here on RacerTV.com, we've got our next class off and rolling, wrapping up 250B Limited. We're on to race number 10 now. Super Mini 1, 12 to 15-year-olds. Landon Gordon going to be one to watch, along with Tiger Wood taking a win in his division race. Also Logan Mortberg, the 317. He took a second-place position finish. Max Shane was a top finisher, finishing second. Inaki Arbourgeois in the number 3 spot is where he finished, as did Austin Camden. So that's just a few of the front runners that we'll have to look forward to, seeing how they do here in these second motos. Mercy. Tiger Woods, yeah. Is that who that went down? All right, so we're picking up our leaders here as they make their way in front of the Yamaha Tower now. And as we check in, it is the 18 machine of Landon Gordon, the Team Green Kawasaki Monster Energy Pro Circuit rider, lofting himself into the #1 spot right off the get-go here in this Super Mini 1 second moto, looking to capture a second moto win and seal the deal on the Super Mini 1 12 to 15 class. But first he must maintain the pace ahead of riders like the 723 of Landon Gibson, about 2 seconds back now on the 723 Gas, the 64 of Cody Harrington in third. Tiger Wood, the 43 machine, in 4th place position. He was just a half second behind Harrington, and as we watch the battling right now, we see that battle going over the head of the Gator, heading up onto the Gator's back, and Tiger Wood trying to position himself for a pass into that number 3 spot. Right behind Tiger Wood, then Brody Barth, Logan Mortberg, and Bobby Grable. Number 7 in the 7 spot, and Eli Gross back there as well. Work being done by the South African of Tiger Wood, and A little bit of a miscue coming out of that turn, allowing Harrington to open that position back up. Meanwhile, Brody Barth actually closing up a little bit on the 43 of Tiger Wood. While this unfolds, we'll find out what took place in the 250B Unlimited class with Mikey Waynes.
Up here with Nicholas Israel, man, taking a third-place finish, man. Who do you want to thank?
Yeah, I want to thank everybody that supports me, especially my mom and dad. We're out from the country, so they don't see me much on the year. I see them maybe twice or 3 times there. So it's all to them. Thank you so much. All my sponsors, Troy Designs, Maxima, 100%, and well, yeah, everybody, just thank you.
There we go. Make some noise for your third-place finisher, Nicholas Israel. All right, we'll reset the box, bring up Liam Olaf, our second-place finisher up here. Liam, man, taking a second-place finish out there, buddy. How you feeling?
Pretty good. I mean, that last moto, I felt the bike doing something weird. I just tried to ride it out, and then I got back, and I hit Smearden, and it ruined my radiator. So, but overall, moto was good. I got a actually really good start this time. And yeah, I just put my own laps in, and then I finally caught up first, got around him, and then just rode.
Who you want to thank, man?
All right, my mom, dad, the whole family, NSA, Rock River, Yamaha, Alpine Star, Bell, 100%, Moose, Ed Torrance, Danny Luce, Monster, FMF, Recluse, GYTR, and everyone else. Thank you so much.
There we go. Make some noise for second-place finisher Liam Olaf. All right, Noah Stevens, come on up. I got the bottle of champagne for you to your right-hand side, Mr. Mike Burkeen. Got something a little more important than that. We got the #1 plate. There it is. Make some noise for Noah Stevens. Noah, talk to us, man. What did it take to get out in front of these guys, grab the win?
I think TLR motors and Dunlop tires got me off to a really good start. And after that, I just tried to sprint my first 2 laps. It's really my weakness, but I've been working on that. Pulled that off, and then Liam was just riding really good. And I knew if he got around me, I still had the championship in the bag, so I just rode safe and brought it home.
Brought it home, man. It's what it's all about. Who you want to thank?
I'd like to thank the man up above for keeping me safe. My family, my friends, traction seat covers, limited decal, J. Bryant Logistics, Twin Air, 100%, Meek Metals, Canvas, Alpine Stars, Bell Helmets, JV Films, and everybody else is part of our MTF. It wouldn't be possible without them. I've been working with them the past 2 weeks, and Colleen and Brian really took me to the next level, and I'm stoked to be working with them.
Love it, man. Noah Stevens, pop some bottles, man. We'll throw it back to the guys in the booth.
All righty, thanks a lot, Mikey Waynes in the tower right now. I'm Rodney Tomlin, and joined with College Boy and Open Pro Sport competitor Cody Groves, who is with us now. And Cody, welcome to the tower. I know you said that you're trying to get down to Loretta's, wanted to get in the booth down there a little bit with the apprenticeship program. Things didn't work out, and I said, grab a mic, dude, sit down here, let's chat a little bit. So as we pick things up here real quick, Landon Gordon and Landon Gibson 1 and 2. Tiger Wood up to the #3 spot. He's about 7.3 seconds back. That's a big row to hoe there to make up that gap. He was running about 2 seconds off their pace up front right on that last lap. Logan Mortberg in 4th, Brody Barth in 5th and 6th, Cody Harrington, Bobby Grable in 7th, Riley Bussey in 8th, Eli Gross in 9th, and Brendan Harrison in 10th. If it finishes this way, Gordon going 1-1 would get the overall. Tiger Wood with a 1-3 would be 2nd overall, and Logan Mortberg would look at a 2-4 for the overall 3rd. Not real sure what happened to Gibson in that first moto, Cody, but he went 7th in that first moto, so 7-2 would yield him still a only a top 4, but a good finish, no doubt, but not what we would anticipate, especially what we're seeing here in the second moto.
Yeah, with a 7th place in the first moto, getting a 4th overall with the second is pretty commendable. I'd be pretty pumped on that.
Absolutely. Right now, as we watch Gordon making his way around, this is on lap number 4. Cody, tell us a little bit about your racing. I know we saw you out there in that first race of the Moto #2 this afternoon.
Yeah, I got a 3rd place start, and my clutch went out. Me and Crockett were talking smack on the gate and about who was going to win, because we went 1-2 in the first moto, and we've been hanging out a little bit, and clutch went out, and we're coming back for Open Pro Sport Moto 2. I'm sitting on a 6, and hopefully I can get that 12-lap moto down and push all the way to the end this time. Hopefully get in that top 5. Be a real good accomplishment for the year I've had.
Absolutely. And overall the year, tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I was supposed to race all the Supercross rounds this year, but a week before Daytona, I broke my femur at an indoor race in Ohio. And I was feeling pumped. I was ready to go. I had a whole program lined up, had a great bike. Everything was going good, and broke my femur. And I've only really been on the bike since about October, really training on it. And I was been getting smoked back home, and I just came down here to have a good time. One of my buddies, my boss's kid, actually races the 125 class, and I've been coaching him a little bit, coaching a couple other kids, just for fun to keep me going, and they've been doing all right. Hopefully we can see some good Moto 2s from those guys, but yeah, I just been hanging out and racing some dirt bikes. It's all about fun for me. I'm working a full-time job and trying to battle with some of these kids, man. I mean, I'm 20 years old now, and I feel like I shouldn't be here, but I really had to come down here to prove I still had something in the tank.
Well, yeah, if nothing else, to yourself, I'm sure. And, and of course, what kind of work you do, Cody?
I work, it's called Total Kitchen Care. I work on commercial kitchen equipment like ovens and steamers and toasters and anything you find in a restaurant or a school or a fire department.
Impressive, man, impressive. Well, we're watching this as we're talking, and Landon Gibson having a great ride out here. Landon Gordon, though, a superb ride as he takes the white flag. One more lap to go. Again, a 1-1 is going to yield him that overall. Again, it'll be interesting to see what the rest of the upcoming amateur season is going to be like between these two Landons. I know we've watched him battle over the course of time, but it's always exciting each and every season to see what's going to come out at the end of it.
Yeah, these two Landons, man, they've been really ripping this week. I've been watching Landon Gordon. Used to ride for Suzuki's for a number of years, and I don't remember what he did last year, but dude, he really came out. He's coming out and showing the boys what he's got, I guess. And Landon Gibson's been ripping the 85s for a while, and now he's stepping up to the Super Mini class and putting on a good show on that gas.
Right now, 5 laps into this one, and it is Gordon, Gibson, Tiger Wood in the number 3 spot, Mortberg in 4th, Brody Barth in 5th, Cody Harrington in 6th, Riley Bussey in 7th, Brendan Harrison is 8th, Bobby Grable in the number 9 spot, and Braden Johnson rounds out your top 10. Again, as we look at the overall scores, Gordon with a 1-1, Wood would be 2nd. He went 1st in Moto 1 and a 3 here in Moto 2 if it finishes this way. Then Logan Mortberg's 2 and 4 would score the overall 3rd place position. So good consistent racing for him here this week has paid some dividends, that's for sure. Brody Barth, whom we see in the 5th place position right now, is looking at a 5-5 for 5th place position. I skipped over Landon Gibson. He had a 7-2 or a 7 and running 2 now, so that would be enough for the 4th place. And then, as we said, Brody Barth, who's running 5th right now, looking at 5-5. So, you know, in reality, aside from Gibson's 7th place finish, these guys all riding very consistent from the division races to these second motos.
Yeah, with the longer motos they started adding a lap on yesterday, it allows a little more time for if you got a bad start to work your way up through the pack, which helps out with some of these gate picks in the first motos and everything. So I'm assuming something happened to Landon in the first moto or with a bad gate pick or something that made him get a 7th, but he obviously running the pace of Landon Gordon there on the last lap, running a 156.6 and Gordon's 56.5.
Wood again in 3rd, Mortberg, Brody Barth, Riley Bussey, Cody Harrington. That's the way we're seeing them finish. Brendan Harrison in 8th, Braden Johnson 9th. Grable drops to the 10th place position, but holds on to a top 10. Again, your top 3, Landon Gordon in with the win. Tiger Wood in 2nd, and Logan Mortberg 2-4 for 3rd overall. Race 10 in the history books. Race 11 coming up next, Masters plus 50 class. And we'll get down to the podium with that in just a few moments. But Moto number 1 saw Mike Brown take the win in the Masters 50+ classing. Cody, I don't know if you paid attention to the Masters 50+ class, watch Mike Brown ride or not, but I think if you haven't, you will be impressed, and if you have, you are impressed.
Yeah, I've done some pro-ams with old Mike Brown.
Mike Brown.
Not old Mike Brown, old Mike Brown. He don't ride like he's old. I raced with him one time, and he told me he's on the rev limiter everywhere, and he tells me, I said, why are you on the rev limiter all the time? He said, well, I don't want to go any faster than third gear wide open on my 450. And I'm like, so I was like, well, that's if you're fourth, you got more power, you know, you can control it more. He's like, no, I don't need to go any faster than that. I'm getting way too up there in the numbers. It's like, he's still smoking me while he's in third gear, so he's an animal.
Maybe you ought to take a lesson out of the Mike Brown book there. Yeah, downshift one and just keep it pinned, man. And it might sound a little different, but hey, it might work for you too. But good stuff there, no doubt. Cody, again, Cody Groves here with us from the College Boy and Open Pro Sport class, and looking for some exciting things out of him. Again, if you didn't listen, just coming off of an injury, man, a broken femur heading into Supercross last year. So it's kind of the reset button. Any plans for anything like that going on into this season?
So I was planning on doing Supercross again this year, doing the same prep. But after this week, I saw on Supercross here I subpar performances, and I think I need a little more time to get myself, you know, acclimated back to racing with my speed and stuff. And I'm going to come out swinging. I'm trying to hit all 12 outdoors this year. I would love to be able to top 20 the majority of them, and my goal is to break top 15. That would be awesome.
Awesome, man. We'll be looking forward to that. Right now, let's head down to Mikey Waynes on the podium.
Thanks, guys. Down here, Logan Mortberg making his way onto the box with the third place finish. There he is. Come on up here, man. Come on up right here. There you go. Logan Mortberg, man, a third place finish. Who you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, DeLand Motorsports, Viral, HH Training, Brad, TLD, GRO Oil, the Moto Stop, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you.
There you go. Make some noise. Do it for the gram, Logan Mortberg. All right, come on up, Tiger Wood. A second place finish on the gas ride. There it comes, Tiger Wood. Come on up and talk to me, man. A second place finish, buddy. Who you want to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Gas, Trolley Designs, Monster, Lynx, FMF, Ride Dunlop, Perfected Connection, everybody at MTF, Colleen, Big B, Lil B, Jacob, B-Rad, everybody that helps me. We put in a lot of work. Yeah, Alpine Stars, 100%, Monster Mike, yeah, my mom, my dad, my two sisters, yeah, everybody's supporting me. Thank you very much.
There you go. Make some noise. Second place finisher, Tiger Wood. All right, we'll reset the box, bring up our first place finisher for the Team Green Kawasaki ride, man. I'm going to hand you a bottle of champagne. Mike Burkeen off in the distance. Always talking shop with Team Green, man. There we go. On his way up onto the box, going to hand over a... He said, sorry about that. I was talking to your boss. Ryan Holiday and the crew, happy. Hold it up, man. Make some noise. First place finisher, Landon Gordon. All right, Landon, talk to us, man. What did it take to come out here and walk away with the #1 plate?
Well, in the heat race, I did the same thing. Got a good start and a whole shot, and that left me with a good gate in the main, and I took advantage of it.
You did, man. Well, hey, big congratulations to you. Who are the sponsors and folks you'd like to thank?
Kawasaki, Ryan Holiday, Lord Jesus Christ, keep me safe, my whole family, Pro Circuit, Mario and Derek at Kawasaki. They've been working on my bike, making it run good, and thank them. Henson, Twin Air, Renthal, Dunlop, Monster, 100%, and Jacob Hayes and Christian from Alpine Star. Thank you.
There you go, you guys. Make some noise. First place finisher in the Super Mini 1, Landon Gordon. You got one more job to do, man. You got to pop some bottles of champagne. Make it rain. Back to you guys.
Awesome. All right, up here in the tower, Cody Groves here standing by. Just got a really good story on that Open Pro Sport, or excuse me, the College Boy start there earlier today. But yeah, tough break with the mechanical that you had there, and I know. When is Open Pro Sports next moto coming up?
Moto 42. We're going to be one of the last motos.
Yeah, so you're not going to be till tomorrow, yeah. Well, you might get your rough track that you're looking for tomorrow.
Oh, I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. I was watching Danger Boy's lines out there. He came through the pack yesterday, and I followed him for about a lap. And I'll tell you what, those lines carried me through that moto, because when I got the crosses on lap 6, I looked over at that flagger and I said, are you kidding me? I'm only halfway through this race. And every time I'd go over that finish line, I'd be like, come on, white flag. Come on. Good. Come on. Come on.
You finally seen it. Now, you working a full-time job, as you said, every week, you know, and you got a great boss that lets you off and stuff, Cody. How do you, or do you even find the time to do any cardio training and be fit in that realm, I guess, to be able to do it? Or are you just going on what you've got in the tank?
So before I broke my femur, I was very I raced a lot of mountain bikes growing up, and I had a lot of fitness, and I hadn't really got hurt for an extended period of time for several years. So like last year, I could come here and do the 12 laps and be fine after it. Well, after being off for 8 months, you kind of lose all that, especially when you just eat cheeseburgers and do nothing on the couch. So, you know, with my getting the endurance back, I've been trying during the week. There's not much you can do after dark, especially if you're trying to mountain bike or road bike. You can do inside cycling, which I'm not a fan of. I'm an outdoors guy, but I never really put a lot of effort into it after I actually moved out of my parents' house. Mm-hmm. And now I have been, and I've been doing a lot of mountain biking with Gage Stein, which you guys probably know. That's my best friend. Yeah, that's my best friend. Me and Gage have been riding mountain bikes together. Me and him are trying to chase the outdoors next year, and then I've also been trying to ride 2 days a week at private tracks. That's all. I mean, that's all I can do.
Well, you got to do what you can do, and if nothing else, you're keeping a base there of some sorts, and that helps out a little bit as you move forward. And then when you get the chance to dedicate a little more, it won't be so hard to get to where you need to go. Folks, don't forget, right now we are signing up down at the Scott tent. Or actually, I believe it might be the LSR tent now, next to Moto
LS2 tent.
LS2 tent, yes, okay. And right next to Gypsy Soul, they're signing up for the pit bike race that's coming up tonight. Moto Playground bringing that to us, of course, and that's going to be a whole lot of fun. I asked how many folks are signed up, and they said, oh, about 40 or 50.
Oh, wow.
How many of those are moms?
There's several different classes. I didn't really get to see the breakdown on what was being entered. There seemed to be a lot of 50cc sizes. I don't know necessarily if that was all the same class or not. But right now, looking at the Masters 50-plus class getting ready to roll next, they're toning things up a little bit for these Masters riders. And, of course,
got one dozer left on the track out here, Rodney, on the west side over here. So got one piece of equipment still on the track. Hey, guys, Larry down at Moto Muck, Larry Wozik, said he's still got a couple hundred coupons out. Really? You guys look in your pack. Yeah, when you guys signed up, there was a coupon in there. Take that up, exchange that to Larry. He's going to give you a free spray bottle. And I'll tell you, we don't have to go over it anymore. I'm one of the biggest clean freaks you guys are going to meet. And I absolutely love Moto Muck. Biodegradable, works on everything from my truck wheels to the bike. Listen, it will get the chain lube and stuff off there. Now, a lot of your simple greens and stuff, you really have to let sit and scrub and stuff to get that off of there, Cody. You know what I'm talking about? Get that grease on there, and then you get that sand there. Moto Muck, man, you put it on there, let it sit for just a couple minutes. Let it dwell maybe up to 5 minutes. Don't let it dry on there, but let it dwell. man, you take the pressure to it, it will bring that chain clean again. I use it on my riding gear a little bit. I'll pre-treat some stains on my knees and stuff in my riding gear and put it in there. I love this stuff. So stop down to see Larry. If you haven't handed that coupon in, he gave over 2,000 of these out, Rodney. So about 300 of them unaccounted for right now. So get over there, get yourself a free bottle of Moto Muck 32 ounce. And let me tell you something. What a great stocking stopper. You want to give me something I'm going to use? Forget socks and underwear, Cody. Forget that, okay? Don't buy me clothes. That's the last thing I need is clothes. Buy me a gallon of Moto Muck, bro. That's a stocking stopper, definitely.
Absolutely, no doubt.
I guess I got to get down there to Moto Muck and get my free 32-ounce sample.
Absolutely, man. You need to make it happen.
Have not tried it yet.
Listen, hey, now I wanted to ask you.
I bought 2 cases of it last year.
Oh, I love the stuff. No kidding. Even before I understood Larry was the owner, and if you guys don't know Larry, Larry's an original moto badass. Okay, the guy traveled the country on his own dime, had some help from Fox in the day. In 1979, was leading the opener, ran into a spectator, okay, 250 outdoors. By the time they made it to Mount Morris, I believe round 3, him and John Savitsky run each other through the fence, had a DNF there, and then broke a bike. Still finished 6th overall in the Outdoor National.
Wow.
With a couple, ran over a spectator, threw Savitsky through a fence, blew up a bike, and still finished 6th overall. So when I tell you Larry's a bad dude, he's a bad dude, but he's a good guy. He's one of those good fellas still left in the sport. He offers all he can as far as knowledge and product out to youngsters and wants to do everything he can to make you a better rider and make your program cleaner.
Absolutely. And revs are up and looking for a Moto Muck clean start here through our BP Fuels hole shot.
Looks like we've got a Suzuki out front.
And generally that usually means Barry Karsten.
Yeah.
And that was Karsten, but all of a sudden things change up front as Mike Brown moves into the number 2 spot.
We got John Gruey out front, Mike Brown in 2nd, and Barry Karsten in 3rd with, I believe that's Jeff Yenser in 4th.
So Yenser really helping elevate the level of this class, at least especially the level of Barry Karsten. He has really put him on his toes.
No doubt.
And it's also put John Gruey on his toes as well. And here comes Yenser in on this one. A 4-man shootout kicking things off here in this Masters 50-plus class.
Mike makes the move early on John Gruey. John getting a John Gruey start as usual up front leading the way. Just a few corners later, Mike Brown, though, had a great drive around the outside. Headed down 20 miles of rough road right now, up over the big bump, and starts to set sail on a clean track. John Gruey followed by Barry Karsten and in the 4th place, Yenser. There we go. Thanks, Cody. Where were you on that one, bro?
Yeah, Jeff Yenser's all over the back. Barry Karsten. Jeff Yenser just started racing again I guess about 2 years now he's been back racing. Last time I saw him racing like this was when I was on 65s. It was about 2012. Wow. So he's come back. He's loving it. He's ready to do some battle with Barry Karsten.
And like Rodney said, he's been the motivation for a lot of guys because he come back. Yenser doing well right away immediately when he jumped back into the mix. And some of these guys are like, whoa, 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 we got to pick the pace up. So really pushing the issue. So Brown, Gruey, Karsten, Yenser, as we said, 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's going to be Galen Dixon representing for the RM Army.
That Northeast is representing that 3, 4, and 5 spot back there.
That's it.
Representing.
Earl the Pearl, look at that in the number 6 spot on the 82 machine. Jeff Papry in that number 7 position. Nagy back in the A spot. Mike Hodges in the number 9 ride, and Charlie Cena in that number 10 ride. Carson feeling a little pressure right now. Yenser starting to pull up just a bit on him. Gruey pulling out about 6 bike lengths on Carson, trying to get away from him, and there comes Yenser. Yenser goes to the
squares him up.
Yep, Yenser goes to the inside of Carson. Now he goes to the outside. Can he carry some momentum? Barry's going to ride defensive, going to drift out there. And that's the widest RM anybody in history's ever seen with the number 31 on it. It's about as wide as an LTD.
Cody, you ever have a chance to race with Barry Karsten? I know you talked about racing with Mike Brown, but what about Barry?
I have not ever had to race Barry Carson, but I race Corey Carson all the time, and that man rides a wide bike as well.
You ever see Barry over there? You know, he's like working on the RV, doing push-ups with a refrigerator on his back and stuff before the moto.
Barry is one bad dude. That is a guy that will always have some credit.
Dean Diaz says, update. The best update of the day, at least letting us know what's going on. We will be stopping after race 17. Race 17 will be our final race of the day today, and then we will begin with race 18 tomorrow morning. So you can start planning accordingly. We will not race past race 17 today. Well, right now, folks, as we continue to roll through this Masters 50-plus class, Brown has opened up a 10-plus second lead over John Gruey. Karsten only 1.8 seconds behind Gruey back there now in the number 2 and 3 spots as we watch those riders up out of the Gator pit now. This one could still rise to a pretty good battle between those two riders. Now 17 seconds separating first and second place, and 1.4 between second and third. Remember in the Supercross, we saw Karsten start to press and pressure John Gruey out there. Mike Brown wasn't a part of it at that particular point, but regardless, what we're seeing is kind of a rematch from that over on the Supercross mains.
Oh yeah, Barry got the best of John Gruey in the last turn in the 50-plus class over on the Supercross track, and I'm seeing John starting to look back, see where Barry is. Looks like he's getting a little worried. I know Barry loves beating him some John Gruey, so see how it goes.
It's only happened a few times over the last decade, and I'm with you. Barry puts in so much effort, but he feels like you do, and that kid weighs 150 pounds on that 450. He feels the same way about Gruey. He's like, man, we come out of the corner, Gruey weighs 100 pounds, that thing takes off, Karsten has to get at it again, you know. And that thing was wire to, or nose to nose at the finish right over there. It was wheel to wheel on that Supercross.
Yeah.
Really had to go to the photo. We were sitting there waiting to see whose name was going to pop up first.
Yeah, and I love the rapid replay we had on that one as well. It was pretty exciting. Hey, I don't know, but is Karsten reeling in John Gruey right now? I mean, 1.5 seconds, 1.4 is what we were looking at last time through, and visually right now it's almost looking like this might be a little closer. I'm not saying a whole lot closer, but it's not as much as it was a lap ago, I don't think.
I've been watching John and Barry, and it looks like Barry has this section of the track that they're in right now dialed in a little better than John, just from the last lap. So we'll see what the gap is now.
I'll be interested. See, 21 seconds, 21.5 between Mike Brown and John Gruey, and now back second to third, it is 1.8. So actually, Karsten dropped 0.4 of a second, but visually there at one point it was looking a little different as they dropped back down into the Gator pit, got some lap traffic, and this may tighten things up a little bit, and this could be an advantage going to the 31 of Karsten.
Yeah, absolutely. And take a look at Mike Brown already headed back up to the far end of the track over there. He's just like, hey, we got a half a lap to go. Want to throttle back. You know what? We might run a 155 this time instead of 154. You know, he's going to take it easy, let up by a second.
Yeah, Mike's an impressive one. He's running lap times of probably top 10 in the A classes, and he's 21 seconds out front of the 50-plus class, which I'm assuming some 50-plus guys are saying that, you know, he's been in a time machine. He's just going back to 01 and
Guys,
03.
Austin Parrish, cryogenically frozen, man. And listen, nobody on that line, Cody, wants to challenge him in a 3-hour GNCC. Nobody wants any part of him in an enduro cross. You want to go to a sprint enduro or a hard enduro with him? No, I don't think so. By no means.
Man can ride a motorcycle. There's no doubt about it. Is he?
Oh, and you're not doing anything Friday night? You want to go flat track? He can do that too. So.
He's a man of all trades. I've been watching him since I remember him as a wee one, and
good.
He's
good deal. He's a good one to watch.
He's either an enduro cross, GNCC, riding. I remember he came back for Glen Helen one year. He's all over the place. That guy's an animal. As he wraps up the win here in the Masters 50-plus class, Moto 2.
John Gruy will be finishing up in the number 2 spot, and a good push by Barry Karsten yields still the number 3 spot, but certainly a lot of exciting moments for us as race fans here. Jeffrey Yenser, who was holding on to the number 3 spot, had dropped back some 12 seconds behind the battle of Gruy and Karsten here on this one, and Galen Dixon, the number 930, was running back in the number 5 spot. Yenser checks in with a 2:05 lap time, now nearly 16 seconds back. Galen Dixon again should be your 5th place position finish. We'll see Pape, Hodges, Nagy, and LaBarnway rounding out the top 10. As far as the overall is concerned, it will be Mike Brown with a 1-1. John Gruy looking at a 2-2 for 2nd overall, and Barry Karsten 3-3 for 3rd overall. That's your Masters 50-plus class. Race number 11. Next we go to the 51 4 to 6-year-old class, and Cody Grove says, I don't know any 4 to 6-year-old riders. And Megawatt says, well, neither do we. We do know them from where we watch them race, but regardless, we're getting to know them more and more, especially this week with the great racing that we've seen. And looking over the first moto scores, we see Cameron Buckman, the 753, was a top finisher in his division race. The 710 of Shannon Tarno, he also finished first in his division. As far as some 2nd place finishes, Jet Ra, the 72, he took a 2nd place finish in his division, and also 3rd place going to Tate Brush. Tate Brush was a top 3 finisher in his class, and also Brantley Tursky, a top 5. Gunnar Lusk, Jarrett Tishner, and let's see, Bodie Bowerson. So these are just a handful of names that we could be watching for. I believe that is the 710 that I saw there just a moment ago. Shannon Tarno, BS Moto Lab Minton Motors viral back ride. Ooh.
Robbins racing up front right now, a little bumping going on. And Rodney, how does it make you feel when you see the leader send it over the Gator's head right there, up over the first step up on this 51cc? Just sends it and downsides it.
You know, honestly, thinking about it, you know, the 80cc machines that we knew back in the day, it would probably have been a task and a chore to have launched something like that on one of those, especially after those hill climbs on that second one. But it amazes me at the power of these machines in and of not only the talent of the riders. I mean, we just had a pass. These guys have been going back and forth there. Is that the 72 of Jet Raw, maybe? And he and...
At the 70 in there? 710, yeah. That's who it is, Shannon Tarno.
Yeah, Tarno going back and forth there on that first lap, it looks like. So Jet Ross, Shannon Tarno, Tate Brush, the 16 in 3rd, Jarrett Tinchner in 4th, Brantley Tursky in 5th, Levi Meyer in 6th, Luciano DeMuro 7th, 8th is Umina Burning, 9th Matthew Simino and Colton Tubbs rounds out the top 10. Then it's Mason Wheeler, Bodie Bowerson, Max Forrest, Cameron Buckman, Barrett Counts, Deegan Mullen, Gunnar Lusk, 18th in Patrick Pastereau, Michael Hall in 19th, and Daxton Dingfelt running out the top 20. That's what we see him looking like early on. Right now we head down to the podium where Mikey Waynes is standing by with our Masters 50+ top 3.
Barry Karsten, man, a third-place finish out there, buddy. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. You know, my moto was to, get the whole shot. I got that. Man, I was third by the time I dropped into the Gator pit, but I was right there the whole race. Mike kind of pulled away. Groovy was there, and then track started getting rough. They fixed a few spots, but the ruts came back quick and everything, and it was a good ride.
Good ride, man. Well, hey, congratulations to you on the podium. Who you want to thank?
Oh, again, Suzuki and the RM Army continue to see. They keep me and my kid racing all year. Rye helmets, Scott goggles, FMF, Dunlap. They're here sponsoring everybody, and they've been awesome to me my whole career. Okay. Twin Air, Dunlap. I'm starting over. Decal Works, Bob's RV, Action Motorsports, guys all back in York, Pennsylvania, supporting us too. District 6, District 2, MDRA, and Metropolitan Sports Committee, all the series we run back home.
There we go. Make some noise. Third-place finisher, Barry Kartzen. All right, John Groovy, come on up. Your second-place finisher on that Babbitt's Online Kawasaki. John Groovy, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. That was fun moto.
Well, man, big congratulations to you on the second-place finish. Who you want to thank?
Team Babbitt's, Kawasaki Team Green, Fox, Dunlop tires, paired up with my Tamer whole shot device. It gets me out up front every time. FMF, factory connection suspension, Twin Air, Renthal, Moto Hose, Hinson, Decal Works, keeping my bike looking good. And man, all my friends that helped me out along the way, I really appreciate it.
There you go. Congratulations to you. Second-place finisher, John Groovy. And here comes our champ, Mike Brown. Your champ of the Masters 50+. I'm going to hand him the champ. Mike Burking of the AMA has got the #1 plate to your right-hand side right there, Mike Brown. The handshake. He said we keep meeting like this. Make some noise for Mike Brown. Mike, talk to us, man. A good ride out there for you.
It was another good ride. You know, I got a good start there. Actually didn't get the whole shot, but came out behind Barry and John there and worked my way to the front. And they did a little bit of track maintenance, but like Barry said, it came back really quick. And the lines they smooth with the soft ones, so it looks nice. And you get out there and it's kind of muddy, but no, it's great. Track was rough. It's kind of like a Loretta Lynn's rough now. It's got bumps everywhere where they shouldn't be. They're there. So just nice to get another win, but it's all from KTM, FXR, Pro Circuit, Dunlop tires, Pro Taper, and all them guys. It's nice to be here and still be racing with the kids and being around them, and that's what it's about. You know, I grew up doing this, and it's nothing better than being out here with the young guys.
Amen. There you go, Mike Brown. Hey, boys, he wants to know, are we going to race number 16? He's got another one coming up. How far are we going tonight, boys?
All right. Jet Rao leading this one just up until a few moments ago, but had the little crash there. Kind of not a little, but somewhat big, especially when it takes out the lead. Shannon Tarno has taken over the lead. Tate Brush in the #2 spot. Jarrett Tenchner has moved into third. Here's a rapid replay of what happened. Cody Gibson pointed that out right over the bars. That front wheel just kind of got snagged up there, and it was as if literally, I mean, the bike stopped on a dime, and he went right over the bars and remounted the machine. We'll see if he gets back up in the 4th place position. We reassess the overall scores. Now Shannon Tarno looking at a 1-1 for the overall, and Tate Brush in second with a 3-2. Jet Raw would be looking at third overall with a 2 and 4.
Tarnell still out front, working his way through the traffic right now. Has a good lap going on.
Tarnar has about a 2-second lead over Brush, and Brush has about 1 second gap between Tincher. So we could be looking at a little bit of a battle coming on here as they come up on some lap traffic.
Yeah, Cody, those moving obstacles, I call them. You know where that jump's going to be every lap. You know where that rut is every lap, but you never know where that lapper is going to be. So the moving obstacles, and when they're bunched up like this, man, that could be advantage Brush on this one.
Oh, yeah, I fell victim to lapper at the Supercross track on the first moto, College Boy. Just didn't see where the guy was, and I had to roll a jump and I got past. And nothing you can do about it. You know, the guy's riding his own race too. But
yep. When it happens that quick in a 58-second lap time, not a lot you're going to do about it anyways, right?
That time loss is really hard to get back.
That's right. Checkered flag is out. Carno with the win at number 710 machine. Rush able to hang on. Looked like Jared Titchener as well. So what would look like for the overall, Rodney?
Right now, our overall looking at a 1-1 for Tarno. Tate Brush in second with a 3-2, and Jet Raw is still holding steady there with a 2-4 for third overall. Titchener looking at a 5-3 for fourth. Cameron Buckman is 1-8 and scores 5 overall, 5th overall. But it's Tarno, Brush, and Raw going to the podium to see Mikey Waynes.
All right, got more 51s coming up. Yes, 51 7-8 limited. Behind that, we're going to have our Junior Plus 25, our 85 9-13, Schoolboy 12-17, and Senior 45. We're going to wrap up the program here today. Race number 17.
All right, coming up next, 51 7-8 limited. It's race number 13 as Tarno, Brush, and Raw go to see Mikey Waynes on the podium. Gavin Wellseen taking a Moto 1 win in the 7 to 8-year-old division along with Absher Hall. He also took a Moto 1 win in this one out there. And Cannon Zaboynik taking a win aboard the number 5. We had 3 divisions of these, so Carter Chambers was a second-place position finisher. Levi Letty took a second-place position, and as did Vincent LeVan. Third's going to Levi Guys. Also another third-place finish going to Maverick Gresham Lewis, and also to Jojo Calendio. Anyway, that right there, top 3. What I'm saying is that's 9 riders, and that's only the top 3 in each one of those divisions. And still, I'm going to say the door is wide open for even other names to be in the top upper echelon of this one as we kick it all off. Looks like the number 5, though, guys, early on in this one. Cannon Zabonik on a Cobra Elite machine. So that's the case. He's picking up kind of where he left off there in his first moto in the division race.
Yeah, he had a great division run. Did much of the same. Got an early lead, put in good laps. Kept himself out of trouble. Had a little bit of issue in a couple of those classes. We had a couple stack ups, if you remember, Rodney. I mean, multiple bikes, and always in good position. Had himself located where he needed to be on the track.
Yeah, I've been watching this Zabonik kid, and he has a very, very cool style. Just everything about him, his gear, his bike, everything. The way he throws the bike around, it's very beautiful.
It's funny, Cody mentioned that we talked about his ability to move the bike. Just like he threw it into that corner right there. He kind of off to the side panel, and a little bit of maturity there, you know, mature beyond his years.
Knock, knock.
It's like Mikey Waynes is back with us on the podium.
Hey, up here with Jet Rao, your third-place finisher out of 51cc Limited, man. Jet, big congratulations to you, my guy. Who you want to thank?
Thanks for keeping me safe around the sofa, T-Rex, money, Cobra Tech, and Game Moto.
Loud and proud. Make some noise for Jet Rao. Good job. Yeah, my guy. All right, Tate Brush, come on up here, man. I'm going to have you stand right here beside me. All right, you're perfect. You're good, man. Hey, a second-place finish for you out there, buddy. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, Dad, O'Neill, X-Brand, Cobra, Arai, Roos, PR2, Spectro, and everybody, Dunlop, and everybody else. Thank you.
There you go. Second place finisher, Tate Brush. Good job. All right, we're going to bring up our first place finisher, Shannon Tarno. There he is, Shannon. You come on back behind the motorcycle right there. I'm going to grab you some champagne. Mom, Dad, I promise it's just grape juice. There's that. Mike Burkeen to your right-hand side. Got a #1 plate and a handshake to make it official. There you go. All right, Shannon, talk to me, dude. A second place finish out there. What did it take to get out front?
He crashed back in the back sweeper.
You got him.
Yeah.
Hey, good job, man. Who you want to thank?
My mom and dad, my sisters, O'Neill, Viral, Quicks, Speed Moto Lab, Mitten, DBK, Dunlop, everyone else, thank you.
There you go. Your champion, Shannon Tarno. Back up to you, Rodney.
All right, guys, we're back at it. 51.7 to 8 limited class on the track right now. We've got 2 laps down now, working on lap 3. Cannon Zabonik in the #1 spot. Absher Hall in second. Gavin Welsine third. Maverick Gresham Lewis in fourth. Aiden Held checking in fifth. Levi Letty in sixth. Levi Geis in seventh. Vincent Levan in eighth. Carter Chambers in ninth. And Cooper Langdon in the #10 spot. How come it seems like Landons and Levi's always find each other on the racetrack?
Yeah, it's crazy. I honestly remember we used to have the Ryans, and now we got 2 Jets now that are very fast, and then now we're seeing the Landons, and now
these guys
seems like these names are just making people go fast.
and they battle against each other whenever they have the same name. It's almost like they're battling for their name out there as much as they are. But Cannon Zabonik is Zabonik, rather, I believe is how you say that. Anyway, he is out front, and he has got a fairly good lead going on. It was at about 3 seconds when he came through the finish line, and I say we're right there at 3, maybe a little more, but not much as we exit the top of the Gators back and drop back down into the heart of the racetrack here at Gatorback Cycle Park. Gavin Welsine, a 1:45 lap time. He's pulled up to 1.2 seconds behind Absher Hall now. That might be where we start to see some things get a little fancy out here, because that is nearly a second faster than even your leader of Zabonik now. I'm not saying that he's caught him or could catch him, but he could if he keeps that pace up. But again, we're on lap 3, working on lap number 4. I think, well, we're looking at maybe 5 laps at this one.
I think this one's going to be
Nope, this is going to be checkers coming out this time. So this is the final lap. I'm going to run out of time as far as that's concerned. Cannon Zabonik, Absher Hall, 260, and was who went down back there? I heard we got a new third place. That's a 914 of Maverick Gresham Lewis. So that noise we heard over by the spectator tabletop very likely was Gavin Welsine there, and I think he went off the track, lost a position or 2. Let's see, we'll double check that as they check in here at the finish line now, and that is the case. And Maverick Gresham Lewis will take third here in the moto. Welsine does take fourth, so a little bobble, if you will, but he does finish up about 5 seconds back, earning a near 2-minute lap time. So he lost about 12 seconds on that lap. Aiden Held will finish up in 5th, Levi Letty in 6th, Levi Geis in 7th, Vincent Levan in 8th, Carter Chambers 9th, Eli Herrick in 10th. Zabonik The number 5 machine goes 1-1 for the overall in this one. Absher Hall finishing up in the number 2 spot overall with a 1-2, and a 1-4 for Gavin Welzine will score the overall 3rd place position. So nothing really lost with that mishap over there for him, Cody, but certainly don't want to see those things happen, but he got her back in line, looks like.
Just had a gate drop on 25 plus. Looks like it's the 351 of Eric Rondel getting out front with the, looks like Steve Roman in second.
Got a Race Tech sponsored race here with us this afternoon. I'll certainly say thanks to our friends at Race Tech for bringing you in part our coverage here at the 2022 Thor Mini-O's presented by Pro Circuit. This next class out is race 14 on the track right now, and it is the junior 25 plus class, which when we look back at results, Eric Rondel taking the win in that one on the 351. It was 2nd place Robert Piazza Jr. aboard the 637. 3rd place position in that first moto. As we scan these results, I see is Oscar Esperis, Mitchell France in the number 4 spot on the 34, and it was Dustin Jensen rounding out the top 5 out of Okeechobee, Florida.
Yeah, this happens to be one of my favorite classes to watch during the week, because these guys are, you know, either ex-pros or still very fast battling with me back home. So these guys are awesome. We got Eric Rondel out front, Steve Roman in 2nd, Oscar Esperis in 3rd, France in 4th, and the rest of them trailing on behind. Let's see how they come around over the first lap.
Mikey Wayne's down on the podium with our next top 3.
Gavin Welzine, where'd you go? Oh, where'd Gavin go? I just saw him. There he is. There he is. He said, I'm hustling. I lost you for a second. Gavin Welzine, man, a 3rd place finish for you out there. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Cobra, Beast Moto Lab, Dunlop, Ruse, Pro Taper, Spectro, T-Rex Doddles, Tyson, Bell, Scott, Oppenstar, Seven, Ethica, Strick, and whoever else. Thank you so much.
There you go. Love it, man. Good man right there. Make some noise for Gavin Wells, yeah. All right, Absher Hall, come on up. We'll get Absher Hall up here, the 2 spot. There he is. Absher Hall, man, a 2nd place finish for you out there. Absher, who would you like to thank?
God for keeping me safe. A-Out Racing, Bruce Cycles, OGO, Dunlops, Scott Goggles, Bruce Cycles, Sin Graphics, Ryan from Cobra, and everybody that I can think of. Thank you.
Hey, you nailed it. There you go. Make some noise for Absher Hall. All right, now coming up, our overall winner here, the 50cc 7 to 8 limited, the Cannon. Come on up, dude. I got a bottle of champ. I promise it's just juice. Mike Burkeen to your right-hand side here, going to hand you that number 1 plate. Post up here behind the bike. The official handshake. And the number 1 plate. Throw it up. Make some noise for Cannon Zabanek. Cannon, talk to me, dude. A 1st place finish. What it take to beat these guys?
Get a good start.
That's it, man. Get a good start. Who do you want to thank?
Mom and Dad, Bruce, making me best graphics, Mitten, David, Mike, Wardrobe on 7, Poppy, PM2, Gibbs, Quits, Babo, Poppy, Mom and Dad, Cobra, Alpine. That's it.
That's it. Make some noise for Cannon Zabanek. All right, brother, you got to pop some bottles. Throw them over the top. There you go. Love it. Back to you guys in the booth.
All righty, thanks a lot. And our Race Tech suspension sponsored Junior 25 Plus class. Race Tech is the world's largest aftermarket motorcycle suspension modification company and vendors of their proprietary award-winning gold valves. Race Tech gold valves provide a plush feel with drastically improved bottoming resistance and increased traction. All Race Tech's products are 100% guaranteed and made in the USA. 15 machine of Oscar Asparas under some fire and under some pressure right now from that 34 of Mitchell France and Robert Piazza Jr. That's for the third place position as Roman and Eric Grondel are up front in the number 1 and 2 spots at the end of the first and second lap. Roman out front in this one. Grondel took the Moto 1 win. Roman must have had some issues. Yes, finished 13th in Moto number 1.
So the battle for the overall, from my understanding, I was talking to Bobby Piazza after my race. He said he has to beat Eric this race to get the championship no matter what. And he's doing a pretty good job moving it up into 4th place, getting around Mitchell France. And now he has Oscar Asparas to get around to get fighting with Eric Grondel.
When you look at the time, it's not a lot of time. You're just probably just under 4 seconds, 3.5 to 4 seconds of time physically on the clock there and on the racetrack. So, hey, you know, we might get to see Piazza actually make that push and that challenge.
Bobby P's he's a dog. He's a very good rider. He's very talented. He's got multiple top 20 finishes in pro nationals, and there he goes. He goes around the inside of Oscar Asparas, and he's going to try and hunt down Eric Grondel. I know how bad he wants this. He's had a rough go at it this year as well. So
Bobby Piazza. And trying to get around right now, and he has gotten around Oscar Asparas for 3rd. Now there was about 3 seconds that was separating that 3rd place position, or that 2nd place position of Eric Grondel and 3rd spot of Asparas. Now I have to wonder if he may have lost a little bit of time in their scramble there, and whether or not that'll give Eric Grondel the breathing room he needs to maintain the advantage over Piazza.
Yeah, Bobby P ran a 152 while he was in the middle of battling with France and Asparas. We'll see how he does with this lap, getting around both of those guys and closing up on the back of Eric Grondel.
Should have some time to work with. There's no indications of a flag coming soon as Steve Roman checks in with 4 complete. Eric Grondel in 2nd. Wow, Piazza just turned a 149. He's 1.4 seconds behind. Wow, he's hungry. Look at this. They're going down. He's going after it right now.
Yeah, Bobby P, the fastest guy on the track right now with a 149.7, and everyone in front of him is at a 152 flat. So should be at the end of this lap, he should be all over everyone. We should have a battle for the lead.
Well, as these riders make their way around the top of the key and back down, Piazza is certainly making up a lot of real estate real fast out here with us as we get through some of that rough racetrack, and he doesn't appear to be slowing either of these riders down any whatsoever. Grondel's not going to be an easy mark, that's for sure. Steve Roman is no easy mark either, so Piazza's coming in here. He's loaded for bear, there's no doubt about it, so he's going to be firing on all cylinders to see if he can make it happen. The only rider that he needs to beat would be that 351 in order to take this overall.
Yeah, Bobby P wants to win this championship pretty bad, as much as I wanted to win College Boy, and I know he's going to do everything he can to get around Eric Grondel, whether it's grind his teeth together or what. He's going to get it. I think he's going to get it. They're all bunched up now, three-way battle for the lead.
Cody Groves, it's certainly nice having you in here, help call the racing action this afternoon, getting to know you a little bit better too, and find out the story behind what's going on there. Is Steve Roman, that's 731, making his way through, and for a white flag coming out this time, and Grondel has picked up the pace, and Piazza has picked up the pace, and That's pretty impressive whenever you got both Grondel and Roman basically about to be on the ropes. 1.6 seconds separates all three of these riders right now.
Bobby P ran about a ½ a second faster than everyone on the last lap, and he's gunning it. He's coming around the outside, trying everything he can, finding every clear inch of racetrack to try and get around Eric Grondel to get this championship. This should be a very good battle in this last lap.
Here we go, top of the key now, off the Gators' back. We've got some lap traffic just ahead. Can they get through? As still Piazza right on the rear fender of Eric Grondel. This final lap will be the determining factor. If he can get around, he can take the overall win away from Grondel. But I'll tell you right now, Stevie Roman, who took a 13th in Moto 1 and looked like was going to have the #1 spots sealed and packaged, at least for the second moto. Grondel realizing that all he had to do was ride to that second, but all of a sudden he's under the pressure cooker, so now he's putting the pressure on Roman, and this is getting exciting for us race fans.
We got a three-way battle coming down to the line. Grondel all over Roman and Bobby Piazza all over Grondel. It's getting hot.
Yeah, bringing it right down in front of us. Steve Roman's still out front, like you said. Grondel goes to the inside, now in the split tank, and Grondel carries the speed.
Ooh,
Roman comes out behind. Grondel makes the move. Now Roman in the #2 spot. Bobby Piazza in the #3 ride.
Well, it's going to be tough for Piazza to take the win away at this point, but he certainly lit a fire under Grondel's tail as he gets around Stevie Roman, and it looks like Eric Grondel will make a statement in the junior 25+ class here at the 2022 Mini O's by going 1-1 in a heated battle right down to the wire. Steve Roman in second, Robert Piazza Jr. in third in the moto. The overall, with Mitchell France finishing fourth here in this moto and Pedro Bueno rounding out the top 5, will be Eric Grondel going 1-1 for the win, Robert Piazza Jr. 2-3 for overall second, Mitchell France 4-4 for overall third, then it's Oscar Asparas 3-7 for fourth, and Matthew Togler a 7-6 for fifth place overall. But wow, Grondel, Piazza, France, all headed to see Mikey Waynes.
Congratulations to Eric Grondel on that win. That was a very impressive performance on that last lap to get that pass on Steve Roman to secure that championship.
Well, championship secured. We're going to see Mikey Waynes, and we go to race number 15 now. The 85/9 to 13-year-old class, and another one of those highly contested one. As we look at the results, we see that Christian Pruitt coming away with a win in this 9 to 13-year-old class in his division. Colby Lesser, the number 11, taking a win in his division. Chase Wolf, the number 13, taking a second in division racing. Darren Pine, the 58 out of Montgomery, Texas, taking a second. Third's going to Wyatt Duff, the 04 from Lexington, Kentucky, and also a third for Dakota Baker out of Bowling Green, Indiana. Fourth to Gage Brown, the number 12, and to Talon Staggs, the 21, and rounding out the top 5 in each division was the 52 of Kevin DePino, and as well a 5th place to the 247 of Wyatt Thurman. Gas, and the KTM going at it. Squared off head-to-head here on lap number 1. Number 11, Colby Lesser, backed by 7, 100% Bell FMF and Applied Technology. Like may have secured the lead.
Got the number 58 of Darren Pine in second.
Well, I was beginning to second guess myself there for a moment as Pine really rocketing up through the pack right now into that number 2 spot, right basically on the rear fender of your leader now. They drop down into the Gator pit. They are nose to tail pretty much through the entire pack. Couple of 2 wide spots as riders trying to pass through the pack right now. Lesser, Darren Pine, Jace Wolf, Wyatt Thurman, Brady Olson, Jackson McCarty in 6th, Gage Dove in 7th. 8th is Tristan Pruitt, 9th Dakota Baker, 10th Drew Marson. Overall,
oh, that's gracious.
Man, what a get off, but What a get up at the same time.
Better believe it. Man, barrel roll all the way on that one.
And he's waiting to get it back across the track and back on his bike. Colby Lesser, Darren Pine, and Jace Wolf. We're looking at those riders to finish in the overall like that. If I'm counting this right, Colby Lesser, Darren Pine, Jace Wolf, yes. And Mikey Waynes has got 3 more to crown.
I got to ask, is the better than the...
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I got you. We'll have to talk. All right, come on up, Mitchell France. We're ready for you. A third place finish, man. Boy, this one was fun to watch. A third place, man. Who do you want to thank, Mitchell?
First of all, I want to thank the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe out here. I couldn't have done anything without him. I want to thank my mom and dad, OGs, Edgewood Farms. I'm drawing a blank. This is the first time I've been on podium, so I just want to thank all my sponsors. Everybody out there who's helped me. Just all my friends, family. I couldn't have done it with any of them.
Well, man, well earned. Congratulations to you. That is your third place finisher, Mitchell France. All right, Robert Piazza going to make his way onto the box, the 637 machine. Putting in the work, finishing in the 2 spot, man. Congratulations to you, man. I know you wanted that first place. What's going through your head, man?
I just need to get a start, man. I fought both the leaders and just couldn't get around them, couldn't make it happen. My arms pumped up a little bit, and yeah, we're just full send at that mode.
Happens, buddy. Who you want to thank?
My girlfriend, my dog, my whole family, my friends are watching. Shout out to 60, 100%, Fly Racing, Def Family, MX Boo, everybody helping me out. You can hear my dog down there barking, but thanks again, everybody.
Cheering. Dogs cheering. I love it. I'm here for it. Robert Piazza, your second place finisher. All right, Eric Grondel, I don't think I've seen anybody as fired up as this man. Going 1-1 here in the junior 25 plus. I'm going to step behind the machine. Come on back here, man. I'm going to hand you some champagne. Mike Burkeen got the #1 plate for you. And I know this man is going to be stoked to have that in hand. Make some noise for him. Eric Grondel, has it set in yet?
No, not yet.
Man, you were stoked coming off the track. What does it mean to you to go 1-1 out there?
I mean, I've never had any results like this here before, so this is just absolutely amazing.
Well, I know you don't do it alone, buddy. Who you want to thank?
Oh, I got to thank my wonderful girlfriend, our son Landon, buddy Jake for helping me out this week, Zaffel, Adept, Factory Moto Lab, Alias Gear, Factory Connection for having my bike dialed in, 6D helmets, Alpine Stars boots, and Scott goggles for keeping my vision nice and clear.
Congratulations to you, man. One more job to do. You got to pop some bottles up here on the podium. Your winner, Eric Grondel. Back to you, Rodney.
Well, thanks a lot, Mackie Waynes. And there you go, my friends. Colby Lesser, Darren Pine, Wyatt Thurman, Tristan Pruitt, Gage Dunham. Still your top 5 after 2 and working on 3 right now. It may sound a simple feat, but it is still a battle before us. Lesser is still the #1 spot, but Pine is not far off the pace. He was less than a second behind at the end of lap 2. Might be a little more than that now, but not much as they check in with lap 3 complete. A 2-minute .076 for Colby Lesser, a 2-minute .442. So the gap now has extended to 1.1 seconds. So only about 0.3 of a second difference there on after that lap. 3:17 Tristan Pruitt now in 3rd. Wyatt Thurman is 4th. Gage Dunham still back in the #5 spot with Brady Olson, Dakota Baker, Talon Staggs, Max Bowling, and Wyatt Duff rounding out the top 10.
Say Duff and Wyatt Duff rounding out the top 10 now in the 04 machine. Had his hands full back there. Had a little bit of a battle this whole race. Hadn't really had that space to get out and start working.
The man on the move right now is Tristan Pruitt, our Moto 1 winner.
Yeah, 1:58.8. It's actually 2 seconds faster, nearly 2 seconds faster than Colby Lesser, your leader right now. It's got some work to do. I mean, Pine's not going to be an easy pass, and neither will Lesser. These boys all riding very strong. They'll rise to the occasion, that's for sure. 3 laps down on this one, working on lap number 4.
There's Tristan Pruitt we're watching on the Racer TV screen. And you see all just ahead of him, second and first place position. And they are tightening up quite a bit. Looks like Pine is putting that pressure back on. Let's see if he's been able to chip away much of that lead down this front stretch. Oh, yeah, he has. Oh, not only does he chip it away. Oh, I thought he had to pass.
Wow.
He had the inside line, and if he might have it here. He might have got the drive.
Line's coming back up the inside.
Wow, I thought that he might be able to get that drive, just couldn't make that drive out. But wow, he wants this, and he wants it bad. He's about to take it if he has anything to say about it.
Here he comes back down to the inside. Gets a good drive. Here we go, and I believe that is Pine into the lead.
Wow. That was impressive. And here comes third place now, Tristan Pruitt. And Pruitt's going to swing on the outside. Is he going to get a boat? No, a little wide there. Got a little out of shape. Didn't lose much time, but just enough to let those guys rest some.
Yet another race where we have a 3-rider battle for the lead. This is a very good race. It's 85 9-13 class.
White flag lap. 4 laps down, working on lap number 5. Pruitt on the outside of Pine now. Did he make that pass?
Pruitt coming right back at him.
Yeah, Lester, sorry about that.
Pruitt goes around Lesser on the straightaway by the road.
Man. So, again, Lesser second, Pine in first, and, well, Pruitt putting that pressure on. That could be changing here pretty soon as well.
Yeah, I thought Pruitt was going to make a little quicker move right there. I thought he was setting something up there and then kind of stabilized.
Keeps well, he's been on the charge, and like Cody said, I mean, we saw him in that last time around even, a 157.6. He was 2 to 3 seconds faster than the riders ahead of him.
We got Darren Pine and Tristan Pruitt coming down to the wire here. Darren Pine's out front, Tristan's in second. We'll see how this goes down in the bottom of the corner. Right now it looks like Darren's going to have this.
One last right-hander is all it took. Darren Pine had to defend. And he puts himself out front. That gives him the checkered flag.
Now, as far as the overall is concerned, Darren Pine will take the overall with that win. Tristan Pruitt will then be second overall. That will drop Colby Lesser into the number 3 position overall, finishing third. So basically what you see right there is the overall between those guys. Wyatt Thurman in fourth. He will be 4th overall. Dakota Baker in 5th. He will be 5th overall. And then we see Gage Dunham actually scoring a 6th place overall position. He and Gage Dunham actually flipping from Moto 1 to Moto 2, it looks like. But nonetheless, Pine, Pruitt, and Lesser heading to the podium with Mikey Waynes from the 85 9-13 class. And we are looking at a couple more classes to go. We got Schoolboy 2 12-17 BC. And our final race of the afternoon will be the senior 45+ class, race 17. Race 16 off and rolling. You got riders like Smurden, who finished 3rd. Christian Yannick, who took a 2nd out there. Another 3rd by Noah Stevens. A 4th by Gulami Brasilin. 2nd place position by Christian Yannick. You see Grayson Fair took a 5th. Nicholas Israel took a 4th. Brock Walker was a 2nd. Avery Long took a win. Drew Adams took a win. Ryder Thompson was a top 5 rider. So again, there's 10 riders, 42. And no guarantees that they're going to be the top 10 riders.
Looks like Avery Long took that whole shot and is getting out to an early lead with Noah Stevens behind him and Christian Yannick in 3rd.
Yep, Yannick put himself into a good spot right there. Worked his way into 3rd as he went up over the Gators back. Right now, though, Avery Long, he's the man in charge. He's got the clean track ahead of him. It's all up to him right now. Oh, look at this. There comes Yannick up the outside. Yannick trying to force the issue a bit here on lap 1. Not able to make it happen just yet. Back into the rollers, and there he comes again, trying to close the gap one more time.
Oh, Stevens doing a good job of keeping him at bay, at least for the moment, for wages. And this is just one of many battles, I think, throughout this war in the Schoolboy 212 to 17 BC class.
And Yannick just worked his way by, was just patient, just rode his line, let it come to him. And look at this. Not only gets by, opens about 6 bike lengths.
Down in front of the Yamaha announcers tower now, the 263 dropping into the Gator pit, Avery Long. And as Avery Long gets it all sorted out up front, we're going to check back in over there with Mikey Waynes, and we'll be back with this one in just a moment.
Thanks, boys. I got Kobe Lesser. I knew I'd mess it up. I asked, is it Lesser or Lesser? He says Lesser. I said Lesser. Lesser, brother. Hey, good job out there. Ended up third in the moto, or third on the day. Who would you like to thank?
I want to thank 100% Robbie Raynard, Raynard Training Complex, 7, Bell Helmets, Bellray Oils, FMF, LSR, Javier, Defy Graphics, Applied Technology, Race Tech, and everybody else. Oh, wait, and Surefoot, and everybody else. Thank you.
There you go. Congratulations, third place finisher, Colby Lesser. All right, let's bring up our second place finisher, Tristan Pruitt. Tristan making their way up onto the box. Tristan Pruitt, man, come on over here, man. A second place finish for you. Who would you like to thank out there?
I'd like to thank Jesus for keeping me safe, my mom and dad, Motorsport Hillsboro, Apex Motorsports, Lamson Motorsports, 110 Clothing, X-Brand Goggles, Nika Metals, 60 Helmets, Pro Circuit Pipes with the Lamson Motors, which keeping my bike going good out there. Power band suspension, keeping it smooth, Scott Free Graphics. My trainers at MTF, Colleen, Brian, Ezra, thank you for getting me up here. XC Gear, Nahilo, Guts Racing, Motomuck, Duvall Engineering, everybody else, thank you so much.
There you go. Congratulations to you, Tristan Pruitt. All right, let's bring up our champ, Darren Pine. Making his way onto the box. Go on ahead, right back here behind the machine, man. I'm going to hand you the champagne. Mike Burkeen to your right-hand side. Got a #1 plate, courtesy of the AMA. The handshake makes it official. All right, yeah, do the photo. Do it for the gram. Snapchat it or it didn't happen, my guy. Love it. All right, Darren Pine, talk to me about a first-place finish. You put in the work at the end of that moto. Tell us about it.
It was good. I got up to a good start. I actually bogged off the gate, but I guess the bike was just really hooking up. Still got the whole shot, and yeah, it was just really good.
It was, man. Well, I know you don't do this thing alone. You got a lot of great people and sponsors behind you as well.
Sure, my mom and dad, 100% Beast Moto Lab, TTMX, Van Martin, Beast Moto Lab, and JM Racing, John from JM Racing, and anyone else they can.
There you go. Throw it up one more time. Your winner of the 85cc, Darren Pine. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, thanks a lot, Mikey Waynes, and congratulations once again to those top three. Avery Long, Christian Yannick, Noah Stevens, Nathan Freehill, Guilherme Bresselin in the #5 spot. Drew Adams now in 6. Taylor Beckwith in 7. Nick Israel 8. Ryder Thompson 9th. And Alexander Fedorstab is in the #10 spot. That is a mouthful.
I believe he's from Russia.
Is that what it is?
Yep.
So there is Avery Long and Yannick. They're not real far apart, and Noah Stevens a little further back in 3rd, but Stevens actually has a lot more breathing room than the front two, and then it's a tight race getting together there with Freehill, Bresselin, and Adams. Adams trying to put the pressure on now on that #300 Team Green Kawasaki, and he has made one pass there, so he'll move up 1 spot around Bresselin now, and is working on Freehill as they make their way around the first turn and headed toward the Gator pit. And Gator Falls, lap #3 complete. We're on lap #4, and it looks like Adams on a mission here as we go up the face of the Gator now. Oh, Adam Great Hill.
Adams going to work on Freehill as they come over the Gator's back.
Freehill able to close the door up until this point. We're going to the inside. Adams looks like he's got this one signed, sealed, and delivered as they make their way off the top of the back of the Gator. Beautifully executed move by Drew Adams, up from 5th into the now 4th place position. Actually, he was 6th, went to 5th as they crossed the finish line, and now into the 4th place position. And I don't know that he's done there, to be honest with you, but he does have about 7 seconds to try to make up, to catch up to Noah Stevens at this point, as our front 3 of Long, Yannick and Stevens actually establishing a rather solid lead right off the bat. Long and Yannick battling for that championship right now. It's a 1-1 and a 2-2. But if Christian Yannick can get around Avery Long right here, that would score the overall with a 2-1. And remember, that would put Avery Long with a 1-2. Best finish second moto breaks the tie. So that's what we're looking for Yannick. And I know that we're looking for Long in that corner to hold his position where he is right now. Stevens is in 3rd now, 8 seconds back. Drew Adams still about 6.3 seconds back, but about 1.5 seconds faster on that last lap around than Stevens. If he can find a little more free air out there, we might see him reel Stevens in for the number 3 position here in the second moto. Freehill in the number 5 spot. Breslin is 6th, Israel in 7th, 8th is Beckwith, 9th Thompson. Grayson Fair rounds out in the top 10. And again, we're watching the battle not only for the win in the moto here, Cody Groves, we're watching the battle for the overall here as well. And Yannick is riding like he wants this one something bad.
Yeah, he's turning the heat up. He's definitely showing some pressure to Avery Long. Avery Long is holding his own. He's a very solid rider, and Yannick's getting loose, getting ready to try and get him.
And through that section of the track, he was able to close up some gap, and he may be positioning himself
as
right
they go
here.
side by side, and he makes the pass around the outside on the table to triple.
Honestly, I saw the setup. I didn't expect him to make the pass that quickly, but man, he really put it to it there, threaded the needle, whatever it took, and made the pass. So now a new leader, and if they finish like this now, that should put Christian Yannick in control of the overall, going 2-1 over Avery Long's 1-2. Still no sign of a white flag. That was lap number 5 in the history books there. So we've got a few more to go, and it's not over yet. A 1:49.9, a full second faster than Avery Long that time around, and the race is still on. However, impressively, Yannick has already put some gap between himself and Long, and I don't know if that's from the hard push, the speed, or whether the wind just knocked out of the sails of Long.
I think Yannick's taking a little bit better, smoother lines out there. Yesterday, we were out there last moto of the day, and this is pretty close to it. The smoother lines you could find, the less energy you wasted on those first couple laps, and the longer you could push, and I think that's what we're seeing out of Yannick.
Well, Cody, you know, some people seem to be able to find the smoother lines better than others, and what do you think it takes to be able to find that? Is that something inherent to someone, or is that a skill that you can actually learn?
When a kid is finding different lines, like on an 85, a little bike, that's something that's a talent.
That's inherited, yep.
When you see a lot of these kids like Yannick right now avoiding all these bumps on the left, that's something that you learn from coming from the back of the pack. Speaking from personal experience, yesterday, coming from 15th, I was using some of the similar lines that he's using right now, avoiding all the bumps. And he's doing a very good job at it. He had some good lines, and I'm sure he's been studying up on old Danger Boy, because Danger Boy has been riding very well and taking very smooth lines. And yesterday I was following him, and it was very good. He's also taking the exact same lines that he was. So I'm not saying that he got.
Are they lines that you would have seen yourself? I gotta wonder. And sometimes maybe not. And right now, Yannick is taking advantage of every line that he sees out there. He has stretched this out to a 2.1 second lead now over Avery Long. Noah Stevens is turned a 151. Stevens has picked up the pace a little bit, and I think that gap that we thought we might see start to shrink a little bit, maybe a second at a time by Drew Adams, it has not shrunk any. It's actually widened some as Noah Stevens has picked up his pace. And in doing so, he is gaining on Avery Long. Must be smelling blood in the water because now down to 6.5 seconds. That's 3 seconds that he was able to take off the gap between himself and second place. Janik still out front in this one, way out on the backside of the course as he begins to work his way back towards the end of lap 7 now. White flag is out on this one, so we are in the closing moments for Christian Janik, who is looking at an overall win going 2-1 on his Monster Energy Team Green Pro Circuit Kawasaki.
Yeah, Yannick getting a little loose out there on that back straightaway. Got a little kick out to the side, rode a little bit, almost side saddle, and he kept that horse on 2 wheels and tracking her down to the finish line here for this final lap.
One more race to go after the Schoolboy 2 class. It'll be our senior 45 plus. They are lined up on the gate right now. Then we'll get underway tomorrow morning with race number 18, which will be our 65cc 10 and 11 limited class riders. Kristen, Janik, Avery Long, and there it is. Yannick taking the win on the 27 Monster Energy Pro Circuit Kawasaki, the Team Green machine. Avery Long on the Blue Crew Yamaha, number 263. Rock River back, GYTR, Parts Unlimited, Moose, Bell, Dunlop, 100%, and of course Twin Air and FMF. He'll finish up in second. Noah Stevens, the number 97 KTM, will finish up in the number 3 spot out of Danbury, North Carolina. He's Canvas, MTF, Factory Connection, Dunlop Tires, and FMF sponsored as well. Whoa, I've had a host of guests in that chair today, and Greg Paymart is joining us in this one now. We know him and love him as Frenchie around the racetrack, and now the man with the moto kicks, man, the MKS moto kicks. Welcome to the tower, and we'll talk a little bit about those shoes in a moment. Right now, I want to talk about what we're going to be watching right here at race 17.
Yeah, they're my boys out there, you know. We get Bronny up front as it's kind of an unusual sight, right, to see Bronny out there, and
yeah,
you know, he didn't go out and practice.
No way.
He went straight to his first moto a couple days ago, and I was like, I didn't know he was here, and then all of a sudden here he's lined up for the first moto, and he knows what to do. He doesn't need to practice. You know?
Absolutely. He's had a few go rounds around this course. If they made any changes, he'll figure it out. He'll make the adjustments during the race.
It's incredible to see the different style between Brownie, Gruy, and Barry. I spent a lot of times behind those guys, very few moments in front of them, but line selection, you know, especially Barry, that's the old dog out there. He's got so many laps, so many races under his belt that you can see the little line. He's looking over. He doesn't look very fast, never very aggressive, but very precise. He's waiting for the moment to pull the trigger. He never pulled the trigger early in the motos. You know, he's gonna analyze the Gruys each line inches by inches, and then he's gonna get close and try to pull the trigger. And he's done it in Supercross.
Yeah, you know, and that's one thing that, you know, Barry does do that. You're right. He never necessarily takes any, like, he just don't go blasting through the pack and take unnecessary chances. He analyzes the situation before he makes the move, and that's calculated, you know, and rightfully so. That could be coming from experience for sure as we roll through this Race Tech Moto And this race brought to you by Race Tech, the world's largest aftermarket motorcycle suspension modification company, inventors of the proprietary award-winning gold valves. Race Tech gold valves provide a plush feel with drastically improved bottoming resistance and increased traction. All Race Tech products are 100% guaranteed and made in the USA. I tell you,
hoorah.
Here's the thing. Well, we'll finish that thought in just a moment. Right now, let's send it down to Mikey Waynes.
Hey guys, down here, Schoolboy 2, 12-17 BC. Drew Adams, a third place finish on the weekend, man, or the week. How you feeling?
Well, that's not really how I wanted to finish. I just had a lap where I about crashed in the sweeper and a few times up here, and that's what caused me to just lose all that time. And yeah, we're just gonna go back, get rest, and recover for tomorrow.
Love it, man. Hey, the determination, that's going to take you a long way. Love that. Drew, who do you want to thank, man?
I'd like to thank Mom, Dad, just for Team Safe, Team Green, Monster Energy, Kawasaki, Pro Circuit, all the guys, Fox, T. Hayes, Austin Hoover, Future Mex for helping me out ever since I moved down to Florida, Oakley, Aaron, all them, Team Dunlap Elite, and everybody else. Oh, Renthal, everybody else that supports me. Huge thanks to.
There we go. Make some noise. Third place finisher, Drew Adams. All right, Avery Long coming up here on the box next with the second place finish. Avery Long, man, a second place out there. This was a tough one. I know you wanted the win here, man. Tell us about it.
Yeah, obviously I got off to a great start. Jake built a spectacular motor. But yeah, I got the whole shot. My Dunlop tires hooked up great. Yeah, rode a good race, and unfortunately Christian caught me. Christian's riding great. But yeah, I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Ed, Danny, Jake, my mechanic Hayden, the whole NSA, Rock River, Yamaha crew, Alpine Stars, Moose, 100%, Dave, Monster Army, Bell, K-Dub, the whole Farm 14 crew, just everybody in my corner. Thank you so much.
There you go. Second place finisher, Avery Long. All right, Christian Yannick, come on up here, man. Get you behind the machine that you did all that work on. I'm going to hand you the bottle of champ. Mr. Mike Burking, the AMA, going to hand you that coveted #1 plate. There it is. And Mike Burking says once again, I do it for the gram. Loving it. Christian Yannick, buddy, an incredible ride. A lot at stake against Avery Long in that one. You able to get out front and seal the deal?
Yeah, it was a great race. My jump wasn't that good, but I stuck to the inside and was, I think, third. And I got around Noah. They're all riding good. And then I caught up to Avery and just waited for the pass to happen. And it got around them and then rode my own race.
Hey, patience paying off, man. Love to see it. Congratulations to you. Who are the sponsors and people you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, all my sisters, G's for Q Safe, the whole Monster Energy team, Green, Kawasaki, Pro Circuit, my mechanic Ian, he does a lot, Twin Air, Hinson, the whole Fox crew, Renthal, DID Chains, Dunlop, Wrist Brace Guy, my friend Jet, and thank you.
There we go. Make some noise. Your chink right there, Christian Yannick. That'll do it for us down here on the podium. Back to you, Rodney Tomlin.
All right, thanks a lot, Mikey Waynes and Christian Yannick popping the bubbly, popping bottles, as Mikey Waynes says. And as we watch here, Mike Brown out front, John Gruey in second, Barry Karsten in third, and 2.1 seconds is all that separates second and third. There's 18 seconds between first and second. And as we were going to podium there just a few moments ago, and while we watched Mike Brown and his masterful riding style over the Gatorback track, Frenchie here in tower with us, Greg Paymart, and Frenchie, I gotta ask you, man, I mean, am I the only one noticing this? Do you see a resurgence in Barry for some reason, the Barry Karsten? I mean, it looks like, I mean, not that he hasn't been competitive, not that he hasn't been aggressive, but it seems to be a new life in him this year.
Yeah, man. There's, I think he's a little less busier with Corey. You know, Corey's older now, so he's not, you know, after him as much as he used to. Maybe right. Corey goes to train outside the border sometimes. He's still, of course, manage him and help him the best he can. But I think Corey being older, he's got a little time for himself, a little more. You know, he's like I was saying, Barry works a full-time job, but he races every weekend. You know, his motivation never flex. Is always at the track, and Also, I think now that Corey's faster than him, because I asked him that, he told me he has about 10 seconds. Now he's got a target. He wants to stay with his kid, you know.
Wow.
He's got the desire to win. He wants to be up front.
And that's
just like Brownie. Brownie is competitive. I know a lot of people in the vet class is like, why is he doing the vet class? He's so fast. It's like, the guy wants to race. I mean, what option does he have? Go back to Pro National? You've done it.
Right.
He wants to race. You know, he looks awesome on the FXR gear. That's a new line, by the way. I love that. He wants to be on a motorcycle, you know, so I fully respect that because we all do.
Right. Now, Brownie, I know he raced professionally up until older in his career. So, you know, when a lot of guys were racing junior 25 plus, 30 plus, 35 plus, and even into the 40 plus class, Brownie wasn't even a part of those races because he was still racing professionally. Brownie comes in a little later and still on top of his game, so to speak. What's the atmosphere like around? I mean, are you guys all pretty good buddies? Does he have a good relationship with you guys?
Yeah, Brownie is a quiet guy. You know, he's very collected, but very friendly, super nice guy, and you know, like I say, competitive. You know, he raced GNCCs. He was teammate with a good friend of mine, Andrew DeLong, and I heard a lot of stories about him. You know, they were told me he'll race you to the back when he wants to race. Very nice guy. Very good shape, obviously, and so technical. You know, he stands up everywhere. He floats around the track. He obviously knows how to set up his bike right. And standing in the rod, it doesn't look like he goes fast, but he's smooth. He has great style. He's very pleasant to watch. So has Gruy and all the top guys in their class, you know.
But you're right. I mean, he looks like he's riding with very little effort, but at the same time, he's going so fast. It's just so smooth. There is no effort being applied hardly.
Yep. No, technique. You know, and through my motocross school to GPMX, that's what we try to implement to all riders, and it's just like when it's done right, it's just you know, poetry.
It is absolute poetry, and poetry in motion right here as Mike Brown takes a hard right-hand turn in the bottom of the Gator pit. One final time through the finish line as he takes the checker flag and goes 1-1 for the overall win in the senior 45-plus class here at Gatorback Cycle Park. John Gruy and Barry Karsten back battling for the number 2 and 3 spots, some 20 seconds or so back now. Those riders were about 1.4 seconds apart when they came through Barry keeping it very honest and keeping them very tight. And as they finish, it's 1.472 seconds. That didn't change, I don't think, hardly any. I mean, it wasn't much if it did. Gruy a 1:59.8, a 1:59.9 for Barry Karsten on that one. So kudos to those guys. They'll go to the podium and see Mikey Waynes in that order. John Sylvia finishing up in the number 4 spot at this second moto.
That's a solid result for Silva. It was he gave me a lot of trouble this week. He stepped his game up too, and so as and seeing the answer back in the game is awesome. That's an old pro guy as well from up my way in PA. And Dixon, you know, Jeremy Parsons picked it up. We have Jamie Max. We have a lot of we have a good lineup of vet guys there. You know, it's very cool to see.
It is. It most definitely is. And you know, that's what I like about coming to the races. I mean, every race is a great race to go watch, and it's got something worth sticking around for. And seeing guys like Brownie and Gruy and Karsten, and then even Sylvia and Yenser and those guys making it back. Buskirk, I love watching him ride. He's had a solid one. Dixon, Jeremy Parsons, James Max rounds out your top 10. Again, your overall top 10 will look like this. Brown with a 1-1. Gruy with a 2-2 with a 3-3. Barry Karsten. John Sylvia goes 5-4 for 4th overall. Jeremy Parsons 4-9. That will give him 5th overall. 6th will go to Yenser with an 8-6. Galen Dixon a 6-8 for 7th overall. Andre Panay 11th and 5th for 8th overall. Joe Buskirk a 9-7 for 9th overall. And Jeremy Tiffany goes 7-11 to round out the top 10 overall.
I know stack class, you know, I try to sign up for 45 plus, and I signed up too late.
Really?
That's why I'm here with you, yeah.
Really? So they put a cap on it as well.
40, yeah. You know, I don't know if you knew, but about Jimmy Max, he's Seth Amaker's monter.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, 510. You remember Seth? The 510?
Yeah.
That's because Jimmy Max took it on those wing for years on minis, and I think he's a big part of why Amaker got to where he's at.
Yeah, Hammaker definitely making some big waves out there the last few years. So that's really cool. It's neat how you got those backstories like that, and it all starts out here in races like this at the on the amateur side, you know, through these great events like Mini O's and the many others across the land as well. Mikey Wayne's getting the podium set up. That's Mike Brown's bike, and he's looking next for, I think, Barry Costin.
We are down here with the Barry Karsten, man. A third place finish for you, Barry. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I mean, I feel like I'm riding really good. John's good, and Mike, you know, it's Mike.
It's Mike. That's it. That's it. Hey, Barry, Mike, he likes it. That's it. Whatever the conditions are, he likes it. Well, hey, Barry, solid job out here today. Who you want to thank?
Again, Suzuki, RM Army, Action Motorsports back in York, Pennsylvania. They're hooking up with bikes now and everything. Arise, Scott, FMF, Dunlap, all the sponsors of this event. Twin Air, Decal Works, Sunstar, Answer, KPS Suspension. Just everybody for coming out to make it a big event, to make this special for all of us when we do good. And, you know, a shout out to all the guys that just missed this podium or just are happy to qualify today and everything too. So thanks everybody, and see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Barry Karsten right there, your third place finisher. John Gruey making his way up onto the box. John Gruey, man, how you feeling?
Feeling good. Yeah, you know, as good as you can feel when Mike's out there going 7 seconds a lap faster. But either way, it's fun to be out there with Mike, you know, to just even to kind of hopefully see where he's going a little bit or learn from him and have good battles with Barry. It's all good.
Love it, man. Well, hey, congratulations to you on the second place finish. John, who you want to thank?
Team Babbitt's, Kawasaki, Fox Gear, Dunlop Tires, Tamer Whole Shot Noises, Factory Connection Suspension, FMF, Twin Air Renthal, Hinson, Decal Works, Moto Hose, and man, all my friends that helped me out, and everybody, especially Babbitt's back at home.
There we go. Congratulations to you, second place finisher, John Gruey. All right, Moto Mike Brown, come on up. I got a bottle of champ for you. To your right-hand side, Mr. Mike Burkeen of the AMA. Gonna hand you another #1 plate. You gotta keep your head on a swivel, Mike Burkeen. I'm telling you what, make some noise for Mike Brown. Some for the homies, I got you. Mike Brown, man, a first place finish for you, buddy. How you feeling?
Sore right now. I feel like I'm 50 years old right now. But no, it's good. Everything is going good. I've got, like I said, I can't complain. My bike's riding good and feel good. And like I said, it's just nice to be out on the track with these guys. You know, it's I could be 50-year-old sitting at home and on the couch, but I prefer to be out here with these guys and battling and you know, helping all my sponsors, FXR and KTM, Pro Circuit. All these guys has helped me forever, many years, and you know, I still do it for those guys as much as myself.
Love it, Mike. Love having you out here with us. Who you want to thank?
Like I said, FXR, you know, has been behind me for a long time, and everybody sees their gear out there, how it's growing. It's got to be a part of that company growing with him. And KTM, Mun Racing, them guys has been here for 3 or 4 years with me on everybody. You know, it's just been good. Like it's like I said, if it wasn't for FXR 7, 8 years ago, I would have been on the couch with the old 50-year-old guys, but it's not, and I'm just happy to be out here, and I hope everybody gets home safe. And like Barry said, congrats to everybody that makes it here and spends a whole week here. This is feels like a month trip in 3 days, but it's well worth it.
Hey, man, make some noise. Your champ, Mike Brown. Rodney Tomlin, take us home.
All righty, thanks a lot, Mikey Waynes. Congratulations, Mike Brown, and congratulations to all our champions and all our competitors today as we wrap up a Friday here at Gainesville's Newberry's Gatorback Cycle Park. And of course, we are just outside of Gainesville. And with that being said, a beautiful evening starting to set here as the sun goes down. Dean Diaz, I know we got a big evening ahead. We've got pit bike racing coming up and a lot of other cool stuff.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to tell you guys about it right now. And between the tower and registration, there's this red tent. It says LS2 on it. That is where pit bike racing sign-up is. And I heard the classes are almost full. So if you haven't got signed up yet, please go down there by registration now and get signed up for tonight's racing. Also, guys, want you down there at 7:15. And then 7:30, we're going to start racing over on the Supercross track. So I'll see you guys there.
Well, those of you folks at home, if you'll hear us talking all about the good times tomorrow morning. Other than that, thanks again to Frenchie for helping out. Thanks to Cody Groves. Thanks to all the folks that stopped by here today and visited with us on a Friday. We want to say thanks to our talent here at RacerTV.com. Dylan Accord, our camera operators, Dylan Adkins, Adam Adkins, Timothy Ramsey, a.k.a. Deeds, Chadwick Lynn, Chance Tomlin, Buford Smallwood, and Cameron Cotter, as well as our drone operator, Daniel Rogerson. Also producer, Adam Gordon, director, Griff Cotter, our engineer in charge, Jordan McFadden. And thanks to Dan Reinhardt, who manages us all, including my good friend, Mr. Dean Dias, Mikey Waynes, Matt Watson. I'm Rodney Tomlin. Have a great day, everybody.